fiery horse of the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The Masked Rider of the Plains has found no place in the written history of the western United States. But the stories of his adventures have been told and retold around thousands of frontier campfires. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the early West. And the memory of his tireless efforts in the cause of justice will never be forgotten. Return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come along, Silver! Tonto's waiting for us in Medicine Bow! Hi-yo, Silver! The town of Medicine Bow was the center of great activity in the gold fields, and prospectors came from all sides to get their supplies from Lige Potter's general store. Confined more or less to the store by his advanced years, old Lige was always eager for news, and always anxious to talk with anyone who would visit with him. In the first scene of our drama, we find Lige talking to an Indian who has just made a purchase.
You don't need to be in no hurry to shove on, Injun. Where'd you come from, anyhow?
Me come long way.
Ain't many Injuns come in here to buy meat. Land sakes, most of 'em just sashays up to the nearest longhorn they can find and slices off a steak or so. You seem like a right nice sort, Injun. Reckon I'd better warn you.
What matter?
If you want to stay healthy, you best keep out of the way of the blacksmith. He'd likely throw a 6-gun on you.
Him not like Injun?
'Tain't exactly that, but he's hunting all of 'em, so's he can get one particular Injun. Jim Blackwell knows more'n most of the folks in Medicine Bow, being as he's traveled more and seen more.
Pa, what do you think Blackwell's done now?
Eh? Oh, hello, Polly. What's he done?
Oh, Pa, that Injun.
I just been telling him to keep out of Blackwell's way.
But, Pa, he might be the one. It might be him the reward's for.
Lawman not want Tonto.
Course not. Hang it all, Polly, I think this whole idea of the boys is wrong. I knowed that there Lone Ranger for what he done up Cheyenne way and for what he done down in Texas and lots of places.
But, Pa, he's been seen robbing.
You mean they seen a man with a mask and a white horse and heard him shouting to Silver?
That's right, Pa, and they're certain sure it's him that's the outlaw around here.
I dunno. What's Jim Blackwell done now?
Well, I just come from there, and someone said he'd seen a strange Injun in Medicine Bow, and Jim, he jumped up and offered a $500 reward for the Injun, dead or alive.
Hey there, Lige.
Jim!
I was just telling Pa about that reward.
Lige, you ain't seen an Injun around here, have you?
Well, there ain't no Injun here now.
I see that. I figured there might have been.
Well, if they was, I ain't no idea where he'd be now.
This here Lone Ranger that's been robbing the boys of their gold and savings has an Indian friend by the name of Tonto that travels with him.
So I've heard.
If the Lone Ranger's in these parts, then Tonto is too. If we get one, we're like as not get the other. I figure it'd be a sight easier to get the Injun than the masked hombre, 'cause there ain't a horse alive could catch the one he rides.
Jim, you ain't jumping to conclusions.
What do you mean?
I mean, I ain't so certain it is the Lone Ranger that's been robbing folks around here.
He's been seen by half a dozen of the men he's robbed.
Well, they might have made a mistake.
Blame small chance of that. He fired at Sandy Town, and when Sandy dug the bullet out of his wall at his place, he fetched it to me. And it was solid silver, just like what the Lone Ranger uses. Now, what do you say?
I'd say you do better to stick to shoeing horses like you've been doing and stop trying to be a detective.
Jim, you said he fired at Sandy Town?
Yep.
By thunderation, that sure is funny. Did Sandy fire first?
How the heck do I know?
Well, that shooting must have been at powerful long range if that fellow shot and missed. That's all I got to say. He's a dead shot. And Sandy's plenty tall enough to make a first-class shooting target.
Look here, Lige. Have you seen an Injun?
Well, maybe you have, and maybe you ain't. Suppose you just try and guess.
Tonto slipped out of Lige Potter's store as Jim Blackwell entered. He remained outside to hear what was said, and then hurried away. We next see him as he joins his tall, masked friend in a small, well-concealed camp not far from town.
Tonto, you've ridden hard.
Honey, you got bad news.
Bad news? What is it?
People say you robber. All town look for you.
They're looking for a thief who wears a mask and rides a white horse. Not me.
And them say Lone Ranger, bad man.
I've heard about it, Tonto.
Feller named Blackwell. Him pay reward.
The blacksmith, huh? Tell me more.
Him say you shoot it, man.
Who?
You not hit him. Bullet miss. Bullet silver.
A silver bullet. I'm supposed to have shot at a man and missed?
That right.
And they found the bullet?
Huh?
And it was silver?
That right.
What was the man's name?
Sandy Town.
Sandy Town.
Huh?
Someone shot at him and used a silver bullet. But, Tonto, you and I know that it wasn't me.
Feller in store named Potter say Lone Ranger not bad.
Lige Potter believes in me, huh? I'm glad someone does. The only way to prove I'm not a thief is to find the one who made and fired a silver bullet.
That right.
Tonto, pack our things. We're going into town and see what we can learn. That silver bullet gives me a clue.
Several days passed. 2 more robberies were committed by a tall, masked man riding a white horse. Feeling ran high, and more recruits joined the band, determined to capture the Lone Ranger. Sheriff Emerson returned home tired after another unsuccessful attempt to trail the criminal. We hear his wife speaking.
Hadn't you better get to bed, hon? You're plumb tired out with trying to catch this Lone Ranger.
I've been thinking, Libby. I don't feel sure that the Lone Ranger is a thief.
Why do you say that?
I've been talking with Lige Potter and his daughter.
Yeah?
All the fellows that says they've been robbed by this here masked feller ain't said nothing about seeing the Injuns that's supposed to travel with him.
But that don't mean nothing.
Lige still swears that the Lone Ranger ain't a robber. And that ain't all. I seen the fella once myself and heard him. I'd know if it was him or not if I could just see him.
But who else could it be?
I don't know. That's just the trouble.
My soul and body. What's this?
Boys, what's all this mean?
Yeah, we come to talk.
All right, Blackwell. Speak up and get done with it.
Where's that Lone Ranger?
We're here to see why you don't get that crook before he does any more robbing.
He's robbed me of all I got.
Now, hold on. Shut up and let Jim Blackwell speak for you.
We're here to see why you ain't got the Lone Ranger yet, Sheriff.
He shot at me and...
Well, he missed you, didn't he, Sandy?
Yes, he missed me, but that don't say he will next time.
You got anything for him, Steele?
Not now, I ain't.
And you never had. I know that 5 or 6 of you had a good store of cash laid by, And probably Jim Blackwell had the most.
I did till he took it.
All right.
I had a gold watch that he took with my cash.
And I had over $1,000 in paper money with my name writ on it so it couldn't be used after it was stole. But that don't give it back to me.
Now listen, boys. Quiet down, quiet. I'm doing all I can. You fellas can help me out by making out a list of everything that was took. So as when we get this critter, we'll know what we're looking for. Sandytown, I don't know why in thunderation that fella would take the trouble to rob you.
He shot at me because he didn't find anything. It made him sore that I didn't have anything worth taking.
Well, you fellas make up your list. And them as can't write can get Libby here to help you. Then you leave 'em with me, and we'll see if we can get somewhere.
The men soon had their lists of stolen property prepared, and the sheriff took them with the assurance that something would be done to capture the masked robber. After they departed, Sheriff Emerson and his wife spread the lists on the table and studied the crude writing of the men by the light of an oil lamp. Meanwhile, outside the house, the Lone Ranger and Tonto sat astride their white horses watching. We hear the masked man as he murmurs to Tonto.
The sheriff and his wife are alone now, Tonto.
That's right.
It's time to put our plan to work. Is my mask tight enough?
It's plenty tight.
My guns are loaded.
You not shoot anyone.
No, Tonto. I'm just going to fire one shot into the wall for the sheriff to find.
Not good.
You know what to do, don't you, Kemosabe?
Tonto, no.
Very well. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Tonto, watch Silver.
Very well, Kemosabe. I'll need him again in a few minutes. Leave Silver right there and take your horse with you. Don't forget what you're to do.
Tonto, do. Come, white fella.
Now to take a chance.
The masked man.
The thief.
Steady, Sheriff. I have you covered.
Put down that gun. You can't get away.
Yes, I can. Hand over your cash and be quick about it.
Don't take chances. Do what he says. He'll shoot if you don't.
You are the Lone Ranger.
Oh, please don't shoot, mister. You can take the money, what little we got. Just leave us alive.
I can't believe it.
Your money, quickly.
Up to now, mister, I didn't believe the stories I heard about the Lone Ranger being a crook. After all the good things I heard about you, they didn't make sense. But seeing is believing. When I tell Lige Potter about this, you'll lose the last 2 men in town that stood by you.
Get that cash, Sheriff. I haven't time to waste.
What if I don't?
Hurry!
Don't!
That's just a warning.
I'll get the cash. It's here. This tin box. Take it, but don't shoot.
Thanks.
This makes me lose all my faith in human nature. I wouldn't have believed it.
He's just what everybody said he was, a crook.
I'd sooner almost anything had happened, mister, than to see you doing this. An ornery robber. Toting guns to men's homes and sticking them up.
I'm sorry, Sheriff Emerson. All I can say is dig out the bullet I fired. Dig it out and keep it.
I'll keep it all right. Keep it as a souvenir of the man I thought you was. Keep it as a warning never to trust anybody.
Compare it with the bullet fired at Sandytown.
Get after him. Maybe you can catch him and get the money back.
No, Libby. I ain't going after him.
You can't let him get away.
That's what I'm going to do.
Well, you're scared. You're yellow. Go chase him. Get him.
Now, listen, honey.
Then I'll go after him my own self. I'll get him.
Get back, Libby. Get away from that door. Don't shoot him.
I reckon I couldn't anyhow. He's plumb gone already. But the ornery low-down snake, he stole everything we've saved for years.
And him, the Lone Ranger. Let me think, Libby. Just let me think.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger learned that a mysterious robber in Medicine Bow was using his name and wearing his mask. Jim Blackwell posted a reward for Tonto, hoping that his capture might lead to the Lone Ranger himself. Tonto learned that a silver bullet fired into the wall of Sandy Town's shack was the most important evidence against the Lone Ranger, and the masked man started out to trace the robber from that clue. As part of his plan, he held up the sheriff and took his money. Just after sunrise the next morning, we find Jim Blackwell hard at work in his smithy. Suddenly, he looks up and sees Tonto standing beside him.
An Injun.
And you hear what me say.
Who are you? I am hunting an Injun around here.
You give reward?
You're blame right.
Me friend. Me Tonto.
Huh? Now, is that so?
Lone Ranger steal cash last night.
Oh, he did.
Him tell me come here now.
So, I begin to see it. So he's got an Injun to work with him now, huh? Just like the real Lone Ranger. Who'd he hold up?
Me not know.
Where's the cash?
Here.
Good enough. Just tell him that I'm putting it away with the rest. You'd better keep out of sight around town. They'll be hunting you for to get that reward I posted.
Me be plenty careful.
Now, vamoose.
Sheriff, got reward money?
No. I gave the sheriff orders to take the reward money out of the money that was stole from me, if he gets it back, and to pay it to anyone finding the Lone Ranger or Tonto.
Me go now.
Goodbye. Yeah. My pard sure is getting downright smart ideas. When things get too hot, we just hangs the engine, and it'll make folks satisfied for a while. Now to hide this here cash with the rest. Any fine place for hiding here. It's too bad I ain't as tall as the Lone Ranger, so I could do all this myself instead of having to split
Stand
up.
right where you are, Blackwell.
What the?
I'm leaving here. I'll take what I've stolen with me.
See here, you
I've no
ornery.
time to argue.
Double-crossing me, are you? I'll get you for this if it's the last thing I do.
You don't dare, Blackwell. If you turn me over to the sheriff, you'll put your neck in a noose as well. You don't dare tell what you know.
I don't, eh? I don't. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you can't double-cross Jim Blackwell and get away with it.
The Lone Ranger took most of the loot that had been hidden in Blackwell's smithy. As soon as the masked man had gone, Blackwell set out at top speed for the home of Sandy Town. Meanwhile, we find Lige Potter driving a small wagon toward the office of the sheriff. In the seat with Lige are Polly and Tonto. The old fellow says,
I don't know why you're doing this, Tonto.
It's part of the plan.
But was it really the Lone Ranger that come and fetched you to our place?
You get reward for me.
But the sheriff, he likes not have you hung. He robbed himself last night, and he's sore as a mule.
That's right.
Oh, if it means that this Indian's going to get hurt, then I don't want no reward money.
But the Lone Ranger says to take him in, and I'm for doing what he asks.
I wish I knowed more about the Lone Ranger's plan.
Now, there's the sheriff's office. Whoa there, whoa, boy.
Here comes Sheriff.
Hey there, Lige.
Sheriff Emerson, this here Indian, I'm bringing him in.
I know. The whole thing's been explained to me.
What do you mean?
Get going and I'll ride alongside you. There's other boys joining us on the way.
What's this all about? Where are we heading?
Ain't no time for questions now.
But this Tonto, this here Indian...
I know about Tonto. Come on now. Whip your horse up and get going. Get up.
Get
Come
up,
on.
then. Get up. Go on, get up.
The The sheriff and old Lige went along at breakneck speed, pausing only long enough for new arrivals to join them.
There's Ben riding this way.
Get up there! Get up!
It is Ben, Pa, and he's coming awful fast.
Get up there! Sheriff, here I am, just like you told me.
Come on and get going.
Come on, get up.
Pa, there comes two other riders.
I'm Tucker and Dan White.
What's all this mean? Sheriff, what's it all about?
Never mind questions. Just pick them horses up.
Get up there! Get up!
Come on, boys, and make it fast. We got a lot of ground to cover.
Blackwell, convinced that he'd been double-crossed, rode hard to Sandy Town's home. When he reined in his horse in front of the house and dashed up the steps with gun drawn, he did not notice that many horses and riders were concealed behind the house. Blackwell jerked the door open and shouted,
Stand right where you are, Sandy.
What?
I'm here to talk to you, you rat.
And what about? What in thunder's got into you, Jim?
Shut up. I come here to tell you what I think of a double-crossing, low-down skunk like you dirty polecat.
Now, see here.
I'll do the talking. You figured I wouldn't have the nerve to come and call you, didn't you? You thought I was afraid the sheriff would hang me as well as you. Well, he won't. And he won't hang you neither.
Now, what do you mean?
I mean I'm taking things in my own hands and drilling
Now,
you.
put down that gun.
Stand still. I got some other things to say, too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. It was my idea that you fix up to look like the Lone Ranger on account of your height. It was my idea that we take a horse and cover him with white so as he looked like the Lone Ranger's horse.
Yeah, but...
And it was me that made the silver bullet for you to shoot.
Sure it was, Jim. I ain't never said anything different, have I?
It ain't what you said. It's what you did. You got the gall to come and rob me and take not only your own share of the stuff we got, but mine as well.
Jim, hold on. There's something wrong there.
You're the one that's wrong.
No, listen, you darn fool. Put down that gun. I wasn't near your place today.
What? Why, you...
That's true. I ain't been out of the house.
I don't believe you. I seen you with my own eyes. You was there masked. You robbed me.
But I've been here since yesterday morning. Honest, I have.
You mean to say you never robbed no one last night?
No, now put down that gun, you fool, and tell me why you're acting like this.
But what about the engine you sent me?
What engine? I ain't seen no engine around here, Jim.
You ain't? Then what's it mean?
Perhaps I can explain.
Look, Jim.
It's him, the Lone Ranger.
Yes, I took the stolen goods from you this morning, Blackwell. Don't kill your friend. He didn't rob you.
I ain't, but I... Look out! Behind you, mister! There. I got him, Sandy. Grab his gun. Wait.
I got his gun.
Stand up again that wall, pronto. Now, where's the stuff you stole from me?
You mean the things you stole from others?
Never mind that. I ain't gonna have that kind of talk from you, even if you are the Lone Ranger.
Where's that money you took, mister?
In my left pocket.
I'll get it. You keep him covered, Jim.
For a fellow that's had as much said about him as you have, you sure was easy to take a prisoner by, Ginger.
Yeah, here's the loot.
Great. Now take off his mask. I have a hankering to see who this hombre is.
Who's that?
I don't know. But we better do something with this money.
Never mind that. We ain't no time.
We'll turn this hombre over to the law. See who's at the door, Sandy.
Hello, Sandy. Howdy, Jim.
Lige!
Oh, look, who's that?
That's the Lone Ranger. We got him.
What do you want here, Lige? Where'd you get that engine?
I've been hunting for you, Jim, on account of that reward. I see you got your money back from that hombre.
Yeah.
Him capture me. It's too bad, Tonto. I'm sorry.
I got this Injun, and he admits he's friend the Lone Ranger. I fetched him to you for the reward.
Well,
Suppose you ain't no choice but to give it to him, Jim.
I don't know. Things are sort of mixed up.
I got the sheriff with me to make it legal. Sheriff Emerson.
I'm right here, Lige. Howdy, Jim. Howdy, Sandy.
Howdy.
I see you got stolen stuff there. Good enough. Just hand that $500 to Lige Potter for the engine.
Yeah, but I...
Hurry up. You got back what was stole, and you said you'd give a reward for the capture of this engine or the Lone Ranger himself.
All right. There you are, Lige.
Gosh almighty, Polly, look at here.
Jim, that's what we wanted to be sure to get from you. That reward for Lige Potter.
You shut up. I still got you covered. Take him, Sheriff.
I don't reckon I will.
What do you mean by that?
Smudge and Ben and the others you robbed us here, and we all heard what you two said. You told us all we need is evidence.
You mean I...
What did you hear?
About Sandy being the one that was doing the robbing.
No, it ain't true.
And you having the idea, Blackwell, to make folks think he was the Lone Ranger, and you fixing a silver bullet for him to shoot.
But you can't prove
I
anything.
reckon hearing what you said was all the proof we needed. Come on in, boys, and get your money back. It's here.
What sort of game is this?
It's a game that you can't win, Blackwell. That's what it is. You tried to make different rules, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but you can't get me for robbing anyone.
I got enough evidence to prove all I want about both of you. I got the bullet you made for Sandy to shoot. And I got a silver bullet from the Lone Ranger's gun.
What a silver bullet
The only thing about them that's the same is the fact that they're both made of silver.
But I didn't rob you last night, Sheriff. That was the real Lone Ranger.
You can't prove that you didn't rob everyone else. Nope, I got you, the two of you. And as for that spavin' no-account nag you've been using, Sandy, shucks, you ought to see the real Lone Ranger's horse. That's a horse.
But what was the idea of the whole thing? Tell us that, won't you, Mr. Lone Ranger?
Yeah. How'd you ever find out it was these two that done the robbing?
Lige, silver doesn't melt easily. I didn't think anyone in town could make a silver bullet except the blacksmith, so I watched him.
You mean you suspected all along?
Yes.
You sent that engine. You tricked me.
It took a trap to catch a rat like you. I didn't want you alone, Blackwell. I wanted your partner as well.
But, mister, what about having the engine captured?
Your father proved himself a true friend, Polly. As long as there was to be a reward, I thought he might just as well have it.
Oh, shucks. After knowing so many good things you've done, how could I change toward you?
By darn, it's downright slick having that ornery crook Jim Blackwell hand over reward money.
But, Sheriff, I know I've got a right to the reward.
Keep it, Lige. Land sakes, keep it. I got these two prisoners, and I'm satisfied.
I could put the money to good use. There's people around here I could help out, just as the Lone Ranger would like to see.
I thought that money was being put into the proper hands.
We'll all get back what we lost, won't we?
Sure you will.
And the crooks get what they deserve.
He's leaving. You gotta stop him. He robbed me, Sheriff. He robbed me this morning.
Don't make me laugh, Blackwell. Don't make me laugh.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Stretch out those great legs. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. No one did more to bring law and order to the early western United States than the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode tirelessly in the cause of justice. History does not record his deeds, but his memory will never fade from the minds of those who have heard the stories of his adventures. Return with us once more to the thrilling West of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the Blackfoot Hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
The trail leading to Fort Paxton narrowed as it crossed the Blackfoot Hills. For more than 3 miles, it was a dangerous ledge, with a drop of hundreds of feet below and a sheer granite wall rising above. As our first act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto following the trail westward.
Bull Kremer's gang is somewhere in these hills, Tonto.
Oh, them not far now.
Have you noticed any new signs, Kimosabe?
Tonto find only place where them camp.
That's something I can't understand. Until last night, they seemed to be following this trail. But today, there's no sign of them.
Maybe soldier hide sign.
Yes, the party of soldiers ahead of us may have covered their tracks. How far ahead are the soldiers, Tonto?
1 mile, maybe 2.
I wonder if Bull could have learned of the money they're taking to the fort.
We'll find out many things.
And if he's learned the soldiers have at least $40,000 with them, he'll do anything to get it.
What army do with cash?
Part of it is the Army payroll. The rest is for the Indian agent at Clear Lake.
Oh.
I hope Bull knows nothing about it, but
What's that?
Oh, Silver.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
Tonto, that sounded like blasting powder.
Huh?
Why would anyone use blasting powder in this part of the country?
There's no mining here.
There's no mining and no farming. It wouldn't have been used to clear stumps.
It's plenty big noise.
Can you tell where it came from?
Come from up trail.
That's where the soldiers are. I wonder...
What you think?
I wonder if Bull Kremer could have had anything to do with that blast.
Oh, that may be right.
We're going to find out right now. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
Let us flash ahead of the masked man. The blast had started a thundering avalanche of rocks and earth, which completely blocked the narrow trail followed by the soldiers. We hear Lieutenant Jack Harris, in command of the small detachment, shouting orders to his confused men.
Turn your horses, men. We've got the back trail.
What's started that blame last We might have been killed.
Look, some of the trail's been carried away.
Lucky for us, we must go further on.
You, Simmons, straighten those horses out. Barker, stay away from the edge of the trail. There's a 1,000-foot drop.
Begging your pardon, sir, but ain't there no chance of going ahead?
The trail's completely blocked, Sergeant.
Blast it. That means an extra day getting to the fort.
We'll be lucky if it doesn't mean worse than that.
Huh?
This landslide didn't start by itself, Sergeant.
What do you mean, sir?
Didn't you hear that explosion?
Yes, sir, but I...
There's no time to waste, Sergeant. Take charge of the men. Get them started on the back trail at once.
I'll handle them, sir. Hey there, Rickett. You ain't handling the plow. Fred, get that horse in hand. You're holding up everything. Lieutenant!
Right here.
Hold there. Whoa.
What is it, man?
I seen riders coming toward the bend.
Riders?
There's 12 or 15 of them. They come down that gully back there. The leads from up above.
I was afraid of this.
One fellow was riding a big bay horse. And he's right powerful looking.
Bull Kremer.
Huh?
Bull Kremer started that avalanche. We can't go forward, and he rode down from the cliff to cut us off from behind.
There they come now.
He's after the gold we're carrying.
There ain't but 6 of us. What are we going to do?
The best we can. Get up there. Come on, boy.
Wait, where you going?
We've got to save that money. Come on, boy. Get along with you. Come on.
Wait, Lieutenant. They'll get hold of you, sure. Come back here.
Fight them off, men. Fire at will. Don't let those crooks get the gold.
We ain't got a chance. It's Bull Kremer's outlaw.
They're 2 to our 1.
Hey, that fool right over there.
trick is working out all right, Carp. That was a slick notion of yours, Bull, setting that blast so as we could come at the soldiers from behind them. If we'd done it any other way, there wouldn't have been enough of us. Yeah, we got them just where we want them.
Hey, Jim, get them horses that are carrying the cash.
Yeah, Jim's getting them all right.
I don't like the way our fellas is getting shot up.
Oh, there ain't any of them hurt bad yet.
Yeah, but now we won't be able to make the Badlands in one ride like I was planning.
By golly, I never thought of that.
Once in the Badlands, we can split up and nobody can follow us.
Yeah.
We gotta make camp before that to let the boys rest up and may mean trouble.
Hey, look, Jim and some of the boys, you got hold of the lieutenant.
I can see him.
But I thought you told him not to take any prisoners.
That gives me a notion.
But listen,
Jim, bring that lieutenant over here. Hey, you soldiers over there. Quit your shooting or we'll finish off the lieutenant.
Blast you, Bull Kramer! You'll pay for this.
Jim, put the lieutenant on a horse and see that he don't get away from you.
I'll take care of this fella, Bull.
Have the boys got the cash?
Yeah. They've already started for the gully to get back on the cliff.
Good.
You rotten killers.
Now, don't go to fret, Lieutenant. It ain't no disgrace to be tricked by a fellow as smart as me.
Why, you...
But what do you want with a lieutenant, Bull?
I told you I had a notion, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
We're taking this fellow along with us, so that the soldiers come, they can't do nothing for fear we'll shoot him.
Uh-huh.
That'll give the boys a chance to get rested before we reach the Badlands.
Hey, that's all right.
Go on, Jim. Put him on a horse, like I said.
Yeah, sure thing.
Take your dirty hands off me. Let me go. You can't get away with it.
I got a couple words for that sergeant over there. Sergeant! Hey, Sergeant!
We ain't been firing because we don't want to harm the lieutenant. But by golly...
Keep still! I got a warning for you.
Yeah?
We're taking the lieutenant with us. And the first shot is fired at us means he's going to be killed.
We heard you.
Carp, have the boys that have been shot been taken care of?
Yeah, they're far along behind the horses with the cash.
Then we'd better be...
Hey, what's that?
Someone's coming.
We'd better get moving before they get between us and the gully.
Can you see how many there is?
I can't see a thing.
Then we ain't taking no chances. Come on, fellas. We're riding. Back up the gully to the cliff. All of you. Come on, get up there.
Bull's clearing out.
But he's got the lieutenant and the cash.
We're darn lucky he didn't get all of us.
There comes two fellows on white horses.
That's what made Bull ride off in such a hurry.
One of them's masked.
I don't give a darn. They saved our lives showing up just like they did. Bull most likely would have shot us all before he left.
Hi there.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. What's happened here?
Bull Kramer just rode off
He blocked the trail, stole the cash we was carrying.
and took Lieutenant Harris with him.
Tonto and I didn't pass them on the trail,
They went back up to the top of the cliff.
but I don't know
There's a
how.
gully back there. They can climb with their horses.
You must have just missed them.
Now what we going to do, Sergeant?
I don't know. We ought to ride after them outlaws, but somebody's got to report this to the fort.
Listen to me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
We'll all follow the outlaws. Tonto here can follow that trail without trouble.
Yeah, but...
It won't do any good to report to the fort until we know where the outlaws have gone.
maybe you're right.
Bull is probably heading for the Badlands. It'll be dangerous to lose his trail.
He won't be getting there for a while yet.
No?
We shot up plenty of his gang before they got the lieutenant. They'll have to stop for a while so they can rest up.
And we'll find where they stop.
Stranger, you sound to me like you savvy what you was doing.
He sure does.
So you just give the orders and we'll follow along.
Are all your men mounted?
Sure they are. But we got some wounded, too.
They should be able to ride as far as the outlaws can.
They can do that all right.
Then come on before they get too much of a start on us. Come on!
Led by the masked man and Tonto, the soldiers followed the outlaws. Bull Kramer headed in the direction of the Badlands, but the condition of his men forced him to call a halt in the hills facing Birch River. They chose a place for their camp where they could fight off any attack. We hear one of the outlaws as he addresses his chief.
How long do you figure we'll have to stay here, Bull?
Things is worse than I thought. Maybe we'll be here a week.
And the soldiers could be brought here from the fort in just a couple of days.
That's why I brung along the lieutenant when I saw how bad off he was.
Yeah?
And I got a scheme to get us out of here without no harm.
You have?
Do you see where the river is?
Yeah.
There ain't nothing between the river and the Badlands but that valley beyond.
But what
You
about
just leave things to me. Before I'm through, we'll have the cash and be where nobody can lay a hand on it.
I wish I knew
Hey,
what
Bull,
The soldiers followed us here.
I reckon they would. But that don't matter none.
The sergeant and the masked fella just rode up to camp. They want to talk with you.
They sure got nerve aplenty.
Tell them to come on over here.
I'll do that.
What in blazes can they have up their sleeves?
They just hanker to talk terms, that's all. They want the lieutenant back again.
I sure wouldn't ride into this camp if I was in their boots.
Go, Silver.
Blast you, Bull. What have you done with young Jack Harris?
You'd like to have him back, huh?
Bull, look here. Why don't you grab a hold of these fellas, too? Then the soldiers sure wouldn't dare touch us.
Don't be fools.
Huh?
We investigated before we entered camp.
Yeah?
Your men can't be moved for several days yet. By that time, the soldiers can be brought here from the fort.
That's just why
We came here to talk. But if you make us prisoners, soldiers will know you can't be trusted and will attack, even if it means our lives.
Well, what about it?
Now, suppose you keep out of this, Cop. I'll do the planning with this bunch.
We want the release of Lieutenant Harris.
Uh-huh. And we want a chance to get to the Badlands.
And perhaps we can come to terms.
Nope. Not just yet.
Why not?
Before I'm going to make terms, I want to see every soldier from the fort outside there.
Bull, have you gone clean loco?
Don't be butting in, Cop. I said is what I'm doing.
You say you want all the soldiers brought here?
Well, I'll be darned. I'd sure think that'd be about the last thing you'd hanker for.
You don't think I'm going to give you a chance to set a trap, do you?
A trap?
There ain't nobody but the soldiers in this part of the country that I'm afeard of.
Yes?
So I want to know where every blame one of them is.
I think I know what you have in mind.
If you do, mister, it's a blame sight more than I do.
And if the soldiers are brought here, then what?
That's all I aim to tell you right now. You'll get the soldiers, and then we'll talk some more.
We'll do that.
But just remember one thing. I know how many soldiers are in the fort. And if every blame one of them isn't here, then the lieutenant ain't got no more chance of living than if we shot him right now.
Come, Sergeant.
But,
We'll go back to our camp. Then I'll ride to the fort.
Maybe you fellas savage what you're doing, but I sure don't.
You'll learn Bull's scheme soon enough, Sergeant. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bull Kramer stole $40,000 in gold from an army train and captured Lieutenant Jack Harris, escaping just before the arrival of the Lone Ranger. The outlaws, however, could not reach the safety of the Badlands because of their wounded. They made camp in the hills, facing the Birch River, and there told the masked man who had followed them they would not release their prisoner until all the soldiers from Fort Paxton had first been brought to the spot. As our second act opens, we see the masked man, after his ride to the fort, being brought into the presence of Captain Brent.
Captain Brent.
Well, what is it?
I'll explain my errand, Captain.
A masked man.
He made me bring him, Captain.
An outlaw. Get out of here.
I'm not an outlaw. Read this note.
What's the meaning of this? Orderly, put this man under arrest.
Stand where you are, orderly.
Put down those guns.
Read that note. And I believe you'll change your mind about arresting me.
Note?
It's from Sergeant Murphy.
You've seen him? You know what's happened to the money we've been expecting?
The note explains everything.
If this is a trick, good heavens. The money's been stolen.
And Lieutenant Harris is Bull Kramer's prisoner.
Orderly, tell the bugler to sound assembly. We ride at once.
One moment.
But I...
Captain, you'll have to take all your men.
I'll take every man I can spare.
I said every man.
Nonsense. It isn't necessary. And I can't leave the fort deserted.
Those are Bull Kramer's orders.
I'm not taking orders from that outlaw.
And the life of Lieutenant Harris will be in danger.
But I tell
it's
you...
a deadlock, Captain. You can take a part of your men and either attack the outlaws or starve them out.
That's exactly what I'll do.
But Bull Kramer is desperate. He wants to escape with that $40,000. If you prevent him, he won't hesitate to shoot his prisoner.
He wouldn't dare.
Why wouldn't he? Bull knows he'll hang anyhow if he's captured. Another murder won't change his punishment.
But I've got to do something.
I think I know what Bull's scheme is.
Yes?
He demands that you bring all the garrison so that you can't hold back soldiers to set a trap for him.
I see.
I believe he'll make terms for the lieutenant's release when you've shown him that your men are with you.
I seem to have no choice.
Do you agree?
I do. Orderly, have assembly blown as I told you. Have my horse brought outside. I want every man in the fort ready to ride at once.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have a question to ask. Just what have you to do with all this, stranger?
I met your soldier just after Bull Kramer's attack.
Yes?
Tonto and I helped follow the outlaws, and I offered to return with a message to you.
I think the sergeant's note proves the truth of your story.
It should.
Come. We'll be on our way in a minute.
Good.
This means that we'll probably save the life of Lieutenant Harris. But the money will be lost.
I believe we can get the money, too, Captain.
What's that?
Steady, Silver. Keep.
You said we could get the money?
Not only that, Captain, but capture the outlaws as well.
Impossible.
I'm sure I know what Bull is planning, but I'll explain later. We must get started at once.
Orderly.
Yes, Captain.
Are the men all armed and ready?
They are, sir.
Then follow us. Up! Get along there.
Come on, Silver.
The soldiers, led by Captain Brent and the Lone Ranger, raced to the hills near Birch River, where they joined the small squad under the command of Sergeant Murphy. Then, accompanied by the captain, who knew the masked man's plan, the Lone Ranger once more rode to the outlaws' stronghold for a conference with Bull Kramer.
Hold up them horses. Stand right where you are.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
What's your errand here?
We want to speak with Bull Kramer.
Uh-huh. He's been looking for you. But don't try no tricks now. You're liable to get shot.
Don't stand there, man. Get moving.
Hey, Bull. Here's the masked fella again.
Tell him to come over here.
Get along with you.
Come, Silver.
Get up.
Well, Captain, I see you brought the soldiers like I said, Dick.
Move, Silver.
Oh, there. Oh. But you've harmed Lieutenant Harris.
Shucks, you don't have to worry about him, then. We ain't harming him unless you fellas get stubborn.
Where is he?
You can see him right over there by that tree.
All right. We've done as you say. Every trooper in my command is with me. Now, let's get down to business.
Captain, there's just one way you can save that young fella's life.
Yes?
First thing, you're going to line up your soldiers in that hill across the way where I can see them.
And then what?
When you've done that, so's I can see you ain't trying to trick me, I'll take the fellas that's with me and ride out of here.
Go on.
We'll take the lieutenant along with us. We'll cross the river, right across the valley to the Badlands. Then when we're sure we're safe, we'll let the lieutenant go.
One moment.
Yeah?
You'll release Lieutenant Harris when you reach the river.
Now, look
If you're
here.
honest with us, that'll serve your purpose just as well. The soldiers can never catch you before you reach the hills.
I don't know.
Don't listen to him, boss.
You've got nothing to lose.
Just what's your idea in that?
If you let Lieutenant Harris go at the river, we can tell whether you've kept your word or not.
You know blame well we'll keep our word. We don't want to keep that fellow with us any longer than we have to. We're running short on supplies, and he's just another mouth to feed.
Those are the only terms we'll make.
Boss, I'm telling you, it's just some kind of a trick.
Ain't I told you enough to keep out of this when I'm thinking things out, Carp? Now you keep still.
Moreover, Bull, the fewer men you have with you when crossing the valley, the better time you can make.
Yeah, in that sense.
And you agree?
Yeah, I don't know why I shouldn't. All we want is to get safe out of here with the cash. Like you say, the river's enough head start for us.
And it'll be in plain sight of the soldiers. They won't be willing to wait until Lieutenant Harris can return from the Badlands to learn if he's safe.
Then it's a bargain.
Not yet, Bull.
But the masked fella just said it was...
You'll have to give us an hour first.
What for?
I want to talk this over with my men. They may not be willing to give you a chance to escape.
If they don't, they sure won't never see the lieutenant alive again.
We'll return to our camp. Then, at the end of the hour or before, I'll give you my decision.
Yeah, that's good enough, I reckon. But if you try to send any soldiers ahead to cut me off, I'll know it.
You have my word. Every soldier in my command will be drawn up where you can see him when you ride out of camp.
They better be.
Come, Captain.
And you ain't getting 1 second over the hour either.
Right. Let's go, friend.
Come on, soldier.
Blame it all, Bull. Why'd you let him talk you into a thing like that?
And what's wrong with it?
I don't know.
You don't want to keep the lieutenant. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
Yeah, that's so.
And I don't aim to put him on one of our good horses. So if he rides all the way to the Badlands with us, he'll be slowing us up considerable.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Bull. It's just that I got a feeling that masked fella was up to something.
Carp, there ain't a thing he can do. If the soldiers are where we can see him, there won't be nobody to stop us. Now forget about your worrying. We got other things to do before we're ready to ride.
Captain Brent, following the instructions of the Lone Ranger, waited until the hour was almost up before informing Bull that he agreed to the terms. Then, while the soldiers paraded in plain sight on the side of the hill, the outlaws rode forth from their camp, Lieutenant Harris with them. We see them just as they've crossed Birch River.
Steady, boy. All right, Jim. Cut them ropes on the lieutenant.
Yeah, you rotten killers. You aren't going to get away with this.
Hold still, won't you? How'd you expect me to get you loose jiggling around like that?
I'd rather be killed than see you men escape.
Well, that ain't the way the captain feels about it.
There. The ropes is off him, Bull.
Well, Lieutenant, you came in right-handed.
If you hadn't made me a prisoner, you'd never have got away with this.
That's just why I thought of this scheme.
Oh, why let him get away? Why don't you shoot him now? Then the soldiers can't catch him.
Shucks, let the fella go. I ain't got nothing against killing the line of business. There ain't no sense doing it for no reason at all.
But I'm
you
telling
always was too handy with a gun, Cop. You've got a lot to learn. Now on your way, Lieutenant.
We'll meet again, Bull.
If we do, you'll be the hombre that's sorry.
All right, get along then. Come on.
Say, Bull, I just thought of something.
Yeah?
What's become of the masked fella and the Injun that was with them soldiers?
I don't know. What's the difference?
But maybe they rode ahead of us.
Let him. You ain't afeard of just two fellas, are you?
Maybe not. But that masked fella looked too darn slick to suit me.
Come on. We're heading for the hills before the soldiers try to come after us. Get up there. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
There's the Badlands up ahead, Bull. Not even a regiment of soldiers can ever find us in there.
You fellas just let me think things out and you'll always get along.
We got the gold and we didn't have to leave any of the fellas that was wounded.
Uh-huh. Have the soldiers took out after us yet?
Nah, I reckon they savvy they can't get us.
What are we going to do when we get to the Badlands, Bull?
Well, I was thinking it'd be a good idea to split up. We'll divide the gold, then meet again when we come out on the other side.
Yeah. That way we can be blamed sure nobody can follow us.
Yeah, but
There's somebody ahead of us.
it's that masked fella again.
Come on. If him and the Injun got any notion of stopping us, we'll shoot him down.
They won't have no chance against us.
Bull,
Huh?
they've been setting fire up ahead.
What's that?
I see it.
Well, I'll be it.
It's prairie fire. The whole plain valley's ablaze.
And the winds are coming this way.
Hold it, steady.
Well, we can't make it through them flames.
We've been tricked.
That's what the captain wanted an hour for. To give the masked fella a chance to ride ahead of us.
And that's why he wanted us to let the lieutenant loose at the river.
Blast him.
We gotta go back. We'll be burned alive.
And the fire's getting closer. The
Just
soldiers...
blazing with the soldiers.
I'd rather face them than a prairie fire.
Then that's what we gotta do. Come on, fellas. Turn your horses. We gotta ride for our lives.
Get up, boy. Get up. Get up.
The masked man's scheme worked. Fire at will, men.
They're coming right toward us, Captain.
By golly, I'll knock off a couple of those varmints.
Don't let a man escape.
Bull is the man I want, Captain. I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
They've crossed the river.
And there ain't no way for him to go except this way. Let him have it, boys. Teach the yeller coyotes they can't monkey with the army.
Captain, they're shouting something.
Cease fire.
Hold your fire, boys.
We give up. Don't fire no more. We don't want to get killed.
Throw down your arms.
The horses with the gold are safe, Captain.
Good. All right, Bull, come forward. Hold your hands in the air.
You only got us by a trick, blast you.
But it was a trick that will put you where you belong, Bull, at the end of a hangman's rope.
Well, I told you I didn't trust that masked fella. How was I to think I'm starting a prairie fire? Hey, you and your slick scheming. You shut your fool mouth.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Put these men under guard. We're starting back to the fort.
I'll take care of them skunks, Captain.
We'll give them a fair trial, and then they'll hang.
Captain, where's the masked man?
I'm afraid we've seen the last of him, Lieutenant.
But we ought to thank him.
We're too late. There he is. Do you see him? He's riding down the valley.
Well, I'll be doggone. He won't even come back to be thanked after saving the lieutenant, getting the gold, and capturing the outlaw.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Throughout the western United States, The career of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains has been told and retold until the present day. He did more than any other individual to bring law and order to the lawless frontier. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he roamed the West, fighting crime wherever he found it. And now the thundering hoofs of Silver return us to the days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us! Hurry, old Silver!
As the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto came to the top of a small hill, they heard the distant chant of Indians rising from the valley.
Tonto, that's a chant of the Indian god of war.
Not right. Maybe we take a look in valley.
Get the horses back out of sight in case those Indians have scouts out watching.
Come, Silver. Come, my boy. Come, Tonto. You stay there now. You see Indians?
Look down there. That's a war dance.
Oh, those fellers, bad Indian.
You know who they are?
Me take good look.
That means trouble for someone. Trouble for white people.
Oh, this bad.
Tell me.
That leader, Geronimo.
The Fox?
And
those Geronimo's men? It's going to be even worse than we thought. But who are they planning to attack? There's no white settlement for miles.
It 2-3 day travel.
Perhaps they're planning war on other Indians.
No. Geronimo not do that.
That's true. Geronimo doesn't want other Indians' lands or crops. He wants white men's gold and guns and liquor, and he wants scalps. He hates white men and...
What?
And soldiers. Tonto, Geronimo hates the soldiers.
Maybe Tonto get closer look.
How can you get closer without being seen?
That dance for all Indian. Him call other Indian to council.
Yes?
Tonto, Indian.
Tonto, could you go to their council and learn the plans?
Tonto, try.
You went there. Could you get away safely?
Me try.
We can learn what those savage outlaws are planning. We can warn the people.
Tonto, how to get home?
You'd better unsaddle and go there bareback like the other Indians.
That's right.
I'll help you get ready, Kemosabe. Whatever you learn will be of some help. If you have trouble getting away, send me a signal. I'll be here watching.
Steady, white fella. Steady there. There. Now saddle off.
Good luck to you, Tonto.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
The savages continued their war chant far into the night. No one noticed Tonto as he joined the other Indians who came from many surrounding hills in answer to the call of Chief Geronimo. When the moon was high overhead, the leader raised his hand. The chants and dancing stopped. Only the throb of the tom-toms continued.
Many time white man drive Indian back. Many time red brother fight. But war god smile on white man. Thunder gun of white man better than arrow of Indian. That why white time man all time win. Red brother, better fortune head. I lead to white man fort. You get gun like white man. Geronimo, who speak? Me. Tonto, speak. What say? How you get white man gun? You think Geronimo fool? Geronimo called Fox. Red Fox, with plenty cunning. Soldier in fort many time drive red man back. This time, red man go with peace pipe. Ask soldier counsel. 50 men go with Geronimo.
under blanket, knife, tomahawk. Once inside fort, we fight. You go as friend with peace pipe? You break oath. Oath? Who you, Tonto? Speak of oath. Geronimo want gun of thunder. Geronimo get thunder gun for braves. Quit fighting. Inside fort, gates open. Other braves come in. We win. Great victory. No white man live. All red men win. Two feather of eagle. We be favored children of Thunder God. We win great victory. Much food, drink, much gun, powder. Red brother then rule valley. Not white soldier.
Tonto knew the plan of the savages, and while they danced and shouted, working themselves into a frenzy, he slipped away unnoticed and joined the masked man. Then, while the shouting and stamping was at its peak, a familiar cry rang out in the night.
Hail, Silver!
Miles away at Fort Custer, 123 men answered roll call the next morning. The commander of the garrison, Captain Ruddy, returned to his quarters after the ceremonies of the morning were finished. He turned to his aide and said,
Peterson, think we've heard the last of those confounded redskins?
I wish I could feel convinced of that.
What? Any reason why you can't? Been over 6 weeks since we repelled them the last time.
Yes, sir, I know it.
Prior to that, they raided every few days. Took quite a lot to convince them that our guns were mightier than their arrows.
True enough, sir. Their arrows were worthless against the stockade.
Well, then, what more do you want? Declare you're harder to convince than the Indians.
Geronimo is their leader, sir.
What of that?
Well, he's known as the Red Fox, and he's earned the name because of his tricks.
I think he's shown us his last trick.
The food situation is getting critical.
Eh?
Our scouts and hunters are coming back practically empty-handed.
You think...
I think, if you don't mind my saying so, that Geronimo is planning to starve us out.
The devil!
And the rate the food's coming in, and the rate the supply is decreasing, he's in a fair way to succeed.
Peterson, you know Geronimo better than the other soldiers, don't you?
I've fought him a long time, sir.
Is he smart enough to think of driving all the game from around here?
He's smart enough to think of anything. And he's smart enough to want our guns real bad.
Suppose we sent a messenger to find him and tried to make some terms of peace.
He'd agree to anything, but he wouldn't keep his word.
No?
Not as long as he can benefit by breaking it. Geronimo hates white men. He hates soldiers in particular, and he loves fighting. He's the most treacherous skunk alive. I know, sir. I've seen Geronimo in action at close range.
What's the trouble?
I don't know, sir. I'll go see.
What's this mean?
Shooting!
Steady there, Silver.
Captain Ruddy. He's bound to see you.
A masked man.
Bring your commandant. I'll talk to no one else.
Silence.
There's the commandant. It's Captain Ruddy.
Captain Ruddy, are you in command of this garrison?
I am.
Then you're the man I want to speak to.
Captain, we done our best, but him and that Injun with him wouldn't stop.
You had your orders.
Yeah, but you can't shoot a man down like that.
Your guards aren't to blame.
He just grabbed my gun.
And the Injun grabbed mine.
And in they come.
What do you want?
To speak to you alone.
Who are you? Remove that mask if you want to speak.
I'll speak with the mask on. My identity doesn't matter. I've come with news of Geronimo.
That snake?
Capture the man. Remove the mask.
Stand away from me.
Look at them guns.
Did you see him draw?
Captain, if you want to prevent the loss of every man in your detachment, you listen to me. This Indian is a friend of mine.
I don't care for Indians, no matter who they are.
What's that got to do with it? Why,
Tonto had just come from a meeting of Indians in a valley quite away from here. Geronimo is calling them together.
So he's still making plans, huh?
I know what his plans are, and I came here to give them to you, Captain Ruddy. Do you want them?
What are they?
Come into your quarters. I'll tell them to you there.
Tonto, you take care of my horse.
Come in, then. Peterson, stand at the door and keep your hands on your guns. You men guard the Indian. Watch the 2 horses.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down there.
I prefer to stand.
Very well, stand. Now start talking.
I've tried to come to you as a friend.
Then remove your mask.
Geronimo is planning to attack you with men enough to outnumber you 10-1.
Let him. He's tried that before. We've been able to repulse him each time.
But this time he's coming forward and leaving his savages a short distance away from the fort. He's going to bring only about 50 men with him. And he'll carry a flag of truce.
Geronimo?
Quiet!
Yes, sir.
You say Geronimo's coming here with a flag of truce?
That's his plan.
Not to surrender?
No.
Or talk terms of peace?
No.
Then what?
He plans to get inside your garrison with 50 men, coming here under the protection of the flag of truce. At his signal, each man will draw a knife from beneath his blanket. They'll attack your soldiers and take them by surprise.
Why, that's
violating the flag of truce.
Yes. While your men are fighting with the 50 savages, the gates will be opened so the entire force of Indians can enter your fort.
So that's his plan.
Knowing of it, you could, of course, refuse to accept the flag of truce.
And merely postpone the fight that's bound to come.
Exactly.
And stay here until we're starved out.
Are you short of food?
Yes. We thought Geronimo was planning to starve us out.
That might be his next plan if this one fails.
Thank you for the information. I'll use my judgment in regard to acting on it.
That means you'll do one of 2 things. You'll acknowledge the flag of truce and let yourself and your garrison be wiped out. Or you'll postpone the end. Geronimo will have other plans.
Perhaps you have a suggestion.
That's why I came here.
And why do you think I'll follow your suggestion? You come here masked. You don't reveal your identity.
I have a plan which I think will end the war against Geronimo for all time.
Plan?
Yes. Will you listen to it?
I'll listen. I won't agree to accept it, however.
Captain Ruddy, you're a hard man to convince. I don't know how long you've been in the West or what messages your scouts have brought to you.
I've been in the West for a long time. My scouts bring me news of what happens.
Very well. Then look at these bullets.
Bullets?
Examine them.
These are not lead.
No, they're not lead, Captain Ruddy.
Silver. This looks like silver.
They're made of silver.
Then you must be... I begin to understand. Suppose you outline your plan to me.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down. Sit down there and talk. Peterson.
Yes, sir.
Leave us here alone.
Alone, sir?
I said to leave us here alone. I'm going to listen to the plan of the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto learned of a plot by Geronimo and his savage followers to attack a garrison. The Lone Ranger went to Captain Ruddy, commander of Fort Custer, and persuaded him to listen to his plans. Our next scene takes us into the garrison, just outside the door of Captain Ruddy's quarters. Peterson, his aide, is there with Tonto.
I wonder if there's any trouble in there. The captain and your friend have been talking a long time. What's the scheme to be, Indian?
Tonto not know.
Captain Ruddy's got a bad temper when he's riled up. I wonder if they're arguing.
No.
You don't think so, huh?
No.
Look here, Tonto.
Huh?
How do you think we could wipe out Geronimo for good?
Maybe Captain fix him.
I wish...
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Pass the word to have the bugler sound assembly.
Assembly?
Pass the word.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Pass the word to sound assembly.
Have the bugler sound assembly. What about the masked men?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
My full equipment. Have the orderly bring up my horse.
Yes, sir.
What about that masked man? All right, boys, come on there. Line up there, boys. Come on, you fellas. Get line up there.
When the men were lined up, there were expressions of surprise and wonder in their faces. Finally, Captain Ruddy spoke.
Men, we're threatened with starvation if we remain here. If we can drive out the outlaw savages under Geronimo for good, we'll have no further trouble. We're going to make a move that will accomplish one of two things. It will either hasten our finish or make this country secure for all time from the massacres of Geronimo and his followers. I'm not asking you to make a choice. I've already made it for you. We're going to leave the garrison behind us.
Ready, Captain.
Yes, I'll lead them out. I'm putting the entire future of Fort Custer in your hands.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
If your plan succeeds, Congress shall hear about it. Peterson.
Yes, sir?
You'll remain behind and take orders from the man who wears the mask.
But, sir, yes, sir. Very good, sir. Your horse, Captain.
Now, my friend, may heaven guide you. Forward, hey!
Behind them, Peterson.
I wonder why he left me behind.
Because he trusted you.
You, the Indian, and me. 3 of us.
And all of Geronimo's band will be coming here very soon.
Me help close gate. Heavy.
There. Barred and set tight. Now, what's ordered, sir?
Now, Peterson, we have nothing to do but wait until Geronimo arrives with his false flag of truce. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
In due time, the Indians rode into view at the top of a rise a short distance away and approached the fort. 210 of them, with blankets draped from their shoulders, reined in their Mustangs while Geronimo himself rode a few paces forward, carrying the flag of truce.
Captain, your red brother would speak of peace.
Answer him, Peterson.
You think he sees me?
Yes, he's looking right at you.
What do you want?
It is Geronimo who comes.
What do you want?
I come talk of peace.
Who are those men with you?
They come unarmed.
You guarantee they don't carry weapons?
I give word. Open gates. We come make terms.
Shall I tell him to come in?
Yes.
We'll open the gates. Come in single file. Leave your horses outside.
We obey command.
There. I reckon the next few minutes will see things happen.
Yes.
Now to get that gate open.
Tonto helping you. That way. Now we get...
Not too wide, Tonto. Just enough for one man at a time to slip through. I told you what to say, Peterson.
Yep, I understand. I'll do my best.
I'll keep in the background where they won't see me at first.
There they come. Come in single file, Geronimo. You first. The others right behind you. We're going to let you in one at a time, understand?
I come flag of truce.
That's all right. Just step right inside here.
All right, close the gate.
This trick.
The rest of your men will be admitted just as soon as we look beneath that blanket you're wearing.
Me come flag of truce. Search him. Here. Here, knife. You.
All right, Geronimo. You violated the flag of truce by coming here armed. We took the right to search you.
You not trust
We don't
Geronimo.
trust you at all. All right, Tonto. Let the next man in.
You come.
Look beneath this Indian's blanket.
I've got him. Here's a knife. All right, Redskin. Get over there beside Geronimo. I'm holding a gun on you.
Not a word of warning from you, Geronimo. At the first outcry, you'll die. Now let the rest of the men in one by one. We'll find weapons beneath every one of their blankets.
One at a time, the 50 men who accompanied Geronimo were admitted through the narrow opening of the gate and disarmed. The helpless, enraged Indians were herded into a corner of the garrison and held there under the guns of the Lone Ranger and Peterson, the captain's aide. Then the gate was once more closed and barred.
Now, Geronimo, we found that your flag of truce was meaningless.
What you do?
You see, there are no soldiers in the garrison. You've come to fight an enemy that doesn't exist. You know where the soldiers are?
This trick?
It is a trick. The soldiers are outside waiting for you and all your men to surrender.
Geronimo never surrendered a white man.
As to that, we shall see. Here, Silver.
Come, white fella.
Peterson, you know how to leave the fort. Go now and join your company.
Yes, sir. But before I go, will you tell me how long it'll be before you join us?
Inside of 5 minutes.
You sure it won't be longer than that?
I'm sure.
I'll tell the captain, sir.
You ready, Tonto?
Tommy, ready.
Geronimo, there is no food here. The soldiers are no longer in the fort. They're outside.
Geronimo killed all the white man for trick.
You know that no one can leave the fort while those men are outside to prevent it. When all your men are inside, no one will be able to leave in the face of the army guns.
Geronimo got many hundred warrior outside.
But those warriors are waiting for your signal to come inside.
They not get 'em signal.
When that signal is given, they'll storm through the gates on their Mustangs. Once in, there'll be only one way for them to leave, and that is by surrendering to the army.
Geronimo will never give signal.
You'll not need to give the signal. Get the gates open, Tonto. Just a little. The braves will open them wide when they come.
Heavy. Gate open.
Now, Geronimo, you still refuse to give the signal for your men?
Me not give 'em it.
Very well, then. Tonto will give it for you. Tonto, the signal. The battle cry of Geronimo. Quiet! Listen! There they come! They can't hear you above the shouts, Geronimo. Here they come into the trap. All right, Tonto. I'll
get out! White fire!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode out through the gates of the fort as the savages rushed toward it. The Indians, intent on the massacre and the eagle feathers that would reward them, paid little attention to the 2 white horses that dashed away. Meanwhile, Peterson joined Captain Ruddy and the cavalry.
What do you report?
Stand ready, Captain. The first part of the trick worked.
What of the masked man?
He sent me out the rear gate.
Is he safe?
I don't know, sir.
If he's trapped inside the fort, we'll have to attack. Try to rescue him.
But, sir...
Stand ready, men.
Yes, sir.
The Redskins must have discovered the trick by this time.
Why don't the masked man show himself? What's happened to him?
He must be...
There he comes.
Look, he's got away.
Look at him riding down here.
He's safe. He's away from the Indians.
And there's the Indian with him.
Come on.
There's no sign of pursuit yet.
Good for him.
Oh, steady. Captain Ruddy, wheel those cannon around and hurry.
Hear that, men? You give the orders. My men will obey.
Is the cannon loaded?
Yes, sir.
Aim for the main gate of the garrison.
Are all the savages inside?
Yes. Send a detachment to guard the rear gate.
Lieutenant Carter, take charge. Take the 1st and 2nd troop with you.
Keep those Indians inside the fort. Don't let them get out.
Come on, men. This way.
Hey, they're opening the gate. Look.
Drop a shot beside the gate. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Fire!
A perfect shot. Right alongside the gate.
They've slammed the gate shut again.
There, Captain Ruddy. You can keep them from leaving by the main gate.
Indefinitely.
The lieutenant and his men can keep them from leaving by the rear gate. You've taken all the food from the fort.
It's all with us.
Then you're in full control. Those Indians will surrender or starve.
And I don't care which they do.
Your hunters will be able to get food now and bring it to you. Geronimo and his men are defeated for all time.
And by the simple means of giving them what they were ready to fight for. I never heard the like of this. Sir, if you'll give me your name, you'll be cited by Congress for what you've done.
We go now. Hi-yo, Silver!
Wait!
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. His name has not come down to us in the written pages of history, but no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. The cry of Hi-Yo Silver was the battle cry of justice. Now return with us down the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofs of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! They're opening homestead land to settlers! Tonto's waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the early days of the West, when land was to be had for the asking, farmers came from Ohio, Iowa, and Minnesota, and from the far eastern seaboard to the new country. Government troops guarded the boundary of the territory, waiting for the cannon signal that would start prairie schooners into the newly opened homestead lands. As far as the eye could see, wagons were lined up, ready for the dash in the morning. The folks sang in groups around the campfires.
It rained all night the day I left, the weather it was dry.
Inside their wagon, Aaron Stewart and his wife Mary are talking.
Now, Aaron, don't you worry so about me. I'll be all right as soon as we get settled.
Sure you will, honey. It's been a mighty hard trip overland, but it'll be worth it. Tom Granville and me have a place all picked out. We're going to race for it as soon as the cannon fires, and we'll go partners.
Aaron, I wouldn't trust Tom Granville too far if I was you.
Now, Mary.
I know you think it's silly of me, but there's something about Tom Granville that I don't like. And that friend of his that he calls Skeets is even worse.
You shouldn't say things like that, honey. Tom Granville's been right friendly with me.
He's been friendly, but he's never yet done anything that he didn't get the best of it.
Oh, shucks. Half your sickness is just from worry.
Maybe so. I've been expecting to see him try some underhanded scheme ever since we left the East.
And he hasn't, so that I'll prove he's on the level.
I wish you hadn't told him about the place you located when you rode on ahead to look around.
But I had to tell him. Shucks, I was out here long before the wagon started. That's why I went all the way back east again.
Tom Granville will do you out of that land, Aaron, if you don't watch your step.
Don't say that, hon.
But it's so. He's had a grudge against you ever since I married you instead of him.
Nonsense, honey. Well, don't you remember how I had to argue with him to get him to come out here with us?
That was because you wanted him to stake you to the cash to get here.
I know where the best strip of land in the whole country is to be found.
I know.
Good water, good timber, right at the foot of the hill, and good grazing. It's prime.
If you can get it.
I'll get it all right. We got the best team of horses, the wagon all set to roll.
But if someone else gets there first and files papers...
They won't. You just wait and see.
What if Tom Granville gets there first and decides that he'll claim it for his own?
Shucks, there's plenty for two people there.
I sure hope you're right, Aaron. That's all I can say. I hope you're right.
Everything's going to be fine. Now, don't you worry, honey. You're just sort of let down from the long, hard trip.
Hey there, Aaron.
Oh, there. That's Tom now. You just stay right here and try and get some sleep, honey. I'll go see what he wants.
Hey, Aaron. You in your wagon?
I'm coming.
Aaron, I want to talk to you. A little business.
Sure. What's on your mind?
It's about that money I loaned you.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Step over here, Tom. Mary's kind of worried and nervous tonight.
Suits me. Reckon this is as good a place as any, ain't?
Now, what about the cash I owe you?
$200, I believe. I got your note here.
Oh, sure.
I reckon you can read it. Says it's payable on demand. If you ain't got the cash to pay it, I can levy on your goods.
Well, that's what I put in the paper, but you know, Tom...
I'm demanding a $200 now.
You what?
If you ain't the cash, I'll take your horses.
But you can't do that, Tom. If you take them horses, how'll I get to the land we're going after?
I don't know how you'll get there, but I reckon I'll make it all right.
Did you tell him about it, Granville?
Yes, Skeets, I told him.
Skeets, he can't be...
I told him we'd take his team instead of the cash if he didn't have the cash.
Yep, that's fair enough. You ought to be glad to sell that team of horses for $200.
But you can't do that, Granville. I located that land I told you about. It's me that found it. I'm the one that brought you out here.
I don't reckon you'll have trouble finding another strip of land for yourself.
You're doing me out of the land, Granville. You can't get away with it.
No? I don't know why I can't.
You planned this all the time. You mule-eared...
Remember a few years back, Aaron, when you done me out of the girl I loved?
I didn't. She chose me instead of you, that's all. It wasn't my fault.
Save your wind, Aaron.
But Mary's sick. You know she's sick. What'll I do if everyone goes and leaves me stranded here?
She's your wife and your worry, not mine.
Oh, look here, Granville. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go ahead, take the land. Take it for yourself. Just leave my horses here. I'll find some other land.
You better find some way to head back east where you come from, Aaron. That's the place for you.
But I can't even get back there if you don't leave me horses.
That's too bad.
I reckon them's the horses pegged down over yonder, Skeets. Go take 'em and lead 'em over next to ours.
Yeah, all right.
Too bad we gotta do this, but it's all legal. There's your paper, Aaron. I'm marking it paid in full. And now you don't owe me nothing.
Granville, listen, wait. Skeets, you can't do this.
Get up there. Get along there.
Wait a minute. You can't leave me stranded here. You can't do it. You know Mary's sick. You can't leave with no horses or anything.
When Tom Granville led his horses away, Aaron was desperate. Leaving his own wagon, he went from one family to another, asking, begging, beseeching that they help him.
But you got 4 horses. You can let me take a couple.
Sorry, Aaron. I need all 4 of mine.
Just let me take one. Just one. I can't stay stranded here.
Can't do it, partner. Got a heavy load. I'll need all my horses.
Gotta help me. My wife is sick.
Can't do it. We'll be spread out so far we never see you again.
But I'll give you my word. I'll return the horse. I can't move from here without some sort of horse.
Sorry, Aaron. We're starting with the cannon in the morning. It's every man for himself. We ain't a wagon train no more. We're all racing against one another to find a place to settle on.
You gotta help me. You gotta do it for my wife's sake. I tell you, she's sick.
My husband died on the way over, Aaron.
But we gotta get horses.
Sorry, Aaron. Ain't got none to spare.
Clem, you can help me. Let me hitch my wagon on the back of yours. You've got oxen. They can pull 2 wagons.
Sorry, Aaron.
Then take my wife on your wagon. Take her with you and leave me here.
My wagon's heavy enough as it is, Aaron. Sorry.
I've got to have help.
Sorry, Aaron.
Well, we'll be stranded.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Please.
Sorry, Aaron.
We got all to do it our own strength.
Sorry, Aaron.
Let me, Aaron. Let me, Aaron.
Bless you, Mary. I'm glad you're asleep. It makes it some easier. You won't have to know till morning. Oh, Mary, how can I ever tell you that Tom Granville's double-crossed us?
Aaron,
Oh, Mary, you're awake.
I'm awake, Aaron. I heard what Tom Granville said to you. I suspected something of the sort all along.
Mary, what'll we do?
He's never got over the happiness we've known since we were married, Aaron. That's why I did it. I'm kind of glad he did.
Glad?
I knew all along he'd do something to get even. That's his nature. Now he'll leave us alone. It might have been worse.
But, honey, it couldn't be no worse. In the morning, everyone will be dashing out for the land. Everyone but us.
I know.
They'll leave us here. We'll be stranded. Oh, Mary, I've brought you all the way out here to let you starve.
Oh!
Mary, what's the matter?
Aaron, look. The back of the wagon. That man, he's masked.
Please don't be afraid of me.
Who are you?
You've been trying to borrow horses.
Yes.
I heard about your trouble.
But you're masked. You ain't one of us.
No. I'm one of the people of this country, Aaron. Don't lose heart. Let the others go ahead tomorrow. Wait here until they've all gone.
Who are you?
Keep your hopes up, Aaron. This is a great and glorious country, and there's lots of land for everyone. Let the others go on without you, and keep your courage high. I'll be back.
Aaron, who was that man?
Hail, Silver!
Early the next morning, an army bugle sounded a warning call. And pioneers, with their horses hitched, families and luggage safely loaded, whips and reins in hand, awaited the cannon. Hundreds of men leaned forward eagerly. their whips ready to lash their horses into frantic speed at the signal to break new land for homesteading. Then, suddenly...
Move them legs, you old fool, you. What's the matter with you? Come on there. Get it on down. Go on down, you. Come on down. Get it down there. Hurry up there. Get it down. What's the matter with you? Come on down. Get it on down. Get it on, you. Get it on. Come on there, you fool.
They've gone, Mary. They've all gone but us.
Don't give up hope, Aaron. Don't give up hope yet.
There's nothing to hope for now, Mary.
That masked man last night.
I don't take much stock in what he said.
But I do. There was something about the way he spoke, Aaron. And I was right. Look, there he comes. See him? And there's another rider with him.
But it don't seem possible. It's an Injun with him.
And they're both riding white horses. Look at them come.
I see them, but
Don't give up yet, Aaron. We're still alive. And while we're alive, we can still hope.
Oh, Silver! Oh, steady, boy. Oh, my fellow. We'll hitch our horses to your wagon, Aaron, and pull you into the homestead land. Tonto, harness our horses.
Me do 'em.
But it's too late, stranger.
No, it isn't. There's land that won't be claimed by anyone.
It won't be claimed.
What do you mean, stranger? That just don't sound like sense.
After you're settled there, we'll suggest to Tom Granville that no one knows the secret that land holds. It isn't desirable to look at, and everyone would pass it by except those who know the secret.
The secret?
But what is the secret?
You'll find out when you get there. Ready, Tonto? We're taking Aaron and his wife to their new home.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Aaron and his wife Mary were deprived of their horses on the eve of the dash into newly opened homestead lands. Tom Granville planned to claim for his own the land he and Aaron had agreed to hold jointly. After the wagons had left, the Lone Ranger and Tonto hitched their horses to Aaron's wagon and drew it to land that looked undesirable. It was a narrow strip at the foot of a hill. Aaron looked out of his wagon when the stop was finally made and was surprised to see that it joined the hillside land that Granville had claimed. Granville approached the wagon, saying,
"Oh, you finally got here, eh? With the help of an Injun and a masked outlaw.
Hold on now, Granville.
Well, you can take yourself off.
I don't aim to settle on your land.
Well, what are you doing here? Move on.
You ain't claimed this narrow strip at the foot of the hill.
There ain't enough room here to do anything with.
Nevertheless, Aaron Stewart is going to claim his acreage on the hill.
On the hill? The only part in the hill that ain't been claimed is too steep to do anything with.
Well, as it's the only land that ain't been claimed, it's the only land I can get, ain't it?
All right, then take the narrow strip where you are, and the steep slope above, and see that you stay on your own land. Skeets, come here.
Yeah, Tom, what's the trouble?
Aaron aims to settle next to us. If he sets foot on my land, shoot him.
He'd better keep off on our land.
You hear that, Aaron? See that you keep off.
You've sure turned ornery all of a sudden, Granville.
Just how do you figure you can live on that hill?
I'm going to dig myself a cave.
A cave? That's a good one.
It'll do to keep the rain off on us, and I'll be on my own land.
See that you stay there. And what's more, when your food runs out, don't come around begging for meat.
We'd sooner starve than ask a favor of you, Tom Granville.
Come on, Skeets. Let's go and leave these blame fools to dig their cave.
Remember what we told you, Aaron. Some things are more valuable than level watered land.
I will, stranger, and 1,000 thanks.
Come on, Silver.
In the fortnight that followed, Aaron dug a cave in the hillside and made a shelter for himself and his wife. Meanwhile, Granville and his partner Skeets kept close watch on everything Aaron Stewart did. They saw him take a shovelful of earth from various parts of the hill, wash it, and then carefully examine the dirt that remained. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto camped nearby, and each evening Tonto reported Aaron Stewart's progress to the masked rider.
Tonto, watch him close.
Is Aaron doing what we told him?
Him do plenty good.
Digging dirt? Then washing it and digging more dirt?
Not right.
Tell me, Tonto, is the man who swindled him washing?
Him watch all time.
If ever a man deserved justice, it's Aaron Stewart. And if ever a man deserved punishment, it's Tom Granville.
Maybe Aaron feller get even.
I think tomorrow, Tonto, it'll be a good idea for you to take this dust and go to Granville's land while I ride for the government office at Pine Ridge.
Tonto go.
You know what you're to do?
Tonto know.
I know Mr. Dixon at Pine Ridge, and I think we can count on his help in this situation. I'll deal with him while you go and call on Tom Granville.
The next morning, when Granville and Skeets looked toward the foot of the hill, they saw Tonto industriously engaged in washing out dirt that he'd taken from their land. Quickly, the two made their way to him and watched him for a while.
Say, you. What are you doing here? This here's my land.
Maybe you let Indian have dirt, huh?
We don't let no one have nothing. Now get out of here.
Me not want much.
Hold on a minute. What do you want that dirt for, Injun?
You own hill yonder, too?
No. What do you want to know for?
Maybe you get fortune on land. You look here in pan.
What do you mean?
Me wash 'em dirt. Look what left. You see small speck? Yellow speck?
Jumping snake's pod. It's gold.
Gold? Give me that pan, Injun.
Now, you give me dirt?
I'll see about that. Where did all this come from? Is it all around my land?
It washed down from hill, maybe.
From the hill? Washed down? Then they must be... Skeets, I gotta talk to Aaron.
He won't be any too glad to see you, Granville.
No matter, I'm going now. Wait here and don't let this Injun take anything off our land. I'll be back soon enough.
You not give Tonto dirt?
No! Get out of here. Vamoose, beat it. I'm not going to stand having you around stealing what's mine. There's Mary over yonder now, Skeets. I'll be right back. Mary! Hey there!
What do you want?
Where's Aaron? I got to talk to him.
He ain't here, and I don't want nothing to say to you. Get off on our land.
But this is important. I got to speak to him.
Well, you can. I told you he ain't here.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. Like as not to the government office. That's where he was heading for.
The government office?
Yep. In Pine Ridge.
On foot?
Sure on foot. You got the only horses we had.
Skeets, I got to hurry. If what I think is right, I got to go to the government office myself. Get you a horse. Quick.
In the government office in Pine Ridge, the agent looked up from his desk and saw the Lone Ranger, his face disguised, framed in the doorway.
Good morning, Dixon.
You? Great Scott, man, I'm glad to see you.
You won't be glad when I tell you what I came for. I'll close the door.
You want me to help you out on something?
Exactly. And it won't be pleasant for you, Dixon.
But what is it?
First, I'm going to tie and gag you and put you on the floor behind the counter.
I guess you know what you're doing. It'll be all right. Here's my hands. I'll make it easy for you.
Good. It won't take long.
What's up, anyhow? I'd give a lot to know, but I can guess one thing.
Yes?
You want something here in the office fixed the way it shouldn't be, and you want to save my skin.
I'll not tie you so tight it'll hurt. Just loosely. Like this. There.
And now my feet.
Yes, I'll have to tie your ankles.
But what's up? Can't you tell me yet?
Not yet. You'll know later on. Now, that'll do. The gag.
I don't need to. I won't open the trap.
Very well. You can say that you were threatened with death if you made a sound. Here comes the man I want to see now. He just stepped from the wagon. On the floor with you. I must take my mask off.
climb down.
All right, just in time.
I'm Tom Granville.
Yes?
You're the government man, ain't you?
Who else did you expect to find in this office?
I was just making sure, mister. Will you make a test of this and tell me if it's really gold?
Those tiny specks?
Right.
There isn't enough here to test. You'll have to have more.
Yeah, but what's it look like to you? You can tell something that way, can't you?
I can't be sure, but it's the same color as gold. It might very well be. The only place around here where there would be gold, though, is in the hills. Did this come from a hill?
Well, maybe so. Maybe from level land. Are you saying there's gold in the hills?
Lots of men have found it there. It comes in pockets.
Pockets? What's that?
The way they find it is to dig in different places in the hill and wash the sand and gravel until they find pay dirt. And they work to each side until they find dirt that no longer shows a trace of gold.
Yeah?
Then they dig up the side of the hill in a fan shape to the pocket. They make tests all the time. The pocket may contain thousands of dollars worth of gold in a single bushel of dirt.
Gosh almighty.
If you found the gold on level land, it's probably near enough to have been washed out of one of those pockets.
My gosh, that's just what Aaron was...
What?
That is, a fella I know worked just that way. How much gold you say there was in one of these pockets?
Men have taken out as much as $100,000 in a week's time.
Thanks, mister. I'll be back. I'll get more of a sample for you.
Granville, what you doing here?
Hey, it's none of your business. I can go where I want to without being checked on.
Hello there, Stewart. Back again with more gold?
Yep. I reckon I'll hit the pocket in no time now. I got a couple $100 with me in this here sack.
He's gone. We're waiting outside to speak to you, Aaron.
Thank you, stranger. Is it all right to carry on as we planned?
It's perfectly all right, Aaron. When you and he come back in, I'll be gone. Dixon, the man in charge, will take care of you.
If it works out like you say it should, I'll never be able to thank you enough. I'm downright glad to see your face without a mask.
It isn't my face that you see, Aaron. Tonto helped me disguise myself. Here, take this. It looks like money.
He's watching through the window?
Yes. Now leave here and whistle as you go. Look as if you had no troubles at all.
I'll do just what you say, mister.
Hey, Aaron. I want to talk to you.
Well?
I've been trying to see you. It's hard to say, but I'm sorry for the way I've treated you, and I'd like to square things.
It's a fine time to say that. If we'd counted on you, we'd been dead long time ago.
I know it, Aaron. But you don't know what it can do to a man to lose the girl he loves. I've been trying to get up my courage to see you a dozen times.
Yeah?
I just went local for a while, seeing you two married.
Well?
I'd give you a pretty bad deal, Aaron. Now I'm willing to give you half the land I've got, if you'll still go by that partnership thing we agreed on.
Half the land you got, huh? You mean the land you swindled me out of?
Yeah, I did a pretty mean trick.
And I reckon we ain't much more to say.
Wait a minute, Aaron. You don't savvy things. I'm offering you the land you wanted and surveyed in trade for the land you're on now. We could swap half and half.
Nope. I reckon I'll hold on to what I got. If I deal with you, you'll like as not swindle me again sometime. Besides that, I got plans to get rich off of my claim.
But I found gold on mine. See? Here's some specks of it.
Did the fella inside tell you it was gold?
Sure it is, but I got to get some more of it to get it tested. It's sure enough gold.
Ever figured that there might be more in my hill? What do you think I laid claim to the hill for?
Then how would you like to sell some of your land?
To you?
Sure.
That don't appeal to me none. The less I have to do with you, the better I like it. I'll tell you what, though. If you get the idea that you'd like to prospect for gold, I'll deal with you.
How?
Well, prospecting don't appeal to me much. It's a little hard on Mary.
What's your proposition?
I like farming, and I want to be able to grow things and live comfortable. If you wanted to swap land just as it stands and throw in the house you built and the horses for my hill and the cave I dug, why...
Yeah? You mean swap even? I have whatever I find?
Yep, that's right. But you're getting the best of it even so.
It's done. It's a deal. You got your papers with you?
Yep, I have. You?
Sure. Come on in with me and we'll get the government agent to fix it up right now.
But mind you, Granville, I ain't making no promises. I don't guarantee you'll get rich on that hill.
I'll take that chance. Come on inside.
It was late afternoon when Aaron finally returned to Mary, and we find him laughing as Mary says,
But, Aaron, what happened at the office?
I wish you'd seen Granville's face when he learned that the real government man had been tied behind the counter.
But he made the deal, Aaron.
Yep, he made it, and then found there wasn't nothing but fool's gold in those sacks. And even that didn't come from this hill.
I don't know what you mean.
Mean, honey? It means we're taking over Granville's claim, and he gets his no-count hill.
Oh, Aaron.
That ain't all, hon. I got his horses and wagon, too. And if he tries to move us off the land, he'll have the whole U.S. Army after him.
And our land is what he's been living on?
Sure. Well, now we gotta vacate this old cave so Skeets and Granville will have a place to live. From now on, this is their property.
But, Aaron, how did it ever happen?
We have the Lone Ranger to thank for that, Mary. He's got us fixed up in great shape. We've got the best section of land in the whole state, and Tom Granville has the worst.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in Big Bend. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hurry, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around frontier campfires, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime through the length and breadth of 7 states. His efforts in the cause of justice were tireless, and although history does not record his deeds, he will always be remembered as the man who did most to bring law and order to the West. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure was found at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting for us near Big Bend. Hi-yo, Silver!
Trouble threatened in the vicinity of Big Bend when an Eastern company, basing its claim on an old land grant, attempted to take over the homes and property of settlers in the disputed territory. As our first scene opens, we see the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto approaching town on their way to the stagecoach station.
We should be in town by the time the stage gets in from Kenwood, Tonto. I'm hoping the government representative will be on it.
Plenty late.
It was a good idea for the government to decide the argument between the settlers and the Eastern Company. But if they don't learn the decision soon, the settlers may sell out to Randolph.
Who, Randolph?
He's the agent of the syndicate, Tonto. He's shrewd and not too honest.
Oh.
He's been trying to buy out the settlers for 1/10 of what their property is worth.
That's plenty bad thing.
He has most of the men convinced the government will decide against them. They're becoming discouraged and willing to sell for what they can get. Amos Drake is the leader of the landowners. If it weren't for him, most of the land would have been sold to the syndicate already.
Why, fella from East not come?
I don't know what's delaying him. Word was received by Pony Express that the decision had been made, and a representative was being sent here to announce it.
Why them do that?
The government doesn't want the decision known until their man arrives.
That's strange.
No, whichever way the decision goes, there's apt to be trouble. It's wise to have a man from Washington here with authority to deal with it.
Oh.
There's the stagecoach station now, Tonto.
There's plenty feller there.
Everybody's hoping that the government man will come on today's stage.
Who that big feller wear black coat?
That's Philip Randolph, the syndicate's man. And Amos Drake is standing beside him.
Oh.
We'll stay behind the station here, Tonto.
They'll not see us here.
Oh, Silver.
Oh, white feller.
I want to watch Randolph. I doubt that he'll be willing to settle the argument honestly.
That's right.
There comes the stage now. We'll soon know if the man from Washington is on it.
There comes the stage. Old Sammy's sure getting the speed out of them horses. Maybe he's bringing that fella from the east.
They were all hoping for it.
Hold on, Blackie. Hold it. Ain't you got no passengers today, Sam?
Nary one, Amos.
Looks like you'll have to wait a while longer, Amos.
Go ahead and laugh, Dad. Rat you, Randolph. This just gives you that much more time to try to get folks to sell out for nothing.
I won't argue with you.
There's John Perry, manager of the stage line. Maybe he's got some word what's causing the delay.
Howdy, Amos.
Howdy, John. I was just wondering if... See, what's making you look so downright sour?
Well, Amos, I just learned something today that sort of upset me.
It ain't about that fella from Washington, is it?
Nope, it's Sam.
Huh? What's the matter with Sam? Him and me have been friends since he first took to driving the stage for you.
I reckon you'll find out soon enough. Sam, climb down over that stage. I want to talk to you.
Sure thing, Mr. Perry. What's on your mind?
I'm going to ask you a kind of funny question, Sam.
Yeah?
Just tell me where the baggage scales are sitting.
But what's
Go on, tell me.
Shucks, they're right over there by the door like they always is.
Well, they ain't. They was moved around back today.
Leaping lizards, Sam. Are you plumb blind? Why...
That's just it, Amos. Sam is blind.
Can't be.
Mr. Perry's right, Amos. I reckon there ain't no use me pretending anymore.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I've been wondering why Sam's wife took to walking down here to meet him lately. But I never know till Joe Lever told me today. It was because Sam can't see no more.
It was Joe that told you, Mr. Perry?
Uh-huh.
That doggone...
Sam, how in Tunky could you fool us like this?
Well, I've been losing my sight for near a year, Amos. But it ain't been but for the last week or so that I couldn't see at all.
But how could you drive the horses?
Shucks. Blackie and Nick and the rest of them don't need nobody to drive them. They savvy just as much about their job as I do.
But,
Besides, I drove them same horses for years. Why, we savvy each other just like they was humans almost. Ain't that right, Blackie, old fellow, huh? You You see?
I'm sorry, Sam. You've been a good man, but I'll have to let you go.
I knew it'd have to come, Mr. Perry.
It'll take me a day or two to figure what you got coming. Then you can drop back here, and I'll pay you off.
But, Mr. Perry, ain't there something I can do around the station or the horses? Why, driving the stage has been my whole life. I wouldn't want to live away from the business.
I'm sorry.
Who's taking my place?
I reckon I'll give Joe Lieber a chance at it.
That crook?
Now, that ain't no way to talk.
But
Besides, it was Mr. Randolph that gave him a recommend.
Randolph? He's the worst crook in these parts.
You shouldn't feel that way, Amos, just because he's working for the syndicate. Sam, you can help unhitch the horses right now. But tomorrow, Joe will be driving the stage.
All right, Mr. Perry.
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah?
I've been wondering what could have happened to that government fella. You don't figure he could have got sick or something and is laying up in Kenwood, do you?
Ain't heard nothing like that.
Well, I'll be walking back uptown then, I guess. So long.
Bye, Amos. All right, fellas. Let me through. I got to see to the horses.
Get back out of the way, fellas. Let Sam get through.
Tonto, I wonder if Amos could be right. Steady, Silver.
What that?
It's possible that the man from Washington is ill. That would explain his delay.
Oh.
It's worth investigating. Come on, Tonto.
What we do?
We're riding to Kenwood to see what we can learn. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
The following day, Joe Lieber drove the stage to the town of Kenwood. There he picked up a single passenger, a tall Easterner for the return trip to Big Bend. We see Joe now as he speaks to the guard while guiding the horses over the rough trail to town.
Well, the fellow we got inside is a government hombre, all right, Pete.
You sure of that?
There can't be no doubt of it. Randolph told me just what he looked like.
How'd Randolph find out about it?
The same way he found out the government decided against his company.
Yeah?
Yeah, this here Eastern Syndicate is a powerful smart outfit. They had fellas in Washington spying for them.
Uh-huh. But what do you figure...
Just a second. This is where we're leaving the trail now. Easy there, you critters. I'll blast you. Quit trying to stay on the road.
Hey, Shabby's darn well. This ain't the way to go.
Yeah, I'll teach you. Take that. Get along with you. Get up there. Oh, show him, boss.
This old trail ain't been used for a long spell. You sure we can get through?
Yeah, we'll make it all right.
Wonder if that government fella's got any notion we ain't taking him to town.
Why should he? He ain't never been this way before.
This is mighty risky business.
Yeah, Mr. Randolph's paying us good, ain't he?
Yeah, but just
all
the same.
we gotta do is keep him away from town long enough so Mr. Randolph can buy up that land before the settlers can find out they won.
You figure they'll sell?
Sure they will. Most of them don't reckon they stand a chance against the syndicate.
Uh-huh.
So they'll sell now. Fearing they won't be able to get nothing at all later on.
The boss is sure plenty smart.
He is that.
How much farther we gotta go?
Oh, not far. Just this side of that old bridge up ahead.
We're gonna stay at the old cabin?
Yeah, there ain't no better place to hide out. Nobody ever comes this way no more.
Yeah?
Hey, Mr. Randolph will let us know when we can let the government fella go. Then he'll pay us off and we'll clear out of this part of the country.
Ain't Randolph taking big chances?
Oh, shucks. There ain't no one can prove he had anything to do with it.
What are we gonna do with the stage?
Yeah, you just leave that to me.
Well, there's just one thing I won't stand for. There ain't gonna be no killing.
You're blamed right, there ain't. I don't hanker to get my neck in a noose any more than you do. All right, get along there, blast you.
It was Randolph found out about Sam going blind, wasn't it?
Yeah, he told me and I told Mr. Perry. So I got the job driving.
Hadn't you better rein up?
Yeah. And just as soon as I do, you hop down and cover that fellow with a gun.
I'll take care of him.
This'll do all right. Whoa, God. Whoa, whoa, blast you. Whoa there, boy. Whoa.
I'll get him all right.
I'll be right with you.
Right? What's the idea of stopping here?
Climb out of there, mister.
Come on.
We got you covered.
What the?
Get out before we drill you.
Is this a holdup?
Never mind what it is.
Ice your hand.
You men can be jailed for this.
Uh-huh. But we gotta be catch first.
I'll see.
Shut up. Pete, hold them horses a second.
Yeah.
Now I'll show you what I had in mind to do with the stage.
I still don't savvy what
You
you're gonna
watch.
You're shooting the stage full of holes.
You're blamed right, I am. Just hold them horses.
Are you crazy, man?
Yeah, I reckon that'll do it. Hand me the whip, Pete.
Right here. Here you are.
Yeah, good. Just get them horses started back for town.
Well, what are you
Get along with you. Get up there. Go on, get along with you.
Oh, what blazes did you do that for, Joe?
Them horses will head right for Big Bend.
Yeah, but what good will...
And when they get there, everybody will figure we was held up and shot. But all the time we'll be right over there in the cabin. And this fella here is staying right with us.
In town, the usual crowd of people waiting for the stage was increased when word was spread that the stage was unaccountably late. We see the district manager, John Perry, as he attempts to answer their worried questions.
The stage is almost a half an hour late already, John.
Figure there could have been an accident. It weren't never late when Sam was driving.
Can't you tell us what's happened?
Quiet, folks, quiet. How do you figure I know any more about it than the rest of you?
But what if the government feller was on the stage today?
No one's got any call to be worried.
But look here.
Joe's a new man on the stage. You can't expect him to do so well right off.
Amos, you might as well forget about that fellow from Washington. It won't matter if he does come.
Blast you, Randolph.
I've called a meeting for tonight. Everybody who wants to sail while they have the chance will be there.
Ain't got no right to do that.
There's nothing to stop me.
There's the stage.
I don't see no driver. What's happened to Joe?
By golly, them horses are coming in by themselves.
There's been trouble. Grab them horses. Stop.
I'll get them. Oh, there. John, over there.
You find something, Amos?
Then a hold up.
There's bullet holes in the stage.
Maybe Joe and Peter killed.
I wonder if the government feller was along.
I don't know, but something's got to be done. Somebody get the sheriff. We got to figure this thing out.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. An Eastern syndicate claimed that an old land grant gave them title to property owned by settlers in the country around Big Bend. The government decided in favor of the settlers and sent a representative to announce the decision in person. But Randolph, the agent of the syndicate, learned of the decision and arranged for the representative to be kidnapped and held while he bought up the settlers' land before they could learn they had won their case. As our second act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and Tonto that same day in their small, well-concealed camp in the hills.
Tonto, I saw the stage when it arrived in town. It was empty, and there were bullet holes in it. Might be that those shots were just fired as a warning to make the stage stop.
Maybe that right.
But what I can't understand is why outlaws would have held up the stage.
It not have cash.
It held nothing of value. And I wonder...
What you think?
When we were in Kenwood, we saw a man get on the stage who looked like an Easterner.
Oh, him from East, all right.
And he might have been the man sent here from Washington. I'm sorry now that we didn't follow the stage when it started back for Big Bend. But I never thought anything would happen to it. And I was anxious to arrive in town first.
Tonto learned plenty.
You have?
Feller named Joe worked for Randolph long time past.
Joe Lieber once worked for Randolph?
Not right.
That's something I never knew before.
Joe plenty bad feller. Him gunman.
And Joe was driving the stage today.
Here, Silver. What you do?
We're riding to town, Kimosabe.
Here, white feller.
We've got to find out what's happened to the passenger on the stage.
Yep. That's right.
Randolph has called a meeting of the settlers for tonight. He's in a hurry to buy their land.
Tonto know that.
Most of them will sell. And if the government man isn't found, it may be that they're selling land they could keep.
Ah.
But I have a plan we'll try.
What that?
We're going to call on old Sam Lennox. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white feller.
Shortly after the masked man and Tonto started for town, Sam Lennox, the blind ex-stage driver, made his way to the office of John Perry, the manager of the stage line. It is early evening as we see Sam enter the office, closing the door behind him.
Evening, Sam.
Howdy, Mr. Perry. I come for my money.
Uh-huh. Here, let me help you to a chair.
I don't need no help. Shucks, I know this office like it was the inside of my hand.
Yep, I reckon you do at that.
Now, about my pay.
It's right here. But first, I got some news I'd like to tell you.
Yeah?
It's right good news for me.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear that.
But maybe things being so tough for you, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
You've always been a friend of mine, Mr. Perry, and I don't ever expect to see the day when I'll be sorry for my friend's good fortune.
Sam, I just got word I'm going to be made manager of the whole division.
That's fine.
Of course, it'll mean I'll have to move to Kenwood.
Then you'll have to give somebody your job here.
That's right.
Have you got anybody in mind?
Oh, I don't know. I was figuring on giving it to Joe Lieber.
You was?
But now if he's been killed, I'll have to find somebody else.
Ain't there been no word yet?
Not a blame thing. The sheriff took a posse and rode to Kenwood. But he never seen no sign of outlaws or Joe either.
That's a funny thing.
All they found out was they had a passenger.
And now the passenger's gone, too.
Well, the sheriff is going out to look for him again tomorrow.
Mr. Perry.
Yeah?
You wouldn't give me that job you were speaking of, would you?
Now, Sam, you know as much as I'd like to, it couldn't be done.
Maybe I couldn't drive the stage no more, but I wouldn't have to be able to see to do the work here in the office.
I'm sorry, Sam. There isn't a chance of it.
Well, I just figured wouldn't do no harm to ask.
Something else will turn up for you, Sam.
I reckon.
You're going to Randolph's meeting tonight?
I don't know.
Just a minute.
A masked man.
I want to talk to you, men.
You're an outlaw. Get out of here.
I'm not an outlaw.
Then what are you doing
with
with
time to waste explaining.
I can't see you, stranger, but you don't sound to me like an outlaw.
What's your game?
I want Sam's help.
My help?
What do you want with the blind fella?
Sam, I've heard that you know this country between here and Kenwood as well as any man in this district.
As well? I know it a heap better.
Can you think of any places where a man might be hidden safely?
I can think of a dozen of them.
Some place not too far from the stage trail?
I sure can, but what...
The man that got on the stage today at Kenwood was an Easterner.
Now, look here. You're an outlaw, and we don't want no truck with you.
Let him talk, Mr. Perry. I got a notion he's got something important in mind.
And it's possible that the passenger was the man you've been expecting from Washington.
By golly, he might have been.
I've learned from Tonto that Joe Lieber once worked for Randolph.
Who told him that?
Say, I'd heard something like that myself.
Joe might still be working for him.
How do you mean?
Randolph seems to be in a big hurry to buy the settlers' land.
Well, he'll likely get most of it tonight.
Perhaps Joe wasn't shot. Perhaps he's holding his passenger a prisoner.
How do you know that?
I don't know it, but I want to find out.
But
Will you help me?
I'll sure do anything I can.
You'll have to drive the stage.
Hold on there. Sam can't do that.
That's for Sam to say.
Mr. Perry, I could have drove that stage for years with my eyes tight closed. I reckon being blind ain't no different.
I want you to lead Tonto and me to all the good hideouts you know close to the stage trail.
I can do just that. With them horses, I could go anywhere.
Well, I say you ain't gonna do it.
Now listen, Mr. Perry.
The stage is company property, and I can't take no chances letting a blind fellow wreck it.
It's more important for the settlers to save their land.
You can't have the stage.
Sam, will you take a chance? Will you drive the stage anyhow?
You figure we can prove Joe Lieber a crook?
I believe we can.
Then I'm with you, stranger.
Good. I was sure you'd agree. The stage is outside.
It ain't. The horses are in the stable.
Tonto hitched up the horses, and the stage is ready to go.
And so am I. Come on.
Hey, wait. I'll have the law on both of you. Wait, I say. Come back here.
We'll have to risk that, Perry.
Sam, come back here. You've gone loco.
Maybe I have, Mr. Perry, but I'm sure enjoying it.
Get started, Sam. Tonto and I will ride with you.
Lester, you'll pay for this.
Get up there, Blackie, old fellow. Get up there, Nicky. Get along.
Come on, Silver.
Although blind, Sam handled the heavy stage without difficulty. There was perfect understanding between him and the horses he drove. And while the masked man and Tonto rode on either side, he raced down the trail to Kenwood. Twice, however, he stopped and pointed out a possible hiding place to the Lone Ranger. But both times they were disappointed.
Well, we'll just have to try again, friend.
No one has been here.
What makes you so sure they can't be far from the trail if they're hid?
In the first place, the empty stage got into town only 20 minutes late.
I hadn't thought of that.
And in the second, when they left the stage, they had no horses. They wouldn't have gone far on foot.
Then we'll keep on going.
How far is the next place you had in mind?
It's just a piece up the road. Get up, Pa. Get up.
Come on,
get up, white fella. Come on. Hold that back here. Hold it here. Hold that way.
Where to now, Sam?
I was just thinking they might have gone up the old trail.
Yes?
Maybe the engine can see if there's tracks there.
Tonto, look.
What's the matter, Blackie?
Be nervous.
What is it, old fella? Are you trying to tell me something? Doggone, he sure is trying.
Me find him track.
You did?
It go that way.
Down the old trail.
Maybe this is it, but we haven't a minute to spare. Randall's meeting should be almost ready to start.
Get up there.
Come on,
get up,
Silver.
white fella. Get up there. Come on, Blackie.
In town, the meeting called by Randolph got underway. The village hall was crowded with settlers, more than half convinced that their only chance to save something from their homes was to sell. We see old Amos Drake as he speaks angrily to the syndicate representative.
You're a crook, Phil Randolph, and I'd sure give a heap to be able to prove it.
Talk all you want to, Amos, but I'm getting down to business.
This is your meeting. I can't stop you.
Quiet, everybody. I have something to say. Men, the company I represent has every reason to believe it will win the government's decision. But we wish to act fairly. And the sooner we get possession of the property, the more value it will have for us. In view of that fact, I have been authorized to offer $1 an acre to all who are willing to sell at once.
That all you'll give us ain't near what the land's worth.
Mine's worth $10 an acre. We figured you'd give us more than that.
Just one moment. You can hold your land if you wish, but I warn you that you receive not one red penny from us when the government hands down its decision. Remember that $1 an acre is better than nothing at all. This offer won't be made again. So those who wish to sell, step forward. I'll take your names.
Don't pay no attention to him, fellers. Hold out till the government feller gets here.
You can do it because you've got cash, Amos. We don't aim to lose everything we got.
I'll take the dollar so long as I can't get no better.
Me too. I'll get what I can.
Just step this way.
I got it.
I know what land each of you owns. I have money here, and
Hold on.
Hurry, man. Who's the fella that paid us for doing it?
So, what are you doing here? Me and Pete ain't gonna take the blame all by ourselves.
You're under arrest, Randolph.
You yellow screamer. Well, they found us. I couldn't help it. You won't do any more talking.
He's got a gun.
Watch out.
Oh, you shot my hand.
I only hit your gun, Randolph.
Hold him.
We got the skunk.
Listen to me. This is Mr. Bennett, the man you've been expecting from Washington.
Then you found him after all.
Thanks to Sam here.
Sam found him.
Sometimes blind men can see more than men with eyes.
Well, I'll be blasted.
Sam tells me you'll soon need a new manager here.
Yeah, that's right.
Sam would make the best district manager this town ever had.
I'll be darned if I don't think you're right.
Mr. Perry, you really mean you'll give me a chance at it?
That's just what I mean, Sam.
I think Mr. Bennett has something to say that will interest all of you.
Then the government decided that the land rightfully belongs to you. The syndicate's land grant was proved to be a forgery.
I knew all the time them fellas was crooked.
But all you fellows would have lost your land anyhow if it hadn't been for the masked fella and Sam here.
Oh, shucks, I just helped him. But was him figuring things out? and having faith in me that done the trick.
Well, the both of you saved our land and fixed it so them polecats would be put in jail. I don't know which one of you did the most of it, and I don't savvy yet how it was done, but we ain't forgetting, no matter what happens.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Tonto has located Jack Wesley. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Although his name is not to be found in the written pages of history, the adventures of the masked rider of the plains have come down to us through the generations. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Ike Hanover was well past middle age. His wife had died many years before, and Ike's only relations were a son, Matt, and a nephew, Jim Rockwell. Matt was idle, dissipated, and bad-tempered. And on those occasions when Ike tried to persuade him to mend his ways and pointed out Jim Rockwell as a good example, Matt lost control of his temper completely. As our story opens, we find him arguing with his father.
All the time holding Jim up to me like a tin god, I'm sick of it.
Hold on there, Matt. I wasn't holding Jim up to you.
Just the same thing, ain't it? When you tell me to get out and work the way he's doing.
I wouldn't be telling you to if you'd get something worthwhile to do your own self.
I suppose he's doing something worthwhile, wasting his time digging all over the state, hoping to strike it rich somewhere.
Well, even if he don't find no claim worth staking, he ain't sitting around all day smoking and gambling and drinking half the night.
Pack of gambling I can do with the cash I get.
There's lots of cash for you, Matt. All the cash in the world if you'd get out and hustle for it instead of loafing around.
I'm satisfied. And any time you want me to get out of this old shack, you just say so.
Son, I don't want you to leave me. You know better than that. But you're getting on toward 30 now, and most men your age are...
I'll do something. I'll get out where my friends are. I won't clutter up your house no more this evening.
Matt.
Mind your own business.
Matt, don't come home liquored up like you did last night.
I'll do what I please.
I don't know what I ever done to have my own son treat me like what Matt does.
Hi!
Jim! By the shade of the cactus, I'm sure glad to see you, boy. Come in.
Say, what's the matter with Matt? He wouldn't even say hello.
Never mind. Did you just get in town?
Just this minute. I come here direct.
This is your home, Jim, any time you want it. What are you doing back here so soon? I figured you'd be going another 2-3 months anyhow.
Nope. I got news for you.
What do you mean, Jim?
I found it.
You mean...
Gold. I found a claim that's a corker. It's going to be worth thousands.
Jim, you don't mean that. You really struck it?
Look at this. Just a few samples, but it'll show you what the ore's like. Why, say, there's outcropping right on the surface. I'll bet it's the best strike yet.
Gosh, Jim, you sure have got some good samples here. Better than any I've ever seen. Have you got the claim registered yet?
Nope.
Ain't that risky?
No, it ain't. You see, I want to go back there and work it a little bit more, and then, well, make sure it's just the same under the surface as on the top. Then I'll register it.
You're smart, Jim. You sure are.
What's Matt doing these days?
Jimmy ain't worth the powder to blow him up.
He ain't, huh?
I don't know what to do with him. He's getting into trouble all the time.
Drinking and gambling again?
Yep. Sleeps till noon every day and then gets back at the cafe again every evening.
It's about time he'd done something.
I know it, I know.
Have you said anything to him yet?
I talked myself hoarse. It don't do no good. I offered to start raising cows for him. I told him I'd start farming for him or stake him to a prospecting outfit. But he tells me to mind my own business.
Good old-fashioned licking would do him a powerful lot of good.
I wished he'd get it.
Say, hold on, I have an idea.
What's that?
I'll take Matt back with me. I'll let him be a partner in my claim. And when he sees a chance to get a half share in a first-class gold mine just for working it...
No, Jim, you couldn't do that.
Why not?
There ain't no call for you to give Matt half your claim.
Oh, shucks, Uncle Ike. If he gives me a hand, we can work it just that much faster, don't you see? There's more than enough gold there for both of us.
Well, I don't know.
Besides, the trip will do him good.
If he'll go.
I'll fix that all right. Just let me tell him how rich he can be in a few months, and he'll jump at the chance to go.
It took very little persuading to get Matt to join Jim. And in a short time, the two cousins were back in the deserted part of the country where Jim had found the gold. Unknown to them, their arrival was watched by an Indian. We find him now as he reports to his masked friend. The Lone Ranger is saying...
You say they just came, Tonto?
Them come dig gold.
This morning?
Not right. Them build shack at bottom hill.
That isn't a very good place to put a shack. Look up at the top of the hill there.
Oh, heap big rocks.
And the shale on that hill doesn't make a very sound support for the rocks. If one of them comes down the hill, it's likely to crash right into that shack they're putting up.
That not all.
What do you mean, Tonto?
One feller, him pale. One brown from wind.
Yes?
Pale feller, stay indoors too much.
You haven't much use for men like that, have you, Kimasabi?
Maybe sometime. Tonto not like this pale feller, though.
Why is that?
Him plenty lazy.
I see. You think he'll let the other man do most of the work while he sits around and does nothing? Is there gold over where they are?
Plenty gold. Tonto know. Many Indian know. White man just find out. Indian leave gold in ground. Too much gold make trouble.
I think, Tonto, it'll be a pretty good idea if we stay around here and watch the two men.
In a few days' time, Jim and Matt had their shack built and were ready to start tunneling into the hill. When the last of their equipment had finally been stowed away one evening, Jim puffed contentedly on his pipe, while Matt nervously rolled cigarette after cigarette.
This here place is downright comfortable when the oil lamp's burning and you got your pipe going good, ain't it, Matt?
It'll do.
Oh, what's the matter? Can't wait to get your hands on the pick and shovel and get after the fortune that's waiting for us, huh?
The sooner the better.
You'll have your chance, Matt, first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have to clear away the loose shale first, then we can tunnel in.
Why can't we just blast?
Well, maybe we can save time by using some blasting powder, but we've got to do most of the work by hand.
We could stake the claim now.
That wouldn't be so smart, Matt. You see, we only claim so much land, and if we stake the claim now, there's no telling whether the vein will run off our land or not when we get down to it.
I see.
We're going about it in a level-headed way. You see that, don't you, Matt?
Toss me a match.
Here.
Thanks.
Seems to me you're smoking a heap of them cigarettes.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all.
Then shut up about my smoking. Say, I hope you ain't been kidding me about this here claim.
Kidding you?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What do you mean, Matt?
If this claim don't prove out a blame good one, it'll be a pile of trouble.
You've seen the samples yourself, Matt.
I know it. But you might have fixed this up with the old man, you know. Just to get me up here away from my friends. And if you did,
I'll see here, Matt. You won't do nothing. I've had enough of your ornery cussedness, and I don't think I'm going to stand for much more of it.
Oh, you ain't.
I've done 3/4 of the work on this shack, and maybe more.
Well, it was your idea.
We had to have a place to live in, and it was easier to do the work myself than to try and get you to help. Besides, I figured maybe you'd get used to work gradual, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, what you aiming to do about it?
Just this. From now on, you're going to work right along with me digging that tunnel. You're going to get half of what we find. And if you don't do the work, you won't get that half.
All right. Shut up now, will you?
One thing more. There's to be no liquor. Get that?
You've only seen me take one drink since we come here.
Yeah, because you couldn't find no more. And you're not going to find any more, understand?
I hear you. If you're through preaching now, I'll turn in. Good night.
Daybreak the next day found 2 shovels breaking into the side of the hill as the eager men threw the dirt and shale to one side and started to work on the tunnel itself. For the first hour, the work went smoothly. And then Matt said,
Gosh, this digging ain't no cinch.
You didn't think it would be, did you? There's nothing worthwhile that's a cinch. You ought to know that, Matt.
How much do you reckon this claim will be worth to us?
No telling. Maybe not so much. Maybe thousands of dollars.
Gosh, I'm going to get what cash I can real quick, and then I'm going to town. You know, Jim, this ain't a bad idea. Up to now, I ain't had so much money to spend, thanks to the old man. But now I can show the folks in town some real parties.
Not if you don't get back to work.
I'll get me a big house and let the old man have his dirty shack if he wants it.
He don't want that shack, Matt. I reckon it'll be right fine for Uncle Ike to be able to stop saving pennies.
Ain't no call for him to change his way of living.
No?
He don't get none of my claim.
What do you mean he don't?
I'm working this. Let him find a claim of his own. He's always saying every man should earn his own money.
Just like you did, huh?
Well, maybe I didn't find this here claim, but it's half mine, ain't it? I'm working it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. You're working as hard at leaning on that shovel as I am at tossing this darn shale aside. I'll grant you that. But I told you it'd be half yours, and I reckon it'll be that.
Wish I had a drink.
You ain't going there, so you might as well forget it.
Good morning.
What the...
Why, howdy, stranger.
Where'd you come from?
Over yonder.
You're wearing a mask. You're an outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
I don't care what you say. You're wearing a mask and sporting 2 guns. And I don't want you near our claim. Now get.
Hold on, Matt. What'd you want, stranger?
I wanted to borrow some matches from you. I saw your shack and...
We ain't got none to spare.
Sure we have, Matt. Plenty. Here you are, stranger, and welcome to 'em.
Thanks.
You sure you ain't dodging the law, mister?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't be wearing that mask if you wasn't. Now, see here. You can't come around here and try and jump our claim. Get going before I put a bullet in your hide.
Shut up, Matt. This fella ain't trying to jump no claim. There's lots of room here.
You're right, Jim. I don't want any part of your claim. I just thought I'd better warn you that you'll have to be careful of rocks sliding down the hill. You're tunneling in, I see.
Yep. We aim to tunnel in away and then file our claim at the government office.
Better watch out. This is loose shale. If one of the rocks on the hill above should slide down, it might block your entrance here.
Thanks, stranger, for the advice.
But we ain't taking it. Now get along and mind your own business. And don't try no tricks.
I'm going. Here, Silver.
You was hiding your horse around the bend, huh?
I wasn't hiding him, Matt. Yep. Good day. Hi-yo, Silver!
I'll get that outlaw. What'd you knock my gun up for?
Because you ain't gonna shoot a man in the back. Whatever he is, don't make no difference. What was the idea, anyway?
He's an outlaw.
We don't know that.
Well, blast it. He'll fetch a whole gang of men here to file claims near us.
What if he does? That's his privilege, ain't it? We can't claim this whole territory.
But we're the only ones that know about this place. Now the news will spread.
Let it. But don't shoot at a man when all he does is ask for matches and warn us about the rocks.
Got any more to say?
It's no use talking to you. The next time you try a stunt like that, I'll take a hand at it myself with a 6-gun. Now get to this tunnel again and dig.
You can't boss me that way, Jim Rockwell.
I'll boss you as long as you keep on showing you ain't capable of bossing yourself.
But half of this claim is mine.
I said dig.
You'll regret this, Jim.
Dig!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue the story. Jim Rockwell offered to share his gold claim with his cousin Matt Hanover in an effort to get Matt interested in something besides drink and gambling. The claim had to be worked before it could be registered, and the Lone Ranger, knowing of this, decided to keep an eye on the 2 men. He warned them about the loose rocks on the hill, and Matt, afraid the ranger might bring others to stake claims in the neighborhood, fired at the masked man as he rode off. Jim knocked his gun in the air. We find the Lone Ranger now as he joins his friend Tonto on the other side of the hill.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there. Oh.
You see, fellas?
Yes, I saw them, Tonto. Steady, Silver. I warned them about the rock, and Jim thanked me for the warning.
Me hear shot. What that?
The other one fired at my back as I rode off.
Me thought him like that. Him plenty bad feller.
Jim grabbed his gun hand.
That good.
Tonto, I'm afraid that when Matt gets a sight of the gold that they'll find when their tunnel is a little farther into the hill, he'll want all of it.
You think him maybe try get all gold?
Yes. I'm afraid he may attempt to kill Jim. We're going to stay nearby and watch, Kimosabe.
That good.
We'll watch and plan.
When Hard Rock was reached, Jim brought out the blasting powder, and for several days, the sound of drilling carried through the hills with heavy blasts at regular intervals. Finally, when the depth of the tunnel had reached 20 feet, Jim straightened up excitedly.
Matt, look at this!
Is that the gold?
The richest vein I ever seen. Matt, we're all set now.
We're rich, Jim, rich. We're both rich.
We will be when we get this claim file and the gold dug.
Then we got to get the claim file now. We can't take no chances.
That's right.
Here, I got it all made out. This is the right wording, ain't it?
Huh? Say, when did you do this?
I couldn't sleep the other night, so I made the paper out. You were sleeping. It's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, looks to be.
Oh, well, sign it then.
You put your name on there first.
Well, what of it? One of us has to be first. Reckon it don't make any special difference which one it is.
I don't suppose the fact that I found the place first means anything to you.
Why should it? I could have found it just as well as you if I'd been here first.
All right, Matt, never mind.
You're going to sign, ain't you?
I reckon. But see here, how'd you know how to make out these papers?
I ain't as dumb as you seem to think. It ain't so hard to learn to draw paper up like that.
All right.
You'll sign it?
Yep, as soon as I get a pencil.
Here's one.
Good enough. Now then. A-I-M. Jim. There you are.
I'll get over to the shack and get ready to head for town and file a claim.
You going yourself?
Sure, why not? You stay here and watch it to see no one jumps it.
All right, Matt. But let me tell you this. When you get to town, you file the papers and get back here pronto, understand?
Sure thing.
Don't do no drinking and less talking. Just get back here as fast as you can.
I'll start now. You're going to stay in the tunnel here?
No use wasting time. I'll stay here and get the next blast ready.
All right.
There ain't no more powder here, though. Bring another can of it before you start for town. Get one from back of the shack.
You ain't got none in here at all?
Nary a bit of it.
Then I'll fetch some.
When Matt reached the house, he looked back to make sure Jim was still in the tunnel. Then, reaching behind his bunk, he brought out a bottle, still half full of liquor. One long drink was followed by another. His brain was filled with plans and schemes.
Thought I didn't know enough to make out a claim. He thinks he's the only one able to do anything. Smart hombre he is. Too bad I gotta split that gold with him. Don't even want a fella to take a swig of liquor. Well, he can't stop me from drinking. I got a right to do what I want. Gosh, I sure will spread my stuff when I get rich.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall and seal the tunnel.
Rocks fall? They're like to at that. Be right natural. Too bad I got to split with him.
Fetch some blasting powder back with you, Matt. I ain't got any more. It's all used up.
He ain't got no more powder. That's good liquor.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall.
I ain't got no powder left.
Jiminy, why should I split with him? There ain't no one that'd ever know what had happened to him. Be perfectly natural for the rocks to fall.
Matt sat on the edge of his bunk for some time, thinking, hearing whispers around him, listening to the ideas that seemed like spoken suggestions to his liquor-soaked brain. From time to time, he looked toward the tunnel, making sure that Jim was still at work there. And then...
I'll do it. No one will ever know. I'll get even with him for preaching at me. I'll show him all right. One good swig left in the bottle, and that... There. Now, Jim, I'll bring your blasting powder to you, but not the way you think.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the figure that staggered up the side of the hill with a keg of blasting powder. Matt avoided the tunnel and went up above, where the huge rocks were poised, ready to crash down and seal the entrance.
Him get drunk.
Liquor does things to men, Tonto. Brings out their worst instincts.
It make good Injun bad. It make good paleface bad. It make bad paleface killer.
Exactly, Tonto.
Him fix some powder under rock.
Yes.
Rock fall over tunnel. We stop now.
No, Tonto. Let him go ahead. Watch Matt and see what he does. We stopped him now. Perhaps Jim would forgive him. It would happen again some other time when we weren't around.
Oh, that's right.
He's lighting the fuse now and running.
Rock's been flying. Yes. Jim Pappin flying now.
It'll take a lot of strength to move the rock away. More than Jim has.
Maybe him blast from inside.
He has no powder inside.
Jim, sealed inside the tunnel, realized what had happened and knew that without help from the outside, he would soon starve to death within the mine. He shouted.
Matt! Matt! Are you there?
I'm here, Jim.
Matt! Them rocks must have slid down from above. Get some powder and break up the one that's sealing me in. Matt! Can you hear me? Are you there?
I hear you. You bet I hear you.
Matt! Get powder! Drill!
I'm doing what you told me. I'm heading to town to file a claim. I'm filing a claim for myself, see? You won't need to be cut in for half now. It's all mine now. All mine.
Matt! You're crazy! Matt!
So long, Jim. I'll be back in a week. Maybe 2, 3 weeks. I got some spending and drinking to do in town. I'll file a claim first, and then I'll celebrate.
Matt!
Jim shouted until he was exhausted. Then for some time he tried to think, tried to force his mind to action and plan some way of escape. He used his pick on the barrier of rock without any success. And then, after almost giving way to despair, the sound of someone digging reached his ears through the darkness.
What's that? Am I going crazy? I hear something.
Matt! Is that you, Matt? Who is it? Is there someone there? Oh, I'm going mad. I'm hearing things.
Steady, Jim. Steady. This way, Jim. Take my hand.
Who are you? You ain't Matt. You ain't my cousin.
No, Jim. Take my hand.
Leading Jim out through an opening in the side of the tunnel, the Lone Ranger paused to let the young man gather his scattered wits.
You're the fellow with the mask.
Yes.
I'm safe now.
Yes, you're safe, Jim.
But how
there
did
were
you...
2 tunnels on the side of the hill, Jim. While you and Matt worked on yours during the day, we were working on the other one at night.
You mean you...
The second tunnel was at right angles to yours. And when your entrance was blocked, all that I had to do was to break down the wall dividing your tunnel from the one we just came through.
Then... Oh, but see here, stranger. I got to get my horse. That ornery double-crossing murderer will head for the office to file claim to the mine for himself.
He's had an hour start on you, Jim. Can you catch him?
I don't know. Come on, I've got to get started. He tried to kill me. He done it on purpose.
Yes, Jim, he did it on purpose.
And look. Look, stranger, he's took both horses with him.
Wait, Jim.
But now
Here, Silver. Come with me, Jim. I'll take you.
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Here it is. But who are you? Why are you doing this for me?
Steady, Silver.
Ain't you afraid to be seen in town? You'll be arrested, won't you?
Hi-yo,
The great horse, Silver, carrying his double burden, swept toward the town, the ground flying beneath his silver-shod hoofs. Some time later, we find Matt in the government office, about to register the claim.
Well, there's the papers. I reckon they're made out all right.
Yeah, seem to be. Your name Matt Hanover?
Yep.
You ain't old Ike Hanover's boy, are you?
That's right, and I've struck it rich.
Seems to me I hear that you and young Jim Rockwell started out together to work on a claim. Ain't he in on this, too?
No, he ain't. I'm afraid he won't be in on anything anymore.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We had some hard luck with the mine, and Jim, he got caught in a cave-in and killed.
No, you don't say so.
Yeah. I tried to get him out, but when I got the rock away, he was dead. He'd smothered to death.
That's a shame. He was your cousin, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sort of busted me up. We was good friends. He done a lot for me.
What'd you do with him? Bury him?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to bury him right there.
You done everything you could to save him, huh?
Of course I did.
Right sure of that.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing except there's a claim already on file for this here land.
What do you mean? You're crazy. There couldn't be no other claim.
He means that I got the claim filed.
What?
And I filled out the claim in your name and mine, like we agreed. You just lied yourself into jail, Matt, and there's witnesses aplenty. I reckon your pa can use your share of the claim.
But I...
Yep, Matt. Looks like what you told me is evidence enough that Jim's story is true. That means you're going to jail. You see, I ain't the government man at all. I happen to be the sheriff.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're on the trail of Pete Lorenzo. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Hi-yo, Silver!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days of the early West, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Bar Square Range. Tonto's waiting there for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
Two sisters, the Crawford girls, had a long, hard trip from Louisiana into the West. Molly, the older of the two, was rather dignified and stately, while the younger Betty was full of life and thrilled with the great new country into which they were traveling. As our first scene opens, we find the sisters on the last day of their journey. There's only one other passenger in the stagecoach with them, a man who pays no apparent attention to their lively talk.
Oh, Molly, isn't it wonderful?
I suppose it is, Betty. But I'm scared half to death something will happen.
Silly, there's nothing to be afraid of.
But they're Indians and wild animals and everything. And we're traveling alone.
Oh, I think you're just trying to frighten me, Molly. Why, it isn't like it used to be 5 years ago out here. And it's nothing like it was when Uncle Dan came out here 10 years ago, just after the war.
But it still isn't civilized.
Oh, it is, too. In his last letter, Uncle Dan said there were regular cities out here with law courts and everything.
Well, if some of the places we passed through are what Uncle Dan meant by cities, and I don't think much of them. That last one wasn't more than a crossroad with 2 stores and a dozen cafes.
You're just prejudiced because that tall, good-looking cowboy we met talked more to me than it did to you.
Betty Crawford, you're just impossible. What's more, I don't think it was wise of you to talk to him as you did when you never met him.
Oh, Molly.
You actually invited him to come to Bar Square Ranch and see you.
Of course I did. We'll be pretty lonesome there if it's at all like what Uncle Dan said.
You'll be busy enough on the ranch without having a lot of worthless cowboys hanging around.
Pardon, senoritas.
Oh.
I have not spoken before. Until now, I do not hear you mention the Bar Square.
Yes, that's our ranch. We're going there now.
So? It's very fine ranch, you. You are fortunate.
Betty, do be still.
Oh, hush up, Molly. I'll talk if I want to.
You will ride the stage to within 5 miles of the rancho, see?
That's what we were told to do. There are going to be horses there to meet us.
The Senor Daniel Crawford. He's related to you?
He's our uncle. He wrote to us and asked us to come out and live on the ranch after Mother died.
You have not heard from him since then?
No. Why?
He has died.
Uncle Dan did?
Si, senorita.
How do you know?
I know this part of the country very well. Permit me. I'm the Senor Pablo Venado. I have great ranchos in this country.
But Uncle Dan...
He was shot.
Shot?
Life is most uncertain in this part of the country. I'm very sorry to have to be the one to tell these things to you.
Then Molly, we'll have to take hold of things right away, won't we?
I don't know. Perhaps Mr. Venata can tell us what's happened to the ranch since Uncle Dan died.
There is much has happened. It is too bad, but there was some trouble about the cattle.
What kind?
Some of it were brands that were not of the Bar Square. I do not say that the Senor Crawford stole the cattle, but he was most fortunate in having many strange cattle come by accident into his herd.
Don't you dare say my uncle was a cattle thief.
Oh, I say no such thing, senorita.
Who's running the ranch now?
The foreman, his helper, I do not know. But I, too, am on my way to town on business that concern the Bar Square.
You are? What is this business, Mr. Bernardo?
It is to investigate the legal claims I may have against the Bar Square. It is quite possible that I may call on you at a later day. See?
We are not going to have any visitors, Mr. Bernardo. Thanks, just the same.
While the two girls and Pablo Venado continued their journey, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were carrying out an investigation of their own. We see them now on the Bar Square range, riding slowly among the scattered cattle, observing them closely.
Tonto, there's another cow with Pablo's brand. We've been riding for only 2 hours, and we've seen no less than 100 like it.
That heap strange.
I would have sworn Dan Crawford was no rustler.
Him good feller.
This seems to bear out what Pablo claimed.
Pablo say ranch someday belonged to him.
If Dan really stole all these cows, Pablo would almost have an honest claim to the Bar Square.
There's another cow.
With Pablo's brand. There's something wrong about this.
And that's what Tonto thinks.
Dan Crawford wouldn't have been foolish enough to steal another man's cattle without changing their brands, even if he were dishonest.
Not right.
And there was never any question about his honesty until he suddenly disappeared.
Pablo say Dan dead.
If Dan was killed, where's his body? And Pablo was the first to spread the story of Dan's death.
Tonto know that.
Pablo has been in several crooked deals before this, so nothing could be proved against him.
Him plenty smart feller.
I feel sorry for those 2 girls if he's plotting against them.
You talked with them?
I spoke to Betty while she and Molly were waiting for the stage. And that's another thing.
What's that?
Pablo was waiting for the same stage. He might have been looking for an opportunity to get acquainted with them.
That may be right.
Tonto, are you sure you heard Pablo say he'd have the Bar Square before long?
Him talk plenty big. Him say him get ranch soon now.
And he told that to the sheriff? But he couldn't claim the ranch without proof of ownership, no matter how many of his cows were found on it.
Pablo say him show lawman proof.
The only proof he could have would be a deed signed by Dan.
That's right.
He's got something up his sleeve. I wonder what it
You
could...
look there.
Oh. Bar Square riders. They've seen us. They've stopped their horses.
Him shoot him enough.
Yes.
What we do?
We're leaving, Tonto.
You not get him?
No, I don't want to get close enough to be recognized.
Them breed.
They are. Come on,
Get
Silver.
over, white feller.
Tonto, you understand now why I didn't want to be recognized?
Tonto not know.
There were no breeds on this ranch when Dan was here.
Oh.
They looked to me like some of Pablo's men from across the border.
That's right.
That proves something is wrong. And as long as they don't know us, we can keep an eye on them. Come on, Silver!
Molly and Betty, saddened by the report of their uncle's death, took up their residence in the large Bar Square ranch house. We see Molly 2 days later in the living room. She has just heard Betty's hurried steps on the porch outside.
Molly! Whatever's the excitement, Betty?
Oh, Molly, what do you think?
I think you've been running faster than is good for you.
I was just talking to a half-breed.
Yeah?
And he said Uncle Dan had been a cattle thief.
A half-breed said that?
I was just talking to him. That's why I ran to tell you.
Betty, you don't believe that.
I don't know. He said nearly all the ranches around here got their start that way.
Where'd that breed come from?
You remember the man we met on the stage?
Senor Venado?
That's the one. The man I talked to is with him. They have a camp just beyond our ranch.
What in the world are they doing there? I thought Senor Venado was a rancher.
I don't really know. It's something about business here, I guess.
Business?
This man I was talking to said most of the cattle Uncle stole belonged to Venado.
It can't be. I just know it can't be.
Oh, honest, Molly. I don't like to believe it myself, but...
Who's that?
Why, it's Pablo. The man we met on the stage.
The other man's wearing a star.
The sheriff.
Come in.
It's business, miss. Can we come in?
Of course.
You see? I did not believe the word of Pablo when he told you we should meet again, huh?
What is your business here?
I have the paper to show you.
A paper?
What he saw?
I don't understand.
You will read the paper, yeah? It will explain itself.
Give it to me.
Molly, what is it?
Now, Betty, just wait. Well, this says that Uncle deeded the ranch over to Pablo Venado.
As I have told you before, I am Senor Pablo Venado.
No.
But how? Why?
It looks legal enough to me, miss. According to that there writing, the Bar Square belongs to Pablo here, all right.
But Uncle wouldn't do a thing like that.
I'm right sorry, but...
And is it the Senor Crawford wish to pay me what he owe me?
What he owes you?
He steal my cattle. He start this rancho with what is mine. Without what he steal, he have nothing.
Molly, that's just what the cowboy was telling me.
I don't know what to do, what to think.
Look here, Mr. Pablo or Senor Venado or whatever you call yourself. How did you get that paper?
Your uncle, he write it out when he sees about to die. He do not wish to die without paying the debt.
But where is Uncle?
Who knows?
But surely...
Pardon, miss, but Pablo said 2 hombres brought him the paper, then lit out.
Well, why would they do a thing like that?
Shucks, that's easy to figure out. Maybe they was the fellas that shot your uncle. Or maybe they figured they'd be hung for it even if they wasn't to blame.
And you say this paper's legal?
Looks to me like it.
Oh, Betty, what'll we do?
I don't know. If only that cowboy I talked to when we were waiting for the stage was here. I'll bet he'd know what to do.
Well, please to leave this rancho at once.
Oh, no.
You will do as I say, or else
Hold
I'll
on
see
there, Pablo. I'm backing up your play because you seem to have the right on your side. But I ain't going to stand by and let you throw these here girls off the place without no notice.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Well, I will give you 3 days. But on the 3rd day, you...
What the?
A mess, comrade.
Who are you?
Let me see that paper.
An outlaw. Get out, or I'll...
Steady, Sheriff.
A gun!
What is it you want?
Now look at that paper, Miss Crawford.
But...
There.
Sheriff, he will destroy it.
There ain't nothing I can do, Pablo.
Here you are. I've seen all I need to.
Give it to me, it is mine.
There you are.
Robber, you not...
On your way.
What?
Get out, both of you.
Hurry, Sheriff. We'll call the man and capture these hombres.
I'm coming.
You let them go. They'll call him in. You'll be captured.
I'll take my chance on that.
But...
I've no time to explain. Have you a copy of your uncle's handwriting?
There's a letter.
That'll do. Quickly.
It's on the table here.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Listen to me. Don't leave the ranch until I see you again.
But can't you tell us what...
Not now. Is that the letter?
Yes, but I don't understand.
I'll tell you everything later.
The men are coming after you.
May I have this letter?
Yes. Somehow I feel I can trust
I'll leave by that open window. But remember what I said. Don't give Pablo the ranch before you hear from me.
Hurry. You'll be caught.
Steady, Silver, old boy. Here.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. When Molly and Betty Crawford arrived from Louisiana at the Bar Square Ranch, owned by their Uncle Dan Crawford, they were told that Dan had been shot, and also that he had deeded the ranch to Pablo Venado just before his death. The Lone Ranger, investigating the circumstances surrounding Dan's disappearance, inspected the deed produced by Pablo and warned the girls not to give up the ranch before they heard from him again. Now, as our second act opens, we see the masked man and Tonto riding just beyond the Bar Square range.
Pablo's camp isn't far from here, Tonto.
Pablo not there now.
No, this is the day he threatened to take over the ranch. I saw him riding to town to get the sheriff. But several of his men are in camp. They won't join Pablo until the ranch is actually his.
That's right.
I still don't believe that Dan Crawford is dead.
I don't think you're right.
If he were dead, his body would be found. And Pablo's story about getting that deed from men who disappeared right away doesn't ring true.
You think Sheriff crooked?
No, but he was too easily convinced by Pablo. You remember when I visited the bar square the other day?
Tonto member.
I saw the paper that Pablo claimed had been written by Dan just before he died.
What'd it say?
Just what Pablo said he did. But when I let Pablo and the sheriff leave the ranch house, I got a sample of Dan's handwriting.
Why you do that?
I wanted to compare it with the paper Pablo showed. I saw the paper for only a moment, but I think it's a clever forgery.
Not bad.
I told Pablo and the sheriff to get out of the house so that Pablo wouldn't know I was after more of Dan's handwriting.
Oh.
Now we're going to see if we were right about all this.
Pablo camp not far now.
Yes, it's just over the next hill.
Maybe better you leave Tonto now, huh?
You know exactly what you're to do?
Tonto? No.
Ride into their camp. Tell them the story I suggested. I'll be watching to see that you come to no harm.
Tonto not afraid.
Here's an arroyo. I'll ride this way.
Tonto see you later.
Right. Come on, Silver.
Maybe we catch Pablo, feller. Him plenty smart. White friend of Tonto. Plenty smart, too. There Pablo camp, white fella. And there feller named Chico.
What is it you want here, eh?
Tonto, talk at you. Oh, white fella, oh.
I had no business here. You will leave at once.
Me tell him you news.
See?
You not listen, you get in heap bad trouble.
What is this news you speak of?
Chico, who is this Indian?
Wait one. There is something of importance you have to say.
Well, out with it.
You know feller named Dan?
Senor Crawford?
That's right.
What about him?
Tonto see him.
What is that?
It is impossible.
Tonto tell truth.
Listen, you try to play the trick on Chico and you will die. Where is it you see the gringo?
Him ride to town.
If he ever escape...
Still one. You are sure you do not make the mistake?
Him big feller, wear red whisker.
Senor Crawford has a red mustache.
Tonto know him good.
One. Perhaps Pedro have let Senor Crawford get away.
If that is so, then Pablo will get in trouble.
It is for us to make sure.
Say, and at once.
Tonto, go now.
You will please not to move. One move and Chico, will shoot you.
I will get my horse.
Why you keep Tonto here?
You know too much. You will stay where I can watch you.
You think Tonto not tell truth?
That is something it will not take much time to learn. And if you have not...
What then?
You will die.
I am ready, Chico.
Good. Make haste to learn the gringo have escaped.
See.
If he have, we must ride the Juan Pablo. If he have not, then we shall see why the Indian have tried to trick us. Now go.
Get up. Get up.
And you, pig of an Indian, pray that you have not lied to Chico. For if you have, it shall be my pleasure to show you what can be done with a knife.
While Pablo, accompanied by the sheriff, prepared to take possession of the bar square, his servant, the breed Juan, was riding away to learn whether or not Dan Crawford had escaped, as Tonto claimed. We see the other breed, Chico, as he stands guard over Tonto several hours later.
Why does not Juan come? It should not take him this long to make his journey.
Tonto think him come now.
Eh?
Me hear horse not far off.
It is. It is Juan.
Him ride plenty fast.
Juan, what is it you have learned?
The Indian. He lies.
Senor Crawford is safe?
See, Pedro keep watch on him night and day. There is no way for him to escape.
You will see the gringo with your own eyes.
I saw and talk with him.
Caramba. What have you to say?
Tonto not talk.
But you will. You see this knife? See how the blade she shines.
You not scared, Tonto.
And the edge, how sharp she is. One stroke, like this.
And you no tell no more lies.
Do not waste time talking, Chico.
I waste no more time. I will...
Mas Cabre.
Get back!
Tonto plenty can't see you.
Hold the Silver! Silver,
Stab him! Stab him!
See, I will.
Oh, you shoot my knife.
You're lucky I didn't shoot to kill.
Tonto, get him, you now.
Hold him, Tonto.
Him not get away.
Do not shoot me. I give up. I do not wish to die.
You should die, but we haven't time to waste on you now.
What we do?
First, we'll tie these men safely. And then we have another ride ahead of us.
In the meantime, Pablo and the sheriff had reached the Bar Square Ranch. The girls, defiant but secretly without hope, did their best to postpone the time of their departure. Molly is speaking.
Sheriff, do we have to leave the ranch?
I sure am sorry, miss, but the 3 days is up, and I can't make Pablo wait no longer.
The rancho is mine. Why should I wait?
I wish I could be sure about that.
You do not yet believe it?
No, I don't.
That do not matter. I have the paper wrote by Senor Crawford, your uncle. I have the sheriff here to see that I got what is mine. There is nothing that you can do.
I'm afraid he's right, Betty.
I'll see that the two of you get back to town all right.
And I will be most happy to pay your fares back to where you came from.
We wouldn't take anything from you. I'd rather die.
That is for you to decide.
We're all packed.
Yes, I'll just get the bag.
There's a buckboard out in front, miss.
Thank you.
I'm so very sorry that you come here only to meet with so great disappointment. But then, what would you have?
I'm ready.
I'll take that bag, miss, and then...
Sheriff.
Huh?
By thunder, I've just seen Dan Crawford riding this way.
What's that?
No.
Dan?
Well, you couldn't have. Dan's dead.
I think I don't know Dan when I see him. He's coming this way with two fellas on big white horses.
I do not believe
If
it.
it's really Dan, why...
Doggone you, I tell you it is. I seen him when he was topping the rise over yonder.
What does this mean, Pablo?
Do not move.
You sure, Joe?
Dan's alive. You lied to us, Pablo.
Something has gone wrong, but you will not catch Pablo Venado.
Blast you!
You will raise your arms. Good. Now, Miss Molly and Miss Betty, you will walk out of this house ahead of me.
What are you doing? You're a crook.
Do not hesitate. Otherwise, I shall be forced to shoot.
If you hadn't got the draw on me,
But I have. Now march.
We'd better do as he says, Molly.
Yes.
I'm watching you. One false move will be the last.
You can't get away with this, Pablo.
I will soon be across the border, and then your law cannot touch me.
But the girls.
If I am safe, then they will be sent back. If I am followed, and then who can say?
You wouldn't harm us.
Hurry, and maybe I will not. The horses, they're just over there.
I'm not very good at riding.
Hurry.
And I've never ridden anywhere but side saddle. I wouldn't...
Louis, already too late.
Don't point that gun at us.
I will shoot the big... What is this happening?
Molly, that is your rope.
This rope over me. Let me go, you good work, Tonto.
Get them all right.
You cannot...
You're all through, Pablo. Nothing you can say will help you now. Sheriff, get your men. Have them escort this man over the border.
Boys, hurry up. Help the masked man. Do what he says. Hey, you're the same masked fellow as here the other day.
Yes, Sheriff.
But what's this all about?
I can tell you about it, Sheriff.
By golly, Dan, it's sure good to see you again. I figured you was dead a long time ago.
And this is Molly and Betty.
But where did you come from?
Now, hold on. Just give me the chance to tell you.
Please.
It was the masked fellow that got me out of all this alive.
Yeah?
He was telling me about it on the way here. He had his engine pard tell a couple of Pablo's fellers that I'd got away. They'd been holding me prisoner in an old shack back in the hills.
Well, I'll be doggone.
They fell for the engine story, and one of them rode over to the shack to make sure I was still there.
And then what happened?
That's the best part of it. The breed named Chico held on to the engine, but the masked fella, he trailed the other breed and found where I was.
The masked fella thought of that?
He sure did. He roped them breeds and set me free. Then he brung me here.
And just in time. Oh, Uncle, we're so glad to see you.
But just a minute, Dan. I sort of hate to ask it, but what about them cows of Pablo's that's been found on your range?
Shucks, it was Pablo brung them there.
Huh?
That's a fact. I found that out for myself when they was holding me. They brought him across the border and threw him on my range just so it looked bad for me.
Of all the low-down, sneaking, ornery tricks.
Well, it don't matter now.
Where's the masked man gone to?
Hey, ain't he around?
There he is.
Him and the Injun.
Wait! Hey, I want to talk to you. Well, I'll be doggone of all the things to do. Save my life and my ranch, then hightail without even waiting to be thanked.
He's riding away, Uncle, but he'll never be able to ride so far that we'll forget what he's done for us.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! We're on the trail of Dolph Layton! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the early pioneers settled in the western United States, they kept many of their eastern customs, but they were unable to maintain law and order in the new territory. Outlaws preyed on the honest settlers, cattle was stolen, banks were looted, and no man's property was safe. That was when the masked rider of the plains first rode in the cause of justice. No man did more in the fight against crime and criminals, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Wellsville! Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The town of Wellsville was founded by Zeb Wells, an Easterner. Its citizens were old neighbors and friends of Zeb from the East, and it was Zeb's money that had made it possible for them to settle in the new country. Zeb refused either to follow the customs or to be friendly with the people of the West. And the other inhabitants of Wellsville, because of their debt to him, were forced to obey his wishes. As the first scene of our drama opens, we see Nate Porter, the marshal, hailing two riders who've just entered town.
Hold on there. Fellas staying in town for a while, you're going right on through.
Reckon we'll stay a while, won't we, Monty?
Reckon we will, Duff. What's it to you, Marshal? Well, if you're staying, you'll have to hand over them shooting irons you're wearing.
Huh? What's that?
You're loco. Them's the rules, and I'm here to enforce them.
I never heard of such a thing afore.
Is that some more of them darn fool notions of Zeb Wells? It was Zeb give me my orders. You fellows strangers here?
Yeah.
And how come you'd know about Zeb?
Shucks, everyone around these parts has heard about the crazy things he does.
Is it a fact old Zeb won't let none of the girls in this town keep company with anybody that ain't from the East? It sure is.
And he won't let nobody but Easterners stay in town listen they're on business?
Well, not that exactly. There ain't no way to stop strangers from coming here. They just ain't made welcome, that's all.
You don't talk like no Easterner.
I ain't. But Zeb had to have a fella that's handy with a gun for town marshal, so he hired me. This is sure the darnest setup I ever seen. Give me your shooting irons. You can have them back when you're ready to move on.
All right. Here's mine.
They'll be in my office when you want them. And here's mine. Mm-hmm.
Come on, Monty. Let's get going.
Here. Say, Marshal, there's two more fellas coming. Them fellas on two big white horses. You're taking their guns, too? I sure am. There ain't nobody comes to this town without handing over his gun belt.
Come on. Get up there.
Get up there.
Get up,
Come
on. Get up there. Get up there. Come on, get up.
I don't know whether I should have let them fellas stop in town at all. They're sure a pair of tough-looking hombres. Hey, you fellas!
Silver. Oh, boy, steady there. Here's my gun belt, Marshal.
Here mine. Well, I'll be doggone. How'd you fellows savvy what I stopped you for?
We heard it was the rule here.
Well, it ain't none of my doings, but I reckon Zeb savvy's what he wants.
He seems to have definite opinions about everything.
He has that.
Especially about Westerners.
Shucks, Zeb ain't a bad feller, but he just come out this way, and he's still got the notion there ain't no Westerner was ever any good.
I see. Come on, Tonto.
Your guns will be in my office, stranger.
Very well. Come on,
Get him up, white fella.
Where are those two men gone who were talking to the marshal just before we rode up, Kimosabe?
Them stopped by livery barn.
They looked to me like Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan. When we saw Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings, they told us Dolph and Monty were riding this way.
Them two fellers, outlaws.
Dolph and Monty are two of the worst outlaws in this section.
What them do here?
That's what I want to find out.
How you find out?
First, I want to have a talk with Zeb Wells.
Him plenty strange feller.
I've heard a lot about him lately. And from what I've heard, I'm afraid he's heading for trouble.
Why you think that?
He's prejudiced against everything Western.
That's right.
For instance, he won't allow his people to carry guns.
That's bad.
Zeb insists that only bullies and outlaws need guns. He isn't aware that if outlaws carry guns, honest people must do the same to protect themselves. Wellsville has no bank. People here take their money to Zeb, and he keeps it in his safe.
Maybe outlaw know that.
That would be a temptation to any outlaw.
Zeb sometimes has thousands of dollars in his safe, from what I've been told.
Not heap plenty cash.
That's why I wanted to come here when I learned that Dolph and Monty would be in town. I may plan to take advantage of Zeb's ignorance of Western ways.
Maybe that's right.
Tonto, I want you to follow Dolph and Monty.
Tonto, do that.
Try to hear everything they say. And in the meantime, I'll look over the town before calling on Zeb.
Tonto leaving you now. See you later.
Right.
Come, white fella.
Come on, Silver.
Young Cliff Dolan had been born in the West, and now was the owner of a small but prosperous ranch not many miles distant from Wellsville. We see him as he enters the general store run by Zeb Wells in town.
Howdy, Rita.
Cliff, what are you doing here?
I come to see your pa.
Oh, no.
I told you I was. And I ain't afeard of him even if he is Leb Wells.
Oh, Cliff, if he should find out I've been seeing you.
That's just what I figure on telling him.
But you can't...
Well, where is he?
He just stepped back in the storeroom. Please leave before he comes.
Now, honey, you can't do that. We might just as well settle things once and for all.
You can't talk to Father.
I aim to tell him you and me plan on getting hitched.
He'll be furious.
Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. But I don't hanker to keep on sneaking behind his back. He's going to find out right now how things stand.
Oh, Cliff, wait. Please wait.
But, Rita, there ain't no sense in it.
You don't know. He may change his mind about things after a while, and you know I'll always wait for you.
Sure, I savvy you love me, honey, just the same way I'm crazy about you. But it ain't fair to any of us to let things go on the way they've been.
I think I hear Father coming.
Well, that's just fine.
Go. Please go. If he gets into one of his terrible tempers...
Rita!
Yes, Father.
Where's this young man you're talking to? Customer?
Why, he...
I ain't no customer, Mr. Wells.
Yes?
I come to tell you I aim to marry your girl.
What's that?
And Rita wants to marry me, too.
Rita, this true?
Yes, it is.
Get out of here, young man.
Now, look here, Mr. Wells. That ain't no way to act. There ain't nothing you could have agin me.
I said get out.
Not till I've said all I come to say.
You'll get now, or I'll take a whip to you.
Father, there's a customer.
He can wait. Won't have any young whippersnapper like this defying me.
Mr. Wells, I got a ranch and cash in the bank over to Leadville. I ain't a drinking man nor a gunfighter neither. I can't see why you don't
No
want...
daughter of mine will marry a Westerner.
But you ain't...
I know your breed. You're ruffians. Nothing but ruffians, the whole lot of you.
That ain't so.
When I founded this town, I said no one living here would have anything to do with your kind.
Father, can't you be reasonable?
I am reasonable. I'm saving you from a foolish mistake.
Well, you might as well know right now that I ain't giving Rita up.
Do you see this whip?
What do you aim to do with that?
I said I'd take a whip to you if you didn't leave.
You better leave, Cliff.
There ain't a man alive can drive me out of any place.
No? Well, I'll show you. That was just a warning. Next time it'll be across your back.
Why, you...
I warned you.
I'll fix you for that.
And here's another. I know you don't. Let go my arm.
Not until you drop that whip.
Get back, stranger.
Drop that whip. Drop it.
I can handle my own fights.
There isn't going to be a fight. Get out, Cliff.
I'll do no such thing.
Susie says, Cliff. Don't you understand the trouble you've made for me already?
But I tell you, I'm
I'll
not
be the
go-
one that's punished for what's happened, not you.
Go on, Cliff.
I'll go. But it won't be you that's making me go, Mr. Wells.
If I ever see you near my daughter again, I'll horsewhip you within an inch of your life.
I'm sorry about the way things had to turn out, Rita.
So am I, Cliff.
So long. But I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye.
All right. You can have your whip back, Zeb.
Confound you. What right you have to end up here? You a friend of his?
I'm a friend of all Westerners.
Just as I thought. You can get out of here, too.
I came here to talk to you. I hope to persuade you that the course you're following is wrong.
By thunder. What's that?
Just cowboys letting off steam, Zeb.
Shooting off guns in town. I won't stand for it.
There's no harm in it. It's just the custom.
Where's the marshal? Why'd he take their guns away? I'll see to this. Out of my way, Redskin.
Him plenty mad.
I apologize for the way Father talked. He isn't always this way. Really, he isn't. But, Cliff...
I know.
Was there something you wanted?
Only to talk to your father, but I'm afraid that's hopeless.
Yes. He won't listen to anybody.
Come, Tonto.
Come back later. He may be more reasonable then.
Thank you. What did you learn, Kemosabe?
How to hear 'em talk.
Dolphin, Monty? What did they say?
Me learn there plenty other feller with 'em.
They have a gang?
That's right.
I wonder where the rest of the gang is.
Maybe we trail 'em, Dolph, huh?
That's a good idea. Steady, Silver.
Then leave town only short time.
We'll see if we can pick up the trail. They must have something planned if they're here with the gang. And I'm afraid it won't do any good to talk with Zeb now.
Why, that?
I'll tell you about it later, Tonto. But now we're in a hurry. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella.
The two outlaws, Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan, were careful to avoid the regular trails when they left Wellsville. They headed straight for the hills and a dense forest. We see them now as they enter the clearing where their gang is camped.
Hi there, Link.
Well, fellers, what'd you find out?
Plenty.
This is going to be just about the easiest stunt we ever done.
Yeah?
Monty's right. That blame fool Zeb Wells couldn't have fixed things better for us.
That's why I said it might be a good notion coming here.
And it was the best notion you ever had, Link. I'm telling you, there ain't nobody in town even carries a gun except the town marshal.
That's a good one.
What's more, when some cowboys come riding into town from off the range, firing their guns and whooping it up, you'd have thought everybody in town would go loco.
Even old Zeb himself beat it out of his store to stop him.
Zeb did that?
Weren't only him, the blacksmith, the hotel clerk, the fellow in the feed store, the whole bunch of them come running to give the marshal a hand.
Well, I'll be doggone.
And it was just that gave us our scheme.
Yeah?
You tell him about it, Dolph. It was your idea.
How would you fellas like to be cowboys for maybe an hour or so?
Go ahead, Dolph.
Well, it's like this. When I seen how all the folks in town rushed to help the marshal when them cowboys rode in, I figured you fellas could do the same thing.
How do you mean?
I suppose you know all the cash in town is mostly kept in Zeb Wells' safe.
Yeah, that's because they ain't got no bank here.
Well, if you fellas rode into town firing your guns in the air, making a plenty noise, that'd give me and Monty a chance of that safe while nobody was around.
My golly, that ain't a bad idea.
Zeb would be out of his store like a flash as soon as he heard the commotion.
And Dolph and me'd be right there to open the safe with blasting powder.
But that'd be heard.
Not if you fellas made enough noise.
Just a second. If there ain't none of them carrying guns but the marshal, why can't we just ride into town and help ourselves without trying to fool them?
Sure, we could do that. Then it'd be known who was the outlaws. This way there won't be no one to see us. And there ain't no way for it to be proved you was working with us.
I reckon you're right at that.
All you fellas got to do is make a commotion. Do you see us riding out of town? And when we meet you in camp, there'll be cash enough for all of us. And all because old Zeb is too darn stubborn to savvy what's good for him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. Zeb Wells brought a group of Easterners to the west and founded the community of Wellsville. But he stubbornly refused to adopt Western customs or make Western friends. And a group of outlaws, led by Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan, planned to take advantage of this. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had been following their trail closely. As our second act opens, early the following day, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding toward the ranch of Cliff Dolan, a friend of Zeb's daughter, Rita.
I hope we find Cliff at his ranch, Tonto. We know the outlaws plan to enter town this afternoon, but we need help to trap them.
Tonto, think Cliff help us.
If we'd had more time, I would have told Zeb what we heard when we trailed the outlaws to their camp.
Him not believe you.
I was afraid he wouldn't. If And then that much time would have been wasted.
Ah.
And there was something else.
What that?
Zeb hates all Westerners.
Tonto know that.
He needs something to show him that he's been mistaken. Most of the people in town would like to live on good terms with their Western neighbors. But they feel they must obey Zeb.
That's right.
So all we have to do is show Zeb that he's wrong, and the situation will be cleared up.
You got plans?
I have, but it depends on Cliff.
There, his ranch.
And I think that's Cliff sitting on a horse next to the corral.
Him see us.
Yes, he's riding this way. He won't recognize me with this mask on. When I met him yesterday, I was disguised.
Hi there.
I want to speak to you, Cliff.
What in blazes? Your mask. Whoa. An outlaw. Well, I'll shoot
You
you.
not shoot him.
Give me back my gun. You snatched it right out of my holster.
Tonto, keep him gun. Give him you later.
Blast you, I want
You'll get your gun back, Cliff.
But I tell you...
Right now, I want your help.
What help could I give you?
You're in love with Rita Wells?
What if I am?
I happen to know that outlaws are planning to rob her father.
What's that?
Tonto and I trailed them to their camp and overheard their plans.
That's a darn funny thing for an hombre like you to be telling me.
If I were an outlaw, I'd say nothing about it.
Yeah, there's something to that.
I have a way to capture the outlaws and show Zeb that he was wrong.
You mean it might fix it so he wouldn't object to me and Rita keeping company?
I do.
I don't know.
Everything depends on your willingness to help.
By golly, I'll do it. Anyhow, I'll listen to what you have to say. And if it makes sense, then I'm with you.
Good. Now, this is what we'll have to do. The outlaws had completed their plans for the raid upon Wellsville. We see them now, their horses saddled and their guns loaded, as they discuss the final details.
I reckon you fellas have got most everything straight now.
How soon do you want us fellas to follow you into town, Dolph?
Just give me and Monty 5 or 10 minutes. Then come riding in as noisy as you can.
Yeah.
Just a second, Dolph. How about blasting powder for the safe? I was forgetting about that.
I weren't.
But I don't see none.
Just keep your shirt on, Monty. Old Zeb is going to give us the powder for blowing up his own safe.
Huh?
Why should we carry any? We have to give our guns to the marshal. And if he sees us carrying blasting powder into town, he's liable to suspicion something.
Yeah, I know, but
Zeb's got some in his store. We'll buy it from him. Then when he's out, we'll just take back our own cash with the rest of it.
I gotta hand it to you, Dolph.
Ain't you taking extra guns with you?
Sure. Got 'em hidden inside our shirts.
We'll give our gun belts to the marshal, and he won't never think of looking for more shooting irons.
And most likely we won't need 'em if everything goes off all right. The main thing is make all the commotion you can.
You just leave that to me and the boys.
Set one of the fellas to watch the general store. If he sees any trouble, the rest of you can come and help us out.
Yeah.
But if he sees us come out and get on our horses, he can give you the high sign and you can all light out and get away.
I won't forget.
You got our horses there, Monty?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get going.
We'll be seeing you, fellas.
You're darn right you will.
Get up there. Come on.
Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Get up there.
Let us flash ahead to Zeb Wells' general store in town. The old man, still bitter toward Cliff Dolan, is speaking with his daughter Rita.
You haven't seen anything of young Dolan since yesterday, have you?
No, Father.
Yeah, you'd better not.
Father, can't you realize how wrong you are? Cliff is one of the nicest men I've ever met.
They're all the same.
Oh,
Haven't
you're
I
unfair.
seen them gambling, drinking, gunfighting? I won't have a daughter of mine associating with them.
I suppose there's no use trying to argue with you.
None at all.
Oh, there's the marshal.
Howdy, Mr. Wells. Hello, Marshal. Quiet in town today.
Yep. Just took some guns off a couple of strangers, but they didn't make no trouble.
Strangers?
Well, not exactly. They was in town yesterday, but I never seen them before that. I got some cash here. Reckon you could put it in your safe for me?
Be glad to.
Here it is.
close to $40 there. You're saving your money.
Shucks. There ain't nothing else to do with it in town.
I'll put it away for you now. The safe's open.
You got a sight of cash there.
Close to 10,000. Won't be long before we'll be needing a bank here.
Not by the looks of it.
There. It's all locked up good.
There's the strangers now I was speaking of. They're coming up the steps.
I see them. Good afternoon.
Howdy.
You got some blasting powder here, mister?
Why, of course.
What we want is blasting powder, fuse, and caps.
Yes, I can sell them to you all right. Blasting out some trees, are you?
Nope. We're using it to get gold.
Oh, you're miners.
You might call us that.
Yeah, it's right over here. I'll get it and...
Blasted, Mr. Wells.
More cowboys?
It sure sounds like it.
Sounds like there's plenty of them.
Most noise I've heard yet in town.
Well, don't stand there, Marshal. Do something. Stop them.
I'm a-going to.
You may need help. I'll go along with you.
Father, you were waiting on these men.
You can wait on them.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you wanted?
Just stand there. That's all we want. And the first move you make, we're liable to shoot you. All right, Monty, get going. I forgot about the girl here. That ain't gonna make no difference. Just get the blasting powder ready and we'll blow up that safe.
In the town's main street, a band of mounted men were whooping and firing their guns in the manner common to cowboys celebrating their arrival in town. From all sides, the townspeople, aroused by the shooting, ran to aid the town marshal.
The blame fools! What do they think they're doing? Hold on there! Stop that racket! Stop in the name of the law! Stop it, I tell you! Lay down those guns or you're going to jail!
Back in the store, Doff and Monty wasted no time. They prepared the blasting powder, lit the fuse, then stood back, waiting for the explosion.
It'll blow up in just a second, Doff.
You crooks!
Shut up.
Watch it. The door's blown clean off.
Now to get the cash.
You can't get away with this.
You just think we can't. Come on, Doff.
Golly, I never seen so much gold and silver before. It fell all over the floor.
Pick it up. We gotta hurry.
I'll call the marshal.
Get her, Monty.
Hey, you.
Let go.
We warned you.
Get your hands off me.
Tie her up, Monty.
That's what I'm gonna do, the blame wildcat.
You coward.
I love it.
Let her go.
What the?
Monty, look. There's a dozen of them.
And we caught you robbing the store, you low-down coyote.
Put up your hands. You ain't gonna get me out. Oh, my hand. All right, Monty. Up with your hands or I'll shoot your gun away.
There's my gun. And I'm raising my hands. Don't shoot me.
What's going on here?
Father.
Zeb, these outlaws blew open your safe and were stealing your cash.
Oh, what's that?
But with Cliff's help, they were captured.
Monty, where's our fellas? Why don't they come to help us out?
They're all prisoners, Dolph.
But we've got
We made them prisoners just as soon as you left camp this afternoon.
But who was doing all the shooting outside just now?
That was my fellas from the ranch. We caught your gang, then headed for town and hooped it up so you'd go ahead with your scheme.
We had to do it that way. If you hadn't blown the safe, there would have been nothing against you.
Hold on. Let me get this straight.
Zeb, this was all your own fault. These men would never have tried a trick like this if they had thought they were going against armed men.
But I
They never
still
would have
don't-
been captured if Cliff and his men, the same Westerners you've misjudged, hadn't come to your help.
They saved me close to $10,000. If it had been taken, I'd have had to pay it back.
You would, every penny of it.
It would have ruined me.
I hope that now you'll believe they're friends.
After the way I've talked, I'm not so sure they want to be my friends.
Shucks, Mr. Wells. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones.
Thank you. But how'd you know this was going to happen? How'd you find out about these crooks?
It was the masked fella in Tonto that done that. They trailed him to their camp and heard what they was planning.
But why wasn't I told?
The masked fella figured you might be sore at him after his taking that whip away from you.
Is that the same man?
Sure it is. He talked me into taking the fellas that work for me and capturing the other crooks when these two left for town. The rest of the gang planned to do just what we done. Come yelling and shooting.
And without guns, we could have done nothing.
The masked fella was sure enough right about that.
I think I've been wrong about a number of things. But I've had my eyes opened at last.
You have. And it was the masked fella that done it.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the wheat country near Graceville. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the West was young, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the length and breadth of 7 states. No man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. Now let us take the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the wheat company near Graceville. Hi-yo, Silver!
The greater part of Texas was suited only to raising cattle. But the soil around Graceville was so fertile and well watered that even those settlers who'd started out as ranchers soon turned to farming. Jeff Halstead was one of these. His wheat fields covered over 100 acres. And as our story opens, his grain is ripe and ready for harvest. Jeff's wife, May, is sitting on the front porch of their home. It is late afternoon, and she watches her husband as he walks slowly toward the house.
My, Jeff, you look all tuckered out.
I've been clear over to the South 40 today, honey.
Here, you take this chair.
There. That feels right comfortable.
I was just thinking, Jeff.
Huh?
I wouldn't trade this for all the money in the world.
Trade what, May?
Oh, our house and fields and all.
Yep, we got lots to be thankful for.
There ain't many folks can settle down in their old age feeling as well provided for as we are.
And with 3 growed boys out in the world and going great guns.
I can't help wishing sometimes that they was all to home again, just like they used to be.
It's the way of life, I reckon.
Yes.
I get the same hankering sometimes, but they had their places to make in the world.
They were such good boys.
And still are, by golly. Look at how Luke paid me back that $1,000 I loaned him so's he could get started in the freighting business.
I sometimes wonder if you did the right thing with that cash, Jeff.
You mean I shouldn't have given it to Cephas Cooper?
Oh, I wouldn't have minded if it had gone to pay back some of the cash we borrowed from him.
I did better than that.
I do hope so.
I used that $1,000 to get me an option on Cephas land.
I suppose it was all right.
You're darned right it was. After harvesting, when I've sold my wheat, I'll pay him the rest of the cash. And next year we'll have land for 3 times the grain we're raising now.
I know.
Just think, May. We'll be rich.
Have you seen Mr. Cooper yet?
No, but I'll get around to it soon.
There's the $2,500 you owe him. That comes due on the 25th.
Shucks, the wheat'll all be harvested and hauled to town by the 20th. There's time to spare.
You sure you're getting a good price for it?
Cephas fixed that up himself. He got me a buyer. And it's all writ down what I'm to be paid. I'm a-getting top prices.
It's funny about Mr. Cooper. Everybody says he's so mean and stingy.
He's sure been fine to us.
But I still think you ought to ride to town soon and put him in mind of his promise.
Maybe he'll go tonight.
If you do, I want you to take along the letters I wrote to the boys.
I'll put 'em on the stage myself.
I told Davy all about how good we was doing.
Did you tell him how we was raising wheat just like he is over at Lake City?
Mm-hmm. And have a letter for Steve.
Just think of him being a Texas Ranger now.
And I thanked Luke for the $1,000 he paid us back.
Well, I reckon the freighting business must be right profitable.
And I told them all they was welcome home any time they found the chance to visit.
They are that. And by golly, May, we'll show 'em the old folks are still good for something. Before we're done, we'll be making more cash than the 3 of 'em put together.
Cephas Cooper was the richest, most influential man in Graceville. Even the sheriff did as he directed. The general story ran was a gathering place for the men in town. And among them now, we see the tall figure of the Lone Ranger, disguised and without his mask.
How much are those supplies?
Let me see. There's 5 pounds of bacon and a couple of pounds of beans.
Mr. Cooper!
Bad rabbit. Don't be bothering me when I'm trying to figure things in my head. Oh, it's you, is it, Halstead?
I just want to talk business with you for a couple of minutes.
You in a hurry, stranger?
I can wait.
How's the wheat coming, Jeff?
Fine, just fine.
Ripe for cutting, ain't it?
Just about.
You come to see me about that cash you owe me, Jeff?
Partly. Let's step over here and talk.
Come on. But if it's credit for grub you want, you ain't getting it.
It ain't nothing like that.
This'll do. Now, what is it?
You seen my wheat of late, Cephas?
Where'd I get the time? You figuring on paying me the cash you borrowed?
Well, you know I can't do that till after harvest. You must be joking, Cephas. For land's sake, you knew the grain would have to be cut and then hauled to town before I could sell it.
All right. All right. Don't waste my time, then. The stranger's waiting for me.
I come about that promise you made me. You ain't forgot, have you?
What promise?
Darned if you ain't forgotten. Why, don't you recollect when I borrowed the cash for planting and such? You said you might loan me some more to hire men and do the harvesting?
I don't recollect no such thing.
But Cephas...
You got a copy of the agreement we read out, ain't you?
Why, sure I have.
It says you're to pay me $2,500 by the 25th of this month, don't it?
I ain't trying to get out of that.
And it says if you don't pay me that cash by that day, your house and land and wheat is all mine.
I don't just say...
Maybe when you pay me what you owe, I can lend you some more. But I ain't fool enough to send good cash after bad.
Then you never intended to let me have the cash for harvesting?
I didn't put it in writing, did I?
No, but you...
If it ain't in writing, it ain't business.
You planned this all the time.
Well, it ain't my fault if I stand to gain more by foreclosing than by lending you more cash.
And you took that other $1,000 for an option on your land, knowing I'd never have the cash to take it up.
I ain't saying.
You know darn well I can get a good price for my wheat if I can haul it to town.
I oughta. It was me fixed up that deal for you.
For yourself, you mean? It'll be you that's selling what I worked and slaved to raise.
Now, look here. First off, you sold your cattle and went to farming. Then when your cash run out, you come to me for help.
You seemed right willing.
I gave you $2,500. And you got $1,000 from that boy of yours, Luke. And I sold you the right to buy my land for half what it's worth. What in blazes ain't fair about that?
Half what it's worth? You did that because you figured I'd never be able to buy it. And you could just keep the $1,000.
That is your lookout.
Why, you...
Don't you go threatening me, Jeff.
I wish I was packing a gun.
Don't you raise your hand to me.
I'd like to...
Boys, come here. Jeff's threatening me. What do you want us to do, Seaman? Throw the old fool out.
I'll handle Jeff.
Throw him right out on the street.
You sneaking coyote.
Go on.
Come on. Let me alone. Take your hands off me.
You're going outside. You're going Prado.
Get back.
Don't do me the fear, stranger.
Leave Jeff alone, or you'll have me to deal with.
Thank you, stranger.
Cephas is boss around
He's
here.
not my boss. Come along, Jeff.
Stranger, I'd have given anything to be 20 years younger. I didn't need no help then.
We'll get out of here.
Wait. You haven't paid me for that grub you bought.
I'm not taking it.
Don't come back here, Jeff, unless you come with cash to pay me.
There ain't much chance of that.
And be sure you don't harm nothing around your place. If you do, I'll have the law on you. It's going to be mine by the 25th, and I don't aim to have you trying no tricks.
Outside the store, the Lone Ranger left Jeff, and the old man made his way home alone. He told his wife of Cephas Cooper's scheme, and together they decided to pack their few personal belongings, preparing to leave the house that had been their home for so many years.
You got all my shirts packed, May?
They're in this valise.
I got everything else in the buckboard, I guess.
Come here, Jeff.
What is it, honey?
I just wanted you close to me.
There, May. Everything will turn out all right.
The boys was brought up here, Jeff.
I know.
Look, there's the chair where Davy carved his initials with his knife and you spanked him.
If them days were only here again, he could carve up the whole house and I'd never say a word.
And over there's where Luke always used to sit when he was studying his books.
I never did see a young'un like him for book learning.
And it was Steve built them shelves by the window the time you was laid up with a sprained back and couldn't get around the house.
I recollect it just as plain as if it was yesterday.
You don't suppose Davy'll mind putting up with us, do you, Jeff?
Well, of course he won't.
We can't turn to Steve. The Texas Rangers just live as in barracks.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke's not married. He's with his wagons most of the time.
Shucks, Davy'll be glad to see us.
I'd rather almost anybody but Mr. Cooper got this place.
May, I was just a doddering old fool, a danged idiot, to think I could make a go of raising wheat. And when I think of letting Cephas talk me into giving him Luke's 1,000 for that option, it makes me so doggone mad I could go back to town and fight Cephas and all his sneaking friends single-handed.
Jeff.
Oh, there, I reckon I've been a mighty poor sort of a husband to you, honey.
Now, don't you be blaming yourself, Jeff.
If there was only something I could do.
You've got to promise me you won't stop in town to make trouble. You know as well as I do that there ain't a man there won't do Mr. Cooper's bidding. You wouldn't have a chance agin him.
I reckon we'd better get going. We can send back for anything we've left behind that's ours.
Yes.
Here, I'll carry the valise. You go on ahead.
We'll make out, Jeff. We'll be happy again.
Sure we will, honey.
Let's hurry, Jeff. I can't stand to say goodbye to the house.
I'll put the valise in the back of the buckboard.
Uh-huh.
There. Now give me your hand, May, and I'll help you up.
It ain't so easy for me to get around as it used to be.
I'll be right with you. Now don't look back, honey. We'll ride out of here just as though it didn't matter at all. Get up. Get along with you, Ned.
Will it take long to get to Davies, Jeff?
A couple of days, I reckon. Get along there. We'll make it as fast as we can.
Jeff, look. There's somebody riding from town already. Mr. Cooper ain't got the right to send a man here to the 25th.
Say, I've seen that white horse before.
Hold on, Jeff.
He's calling to you.
What in blazes? Oh there. Oh, boy.
Jeff, I want to talk to you. Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, boy.
Your mask.
Don't you remember me, Jeff?
I don't know. I've seen that horse before. There's something about your voice that...
We met in Cooper's store yesterday.
Say, you're the fellow that helped me when them no-good friends of Cephas were aiming to throw me out.
Don't leave your home, Jeff.
We ain't no choice, stranger.
It's more than a week until the 25th.
Well, we talked that out, and we figured it'd just make it worse staying on till the last minute.
Will you go back if I promise you'll not lose your land?
Huh?
Go back. Stay there until you hear from me again.
But what can you do? It don't seem like...
Jeff, if the stranger was a friend to you once, maybe we ought to listen to what he says.
You'll not be sorry, Jeff.
You think I got a chance to keep Cephas from getting our home?
A good one.
Then, by golly, we'll do what you say. But how can
Turn back right now. You'll see me again before the 25th.
Jeff, we ain't got nothing to lose. And everything to gain.
I don't know what he's got in mind, and I don't see how he can keep Cephas from collecting. But, honey, we're doing like the masked man says. Get around there, Ned. Get around. Now go on. Get it. Go on, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. Jeff Halstead turned from ranching to farming, planting his land with wheat. He borrowed money from Cephas Cooper and gave his property as security. But when he asked Cephas to make good a verbal promise of another loan to pay for harvesting, Cephas refused. Jeff and his wife May, believing they would lose their home, made ready to leave and join one of their 3 sons. The Lone Ranger, however, persuaded them to return and stay on their property until the loan came due. As our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse Silver at the small camp he shares with his faithful Indian companion Tonto.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there. Oh, Tonto, I just talked to Jeff. They were leaving their home, but I convinced them to turn back.
That good thing.
Were you able to get the information I wanted, Kemosabe?
Tonto, get 'em.
Where are Jeff's 3 boys?
Dave, him Lake City.
He's the one who took up wheat farming.
Luke, him Bakerstown.
Good.
Steve, him Sandy Ford.
That's where the Texas Rangers have their barracks.
That's right.
Lake City, Bakerstown, Sandy Ford. All of them are a long way off.
Them plenty far.
And I have to make the trip.
Silver take you all right. If it weren't for Silver, it would be impossible to get there in time.
Tonto ride, too?
No, Tonto. I'll make this trip alone. I want you to stay here and see that Cephas doesn't harm Jeff and his wife before I get back.
Tonto, do that.
Steady, Silver.
You going now?
I can't stop to rest. There isn't a day to spare.
Tonto, wait.
Come on, Silver!
Cephas Cooper had been told that Jeff and his wife were preparing to leave their home before the 25th. But when he learned that they had returned, his curiosity was aroused, and with one of his men, he rode out to the Holstead place.
Wonder what that fool Jeff is up to.
It ain't gonna do him no good to stay on.
You're blame right it ain't. Jeff signed that paper giving me his place if he didn't pay me by the 25th. And he can't do it.
Yeah.
I seen to it nobody'd work for him for nothing.
You took care of that all right.
There ain't a fella around here with a nerve to go agin me. When I tell them what to do, they do it. It's the worse for them.
Well, Jeff's sitting on his steps.
I'll get to the bottom of this.
Who asked you to come out here, Cephas?
This is my place, ain't it?
Not yet, it ain't.
It will be soon enough, so it won't make no difference.
Maybe so, and maybe not.
You started to leave once, didn't you?
And what if I did?
What I want to know is, why'd you come back? You're up to something, and by thunder, I aim to get to the bottom of it.
You wouldn't believe why I stayed on, even if I told you.
Yeah?
He's just bluffing, Cephas.
Well, he ain't fooling me none.
I'm here because of a masked man.
Huh?
Yep, that's right. He told me to stay on, and I'm doing like he said.
A masked feller.
Mm-hmm.
What's an outlaw to do with you?
I don't know.
Are you loco?
I don't know that either.
Now, you look here. I reckon I taught you once that I ain't the feller to fool with, and I ain't putting up with this here shilly-shallying. If you're joking with me, I don't care none for jokes.
Cephas, I'll give you the straight of it. All I'm doing is waiting for the masked man to come back. What he can do for me, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. If I had anything left in the world to bet, I'd bet the last penny of it that he'll help me out of the fix I'm in.
You always was a trusting idiot.
It don't hurt to trust folks. The thing is to trust the right ones.
I see it now. You're going to try a trick to spoil the wheat so's I won't get the good of it.
You can think what you want.
If you do, I'll have you jailed.
This is your place after the 25th if I don't pay you, isn't it?
It is.
But up to then, it's mine. Ain't that so?
Well,
And I'm giving orders. You get out of here and stay out. I'm sorry I ever met you. But sure as sin, I don't have to see any more of you than I want. And that's none at all.
Why?
Get, do you hear me?
I am a-going.
And if I catch you on my property again before it's yours, I'll fill your hide with buckshot.
Jeff's feeling right violent, Cephas.
He's up to something. I can feel it in my bones.
I got the same hunch.
But it's not going to do him no good.
Steady there.
I'm going to have some of the boys keep an eye on him.
That's a good idea.
And if I can catch him doing something that ain't legal, I'll make him sorry for it if it's the last thing I do. Get up there. Get along. Get up there. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up.
In the meantime, the Lone Ranger was racing across country. He headed first for Lake City, where Dave Holstead, Jeff's son, had a large wheat ranch outside town.
Dave! Dave Holstead!
That's me.
Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, boy.
The masked man.
Never mind that. Your parents are in trouble.
What's that?
They're in danger of losing everything they own.
Wait, listen.
You listen to me. I want your help.
Stranger, you say Cephas done that to Pa?
He did, Luke.
Why, the cheat no skinflint?
Will you do as I ask?
Do it? Say, stranger, there ain't men enough in Texas to stop me.
Good. Come on, Silver, old fellow.
Wait, there's things I want to ask you.
There's no time to wait. Hi-yo, Silver! for Graceville! Halloo, Silver! Away!
Days passed, but Jeff and his wife received no further word from the Lone Ranger. The hopes he'd built up faded, and as we find them now in the living room of their home, they are resigned to failure.
May, I'd have to start harvesting that wheat today if I was to get it to town in time to pay Cephas.
I reckon the masked man tried his best, but there wasn't nothing nobody could do.
I tried myself. I went into town and asked some of the fellows if they wouldn't work for nothing till after harvest when I could pay 'em.
Yes?
But that crook Cephas has got 'em so scared, there wasn't one of 'em willing.
I didn't hardly hope that.
So I guess we'll have to go to Davy after all.
Jeff, those men, who are they?
Huh? By golly, if Cephas has sent fellows to run me off, I'll... All right. I'm coming.
Howdy, Paul.
Davy! Ma, it's Dave.
Davy, my boy, you've come to visit us.
Visit nothing. I've come home to work. Where's that wheat needs cutting, Paul?
Ain't no use, Davy. A dozen men couldn't get it cut in time to get to town.
A dozen? Who said anything about a dozen? I got 40 men here and raring to go to work.
Oh, Davy, I can't believe
But we ain't tools enough.
We brought our own tools. We'll show you how to harvest a crop. Ain't that so, men?
I'm all of a tremble, Davy. It sure is good to see you. Oh, gosh.
Now, just forget about your worries. You and Ma sit here. The boys will take care of the work. Come on, fellas. Let's dig in.
All that day and well into the next, Dave and his men worked furiously. The smell of fresh cut wheat was fragrant in the air, and great loads of grain were ready to be hauled into town. As the second afternoon wore on, Dave looked up to see his father running toward him.
Davy, stop. Tell them fellows to stop working. It ain't no use.
What's that, Paul?
I just happened to think. We ain't got the wagons to haul the grain to town.
Can't you get none?
Cephas seen to that. He give everybody in the county orders not to help me.
Blast it. Why didn't the masked fella tell me we'd need wagons?
I don't know. But you better not waste your time no more. It was good of you, Davy. And your ma and me sure appreciate what you done, but
Did you say you needed wagons?
I just now told you.
Then look what's coming.
Why, bless my soul. Them's Luke's wagons.
And there's Luke himself.
Luke!
Oh, we got here all right.
You're just in time.
What are you standing there for, Dave? Get back to work. My fellas want weed to load up in them wagons.
And you just bet you'll get it. Come on.
Did the masked fella...
He sent me, Paul.
I never thought when I set you up in the freighting business that the day had come when your wagons could do me a turn like this.
I'll start my boys to loading, Paul.
Hold on there, Jeff. Hold on.
Cephas!
I've been watching everything that's happened.
But you...
And you ain't gonna move that wheat.
Who says I can't?
I says it. You're not moving this wheat till you pays me what you owe.
There ain't nothing in the agreement says that. All I got to do is pay you by the 25th.
That don't mean nothing to me. This wheat's as good as mine. You ain't gonna keep me from having it.
Your scheming fell through, Cephas.
Yeah? Well, I got the sheriff, his deputies, and all the men from town to see that no wheat's moved.
The sheriff?
He's just like everybody else around here. He takes his orders from me, and I give him orders to shoot the first fella to drive out of here with a wagon.
Paul, every one of our fellas is covered by a fella from town.
And every townsman is covered by a Texas Ranger.
Paul, look, Steve's brought the Rangers.
Go through, Cephas. It's Steve. It's my boy, Steve.
The masked man here brought me, Paul. He figured there might be trouble.
I've been tricked. You can't get away with this. I ain't standing for it.
You have no choice, Cephas.
Stranger, I don't know how to thank you. You brought my boys together again. You brought them here just when they was needed most.
Jeff, will you be able to sell your grain in time to pay Cephas?
I sure will.
Blast you. Confound you. Say, what are you laughing about, you?
Cephas, I was remembering how you talked me into giving you that $1,000 for nothing on your land. You were so blamed anxious to get the cash, you offered the land for far less than it was worth.
But I tell you tonight.
And now I'll be able to get your land, too. There ain't no way you can stop me.
Jeff, no. You wouldn't do that, would you?
It was all put down in writing. And like you said, if it's in writing, it's business. And from now on, I'm a businessman.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's going to be trouble at the Lee Ranch! Tonto's waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, the gun law ruled the cattle country. It was then that the phantom figure of the plains rode in the cause of justice. It was he who led the fight for law and order, and the stories of his adventures have come down to us through the generations. Return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto heading south toward the Rio Grande. They have spent the day in the saddle, and now, with night upon them, are looking for a place to buy feed for their horses and provisions for themselves. We hear Tonto speaking.
There, light.
It must be a ranch house, Kimosabe.
Maybe we get grub there, huh?
We'll try. Are you hungry, Silver, old fellow?
Him say him plenty hungry.
And I can't blame him. Here's the lane leading to the house, Tonto. Come, Silver.
We maybe get grub quick now.
You'd better speak to the people inside, Kimosabe. My mask might frighten them.
Tonto, do that.
I'll rein up here and wait.
What's that?
Move, Silver.
Oh, my God.
That shot just grazed my saddle.
You get out of here, Steve Drago, or I'll... Oh, it's a mess, man.
What's the trouble?
I thought you were someone else. Please forgive me.
Wait!
Ruth, what is it? What's happened?
Close the door, Lee.
That's plenty strange.
That woman mistook us for someone else, Tonto. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white feller.
We'll let them think we're leaving. But we'll circle around, then come back again.
Why do that?
She sounded as though she feared this man she called Steve Drago.
That's right.
That was a Taylor place, wasn't it?
Huh?
And she must be Mrs. Taylor. Oh, Silver.
White feller.
They can't hear us at this distance. We'll go back now.
We not make noise.
We'll be careful. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white feller.
I want to find out why she fears Drago. She must have been expecting him, or she wouldn't have been waiting outside the fire when he arrived.
Her plenty brave.
It was a brave thing for a woman to do, but she must be desperate to attempt it.
That's what Tonto think.
We don't want to get too close to the house this time.
Maybe her outside again.
I don't think so. He probably wouldn't have the courage to try the same thing a second time. This is close enough. Silver.
White feller.
No one will be able to see the horses if we leave them here.
No. Trees hide them.
Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto.
He come.
There's an open window.
Tonto see inside.
Keep your voice down, Kimosabe. That must be your husband with her.
That him.
Quiet. Perhaps we'll hear enough to learn what the trouble is.
Ruth, you shouldn't have done it. If that'd been Steve Drago, it'd only made things worse.
I'd like to kill him.
Well, anyhow, you sure scared them other fellows away.
I wish you'd do the same to Steve.
We ain't strong enough to fight him, honey.
If you're a man, you will, Lee.
But how? He's got a whole bunkhouse full of cowhands. The last fella I had working for me drawed his pay yesterday. You can't fight against odds like that.
No?
Steve grabbed off the water hole and left men to guard it, so as I couldn't water my stock. What cows I got that ain't been run over the edge of the canyon are dying of thirst.
If I were a man, I'd fight no matter what the odds. I'd never give up.
I can't call in the sheriff because there ain't no witnesses to what he done.
Witnesses?
And this is all open range, so I can't claim he's took what belonged to me. None of us ranchers hold title to any land but what our houses are built on.
This isn't something for the law to settle.
I know it, honey, and I reckon I'm a mighty poor excuse for a husband. But it's just something that's in my blood that I can't help.
Lee, it isn't true. You've just told yourself that so often. You've made yourself believe it.
But Pa was...
And you think that because your father was a coward, you are too.
I've heard folks talk about the way Pa died. He just stood there and let them shoot him down. He was too scared even to go for his gun.
You don't know whether that's true or not.
That was over in Wyoming. But the story got back.
But
and his pa was the same way. It's just something that runs in the family, I guess.
Oh, honey, listen to me. I know you better than anyone else in the world. I know you're brave and strong and fine. I know that you're as capable as any other man on the range. It's only that you don't believe in yourself. Oh, Lee, believe what I tell you, not the stories you hear from other people. It's the only way you can keep from losing your home, your self-respect, and
and me.
I'll try, Ruth.
When Steve Drago comes here tonight, you just tell him...
That sounds like him now.
Now, remember what I've told you. Come in.
Evening, folks. Me and Buck here dropped over just like I said we would. Howdy. And I guess there ain't no question about what I'm here for.
You skunk.
Now, ma'am, there ain't no call for names like that. Well, Lee, what do you say?
I ain't moving out.
Huh?
You heard me.
Well, if the rabbit ain't showing some fight. You look here, Lee Taylor. When I tell you to move off this range, I mean business.
But I tell you...
Remember, Lee.
Do you hear me?
I won't move out. You ain't got no right to try and steal my range. I'm staying here.
Yeah?
Should I let him have it, boss?
No. I reckon I can handle this fellow all right.
Get away from me.
Take your hands off him.
Sit down.
You rotten...
Now, sit there and listen. I'm giving you orders. You're going to be moved out of here by tomorrow noon or I'm gun whipping you. And when I say noon, I don't mean even 1 minute after.
Lee, get up.
I'll show you...
Get up when I tell you to sit, will you? There.
You knocked me down.
Fight him, Lee. Fight him.
There's 2 against 1.
I reckon you won't be doing no fighting. Come on, Buck. Let's be riding.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd better start packing right now, Lee.
I won't.
Yeah? You won't what?
I'll start packing.
Lee.
What is it, Ruth?
I'm leaving you.
I don't blame you, honey.
I love you, Lee. And I still have faith in you. Even now.
Faith? In me?
But I can't live with a man I don't respect.
I said I'm not blaming you.
I'll be waiting for you always. Waiting for you to prove yourself.
The following morning, their few belongings stowed away in the buckboard, Lee Taylor and Ruth left the ranch house behind them and drove to town. They rode in silence until finally Lee spoke.
You still figuring on going back to your folks, Ruth?
I have to, Lee.
Uh-huh.
But I'll be there until you want me.
I reckon you just better forget all about me, honey. I ain't worth thinking about.
I know better than that.
I'll be stopping off in town.
Yeah?
Get along there. Get up. I'll drop into the cafe and see if maybe I can't find me a job wrangling for some outfit.
I hope you do well.
Uh-huh. Thanks.
And you let me know wherever you go.
Sure I will, honey.
There's the cafe now.
I'll just pull up in front and leave you the buckboard. I don't just hanker to go out and meet your folks.
All right.
Here we are. Oh, there. Oh, boy. There. Here's the reins, honey. I'll be getting off.
Oh, Lee, honey.
Everything's going to be all right, Ruth. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lee. Get up there. Get up.
I guess there ain't nothing lower than me anywhere. And there goes the finest wife a man ever had.
Well, if it ain't Lee Taylor come to town.
Howdy.
Having a drink?
I don't reckon I will. Look here, barkeep. You don't know any outfit that's needing a top hand, do you?
You looking for work?
Well, man's got to eat.
Well, Lee, I've always liked you, but...
Yeah?
Oh, doggone it. I reckon you savvy without my telling you why it ain't going to be easy for you to find a job around here.
So everybody knows about me and Steve Drago, huh?
Well, there's been a heap of talk.
Sure I know. I'm a coward. I'm a yellow rat. I've got no more backbone than my paw had afore me. I ain't fit to eat at the same table with real men or share the same bunkhouse. I ain't...
Now, take it easy,
I won't
Lee.
take it easy. I'm sick of the whole thing. I wish I'd never been...
Well, Lee, I see you moved out today like the boss told you to.
You...
Looking for trouble?
I ought to shoot you and Steve and your whole crooked bunch.
You take my advice and you clear out of this country.
Yeah?
Before me or one of the boys loses our tempers and takes you over his knee and spanks you.
Cut out that kind of talk, Buck.
Lee can't do his own fighting, huh? He's got to have you stick up for him.
I've heard what you've been saying, Buck, and I'm here to tell you there ain't going to be no brawling in town while I'm sheriff.
This ain't no fight, Sheriff. Lee here's too yellow.
I reckon I'll be running along, fellas.
Hey, who's that fella just came in?
He's masked.
An outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
Put up your hands.
No, you won't. Look at that brawl.
Like chain lightning.
You can't arrest me, Sheriff, for wearing a mask.
But I'll...
Lee,
Huh?
I came here for you.
What's that for me?
I want to talk to you.
Put down them guns. I'm the law here.
Lee and I are leaving.
What do you want me for? What do you...
Come along.
Let go of my arm.
Hey, wait. Where are you taking Lee?
You'll see him again soon enough.
I don't have to go with you.
Out that door.
What's the idea?
I'm going to help you.
You can't help me. Nobody can.
Get in that saddle.
Hurry.
All right.
Stop it. Stop in that saddle. Don't let him get away.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. Steve Drago, a powerful and ruthless rancher, drove some of Lee Taylor's cattle from the range, refused to let the others use the only water hole in the district, and finally ordered Taylor to leave the country. Lee, in spite of the urging of his wife, gave in to Steve, believing himself a coward because his father had been branded a coward. The Lone Ranger learned of the situation and, at the point of his gun, forced Lee to accompany him. Now, as our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse Silver at the small, well-hidden camp where Tonto has been waiting.
Go, Silver. Go, fella. Steady, boy. Move. Get down, Lee.
What do you want with me? I ain't got nothing worth the stealing.
You're going to listen to something I have to tell you.
You got the best of me.
Sit down over there. First, I want to ask you what you know about your father's death.
So, you've heard about that, too?
Perhaps.
Well, if you have, maybe you're savvy what's been the matter with me.
Tell me about your father.
There ain't much to tell. And what there is ain't the kind of thing a fella can take much pride in.
Yes?
Paul left these parts when I was still just a young one. He went up to Wyoming, figuring that maybe he could find good range up there so as we could move.
I've heard that.
He met up with some fella, and they planned to go into partnership. But they fell out over some cash being stole. This other hombre went gunning for Paul, and then...
Go on.
And then folks say Paul was so scared that he couldn't even go for his gun when this other fella and his friends caught up with him.
And you've let this story frighten you all these years.
Like father, like son, I reckon.
I suppose the first time you ran into trouble, you were scared.
It's just in my blood.
Don't you realize that anyone can be frightened? That doesn't mean he's a coward if he fights in spite of it. But instead, you told yourself that you must be a coward because you believed your father to be one.
Well, there wasn't anything else I could think.
And you've always believed what people told you of that shooting in Wyoming?
Well, but why shouldn't I?
Listen to me. I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who, like your father, went to Wyoming.
Yeah?
He went there looking for good rangeland, but the country there is rough and dangerous. And then one day, as he was riding alone along a canyon trail...
If I'd known what this trail was like, I'd never come this way. Careful there, old fella. What's that? I'm trapped. The trail's sliding away.
Something had started a landslide just as he rode along that treacherous path. But instead of being plunged to the bottom of the canyon, which would have meant his death, he was saved by a small scrub tree a third of the way down. He hung on. He couldn't climb back. And if he loosened his hold, he'd be dashed against the rocks hundreds of feet below. Finally, however, he managed to get his gun from its holster and fire 3 signal shots.
If I don't bring somebody, I'm done for. The roots are pulling out. I'll be falling in just a minute. I can't hold on.
Hello there.
Well, help me!
Hang on there, friend. I'll take your rope in only a second.
Hurry, hurry, I'm a goner. Hurry, hurry up. Hurry, please. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
This second man, with only his rope and horse to assist him, struggled to save the life of the man clinging to that weak support. With the trail still crumbling, the lives of both men were threatened. But finally, the work was done, and Jim was back on firm ground once more.
Jim?
We'll call him that in the story.
But that was my pa's name.
Was it?
Go ahead. Tell me the rest.
Well, Jim and young Fletcher became firm friends. Jim owed his life to the younger man, and Fletcher, in turn, introduced Jim to his father. They talked of ranching and decided to go into a partnership.
That was my father.
Wait. But young Fletcher liked to gamble. He soon owed more money than he could pay. He knew where his father's strongbox was kept. And then one night, when he thought everyone was asleep...
There. $1,000 in folded money. That'll pay what I owe, and it'll keep me.
What are you doing?
Huh? You're stealing.
I got to have it. I got to. Don't tell my pa. If this ain't paid, them gamblers will kill me. Look here, I saved your life. You can't let pa know about this. You can't.
And then what did Jim, I mean, do?
What could he do? He couldn't tell the father of the man who had saved his life that his son was a thief. He couldn't make the boy put the money back and be killed by those gamblers. And he didn't have the money himself to help.
Yeah?
He had only one choice. When the boy had gone, Jim wrote a note. Said that he had to leave in a hurry, then saddled and rode off.
But what did he do that for?
He knew he'd be suspected of theft instead of the boy. He hoped to make his escape so that it wouldn't matter. But old Fletcher, believing Jim had used his hospitality to steal from him, pursued him at once. And the trail led to a lonely mountain cabin.
You must be there, fellas. Whoa. I'll get him. I'll get the sneak myself. You fellas stay here. Stand where you are.
I've been looking for you to catch me.
Where's the money you stole?
I ain't got it.
You're lying.
Maybe I am. Maybe I ain't. But that's all I got to say.
Killing's too good for you. You come to my house, pretend like you're a friend. then run off with my cash.
That ain't true.
But I'm not arguing with you, and I'm giving you an even chance. Go for your gun.
I won't shoot you.
Go for your gun, I say.
No.
Well, I gave you your warning. I can't do more than that. I'm counting 3. And if you don't draw by then, I'm shooting anyhow. 1, 2.
But why wouldn't he shoot?
His life had once been saved by young Fletcher.
But I
Jim
still don't...
couldn't fire upon the father of the man who had risked his own life to save his.
Then that's why my father didn't draw. It wasn't because he was yellow at all.
Do you still believe cowardice is in your blood?
Look here, stranger. My paw was braver than if he'd fought it out.
And what are you going to do?
I'll show you. Where's your horse?
Here, Silver.
You're taking me back to my ranch.
Tonto, we're leaving, but you do as we planned.
How to do it?
What Paul could do, I can do. And I'll show Steve Drago that he ain't got men enough to take from me what's mine.
Good. Come on, Silver.
The two men raced across country to Taylor's place. It was almost evening when they arrived, but the gathering darkness did not conceal their arrival from Buck, who had been stationed nearby to warn Steve Drago if Lee should come back. We see Buck now as he draws up before Steve's ranch house.
Oh, there. Oh, there. Stand there, blast you.
Boss!
What's the matter, Buck?
Lee's come back.
Back to his ranch?
Just now. He rode up with a masked fella.
Why, that...
Where are you going?
I'm going to teach that young fool a lesson.
But wait for me.
I'm riding ahead alone. I don't need no help to handle that hombre.
But look here,
You get the other fellows together and ride after. And if there's anything left of 'em when I get done, you fellas can finish up.
Lee was alone when he heard hoofstop outside. A moment later, heavy steps crossed his porch. And then, there was a loud knock on the door.
Walk right in.
You blasted sniveling fool. The next time I give you orders, you'll know enough to follow him.
I'm not taking your orders no more.
Huh?
I'm getting back to my range. I'm stocking more cattle. And there's something else I'm going to do.
Yeah?
I'm going to knock your block off.
Why, you...
Come on, get it.
I'll show you.
Here's one to begin with.
I'll break you in two for that.
And here's another for you.
Blast you.
Put on that chair.
Take that.
You missed. But if that's the way you're fighting, here's something for you. You'll give me orders, will you? And this ought to finish you all.
Get away. Leave me be.
Boss, what's happened?
Kill him. Shoot him.
I'll take care of him. Oh, my hand.
Up with your hands, all of you. You can come in now, Sheriff.
I saw it all. Oh, you're hurt.
Honest, honey, I never felt better in my life.
Steve, you and your whole bunch are going to jail.
You can't jail us.
You just think I can. I heard you tell Buck to kill Lee. And if the masked fellow hadn't shot first, he'd have done it.
Ruth, honey, it was a masked fella showed me I didn't need to be no coward.
I know, Lee. The Injun told me when he brought the sheriff and me here.
Come, Tonto. We'll leave while they're not watching us.
That good thing.
Steady, Silver, old fellow.
Yep. You tell plenty good story.
I did the work, Kimosabe.
But him not know that not him father.
I didn't tell Lee that story was about his father, but he thought it was. And as long as he believes it, he'll keep his courage. Come on, Silver.
heading for Jackson City. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire, in the days when the West was young, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. And no man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now, from out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
As our story opens, night is falling on the trail to Jackson City. The Lone Ranger and Tonto have been riding for the greater part of the day and are now preparing to make camp.
There, good place.
Yes, Tonto. I think it'll do.
We make camp early. We get up early.
We're both tired from our trip.
Oh, we get good rest.
This is fine here. Oh, Silver.
Oh, fine, fella.
We can find plenty of wood around here for our fire.
That's right.
Well, it looks as though others thought this was a good camping place.
Oh, there's plenty track here.
You can see where they built their fire. Doesn't look as though they could have been gone long.
Maybe 4, 5 hours.
How many men would you say were here, Kemosabe?
5, 6.
Probably cowboys who stopped to cook a meal.
Look there.
Cigarette stuff.
Oh, them loco weed.
Loco weed?
Oh.
That's dangerous stuff to smoke. I've seen it turn men into killers.
Many bad fellas use them.
Perhaps those men weren't cowboys after all.
Tonto, not know.
Did you hear that horse, Kima?
Silver hear him too.
I wonder who's riding here.
Maybe more fella make camp here.
I'd rather not answer questions about this mask.
Or come this way, all right.
There he is, and he hasn't a rider, Kemosabe. Here, old fellow. Look, he answers all right. Here you are, boy.
He won't go back.
He acts as though he's trying to tell us something. What's the matter, old fellow?
That's plenty strange.
I think he wants us to go with him. Come, Tonto.
We follow him?
Yes, we'll get our horses and see if he leads us anywhere.
That's good idea.
Steady, Silver.
Him in plenty big hurry.
All right, old fellow. We'll follow along. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
Tonto, he's taking us toward that woods. Can you see anything wrong, Kemosabe?
What's that there?
There's something on the ground. Looks as though it might be a man. Come on, Silver. Here we are. Oh, Silver. Oh, fella.
Oh.
Tonto. This man is dead.
Me take look.
A young fellow, too.
Him get shot through back.
Shot in the back.
Him die quick.
Can you tell how long he's been dead, Tonto?
Maybe 3, 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours. That's the same time you thought those men left the place we stopped to camp.
Their track.
Hoof prints. Must have been at least 5 or 6 horses here.
That right. There go him horse, follow him trail.
This man was probably a member of the gang. I wonder if there's anything to identify him with.
There, watch.
Let me see it.
There. Here, watch.
Thanks. There's a picture in the back. Dan Kent. That must be this man's name. I want to go through his pockets. There may be something to show where his home was or who his folks were.
You take a look.
Well, there's nothing in this pocket. Wait. The letter is something in the shirt pocket.
Maybe that tell you.
I have it. I think we're justified in reading this letter under the circumstances, Tonto.
What'd it say?
One moment. Seems to be from his mother. She can't read or write.
No? How you know that?
She says here that her foreman is writing the letter for her.
Oh. What more it say?
Nothing of importance, Tonto. Just news about herself. And hopes for her son's happiness. Nothing that explains his death.
That heap bad.
She seems to have thought he was leading an honest life.
Him get shot by bad feller.
Why do you say that, Kemosabe?
Him shot in back. Good feller not do that.
You're right.
What we do now?
I think we'll investigate this further. Perhaps we'll be able to find the murderers and learn why Dan was killed. Here, Silver. We'll examine these tracks, Tonto. We may be able to recognize them again.
Tonto know 'em.
Yep. Maybe I can follow these tracks, but I'll have to hurry.
It get dark plenty quick now.
Yes. You stay here and take care of Dan's body.
Tonto, do that.
Come on, Silver.
Jackson City was a typical Western town. It boasted little more than a main street, a group of weather-beaten homes, a cafe, jail, and a stagecoach office. Red Murphy was the manager of the coach line, and we see him now at his desk. The door of the office opens, and a little old lady enters.
Why, howdy, Miss Kent.
Hello, Mr. Murphy. I just come to see about the stage.
You sit right down. It ain't often I get to see you anymore.
Oh, you needn't give me your chair. Well, thank you. I reckon I'm getting to the age where a body don't care much about standing on their feet no more than they have to.
You weren't aiming to go no place in the stage, was you?
My, no. Traveling ain't for such as me. I just come to see if a package come from my boy.
Which one, Miss Kent? Pete down Frisco way, or Dan that you say is mining over in Colorado?
This package was to come from Pete, Mr. Murphy.
I recollect you was getting a letter from Pete the other day.
That's how come I'm here. He written his letter that there'd be a package of cash for me on the next stage.
Of cash?
Mm-hmm. $600.
Pete sending you all that?
He's a mighty fine boy, Pete is. He's sending it 'cause he heard I'm liable to lose my place if I can't get tax money together.
By golly, Pete must be doing darn well for himself.
Oh, he always was smart, even when he was a young'un.
Yeah, I can remember him. It was Dan that was the wild one, weren't he?
No, there weren't nothing wrong with Dan. Maybe he was a mite reckless about choosing his friends, and he was one to have a good time when there was a chance for it. We settled down now, all right.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
But ain't there no package, Mr. Murphy?
Sure, you needn't go to worrying, Miss Kent. The stage just ain't come in yet.
Oh.
You see, there's been a heap of trouble on the trail lately. There's been landslides, and the bridge went out over to Willow Creek, and all kinds of things. The stage ain't come in on time for the past week.
But have you any notion when it'll be here?
I'm downright sorry, but I can't say as to that neither. Maybe it won't show up till tomorrow sometime.
Oh, then I don't reckon there's much use in my waiting any longer.
You ain't riding back to your place, are you?
It's a mighty long ride for a body like me, but I might just as well.
Now, why don't you stay over at my place? The missus would be glad to put you up.
No, I think I'd better be getting back.
Well, suit yourself, Miss Kent.
You'll look out for my package, won't you?
I sure will.
Thank you. And if I don't get in for it tomorrow, you hold it till I do.
I'll watch it like it was my own. Goodbye, ma'am.
Good day.
There goes one of the finest old ladies I ever seen. She's dead up agin it, but she's got more spunk than a dozen men.
Red Murphy.
Huh? Golly, where'd you come from?
I came in the back door.
You're masked. There ain't nothing here for you to take. Honest, there ain't.
I'm not a thief. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Is that all you want?
It is. Was that old lady who just left here Mrs. Kent?
Yeah, that was her.
I thought it was. I went to her home and found she'd come here.
You ain't planning to harm her none, are you, stranger? You wouldn't do that, would you? She ain't got nothing for you to steal.
She has a son named Dan?
Yes, but
Does she know where he is?
What business is that of yours, mister? I ain't...
Answer me.
Well, I reckon she does. She sent him a letter by my stage up Denver way once. That was quite a spell ago. He's supposed to be mining.
Yes, I saw that letter.
Mister, don't do nothing to hurt Miss Kent. She's old and feeble.
You like her?
Well, I should say I do. They don't come no finer.
What would you do to keep her from being harmed?
Why, I'm just like the other folks around here that knows her. I'd do most anything.
Red, her son Dan is dead.
Dead, you say?
Yes, and the men who killed him are right here in this district.
How come you know that?
Red, I want to know this. Does Mrs. Kent own anything of value? Anything that outlaws would want to steal?
There's nothing that I know of.
Are you sure?
I ought to be sure. Even the cattle she owns ain't worth the stealing. I told her she ain't got nothing.
What's that?
By golly, it must be the stage. Drat it, Miss Kent just missed it.
She was looking for the stage?
I ain't got the time to talk to you now, stranger. I got to see to the stage. But you stay on. There's things I want to ask you.
I'll wait for you.
jolly this trip.
Yep, had a good run this time. Here, take this package. It's for Miss Kent.
Throw it down.
There you are.
And check this inside. You go on with the unloading, then unhitch the horses. I'll be out to help you.
Sure, Ed.
Oh, golly, I forgot you were still here.
What's in that package for Mrs. Kent?
I don't know.
Don't lie to me, Red.
But
it may be important.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's cash, that's what. And, stranger, the fella that tries to take it away from me is going to get shot full of lead.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. I'll leave the way I came in.
But hold on. I wonder where he's going. I shouldn't have never left this back door open. Hey, wait!
Hi-yo, Silver!
Called his horse Silver. And I was wondering if he was straight or not. Well, I should smile.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, stopping to make camp near Jackson City, were met by a riderless horse that led them to the body of Dan Kent, who had been shot in the back. The masked man and his companion followed the tracks of the killers to the Kent ranch. Then the Lone Ranger rode to town, where he learned that a package of money had just arrived from Mrs. Kent by the stage. As our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse at the camp he shares with Tonto.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy, steady there. Oh, boy.
Tonto!
Yeah. You get back soon.
I think I've learned why outlaws rode to the Kent ranch.
Why that?
Mrs. Kent is expecting money from another son.
How outlaw know about cash?
I'm not sure, but I believe I know the answer.
Kent woman know son Dan outlaw?
I don't think so. And we won't let her find it out unless we have to.
Not good.
There are still things we have to do before we can catch the outlaws.
That's right.
I want you to find the sheriff and his deputies. Don't tell them anything, but learn where to locate them if we need them in a hurry.
How to do that?
We must be sure to be ready for whatever happens. It had been a long, hard drive for Mrs. Kent from town to her home, and when she arrived there, she was surprised to see a number of horses standing outside the house. She climbed down from the buckboard, and when her foreman, Clem, came up to lead the horse away, she asked him about the visitors.
Clem, who's the folks come to see me?
Just some gents that aims to speak to you. You get that package off the stage, ma'am?
The stage is late, so I didn't wait for it. Are they strangers, Clem?
Uh-huh.
The folks in the house.
Oh, them. Well, ma'am, maybe they're strangers to you, but they ain't to me.
I wonder what they want.
You'll find out soon enough, I reckon.
I haven't a notion why anybody'd be calling on me.
They won't be backward about telling you.
Oh, what are you coming in for, Clem? Thought you was going to stable my horse.
I got some things to say to you, too. Here she is, boys. We've been waiting for you, ma'am.
Yes?
This is Duke Reavers, Miss Kent. He'll do all the talking for us.
What talking?
You went to town for a right important package, didn't you, Miss Kent?
Oh, what's that to you?
You'd be surprised. You didn't fetch it back with her, Duke. The stage wasn't in yet.
Clem, did you tell these fellers about that package?
Sure I did. We know all about that cash, Miss Kent. So it won't do you no good to lie about it.
You mean...
We mean we want it, we're going to have it.
Clem, they're aiming to rob me.
Well, and what of it?
And you're in with them.
Of course I am. How else do you think they'd know enough to come here?
To To think you'd do a thing like this to me.
Talking won't help.
I paid you good money, and now you turn on me.
I ain't interested in hearing about that. All we want is that cash.
Well, it won't do you no good. I never brung it with me.
So Clem said.
And you won't be able to get it.
You think not?
I know you won't. Red Murphy'll keep it when it gets here. And he won't give it up to nobody but me.
There's ways of getting around that.
You low, mean, ornery coyote.
Clem, you hold a gun on her. I'll do that.
Holding a gun on a woman.
You won't get hurt unless you goes against orders. Now sit down over here, Miss Kent. There's a pen and paper. Clem's already read out what we want. You just put your mark on it.
What's that paper say?
Never you mind about that. You just sign it. And the rest you can leave to me.
Mrs. Kent, helpless in the hands of the outlaws, signed the paper written by her foreman and gave it to Duke, who immediately left the house, mounted, and rode for town.
Get along there. Get along. Come on. Get along there. Get up here. Come on. Get along. Get along. Get
along. The Lone Ranger, riding toward the Kent place, saw Duke racing by and pulled Silver to a stop.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy, steady there. Oh.
Silver, that fellow came from the Kent ranch, and he's heading for town. If he's one of the outlaws, we may be too late. I want to see the hoof prints of his horse. Silver, he is one of them. Tonto and I followed that same track before. We've got to get back to town and find Tonto right away. Yep. All right, old fellow. We'll have to hurry.
Hi-yo, Silver!
In the meantime, Duke continued on into town. There, with a signed paper in his hand, he halted before the stage office, dismounted, and strode inside. Red Murphy looked up in surprise at the sound of the door.
You the manager here?
Uh-huh. What can I do for you?
Read this here note. It'll tell all that needs to be told.
Yeah? Give it here. It says Miss Kent wants me to give you the package that was to come addressed to her.
That's what it says? I didn't know nothing about it. She just handed it to me and told me to ride here with it.
Uh-huh.
Stage come in yet?
Oh, it's been here all right.
Was the package on it?
Yeah, it's here.
Then give it to me if that's what the note said. I gotta be getting back.
I don't know about that.
Huh?
I sort of figured she'd be coming after it herself.
She was here once, wasn't she? Didn't she have the whole trip for nothing?
Yeah, I know.
Then what's troubling you?
Well, I don't savvy why she sent back for it so soon. She told me she'd be in tomorrow.
Maybe it's something she wants real bad.
It's that, sure enough. But I don't know.
Blast it, hand it over and be done with it.
Just who are you, anyhow? You work for Miss Kent?
Of course I do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't, would I?
It's a powerful important package.
I can take care of it.
Uh-huh. And for all I know, maybe you take care of it too darn well.
Say, just what are you hinting?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I was just sort of thinking out loud.
Doggone it. What do you want that old woman to do? Ride all that ways back to town just because you're too stubborn to do like she asks?
I got another idea.
Yeah?
There ain't nothing much doing here now. Maybe I could spare the time to run out there with this myself.
Blast it, there ain't no need of that.
Oh, shucks, it won't be no trouble. I'll just...
Let this man take the package.
A masked fella.
You here again?
Give him the package. It'll be dark before he gets to the ranch now.
Why should I do what you say?
I think you will.
No, wait. There ain't no reason to get your hands so blame close to them 6 guns.
Take the package, Duke.
Yeah.
Take it to Mrs. Kent. She sent you for it. There's no reason she shouldn't get it.
Doggone it, you shouldn't have butted in like this.
Go ahead, Duke.
The masked fella's got more sense than you have, Red.
I hope everything's all right. There's something darn funny about this. And all the time I figured you were straight, in spite of your mask.
You'll have to trust me, Red.
But all that cash. Miss Kent needs it so bad. And if it don't get to her,
Mrs. Kent will get her money.
But that fella looks like a crook to me.
He is a crook.
Then look here,
I'll
why...
take that note he brought with him.
No, wait.
I'm going now, Red. But don't worry. Mrs. Kent and her money are safe.
The rest of the band of outlaws had made themselves comfortable in Mrs. Kent's home while they awaited the return of their leader. Mrs. Kent tried to face them bravely. And as a last resort, she attempted an appeal to the treacherous foreman.
Clem, haven't you no decency at all? Can't you see the wickedness of what you're doing?
Keep still, won't you?
The only reason I want that cash is so as I won't lose my place. It's just enough to cover my taxes, and if they ain't paid, everything I got will be took away from me.
Shucks. You ain't got long to live anyhow. The cash is worth a heap more to us fellas than it is to you.
Clem.
Yeah.
There's Duke pulling up in front of the house.
You got the package with him?
He's holding it under his arm.
Good.
By golly, it worked, Duke.
That Murphy fellow was darn stubborn, but I got the cash just the same. We'll divvy it up and then get out of here. Yeah. I was just wondering. What's the matter now? We got the cash all right, but I don't like the idea of leaving anybody behind that can tell the law about us.
Yeah. I was thinking the same.
You mean we oughta...
You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do
It's
that.
us we gotta look out for. Maybe you're right, Clem. I don't see nothing else to do. But as long as it's your idea, you can take care of it.
Sure.
All you fellas set to pull out?
We're settled up. Now that we got the cash, there ain't nothing holding us.
You just think there ain't nothing holding you.
Listen, Law.
Come on in, boys.
How'd they get here?
Don't try to go for your gun.
We ain't got a chance.
Sheriff, thank heavens you've come.
It was the masked fellow brought us, Miss Kent.
He's the fellow that made Red Murphy give me the cash.
I did that so we'd have enough evidence to arrest you.
Blast
Clem, you're a lure and a snake for what you done.
How did you trap us?
The masked fellow followed your trail here. He followed...
Careful, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff. I was sort of forgiven.
I know what the sheriff was about to say.
Yes?
He was going to tell about Dan.
Get him, Tonto.
Get him. Get that rope off of me.
Hold him, Tonto.
Me do that. We hold you. You not get
What did
away
he
from
start
me.
to say, masked man?
you
What is he going to say about Dan?
I'll tell you later, Mrs. Kent.
Well, we might as well be taking these fellows along to jail.
You ain't taking me.
Let's make a break for it, Clem.
You're darn right out.
That'll hold you.
You winked me in the shoulder.
Well, I'm darn sorry I didn't finish you up.
My hand.
That was a darn quick shot, stranger.
I saw him go for his gun.
My hand is smashed.
Smashed. The masked fellow just shot the gun out of it.
Take these men away, Sheriff.
Come along, you fellers.
If the masked fella hadn't meddled in...
But he did. You blame lucky thing. Now get out there. My deputies will take care of you.
I can't thank you enough for what you done.
There's no need.
You said something about Dan.
We saw your son, Mrs. Kent.
You did?
I know you're worried about him.
Well, sometimes he didn't always do just what he should.
There's only one thing I can say. You needn't worry about his going wrong any longer.
You sure of that?
Yes, Mrs. Kent. Come, Tonto.
Oh, but wait. There's more I want to ask you about Dan.
We may meet again, Mrs. Kent.
I sure hope so.
You not tell her, Dan, bad fella.
I couldn't do it, Kimasabe. She always thought of him as being honest and upright. She must never know the truth. Yep. Steady, Silver.
Tonto, think you right.
Yes, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading north to the Oregon Trail. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The end of the Civil War and the passage of more liberal homestead laws saw the tide of emigration to the western United States reach its greatest height. Land was to be had for the asking, but peace and security were not, and the West could not be won until law and order were established. It was then that the masked rider of the plains first rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory, and no man did more to make the frontier safe for honest men. Now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading north to the Oregon Trail. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, the Lone Ranger and Tonto have made their camp for the night on a bluff overlooking the famous trail to the northwest. The light of several campfires can be seen on the plain below.
There's another wagon train, Tonto.
Me see it.
That's what this part of the country needs. People to make homes here. People with the courage to face difficulties and fight for what they want.
That be plenty good thing.
Someday, the West will be just as rich as the East.
That's right.
But the people who will make it rich are these pioneers.
What that?
Listen.
That buffalo.
Must be the herd we passed earlier today.
Them come plenty fast.
Something's frightened them. They're stampeding. There they are.
Them not far off.
They're heading for the valley. I wonder...
What you think?
The valley's narrow, and it leads to the place where the wagon train is camped.
That's right.
Here, Silver.
What you do?
The buffalo may stop before they reach the wagon train, but if they don't...
There'll be plenty trouble.
Follow White Fella, Tonto.
Here, White Fella.
We'll follow the herd and see if they do any damage.
That's a good idea.
Come on,
Get on, White Fella.
The men and women of the wagon train were resting around their campfires, unaware of the danger that threatened. Grant Elder, the leader of the train, was speaking to one of the groups.
Well, folks, we covered a right good stretch of ground today. And tomorrow we ought to do even better.
I don't see where we done so good.
Now, don't you go to complaining again.
Why shouldn't I complain? I'm darn sorry I ever came along. We should have stayed back east where we belong.
Yeah?
Trouble. Nothing but trouble is all we've had. First off, them contractors cheated us back in Eagle City. The grub they sold us was full of worms that ain't fit to eat.
It's a blame sight better than nothing.
We ain't had half water enough. Tom Billings' young'un died the other day. Most of the wagons were broke down a dozen times or more. Trouble? I'm so blame sick of it, I wish I'd never heard of this part of the country.
That's no way to talk, Paul. You shouldn't
Look
be...
here, Cora. Don't you be telling me what to think and what not to. You're getting just like your ma was. And what's more...
Hey, Grant.
What's the matter, Jim?
Do you hear what I hear?
What is it? Oh, heavens above, what's a mighty strange thing?
It's a sort of rumbling.
Now, what in blazes could it...
Hey, Grant.
Huh?
Get to the wagons. It's buffalo. They're pouring out of the valley like water.
I see them now.
They're heading right this way.
The tramp, hurry, child, run.
Climb in the wagon. Drive out of here. Come on, get a move on it. We'll all be down. Hurry up.
The buffaloes swept down upon the unprepared camp. Few of the men had time to hitch their horses, and still fewer were able to drive clear of the stampede.
Come on, fellas. Come on, your wagons over there. Get your wagons over
Only by a stroke of good fortune, the herd separated at the last moment, and the damage, though great, was not as heavy as it might have been. When the danger was over, Grant Elder tried desperately to reorganize the train.
Jim, Dan, round up the women folks. Take account of everybody and see if anyone's hurt.
All right, Billy.
Ain't nobody hurt that I can see.
Blast it, take a look at my wagon.
It get busted up, Silas?
Busted up. There ain't enough left of it for kindling. My stuff's strung out every which way. I've had just about all I'm going to stand for.
Shucks, Silas, you knew when we started out we'd have our troubles.
I can take my share, but I'd...
Who's that?
I don't know.
He called his horse Silver.
Well, he can call his horse what he blame pleases. But what I'm saying is I've seen all of the West I want to. And I ain't the only one that feels that way either.
Oh, Silver!
Man.
Well, I'll be...
I'm not an outlaw.
What, that mask?
I have my own reasons for that. Came to see if we could help you.
Well, outlaw or not, we can use all the help that comes our way, I reckon.
We were afraid the buffalo might reach your camp. Did they do much damage?
Damage? Why, the blasted critters just about wrecked us. Do you wonder if we don't find somebody's been killed?
Here comes Jim. Maybe he can tell us if there is or not.
Well, I've had a good look around, Grant.
What'd you find out?
Well, there's about a third of the wagons pretty well smashed up. But I think maybe some of them can be fixed again.
Yeah?
Anybody hurt?
Not one, thank the Lord. We was mighty lucky that way.
Where'd Dan get to?
He's bringing the women folks along. There they are now.
Land sakes alive. I never in my born days had such a scare.
You all right, Cora?
Just shook up a little, Paul.
Folks, it's about time we had a showdown.
Meaning just what, Silas?
That's like what I've been saying for the last week. The biggest mistake we ever made was to come out west. What I say is we ought to turn around come morning and head back for where we belong.
Sure, Silas, what's got into you?
I'm just talking good sense.
You really believe that, Silas?
Well, look what's happened. If this was the first thing that'd gone wrong, maybe I wouldn't say nothing. But it's been one thing after another ever since we crossed the Mississippi.
And now you want to turn back?
Of course I do. Anybody with sense would feel the same.
What do the rest of you think?
I'm for keeping on.
Well, I don't know, Grant. Maybe Silas is right.
Well, like Silas says, we've run into a heap more trouble than we ever figured on.
Isn't the opportunity to make a new home worth the sacrifice?
Sure, but
You
then
men. Grant and the masked man are the only ones with any gumption.
It ain't for women to judge.
We're good enough to nurse you when you're ailing and mend your clothes and do all the things you'd rather get out of. But when it comes to deciding anything, then it's only the men folks that have any say.
Now, honey, it ain't right for you to speak up so.
Well, isn't it right? We do our share, don't we?
Cora.
I don't care, Paul. You ought to ask us women what we think once in a while.
Good for you, child.
That's enough of that. I
Oh,
don't
now
want to
you're
hear
not
anything
here,
like
Silas.
that
Speak
out
out
of
and
you
right.
again.
Whatever
Wait.
you want.
Huh?
Listen to me. When you people started out, it was to begin new lives in a new country. Don't give up now. Settlers are needed in the West. And whatever your hardships, you'll be repaid 100 times before you're through.
Just a second.
Yes?
I'm wondering just what your game is, anyhow. What are you so blamed anxious for us to keep on for? Looks mighty funny to me.
You'll have to believe I'm thinking of your good.
I don't have to believe nothing, and I don't...
Silas, I declare you're the most contrary man I ever seen.
Hold on, everybody. This is something we can decide later on. But right now, we got work to do, and it's time we did it.
That's good sense, anyhow. We'll straighten things out. Then maybe by tomorrow, Silas and the rest of you'll get your gumption back.
Come on, you fellas. Get them wagons straightened out.
Under the direction of Grant Elder and the masked man, order was quickly restored. The wagons were repaired, and in the morning, at the suggestion of the Lone Ranger, Dan and Jim trailed the buffaloes to obtain fresh meat for the train. We see the two men as they come within range of the herd.
There they are up ahead, Jim.
Yeah.
And we'll stop here. If we get too close, maybe they'll start running again. Oh,
Whoa there.
Whoa there. Whoa. Steady there. Better get off your horse, Jim. It'll be easier shooting.
Reckon it will at that.
There's a good-sized rock. That'll make a rest for our rifles.
Come on.
You know, Jim, I was just thinking.
Thinking?
Well, here we are. This'll do fine. Yeah, I was thinking the masked fella might have the right of it after all.
I don't know.
Well, it don't hardly seem like we should have come all this way just to turn around again and traipse back home.
Well,
and all the willing folks seem mighty set on going ahead. If we turn around, they're liable to make things right uncomfortable for us.
It ain't for women to have the say.
Of course it ain't, but still,
Yeah,
you
I know what you mean.
Well, we can talk about it later. Right now, we ought to be getting fresh meat.
Uh-huh. I got my sights on that critter over to the left.
Yeah? I'll take the one next to him. Ready?
Yeah.
Now, don't miss.
I got mine.
And so did I.
Come on, Will.
What's that?
Must be somebody else hunting.
Who could be?
Well, maybe it's someone that we...
Say, them shots was aimed our way. Look, Injuns.
They're coming over that hill.
Back to the horses. Let the meat go.
How many are there?
I don't know. And I ain't waiting to find out.
Steady there, steady.
We're heading for camp as fast as we can make it. Get up there.
Get
Come
on,
Get
Will.
up.
Get up there.
Dan and Jim raced across the prairie toward the wagon train. As they neared the camp, their shouts brought a group of people running to meet them.
Injun! We seen redskins!
Oh, Injuns fired at us.
They heard us shooting at them buffalo.
You're sure they were Indians?
We wouldn't mistake a thing like that.
Then that settles it.
That settles what?
We are heading back east. We can face stampedes and dust and sickness, but when it comes to murdering redskins, it's time we got out of here.
Indians wouldn't be likely to attack a wagon train as well guarded as yours.
They just shot at Jim and Dan, didn't they?
Because they saw them alone.
How do we know what they'll do? Grant, I'm telling you, you can't make us go no further.
Do the rest of you fellas feel like that?
Well, I wasn't so sure before, but right now I says the same as Silas.
And so do I.
Well, then, I reckon that's what we'll have to do.
Land sakes alive. Growed men is scared of a few painted savages.
It's your own good we're considering as well as ours. It's the men that has to do the fighting, let me tell you that.
Come, Tonto.
Let me come.
This is the first I've heard of Indians near here, Kemosabe.
What we do?
Steady, old fellow. You and I are going to investigate those Indians.
That's good.
I want to know more about them.
Get him up,
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. A wagon train, led by Grant Elder, became disheartened after a series of misfortunes. First, a herd of buffalo swept through the camp, leaving destruction in its wake. Then hostile Indians were encountered. The men decided to return to the east, and when the Lone Ranger was unable to change their minds, he decided to investigate the Indians which Jim and Dan had seen. As our second act opens, the masked man and his faithful companion are dismounting at the foot of a small hill.
I think the Indians must be camped just beyond this hill, Tonto.
Trail shown that.
We'll try and get a look at them without being seen. Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto.
Not many, Injun.
Only a few from the tracks we've seen.
There, bush.
I see it. If we can get that far without being discovered, we can hide behind it. Careful now.
Here, bush.
This is far enough. Look down below.
There. Injun.
But fewer than I'd expected.
Tonto never see them before.
But I could give a close guess as to who they are.
Who you think?
You remember the Indians who raided the Overland Station?
There
were 5 of them. The soldiers have been hunting them for weeks.
Me think them same feller.
And so do I. See? There are 5 in this group. If they were dodging the law, this is probably the direction they would have chosen.
That's right.
Come. We've seen enough. Tonto, did you notice the location of their camp?
Tonto, see.
Gave me an idea.
What? That?
I don't want the wagon train to turn back.
That'd be bad thing.
The men aren't cowards, but they've met an unusual number of hardships.
That's right.
Naturally, they're discouraged. They'll go on if we can prove to them that the dangers they fear are mostly imaginary.
What we do,
Steady, Silver. Tonto, just as soon as it's dark, we're going back to where the wagon train is camped.
That's good.
And there, I believe, we'll get some willing help for our plan. Come on,
Get
Silver.
him up, my fella.
That evening, indignant at the attitude of the men, the women of the wagon train gathered in a separate group after the evening meal. Maggie, Jim Barton's wife, Cora, Silas Digby's daughter, and Jean, Dan Hardy's sister, voiced their resentment at what they considered the men's lack of resolution.
I'd like to shake 'em good. The very idea of turning back when we're this far along.
They say they're going east in the morning.
And they won't listen to us.
It's mostly Pa's doing. If he hadn't kept so everlastingly at the others, maybe they wouldn't have agreed to going back so easy.
It's just like men folks, always looking for the easy way out.
Now, Maggie, I reckon they ain't no worse than the average.
I ain't never heard that the average man was any great shakes.
If there was only something we could do. I've tried to talk to Dan, but when I say anything, he only grunts and says women don't understand things like men.
And a good thing they don't.
I was sort of hoping that masked man could argue them out of it.
Wonder where he got to.
Dan says he's likely some kind of a crook.
A crook? I just wish we had a whole wagon train full of his kind of crooks.
There was something about him.
Mercy sakes, Jean, what the... Oh, the masked man.
The masked man again.
Oh, you give me such a start.
I'd like to talk to you.
I'll get Grant, if you'll just wait a minute.
I don't want to talk to Grant. Just answer this question. Do you women want to return to the east?
Of course we don't.
Why, we were saying that when you come up. All of us women want to keep on.
Would you be willing to do something that might persuade the men to continue?
But what in
I think I have a plan.
Honest? If only you had.
I'll need your help.
Stranger, we women came out here so as we could have the kind of homes we always wanted. Maybe you don't know it, but when a woman's got her heart set on something, she'd wade through wildcats to get it.
Good.
Now, what do you got in mind?
Listen to my plan. Wait until the men have gone to sleep tonight. And then... Now,
Do all of you understand clearly what you're to do?
When I think how the men folks will look.
There comes Paul.
I'll leave now. But don't forget your instructions.
We won't.
Say, who was that I just seen you talking to?
Why,
You been up to something?
Oh, now, Paul,
Come
will
along, Silver. That masked man. Was it him?
And what if it was, Silas? My state.
He's an outlaw, that's what. Women, bah. You listen to every smooth-spoken crook that comes along. But when your own men folks try to tell you something for your own good, you don't hear no better than if you was deaf.
Sentries were posted at night to guard against a surprise attack by the Indians. The early watch was shared by Grant Elder and Jim Barton. We see them now as they sit together on the tongue of a wagon, rifles held loosely across their knees.
Seems like a shame, Jim.
Huh? What does?
Leaving this country, going back east again. You know, the more I see of the West, the better I like it.
It's mighty pretty country, but it's just as dangerous as it's good to look at.
Yeah, I reckon.
You got any idea what was bothering the women tonight?
Shucks. They was just mad because they couldn't have their own way.
There's more to it than that.
What makes you think so?
Well, they was mad at first, all right. But later on, they was acting like maybe they had something up their sleeve.
You're just imagining things, Jim. Maggie was most likely trying to get you riled.
Maybe. What was that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Listen.
What's ailing you anyhow, Jim? You're as fidgety tonight as a girl at her wedding.
I'd have swore I heard something.
There weren't a thing. It's just the night being so black, the plains being so lonesome like that's getting on your nerves.
You talk like I was a scary kid.
Well, you ain't Where?
Over by the end of that wagon. Did you see it?
See what?
It was like a shadow. Come out of that wagon, then was gone. Just all of a sudden.
By golly,
There's another. Grant, I'm going to have a look.
Oh, you blame fool.
Maybe I am. But how do you know there ain't Indians sneaking into camp?
You see anything?
Just a minute.
You better come back here and make yourself comfortable. If you're going to jump every time you see a shadow, you won't be fit to live with.
I don't know. Maybe my eyes are going back on me.
I told you there wasn't nothing, didn't I?
Yeah,
Then
but
sit down and forget about it. Now, like I was saying, them women didn't have nothing up their sleeves at all. Why, right now, I'll bet they're dreaming in their sleep about going back east.
Everything was quiet in the camp during the remainder of the night, but shortly after sunrise, Silas Digby looked inside the covered wagon, where his daughter Cora was supposed to be sleeping.
Leaping lizards.
What's the matter, Silas?
Cora, she's gone.
Ain't she there?
You heard me, didn't you?
But she's gotta be.
Well, she ain't. I just looked.
But Jean's with her.
Your sister?
The two of them was gonna stay together last night. Leastways, that's what Jean told me.
Now, where in thunder could they have got to? Grant! Hey, Grant!
You calling me, Silas?
Come here.
And hurry up.
Something wrong?
My girl Cora and Dan's sister Jean have disappeared.
What's that you said? Who's disappeared?
Jean and Cora.
But where's Maggie? She was with them, wasn't she?
Maggie?
Why, she said she was staying with them.
Well, I'll be...
Hasn't anybody seen them?
Grant, do you recollect last night?
Huh?
Them shadows and that noise I heard. You don't suppose...
That Indians got him? Oh, you're loco.
But I...
What'd you say about Indians, Jim?
It was while me and Grant was keeping guard. I thought I heard a noise and seen some shadows by the wagons, but I couldn't find nothing.
Didn't you look to see if the women folks were safe?
Well, I
We
didn't
never
look in-
figured anything was really wrong.
They've been took by them redskins as sure as blazes. Come on!
Where you going?
To get our horses. If them Indians have got...
Look at that!
What in thunder?
It's a masked man again.
And look, the women are with him. And that ain't all.
Huh?
They're holding guns on Injun.
Indians?
Can't you see them?
Jean! Hey, Jean!
Hold, Silver! Hold!
What's the idea? Them redskins. You're gone loco.
We've been doing your work for you with the help of the masked man.
You've been what?
Oh, land sakes alive. Can't you understand plain English?
Now, look here, Maggie.
Oh, I won't look here. It's you men that are going to do the looking and listening. Here's the Indians you were so scared of.
The masked men helped us capture them.
You women done that?
There was no real danger, Grant. There were just 5 Indians. The women remained hidden with only the rifles they carried showing. Tonto and I told the Indians they were surrounded, and they gave up.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Tonto and I found their camp and thought of the plan. The women joined us during the night. At daylight, when the Indians could see the guns aiming at them from over the hill, we called on them to give up.
Did you hear that,
And they
boys?
did, too. Then you blamed well we meant business.
And these are the Indians who frightened you men, made you decide to turn back.
Well,
It seems sort of funny.
The only thing funny about it is that you men were scared of something that us women fixed.
Never mind them, Cora. I suppose they still figure the West is too hard on them. They'll be heading east again before the day is out.
What do you say, fellas?
I'll tell you what I say, Grant. We can't stand for women folks showing us up like this.
If we turn back now, we'll be the laughing stock of everybody, from here to Topeka.
We gotta go on.
You mean that, Jim?
Yes. And we're going on right now.
Yes, sir.
Men, you'll find all kinds of hardships on the trail ahead. Perhaps some of them will be worse than those you've already met. But this should prove that none are as bad as your imagination makes them.
Stranger, you've proved that aplenty.
And it was me that said he was an outlaw.
Outlaw? Why, land sakes, this is the man we've been hearing about ever since we left home. He's the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy! The stage has been held up near Mill City! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, outlaws and cattle thieves robbed and plundered the honest miners and ranchers. It was many years before law and order was established on the frontier, and from the stories handed down to us by those early pioneers, we know that the masked rider of the plains led the fight for justice. Let us return once more to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mill City! Outlaws are in the district! Hail, Silver!
Gold had been discovered near Danville, and the region boasted more than a dozen rich mines. But though the yellow metal brought prosperity, it also brought trouble. The stage carrying the gold to Mill City was held up several times, and the robberies continued in the face of every effort to stop them. As our story opens, we see a group of outlaws taking shelter in a ravine beside the stage trail. They are mounted, and the leader, Matt Klein, is speaking to his right-hand man, Squint Porter.
You got your mask ready, Squint?
Yeah. I'll slip it on before the stage gets in sight, Matt.
The next time that masked hombre riding a white horse runs into the law, he's going to have a heap of explaining to do.
He sure will.
Of course, that white horse you're riding ain't so big as his and not near so fast. But no stage driver looking into the business end of a six-shooter is going to pay any mind to details like that.
I'll bet my saddle he won't.
It'd be better yet if we had a redskin working with us like he's got. But this'll do good enough.
Wonder where that masked hombre is now.
That's for him to worry about, not us. I'm just thankful we seen him the other day and got the idea to put the blame on him.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, what's that dust over the hill? Ain't that the stage?
Most likely. Keep back till it starts coming down this side. Get that mask on, Squint.
That's what I'm doing.
When we stop the stage, you act like you're the boss of this gang. That'll make it worse than ever for that masked hombre.
I savvy.
There it is on top of the hill now.
Yeah.
Quiet, fellas. Come on. Get up there. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up there, boy. Get up there.
Hold up there!
You're covered. The guard's going first gun.
I got him right in the shoulder. Hold up before you get hurt, too. Oh, there. Oh, boy. Oh, I can't let you. Oh, there. Oh, there.
Try anything and we'll blow you to blazes.
We want the gold you're carrying.
A mask fella.
Never mind that. Where's the gold?
How did you fellas know we was carrying gold this trip?
That's our business.
Every time the stage carries gold, you doggone polecats knows about it. It don't matter none how secret it is, you always...
Shut your mouth and get busy.
Or it'll be the worse for you.
Yeah, just a second. Don't get hasty. The gold's right here in these boxes.
Hand them down.
Yeah. Here's the first one.
I'll take it.
But you're gonna pay for stealing this gold and killing the guard.
He ain't killed. He just passed out.
Come on with the other box.
There. Now take leather to them horses and get along.
I'm getting blaster. But I'll be remembering that mask you're wearing, that white horse you're riding.
Now ain't that too bad?
Move along.
Get up there. Get up. That masking horse is going to hang the whole bunch of you.
Like I said, just wait till that other masked hombre meets up with the law.
Jake Faust was not only the agent for the stage company in Mill City, he edited the town's weekly paper and raised fine horses on a ranch not far from town. We see him now, shortly after the holdup, in the office of Bill Abbott, the sheriff. With them are Ray Davis, a special investigator for the Wells Fargo Company, and Andy Symes, the sheriff's deputy. The sheriff is speaking.
Fellers, if something ain't done right soon about these holdups, we're all going to lose our jobs.
I'm just hoping nothing happens to that shipment due in today.
It's a funny thing you ain't been able to do nothing since Wells Fargo sent you out here, Ray.
Yeah?
You've been here close on to a month. You ain't found out yet how them crooks operate.
Look here, I ain't the only one that's been stumped.
Now, take it easy, fellers.
Sounds like somebody just rode up outside, Sheriff.
Well, if it's anybody on business, he can wait. We're here to figure out them holdups, and it's got to be done no matter what else happens.
Now, this is the way I look at it, Sheriff.
Who?
Stay where you are.
A masked man.
What the...
Another outlaw.
Careful.
Don't shoot.
No one will be hurt unless you try to draw.
What do you want?
I'm here for information.
Put down them guns. We ain't giving information to no mask hombre.
I'm not an outlaw.
Then what are you
I want to
wearing?
help you.
You're loco. We ain't fools enough to listen to any story like that.
Wait. Sheriff, you've been trying for months to find the outlaws who've been robbing the stages. This man here was sent out by Wells Fargo, and he's failed. The stage line manager here has failed. There's more gold being stolen now than there was at first.
And for all we know, you're the fellow that stole it.
I'll bet Jake's right.
You're Ray Davis?
Well, what if I am?
I've heard about these holdups. The outlaws never touch a stage that doesn't carry gold, but they never miss a stage that does.
But what does that...
One moment. How do those outlaws get their information?
Do you think if we knew that, we wouldn't have done something about it?
The fellers down at Dansville that ships the gold have tried every way they know how to keep them shipments secret. But it just don't do no good.
Sheriff, do you know when gold is being shipped?
Jake here's the only one of us that knows that. And even he wouldn't if he didn't have to make arrangements for it to be shipped on east from here.
Then perhaps the outlaws get their information from Jake.
That won't get you nowhere, stranger. The Wells Fargo folks thought of that right off.
Yes?
That's why they sent me out here to look into things.
And you learned nothing?
Not a blasted thing. Jake, you never knew it, but I trailed you for 3 weeks steady. There was 2 stages held up in that time. But if it was you who told them crooks what stages carried gold, you must have done it by magic.
Running the stage office, the paper here in town, and my horse ranch gives me plenty to do without stealing no gold.
You'll never pin nothing on Jake, stranger.
And somebody at Danville is responsible.
Shucks, there ain't a fella here or there we ain't watched closer than a hawk.
You're asking a heap of questions for a fella that claims to be straight, mister.
I'm as anxious as any man here to stop these holdups.
That sounds likely, don't it? Coming from an hombre that's scared to show his face.
You better clear out of here, stranger.
There's the stage, Sheriff.
Now, why in Tunket is it stopping here instead of the station?
Maybe there's been more trouble, Sheriff.
By golly. Jake just told us there was gold coming today.
Well, come on.
Drop them guns, mister. We gotta go outside.
Don't any of you move until I'm gone. But I'll see all of you again.
I'd give a heap to have a look at that feller's face.
Just the same, I ain't so sure as I was at first that he is an outlaw. He didn't talk like one.
Come on, Silver.
He's gone, Sheriff. Let's see what's wrong with the stage.
Yeah.
Look, what's he in the guard?
Sheriff, there he goes. Get after him.
What's the matter, driver?
Get after that masked fella, I tell you. He's the one that done it.
Done what?
He shot Jed here, stole the gold, and rode off with his gang.
That masked feller?
How could he have done all that and got here ahead of you, driver?
He must have cut across country.
You sure it was the same feller?
Sure. With that mask and that white horse, I'd take my oath on it.
Then that's enough. Andy, bring our horses around. We're going after that thieving crook and jailing him.
Come on, let's
The sheriff and his posse attempted to pursue the Lone Ranger, but the great horse Silver soon carried his master to safety. At his hidden camp, he waited for his faithful Indian companion Tonto, who joined him finally with news of the latest holdup. Together they determined to visit the scene of the robbery and learn what they could. But now let us flash ahead to the camp of the outlaws. Their leader, Matt Klein, is speaking.
You got the gold counted yet, Squint?
Every darn penny of it.
Yeah? How much was it?
Over 5,000, boss. And that's not counting the share I put aside.
Careful of name, Squint.
Sorry, I was forgetting.
Ain't nobody around these parts to hear us, but it's just a good idea to get used to not saying that name. One of us might make a slip sometime. And if that happened, we wouldn't have nobody to tell us when the gold is going to be shipped.
Yeah.
Did you send more to town?
Uh-huh. He ought to be along soon.
Maybe that's him.
Yeah, there he is. Got the paper in his hand.
Come here with that paper, Mort.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Any news?
Plenty, Matt.
Yeah. Let me see that paper myself.
Yeah.
Let's see. There ain't nothing about the holdup in it.
Shucks. They wouldn't have had time to print nothing about that.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Let me see now. Here we are. Well, now, here's some right interesting news.
What's that, Matt?
Why, it says that Jake Faust is selling all 5 of his horses out to his ranch a week from next Tuesday.
Yeah?
I'll just tear this out for keeping. Maybe we'll want to go to that sale, huh, boys?
Yeah.
I'll tear it out so's we won't forget.
Yeah, maybe we'd better burn the rest of the paper, man.
Yeah. More take this and put it on the fire. There's a couple more papers around here that ain't been burned either. Find them and burn them all.
All right, boss.
That sale's a week from next Tuesday, huh?
Yeah, and I...
Somebody's finding us.
Look, it's a redskin.
Why, blast him.
We'll take after him. Hey, fellas! Get your horses, hurry!
Where'd he come from?
Looks like the engine we see with the mask, hombre.
Doggone if it don't.
Yeah, here we are. Steady there.
The Redskins aiming this way again.
Come on, we'll get him.
Yeah.
He's leaving. Ready, fellas? We're all set. Then come on. We'll get that engine and find out just what he's doing around here. Get up there! Get up.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In spite of every effort to keep secret the date when gold was to be shipped from Danville to Mill City, the outlaws held up the stage whenever a shipment was on board. Matt Klein, leader of the gang, had one of his men wear a mask and ride a white horse, hoping to place the blame on the Lone Ranger. Later, the outlaws were fired upon by Tonto, and they pursued the Indian without success. We see them now as they return to their camp.
By golly, that Indian was sure riding a fast horse.
Yeah, too fast for us, anyhow.
What I can't figure is what he was doing around here and why he fired at us.
Maybe him and his mask part found out about us making a stage driver think it was a masked man held up the stage.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't like it.
There's no harm done, I reckon.
He might have heard something.
Yeah, what was there for him to hear? We didn't mention no names, did we?
Anyhow, we better make camp somewhere else. We don't want him bringing anybody back.
Yeah.
Besides, he's like... Hey, where's them papers?
Huh?
I don't see no sign of them papers you told Mort to burn.
Well, I'll be... Hey, Mort.
What you want, boss?
You put those papers on the fire like I told you to?
Well, I think I did.
You think you did? What do you mean by that?
I don't just recollect. I had 'em, and then that engine fired at us, and I don't recollect what I did then.
You don't remember putting them on the fire?
No, but I don't recollect not putting them on the fire neither.
Well, of all...
You needn't get upset, Matt. Mort must have burned them.
Yeah?
They're gone, ain't they?
Sure, but they could have
They're
been...
gone. It's because he was burned up. The engine couldn't have gotten them. If he did, why, it wouldn't matter none.
Well, maybe you're right, Squint. But I don't know.
Gosh, Matt, who'd figure anything out from a few newspapers?
Yeah, that's so. Well, come on, fellas. Get your things together. We're going to get out of here and make camp where we won't be so easy found next time.
It was the night of that same day that Jake Faust, stage line manager, newspaper editor, and rancher, worked alone in the office of the Mill City Bugle, editing the news for the next edition.
More'n 6,000 in gold was took from the Danville stage early today when a group of outlaws led by a masked man struck again in the latest series of daring robberies. It is still a mystery from what source these outlaws... That you, Sheriff? Who's there?
Don't move, Jake.
Who are you? It's too dark to see over by the door.
We've met before, Jake.
A masked man.
Right.
What you doing here? What do you want?
You see these papers?
Yes, but
You see where each paper has had a story torn from it?
Yeah, but...
I think I know why that was done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
These are the papers for the last 3 weeks. I want copies of those same papers to compare the
No,
There's a file by your desk. Quick.
Don't aim that gun at me.
Hurry.
I'll get him. Just a second.
Hand them here.
You won't see what you want him for.
You will, soon enough.
But I...
Wait. This is the same paper as the first one I have here. We'll find out what story was torn out.
You must have gone crazy.
Today is Friday, and it says here that you were selling 6 horses from your ranch today.
I did. My foreman sold them.
Now look at the next paper. You advertised 10 horses for sale a week ago Saturday.
And I sold them. I can prove it.
There's one more paper. 3 weeks ago, Jake, you advertised 8 horses for sale.
I can sell horses if I want to, can't I? I'm in the business, ain't I?
Don't those dates mean anything else to you?
What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean as well as I do. This week's paper, the paper that was published today, says you're selling 5 horses a week from Tuesday.
I am.
No, you're not.
But I tell you...
Pick up your pen.
What?
Did you hear me? Pick up your pen.
I got it.
Now write this. Say that your sale will be held Monday instead of Tuesday.
I won't. I don't have to.
You won't?
I did. Sure, I will. I didn't mean nothing. Don't point that gun at me like that.
Write what I told you.
Yeah. Sale be held Monday instead of Tuesday. There it is. Now get out of here and leave me be.
You're not through yet, Jake. Take another piece of paper.
I will.
Good. Now leave a note for your printer, telling him you're called out of town suddenly.
I can't do that.
Now he's to print this correction you've just written.
I guess I got to.
You do. And when you finish that, you're coming with me.
There, I wrote just what you said.
So I see. Now get up.
Whoa, what you going to do?
I'm taking you along.
Let go my arm.
Come on.
Leave for this.
Perhaps.
I'll fix you. The sheriff will get you.
Open your mouth to yell and I'll shoot.
You ain't...
Get in that saddle. Steady, Silver.
I'll be hung for this.
I doubt it, Jake. Hail,
The disappearance of Jake Faust from Mill City remained a mystery, despite the note he had left behind. The sheriff asked questions of everyone, but learned nothing. We see him now more than a week later with his deputy Andy and the Wells Fargo investigator, Ray Davis.
It's the blamedest thing I ever heard tell of.
Jake just writes that note and leaves town without a word to nobody.
I don't know what to think. Maybe it's all right.
I was talking to the printer. He says the note was in Jake's handwriting, sure enough.
He told me the same, Ray. But that wasn't no way for Jake to leave.
Stage line is liable to fire him for it.
I can't help thinking that masked fellow we seen might have had something to do with it.
What makes you say that?
Well, Jake was mighty free accusing him of being the stage robber.
Shucks, the driver said the same, but the masked fella never done nothing to him.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the driver didn't say it where that masked hombre could hear him.
Andy, I figure you're plumb mistaken.
Yeah?
The masked fella is the leader of them crooks, all right, but what in blazes would he want Jake for?
Well,
and even if the masked fella did have some reason, he wouldn't...
There's the masked fella now.
He's just outside.
I'll be...
Come on.
Let's get him.
Hold on there.
You're under arrest.
Get on your horses. He's riding off again.
He won't get away from us this time. He ain't got the head start he had before.
He's heading down the trail for Danville.
Then it's the last trail he'll be riding for a spell. Get up there. Get up there.
Get on.
Get on there. Get up there.
The sheriff and his two companions raced in pursuit of the masked man once more. But although the great white horse failed to outdistance them, they also failed to gain.
We're keeping him in sight.
Get up there, boy. Get up.
Wonder why he don't leave the trail and come off across country.
I don't know, but he's going to wish he had. Get up there.
Come on.
Get up there.
Get up
Get up
there.
there. Get up
Almost half the distance to Danville had been covered when the sheriff and his companions saw two horsemen ride out from the side of the trail and join the Lone Ranger.
Who are them two fellers?
One's an Injun and...
By golly, the other's Jake.
Jake?
You can see where his hands are tied to a saddle horn.
Then it was the masked fella took him, just like I said.
But we'll get him back.
And when we do, the masked fella will be sitting in jail for the rest of his life. Get up there. Come on, boy.
In the meantime, ahead of both the masked man and the sheriff, the outlaws, led by Matt Klein, had leveled their guns at the approaching Danville stagecoach. This time, the driver did not defy them, but immediately reined his 6 horses to a halt.
Whoa, whoa, I said, whoa, bless you. Whoa, whoa.
Reach for the sky.
I'm a reaching.
We want the gold.
Where is it?
This is the time you blame polecats got fooled. There ain't no gold.
You're lying.
Yeah, take a look for yourself.
We know darn well there is. You most likely got it hid someplace.
That mask of yours ain't scaring me none. If you figure there's gold on this stage, try and find it.
That's what we aim to do. Mort.
Yeah?
Look inside the coach. If the gold ain't there, we'll make this maverick tell us where it's at.
I'll have a look, Squint.
Look all you darn please.
And while he's looking, suppose you look at these here shooting irons. If you don't want to get drilled by him, you'll talk when we tell you to.
Yeah?
You'll either talk now or you will never be able to talk again.
Come on, Silver!
Hey,
It's the masked man and the Indian again.
shoot him down.
I'll get him. Oh, my hand.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy!
Oh, last year you won't shoot my gun out of my hand. I'll shoot. Oh, you smashed my hand. Stay where you are.
By golly, that was some shooting, stranger.
Let us go. There comes the sheriff.
Here's your prisoner, Sheriff. These are the men that have been holding up the stages.
You don't have to tell us, stranger. We seen you get them.
And they were caught holding up an empty stage.
Empty?
You could break up the stage and you still wouldn't find gold in it.
But the paper said
Keep still, Matt.
Just a second. How come you know these fellers, Jake?
Matt, the information in the paper was wrong.
Jake, you double-crossed us.
Keep your mouth shut, blast you. You must have sold us out. We'll talk plenty.
Hold on, all of you. Now, stranger, what's this all about? What's Jake got to do with the holdups?
Jake was manager of the stage line at Mill City. He knew when gold was being shipped.
Yeah, we savvy that all right.
But Jake also edited the paper and owned a horse ranch. Every time he got word of a gold shipment, he advertised a sale of horses for the same day. The number of horses offered for sale told how many thousands of dollars would be sent.
And that's why I couldn't catch Jake passing all the information.
Right. Sheriff, if you'll check back, you'll find a stage robbery every time Jake had a sale.
Right off, I can think a couple of times. And that ain't all.
What's that, Sheriff?
Jake bought that there ranch just before the holdup started. He done it on purpose.
Sheriff, let me explain.
Jake, you needn't bother. All the explaining that's needed, the masked feller done already.
Stranger's one thing I'd like to know about.
Yes?
How'd you get onto that trick of Jake's?
Tonto, my Indian friend, followed the outlaws' trail to their camp. We heard enough to know the newspaper had something to do with their scheme. And while Tonto drew them away from their camp, I took the papers they had. And everyone had the notice of a sale torn out.
Shucks, if you trailed them outlaws, you'd have let us know.
But you believed I was an outlaw, and this man here in the mask was the reason.
Yeah, we figured you to be an outlaw, all right, stranger. But I reckon you proved that two fellers, both wearing masks and riding white horses, can still be as different as they make them. Hey, wait! Let him go, Ray. He done what he set out to do, and if he don't want to wait to be thanked, why, I reckon that's his business. All right, you coyotes. You're going to jail, and you're going pronto.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! We're heading for Meg's Crossing! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order. Indian and white man alike turned to him for help, and Hi-O Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Thundercloud's camp in the hills. Someone's waiting for us there. Hi-yo,
Chief Thundercloud had summoned the most influential members of his tribe to confer with him. The threat of war was in the air, and as the braves debated, Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, sat at Thundercloud's right hand. The masked man waited outside the chief's lodge while the meeting was in progress, and two other white men waited with him. One was Bart Daly, bearded and powerful, and the other his partner, Shorty Crane, a small man with shifty eyes. As our story opens, Bart is trying to mount a splendid brown and white horse tethered near the lodge.
Blast the critter, he almost got me that time.
Better give up, Bart. You can't ride
I'll fix him. Give me your quirt.
What do you aim to do?
I'm going to whip the temper right out of him.
Here you are.
Now then, take that.
That's raining into him.
You watch me. Here's another fair. Hey, leave me be.
Like that horse again, and I'll take that quirt and use it on you.
What are you butting in for, stranger?
That's my business.
I'll
Careful.
Look at that draw.
I'll use these guns if you don't do as I say.
I was only having some fun.
Whose horse is this?
He belongs to old Thundercloud. Red Crow was telling us that nobody but the chief could ride him, so we thought as how we'd find out for ourselves.
I'll ride the critter yet.
Not unless Chief Thundercloud tells you you can.
Come on, Bart. Forget about the horse for now. Let's see how things are coming along in the lodge.
Stranger, I'll lay you 10 to 1 your redskin pa don't argue them Injuns out of going on the warpath.
Yes?
Red Crow aims to make war, and old Thundercloud don't dare go against him.
I'd like to know just why you two are so anxious for Thundercloud to declare war on Grey Wolf.
I'll just bet you would.
I have an idea Red Crow would like to be chief in place of Thundercloud.
He's the best man, ain't he?
Red Crow is younger and stronger, but he hasn't the wisdom to be a leader.
Yeah?
He wants to take the braves on the warpath to gain more influence with the tribe. If he leads them successfully, he may be chosen chief instead of Thundercloud.
It's a good scheme if it works.
And it was you two who gave Red Crow an excuse for going on the warpath.
We just told what we seen.
He was right close by when Grey Wolf's braves killed Standing Bear.
Then why didn't you help him?
And lose our scalps? Not by our blame, sir.
Yeah, we ain't taking no chances like that.
No, I didn't think you would.
Hey, just what do you mean by
if
that?
If you're hitting, that...
What's that?
It sounds like them Injuns are having it hot and heavy.
Listen.
Hey, no leader, Suta. Any Kamina Telo, Manikta.
That was Red Crow. He's a real convincing talker.
He'll argue them into going on the warpath.
And if he does, hundreds of braves from both Thundercloud's and Grey Wolf's tribes will die.
That ain't none of our lookout.
Jacks, who cares about a pack of Injuns?
What we...
Opata, Tipi.
Who's that?
Tonto speaking.
O Kaio, Miata, Kona, Topo.
Stranger, they don't sound so enthusiastic for whatever your pard was saying.
Tonto is Thundercloud's friend. He doesn't want the tribe to go on the warpath.
And he's due for a disappointment.
Abela, Imotake.
That's old Thundercloud now.
Eman, Rodant, Lita Manto, Lafne.
The meeting's over, and they're coming out.
Tonto!
What white man want?
What happened? Will they go on the warpath?
Chief Thundercloud first send message to Grey Wolf.
A message?
Thundercloud say, if Grey Wolf give up bad brave, that kill 'em standing pair, there be peace. Him not give up bad brave, there be war.
Grey Wolf won't give up them braves for Thundercloud to punish. This means war for sure.
Me not know.
Red Crow's responsible for this. Thundercloud doesn't want war.
Not right.
Tonto, do many of the tribe agree with Red Crow?
There, plenty.
Who was Thundercloud sending with the message?
Him not say.
Here comes Thundercloud and Red Crow now.
Chief Thundercloud.
How?
I've heard what you decided. Isn't there some other way to settle this?
Me not want trouble. Other Indians want 'em.
Maybe Gray Wolf send braves kill Standing Bear. Then we have peace.
Gray Wolf has a lot of pride, Thundercloud. I'm afraid he'll never do it.
Then Red Crow, go on warpath. Kill him, Gray Wolf.
Has the message been sent yet?
Thundercloud want 'em Tonto go.
Tonto do that.
Tell 'em Gray Wolf, when sun go down 2 weeks from now, tribe go on warpath.
Me tell him.
Thundercloud, you mean that if Tonto doesn't return with Standing Bear's killers by sundown 2 weeks from today, Red Crow will be sent on the warpath?
That's right.
But Gray Wolf's village is far off. Tonto should be given more time.
Red Crow plenty angry. Him not wait 'em longer.
Here, Silver.
What you'll do?
I'm going with you. Perhaps together we can persuade Gray Wolf to give in.
Not right. Here, white fella.
Thundercloud plenty glad you go.
We'll do the best we can, Chief Thundercloud.
That doggone horse of yours come near to biting me, Thundercloud.
You stay away.
That's a fine horse you have, Thundercloud.
Him plenty good horse.
They say no one but you can ride him.
Tonto ride him. Him like Tonto.
Yes? We'll have to get started, Tonto.
Not right.
Thundercloud, we have your promise to wait the full 2 weeks before you do anything.
2 weeks. When sun go down, braves go on warpath.
Come, Tonto.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
Both Bart and Shorty knew that Red Crow's ambition would never be satisfied until he became chief, and they used this knowledge to further their own ends. We see Red Crow, Bart, and Shorty as they ride slowly toward Thundercloud's village after a hunting trip among the surrounding hills.
Red Crow, if I was you, I'd make darn sure that Thundercloud don't get the chance to crawl out of going to war.
He'll do it if he can.
And you won't never be chief if you don't lead the braves on the warpath. You've got to prove you're a real warrior.
Red Crow, plenty brave warrior. Me take 'em plenty scalp.
You will if you go after Gray Wolf.
But you won't if the masked fella comes back here with the Indians that done the killing.
Gray Wolf not send 'em brave.
You can't be sure. If the masked fella's a friend of Gray Wolf's, he might be able to argue him into it.
And there's something else to consider. What if Gray Wolf should decide it'd be easy to send a couple of braves here for punishment than to go to war himself?
Me not think that.
Well, we thought of it.
We're friends of yours, Red Crow. That's why we want to help you out.
There's plenty Indians in your tribe that'd like to see you chief instead of Thundercloud.
What you want 'em Red Crow do?
Well, we got a scheme we was talking over last night.
It'll work, only we need your help.
It's like this. If the masked fella ain't here by sundown on the day set, Thundercloud will have to let you go on the warpath. He gave you his promise.
Him not break 'em promise.
But what you want to do is to make sure the masked fella don't get back.
You got 'em planned?
How many Injuns are there will do what you say?
There plenty.
Then you should fix it so's the masked fella meets up with an accident on his way back.
A real serious accident.
You can have one of your engine parts keep watch from the top of Lookout Hill.
You can see for miles from there.
And then when you get word the masked fella's been sighted, send some of your friends to stop him.
That heap good plan.
And you'll know blame well the tribe will go on the warpath. And after you've made yourself a reputation, you can come back and kick old Thundercloud out. You'll have everybody eating out of your hand.
Beat Gray Wolf and the whole tribe will be for you.
Red Crow, do 'em.
That's the way to talk.
And if everything works out the way we figure, there's just one favor I aim to ask you, Red Crow.
What that?
Give me that paint horse that belongs to Thundercloud. Outside of that white horse the masked fella rides, that paint's the swellest piece of horse flesh I ever see.
Him not let 'em you ride 'em.
Red Crow, you give me that horse, and I'll ride the critter if I have to break every bone in his carcass to do it.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward Gray Wolf's village. Hour after hour, day after day, they urged their great horses forward. But the distance was farther than they'd expected. More than a week had passed before they reached the end of the trail. Only 4 days remained for them to get back when they finally stood before Grey Wolf and delivered their message.
And so, Grey Wolf, there will be war unless you send Thundercloud the braves who killed Standing Bear.
Me not kill.
2 white men said they saw your braves do the shooting.
Them bad white men.
Yes, they look like outlaws, but Red Crow and Thundercloud believed their story.
Them shoot 'em Standing Bear.
What, that?
Me tell truth.
You mean Bart and Shorty did it?
That's right.
I wonder... Then that must be why they encouraged Red Crow to go on the warpath. They must have been afraid you knew the truth. But if war broke out, the truth would be covered up. If only there was some way to prove what you've told us.
Me prove 'em?
You can?
Come.
Where are you going?
Go to teepee.
That one over there?
Me show you.
Come along, Tonto.
Me come.
Your proof is in that teepee, Grey Wolf?
That's right.
But what is it?
You know 'em, Standing Bear?
Tonto's seen him, but I haven't. I only know that he was one of the best warriors in Thundercloud's tribe.
Tonto no Standing Bear. Him good friend, Tonto. Here, teepee. You look inside.
Oh, that Standing Bear.
How, Tonto?
Oh, Tonto plenty glad see you.
Me glad see you.
And Bart and Shorty lied. You weren't killed, Standing Bear.
Bad white man shoot him, but me not die.
Me find Standing Bear wounded bad. Bring 'em Standing Bear to village. Make 'em well.
But why did Bart and Shorty try to kill you, Standing Bear?
Them make 'em big mistake.
Then come here, steal 'em gold, run fast. Then bad white men see Standing Bear. Think 'em him from my tribe. Shoot him.
And now Standing Bear can prove that no one from your tribe was guilty, Grey Wolf. Are you well enough to ride now, Standing Bear?
Me ride?
We've got to get back to Thundercloud's village before Red Crow can take the braves on the warpath.
That long way off. They're not time.
Almost 10 days are gone. Only a little more than 4 remain.
That's too little.
We might make it if we cut across the mountains on the way back.
You no do that. Even Indian not ride that way.
I know it's dangerous.
They're bad river, deep canyon, plenty loose stone.
But we have no choice.
Maybe you'll get killed.
We'll have to try it. Come. If we follow the regular trail, we'll be too late. Standing Bear, are you willing to go that way?
Me too.
Where's your horse?
There, horse.
Here, Silver.
You white feller. You do plenty brave things.
We don't want warfare just to satisfy Red Crow's ambition. Steady, old fellow.
Me tell 'em, Thundercloud, you good friend, Grey Wolf.
Me want your tribe. My tribe friend always.
Let's go.
Get 'em up, white feller.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. White outlaws accused Grey Wolf of being responsible for the death of Standing Bear. Red Crow, ambitious to become chief, wanted to go on the warpath immediately. But Thundercloud insisted that Grey Wolf be given 2 weeks in which to surrender the braves responsible for the killing. The Lone Ranger, however, carrying this message to Grey Wolf, discovered that the outlaws themselves had shot Standing Bear, but that he was not dead. He had been rescued by Grey Wolf. And now the start of a dangerous race against time, as we see the masked man, Tonto, and Standing Bear heading away from Grey Wolf's village.
4 days to get back, Tonto. and one of the most dangerous trails in the West to follow. It's plenty bad. At least a dozen men have been killed attempting it. But it's our only chance. Come on! Get 'em up, white fella! Get 'em up!
All that day the three men rode and far into the night, pausing only to refresh their weary horses. At the first sight of dawn, they were in the saddle again. Soon, they met their first obstacle, the White Rapids River, swollen with melting snow and tumbling down from the mountains at express train speed.
Oh, Silver! Oh, fellow! Oh, boy! Oh, steady there. We've got to cross the river, Tonto. Can your horse make it standing bear? Him try. Then come on. All right, old fellow. It's up to you now.
The three horses plunged into the swirling waters while the current fought to drag them under. Silver, his powerful legs working like pistons, took the lead, responding valiantly to the masked man's shouts of encouragement.
Come on, Silver. You can make it, old fellow. The bank isn't far now.
Almost exhausted, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Standing Bear reached the farther bank at last. On the bank of the river, they rested until their trembling horses had regained their strength. Then, at the command of the masked man, they resumed their race against time.
Now for the mountains, Tonto. Hi-yo! Get 'em up, white fella!
The farther they penetrated into the mountains, the more rugged and dangerous became the trail. They skirted precipices where a misstep would have plunged them to certain death. Again, they found their way blocked where landslides had piled great mounds of shale and loose boulders.
Careful, Silver. It's 1,000-foot drop below us. Good boy. Come on, Tonto. Standing Bear, we've got to hurry.
Once, when Standing Bear's horse lost his footing, his master's life was saved only by the quick action of Whitefellow, whose powerful shoulders pushed the wiry little Indian pony back to safety.
Get 'em up, white fella. Get 'em up.
Another time, a threatening rumble sounded far above them. A landslide tore a jagged furrow down the face of the mountain. As though sensing the danger, the three horses plunged forward, necks outstretched, hoofs striking a frantic tattoo against the uncertain footing. For a moment as long as eternity, it seemed that they must be buried under tons of hurtling rocks and earth. But with a final burst of speed, the faithful animals carried their riders to safety, while behind them the trail was torn from its granite foundation and ground to dust.
Come on, Silver!
The third day found them face to face with their greatest hazard. A canyon split the trail in two, a canyon so deep that the sun penetrated its depths for less than an hour each day, a canyon whose sides were so steep that the masked man and his companions were forced to dismount and lead their horses down the perilous descent.
Easy does it, Silver. Not too fast, old boy.
At times, the path fell away so abruptly, they were unable to keep their balance and went slipping and sliding downward, the men grasping at the stunted vegetation to check their speed, the horses digging their hoofs into the crumbling earth. When finally they reached the bottom, then began the task of scaling the farther side. They forced their way up, slowly, foot by foot, their bodies scarred and bruised, their breath coming in tortured gasps.
Give me your hand, Tonto. This is a bad place here. Plenty bad. How was Whitefellow making it? Him will come. There you are. We'll keep on. I think the worst of it's over.
At the top, after hours of climbing, when every step seemed the last they could possibly achieve, they threw themselves panting on the cool grass. Their horses stood beside them with bent heads, completely exhausted. Exhausted though he was, the Lone Ranger drew himself wearily to his feet.
We've got to go on, Tonto. We've less than 1 day left. Huh? Tonto, ready. How do you feel, Standing Bear?
Me plenty tired. But me ride.
Good. From here on, it's steady riding. But if we're late, men will pay for it with their lives.
Get him up, white feller.
In Thundercloud Village, preparations for war went on, while the deadline drew closer. On the afternoon of the last day, certain that the masked man could not arrive in time, the tribal drums began beating out their primitive challenge, while the warriors circled and stamped the earth in the frenzy of the war dance. But in the midst of this, a rider spurred his horse into the village and dismounted.
Red Crow! Red Crow man with mask, him come. Huh? You see him? Him still far off. Me see from hill.
That bad.
Him with Tonto, other Indian.
You know other Indian?
Them too far off, see good.
You know, tell him Thundercloud this.
Me not tell him.
You get him other brave. Stop a man with mask. You hear?
Me do.
Now, go.
Akaona, Hunda.
The masked man and his companions did not know that still another obstacle, the most dangerous of all, lay ahead. But as they raced toward the narrow pass through which their trail led, a tense band of Indian braves, followers of Red Crow, waited for them with leveled weapons.
Come on,
Get him
Silver!
up, white feller.
Here's the pass, Tonto. We haven't far to go now.
Not plenty good.
And then, come on, Toddy.
Them friend, Red Crow.
We can't let them stop us. Come on, old fellow. Past them.
Contigo, termine pate.
Tonto, what's the matter? Wounded? You think he can make it?
White feller, let me pray.
Come on!
Back in the village, Thundercloud had not noticed the secret departure of those braves friendly to Red Crow. The old chief, astride his splendid paint horse, silently watched the war dance, while Bart and Shorty stood close to Red Crow.
You think you got it fixed so the masked man can't get here, Red Crow?
Him not come.
He better not. Bart, look at them Injuns. They're sure getting in the right frame of mind to help themselves to some scalp.
They'll be mighty tough customers for Grey Wolf to handle.
Soon me go on warpath.
Blame right you will, Red Crow.
And when you come back, don't forget about that horse of Thunderclouds you promised me.
Me not forget.
I'd give a heap to be riding that critter.
Oh, no! Please say no manica.
What's the matter? What do they stop the war dance for?
Why, look.
Well, I'll be...
The masked man.
And Tonto and another Injun.
Shorty, huh? Something's gone wrong. We gotta get out of here.
Run for the horses.
Get him!
The Injun roped me. Let us go.
Blast ya.
I found out who really shot Standing Bear.
Why, you couldn't.
You thought you had killed him, but you hadn't. Grey Wolf found him and kept him until he was well again.
It's a lie. It ain't so. We got him.
What you say? Thundercloud, these are the men who shot Standing Bear. But we brought him back with us.
Gole manicta. We plenty glad to see Standing Bear.
Bart and Shorty stole some gold from Grey Wolf. They thought Standing Bear was after them and tried to kill him. They came here. And when they discovered Red Crow wanted to be chief in your place, they said Grey Wolf had shot Standing Bear. They believed if there was war, their guilt would never be discovered.
Red Crow won't be chief?
It's true. Standing Bear can explain that.
What matter, white feller?
He was wounded, Thundercloud.
You wait. Tonapa melpela.
Lito. Isn't that your horse, Thundercloud?
Him fine horse.
But what are you doing?
You find out. Tonto.
What you want, Chief Thundercloud?
You heap good friend, Thundercloud. You help Thundercloud plenty.
Tonto glad do that.
Me keep white feller here. Take him good care, white feller. Make him strong like before.
You'll take care of Whitefellow for us until he's well again?
That's right.
But I don't...
You listen. Tonto,
Take horse of Thundercloud, him best horse in tribe. Tonto take him for all time.
Tonto thank you plenty. Him make friends with Tonto.
He likes you, Kimosabe. Look at him. Except for Silver, I've never seen a better horse anywhere.
Him plenty good.
You stay here now?
We'll only stay overnight, Thundercloud. Silver needs the rest.
Ah.
And then in the morning, Tonto and I will start for town with Bart and Shorty. They stole from Grey Wolf, shot Standing Bear, and try to start a war between the two tribes. But when the law gets through, they'll do no more harm for a long time to come.
Come on, Silver! Mel Nugent is heading for Rushville! There's going to be trouble! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains did more than anyone else to bring law and order to the western United States. He fought crime and criminals relentlessly, but he was always willing to give the man who wanted to go straight a second chance. His reputation for fair dealing was only equaled by his reputation for courage. Now let us return to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Millvale! Someone's waiting for us there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings, two old Civil War veterans, wandered the western trails, hoping to make their fortunes. They were hungry and disheartened when they appeared at the Lazy N Ranch House, and the foreman, young Steve Manners, made them welcome. Jane Colfax, whose father owned the ranch, led Bolivar and Hacksaw to the cookhouse. Soon a huge plate of flapjacks was placed on the table. The veterans attacked, and now, with the enemy annihilated, we see them leaning back in their chairs. Steve says,
"Had enough, fellas?"
Friend, I'm plumb full to busting.
And I declare I ain't met up with such elegant cooking and such real manners since me and Hacksaw was riding the Virginia Valley with dashing Jeb Stewart.
Thank you, Bolivar.
Miss, I ain't got Bolivar's language, but him and me sure got the same sentiments.
I'm glad you like the food. And you're welcome to stay on until you find something to do.
That's what I was just telling them.
Gosh, this is like dying and going to heaven.
I'll have to see about the dishes now.
And I'd better be getting saddled. I'll be in at noon, though, Jane.
All right, Steve.
There goes one of the sweetest little ladies I ever seen.
She ain't to be beat. I'm hoping that one of these days we'll be getting hitched.
Me and Bolivar sure wish you luck. You treated us real white.
I'll take my dishes out to the kitchen. I'd like another word with Jane.
I reckon you would.
Say, who that just stopped outside?
Huh?
You can see him through the window.
Well, I don't know. He's a...
Steve, you look like you seen a ghost.
What made you drop your dishes?
I was just clumsy, I reckon.
It didn't look that way to me. It looked like the sight of that fellow was...
You'll have to excuse me, friends. There's something I have to see to.
Hey, wait!
You fellas just make yourselves to home. I'm right busy now.
Well, I'll be darned.
Hacksaw, if I ever seen a fellow scared afore, Steve was sure him.
I can't figure it out. It seemed like just as soon as I pointed to that fellow that rode up, Steve went all to pieces.
To pieces? He flew out of here like he was shot from a scattergun.
What do you suppose got into him, Bolivar?
I don't know, but I aim to find out.
But I don't...
Look. Steve and that fella act as though maybe they've met up before.
Mean-looking gent, ain't he?
And now they're coming into the ranch house.
Gosh, I wonder if Steve's in some kind of trouble.
Come on, Hacksaw.
Huh?
Get up out of that chair, doggone you. If Steve's in trouble after treating us so white, it's up to us to do something about it, ain't it?
But what can we do?
I don't know. But first we've got to find out what the trouble is. Come on.
But if Steve wanted us along to ask us...
We don't need no invitation. There's an open window over there, ain't they? Close the door behind you.
You mean we should just listen in without saying nothing?
Look here, Hacksaw. If you see a fella drowning, you don't wait for him to send you a note asking you to save him, do you? Well, from the look on Steve's face, I'd say he was in a worse fix than drowning. And I'm going to do something about it.
Well,
Keep your voice down. There's the window just ahead.
You don't act real glad to see me, Steve.
Why in blazes did you have to come here, Morgan?
I reckon a fella can start in the cattle business where he's a mind to, can't he?
You in the cattle business. Rustling cattle's more your style.
So you ain't forgot the old days, eh, Steve?
I'll forget 'em if you let me.
Remember the time we stole most 1,000 head from the bar box outfit up Montana way?
Blast you. I've gone straight since then. Why can't you let me alone? Besides, I was just a wild kid then. I turned outlaw because I thought it was something smart. But I soon learned different.
Got a right nice job here, ain't you?
What's that to you?
And I hear you've been keeping company with the boss's girl. You figuring on getting married?
Get to the point. You ain't here just to tell what you've heard.
Well, like I say, I'm going to be a real rancher. I just bought the old Kramer place on the other side of town.
The Kramer place? There ain't no stock on that range.
There ain't, for a fact.
And where'd you get the cash to stock it? You been holding up stages?
That's where you come in, Steve.
Huh?
You're going to see to it that I get enough cattle to set me up.
I ain't got no cash, no cattle either.
But your boss has.
You mean you want me?
I mean you're going to see that I get 1,000 head of old man Colfax's cows.
Are you
Now, hold
rotten?
on. I ain't through talking yet.
I'd just see you in blazes first. And even if I was willing, you wouldn't get away with it. You're forgetting the cows that belong to this ranch are all wearing the Lazy N brand.
I ain't forgetting nothing. I got a brand already registered.
Yeah?
The Box Z.
But you can't...
All I have to do when you deliver them cows is to have my boys work 'em over with a running iron. It won't be no trick at all to change a Lazy N into a Box Z.
You rotten polecat. Get out of here.
You'll do as I say, or your fine friends are going to hear all about your being an outlaw.
I ain't wanted by the law. There's nobody here would believe anything against me.
No? But maybe they'd believe this letter if they was to see it.
And you needn't get ready to grab it. This is just a copy. I got the real one where you ain't liable to get your hands on it.
That's a letter I read when I was in Montana.
And it says enough to prove anything I want it to.
I'd like to break your neck.
I reckon you would. But you ain't gonna. You're gonna see that I get them cows.
I won't.
Suit yourself. If you don't want to lose your job and your girl both, you'll do like I say.
But if Sam Colfax come back and found 1,000 head missing, I'd lose my job anyhow.
Is it your fault if rustlers stole them?
1,000 head?
It's that or the letter.
I've got to have time to think it over. I don't know just what to do.
I'll give you a week.
But
a week.
And in the meantime, I think I'll use the time to get acquainted with that girl you've been sparking. I hear she's right pretty.
You dirty skunk.
Well, I'll be dog blasted. Did you hear what that fella's trying to make Steve do?
And him a friend of ours.
I wish there was some way we could help him.
You come along with me.
But what are you
Come on. You and me are making a trip.
A trip?
We're going to find the masked man.
But what for?
Hold still there, General Sherman. Hacksaw, maybe we can't help Steve any, but the masked feller and Tonto sure can.
By golly, I never thought of that.
I got a darn good notion where they are. We'll tell them the whole thing.
That's a good idea,
And
Bob.
Hacksaw, what that masked feller'll do to that slick outlaw will be a plenty. Come on,
Get
General
up there.
Sherman. Get up there. Get up.
The two old soldiers rode as swiftly as their ancient horses would carry them. Bolivar, unfortunately, had no more than a vague idea where the Lone Ranger might be found, and for several days they found no trace of him.
Tonto ain't in this town, Hacksaw.
Well, we'll just have to go on looking.
And the time's getting less all the while.
Oh, Steve.
But we'll find them fellas yet. Get up, General
Get up
Sherman.
there.
Get up.
Get
Get
up
on.
there.
Get up. Bartender, have you seen anything of a redskin by the name of Tonto around here?
Ain't seen no Injuns at all.
2 days left.
Hurry, Bolivar. We've still got more traveling to do. What town's this, Bolivar?
Milldale.
I'm just about ready to give up.
So am I, Hacksaw. But I recollect Tonto saying something about there being outlaws down this way.
Well, if we... Hey, look at that horse in front of the cafe.
That's the paint horse Tonto got from old Thundercloud.
And ain't that Tonto back in the shadows?
Howling tomcats. Hey, Tonto! Tonto!
Oh,
there. Whoa.
I ain't been so glad to see anybody since the time old Jeb Stewart pinned all them medals on my chest.
Tonto, feel plenty good see you.
Tonto, you're a sight for sore eyes.
What you do here?
We've been looking for you. Where's your masked pard?
Him in camp.
We gotta see him right away.
Tonto, take you there.
There ain't no time to waste, Tonto. We gotta move awful fast.
Here, Paint Horse.
Gosh, I just about give up all hope.
What matter?
Everything's the matter, Tonto. Come on, we'll tell you about it while we're riding.
Get him up
Get
there.
up, Sherman. Get him. Come on, boy.
As the days passed, Morgan Hanley spent more and more of his time at the Lazy N. We see him now on the afternoon before the final day set for Steve's decision, speaking with Jane Colfax. They are on the porch of the ranch house.
Miss Jane, I can't see no reason why you and me can't be good friends.
I prefer to choose my friends myself.
Meaning you ain't got no time for me?
You can take it any way you want to.
It's Steve, eh?
I don't see why I have to explain myself. If you'll excuse me, I'm going inside.
Just a second.
Yes?
I got some things to say. And the first is you and Steve ain't gonna get hitched up.
Let me by.
Staying where you are. I could tell you plenty about Steve. If you don't act more friendly, I'll get him in so much trouble he'll never get out.
Let me by, Steve.
You stubborn little fool.
Steve! Steve!
Keep your mouth shut.
What's
the trouble, Jane?
You stay out of this, Steve.
Make this fella leave me be.
Morgan, I told you what would happen if you didn't quit pestering Jane here.
You'd better mind your talk.
Stand away from her.
I won't, I tell you.
This'll teach you.
No.
You hit me. I should tear you apart.
I'll get that letter
You
out.
show that letter, and your chances of getting what you want are done for.
I'll last you.
I got till tomorrow. Now get out of here.
I'll go. And I'll wait till tomorrow. But if you don't give me your answer then...
Yeah?
Then I'll see to it you run right out of this county.
Go on, get!
And if you think I don't mean it, just try and stall for more time.
Steve, what is it? What holds that man got on?
I can't tell you, honey.
Don't you think I can be trusted?
Jane, don't ask me about it, please.
I won't, Steve, but I just want you to know this. Whatever it is, whatever you've done, I'll still love you.
Jane! Hey, wait!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings stopped at the Lazy N Ranch, they discovered that its young foreman, Steve Manners, had written an incriminating letter several years before. The letter was held by an outlaw, Morgan Hanley, who threatened Steve with exposure unless he stole 1,000 head of his employer's cattle. Bolivar and Hacksaw set out to find the Lone Ranger. Hanley gave Steve 1 week to decide whether or not to obey his orders. On the 6th day, the two men quarreled, and that evening Morgan went to the cafe in town. Now, as our second act opens, we see Bolivar and Hacksaw as they approach the door of the cafe.
Think Morgan's inside, Bolivar?
I'll push back the door and see.
There he is.
He's standing right at the end of the bar.
You go and talk to him.
Come on in.
Gosh, every time I see that fella, he looks meaner than the last time.
There ain't nothing to be afeard of. If he gets tough, we'll just give him that steely look of ours.
Yeah.
Howdy, friend. Your name Morgan?
Huh? How'd you fellas know my name?
Shucks, we know a heap more than that about you. Don't we, Hacksaw?
That we do.
Yeah?
but maybe we hadn't ought to talk where anybody can hear us.
Say, what are you two old goats getting at?
What's that you called us?
Careful there, mister.
Get the blazes away from here. I ain't got the time nor the mind to do any talking with a couple of tramps like you fellas.
Why can't son your hide-eye? Well, come along, Hacksaw. I reckon he ain't interested in now knowing about that letter of Steve's he's got.
What's that?
Yeah, Bolivar. I figured maybe he was the kind of fella we could do business with.
Just hold on. What's that you said about a letter?
You willing to talk?
We can't do no talking here. We'll go over to that table there in the corner.
Sounds like he's changed his tune, Bolivar.
Yeah.
Come on. I don't know what your game is, but by golly, I'm going to find out.
Me and my partner just had a notion you could use some help.
And get the cattle you want without half so much trouble.
Sit down.
Sure.
Now talk and talk fast. How come you know about that letter?
Steve told us.
Why?
You better tell him the rest of it, Bolivar, before he gets the wrong ID.
I reckon I had. He looks mad enough to bust.
The rest of what?
Well, it's like this. Steve told us, on account of we had a letter mighty like yours.
And we had the same notion you had.
Only we went there looking for cash, as we wouldn't know what to do with cows if he give them to us.
How'd you get hold of any such letter?
You see that Injun sitting at that table all alone?
Yeah?
He's got a friend, a masked fella.
An outlaw, huh?
Well, some fellas call him that.
Go on. Keep talking.
He knew Steve when he was an outlaw, just like you did. And he had a letter to prove it.
Well, I'll be...
So when we done him a favor once, he give us the letter.
And you fellas are trying to get cash from Steve for it?
That was the notion we had. We went to him, and when we told him about it, he was fit to be tied. So then we got the idea you and us could work together.
How do you figure that?
Steve put up quite a fuss when you asked him for that 1,000 head, didn't he?
And what if he did?
We was thinking maybe you went about it the wrong way. What you want to do is to ask for just a little at first to get him used to the idea how easy it is to steal.
Yeah?
And then when he's give you maybe 50 head of sold cattle, come on back with that letter we got and ask for the 1,000.
Say, maybe you fellas ain't as dumb as you look.
Shucks, we just looked that way a purpose. If folks savvied how downright slick we was, they'd be afeard of us.
That they would, mister.
But how do I know you're telling the truth?
Steve wouldn't have told us about the letter you got, less'n we knew something too, would he?
Maybe not.
And besides, we'll show you the letter.
The Injun can tell you where we got it.
And what do you fellas want out of this?
We ain't asking for much. We can't get cash from Steve, so you can take cattle and pay us when you've sold it.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to check that Injun's story with yours. Then I'm going to have a look at that letter. And if you've been talking straight, maybe we can do business.
Morgan talked to Tonto, and then agreed to the plan outlined by Bolivar and Hacksaw. The next morning, he rode to the Lazy Inn, dismounted, and rapped on the ranch house door.
That was a slick scheme, all right, that them two old coots thought up. But if they think they're going to get their share after we're done, they got a mighty big surprise coming. What in blazes is keeping Steve?
So there you are.
I've been looking for you. Come on in.
You made up your mind yet?
Yep.
Well?
I ain't giving you nothing.
You ain't?
I'll tell you why. I can't let no 1,000 head go. If I did, the boss would show us devil savvy something was wrong.
But you've got
to... Besides, there was 2 other fellas here with a letter I wrote. If I pay you off, well, I got to pay them, too.
Why, I ain't asking for no 1,000 head.
Huh?
No, I changed my mind. Give me 50 and the letter's yours.
That's something different.
What's more, I'll give you my word them 2 fellas won't ask you for nothing.
You mean that?
I know them 2 old coots, and I ain't letting them interfere with my game.
And you'll give me the letter you got just for 50 head?
That's what I said, ain't it?
50 head wouldn't be hard to cover up.
Of course it wouldn't. And that's a heap better than having me show folks that letter.
But I don't know.
I ain't giving you no more time.
Are you sure those fellas won't trouble me?
You just leave them to me.
And I'll do it.
I thought you'd have some sense.
I'll send some of my boys around just as soon as it gets dark to collect them cows.
I'll be waiting for 'em.
Good. I'll be seeing you later.
Yeah.
Hacksaw and Bolivar won't come around with that second letter. But I ain't said that I wouldn't. Just wait till Steve sees it's me that's got it instead of them.
Get up there. Come on, get up there. Get up, boy.
That evening, Morgan, Hacksaw, and Bolivar sat astride their horses, watching the approach of a small herd of cattle. The man hazing the cattle along turned them toward the corrals of the old Kramer place that Morgan had purchased. The outlaw looked at his two companions and chuckled.
Well, there they are. 50 head of cattle for nothing.
Told you it'd work, didn't we?
You give Steve that letter you had?
Yep, and I give him my word you fellas wouldn't trouble him none. But I never promised I wouldn't.
Morgan's near as smooth a customer as us, ain't he, Hacksaw?
Well, but it took us to show him what to do.
But shucks, you can't expect everybody to have our brains.
You gonna talk to Steve tonight, Morgan?
Uh-huh. I don't want to give him the chance to do any thinking.
Them was Jeb Stewart's tactics. Keep the enemy on the run without letting them get collected.
What's tactics, Bolivar?
Why, it's the... Oh, don't show your ignorance, Hacksaw.
Now that Steve's seen how easy it is to give me the cows he did, he ain't going to put up so much fuss when I ask for more.
You'd better be getting home.
I'm going right now. Hey, fellas, start branding them cows. Take your running irons and fix them up to look like Box Z stuff.
We'll get right at it, boys.
Get up there, come on, get up there, get up there.
Well, there he goes to see Steve.
Yep. We'll give him a head start. And then I reckon we'll tag along after to see the fireworks.
Morgan, with the second letter in his pocket, rode swiftly to the Lazy M. There he found Steve standing in front of the house.
What you come back for, Morgan?
We still got more business, Steve.
Look here. What are you up to now?
I just wanted to show you this other letter.
So what are you trying...
And for this one, I'm asking 1,000 head of cattle like before.
You
Now,
know...
don't start using your language too free. It'll be just the worse for you.
You said this other letter would never be used.
You must have misheard me, Steve. I'm downright sorry if you got me wrong. But all I said was that Bolivar and Hacksaw wouldn't come around with it.
I should have known better than to believe anything you say.
But all you gotta do is give me the cows I want, and then our business is done for good.
We better step over closer to the corner of the house. I wouldn't want to be seen talking to you.
Yeah.
This'll do all right.
Now, what about it? You gonna give me that 1,000 head, or do I have to show folks this letter? I guess you recollect what it says, all right.
I oughta. I wrote it, didn't I?
I knew that as soon as I seen it.
You mean I ain't got no choice at all? You won't settle it some other way?
I told you my terms.
Well, this is blackmail.
Sure it is. And what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. But I ain't going to let you
Who's
get
that
away.
coming?
One of them's riding a paint horse.
Okay, hold down. Hacksaw and Bolivar. What in blazes are you doing here?
You'll find out soon enough, mister.
Tonto won't find lawman.
You're looking for the sheriff?
The sheriff? Say, what's up? Why would the redskin come here for the sheriff?
Because I was just standing around the corner of the house to hear what you had to say.
And we heard everything.
Did you hear enough, Sheriff?
I sure did. You're going to jail, Morgan. Steve, you blasted fool.
Yeah?
I'll show him the letter. Sheriff, Steve's a crook, and I can prove it by this letter here.
That letter don't interest me none.
But Steve wrote it. You ain't denying it, are you, Steve?
No.
Morgan, I know what's in that letter already.
I oughta. I was with him yesterday when the masked fella told Steve what to write. The masked man?
Yep, it was his idea. He had Steve write the letter, then rub it in some dirt so it wouldn't look too recent.
And you fell for it, Morgan.
I was tricked.
You tricked plenty.
But Steve's a crook. I had a letter he wrote back in Montana.
I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen it.
He must have torn it up.
Then there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Tonto, tell him what happened back to his place.
Deputy, get other fella. They rounded up the whole bunch? Not right. We see him change brand.
And that's another charge against you, Morgan. I was tipped off that maybe you had your fellas changing the brand on some lazy Ann cows, and then they caught you at it.
I got them from Steve.
Is that right, Steve?
He's got to prove it.
But you gave them
Looks like you can't, Morgan. Well, you're coming along with me.
Steve, I told you to listen to what that masked fella said, didn't I?
If it wasn't for him and you fellas, I don't know what I'd have done.
Well, you treated us white, so we done the best we could for you.
And, Jane, you ain't holding none of this against me, are you?
Of course not, Steve. I understand more about this than you think.
Thank heaven for that.
Watch out for Morgan!
You ain't gonna get me!
Head him off! He's running for his horse!
You look. Masked friend catch him. Got him now.
By golly, our masked friend was just waiting for him to make a break.
Stay where you are, Morgan. This time I got you covered.
It looks as though if it weren't for the masked man, he'd have got away anyhow.
We owe him a lot, Steve.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the gold country around 5 corners. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse, the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The immense natural resources of the western United States brought wealth and security to many of the early settlers, but to have was not always to hold. Outlaws robbed and plundered, and no man's life or property was safe. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice, and it was he, more than anyone else, who finally brought law and order to the frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the gold country around 5 corners! Hi-yo, Silver!
Old Ben Battle had been known for years as one of the unluckiest prospectors in the West. He had spent his life searching for gold, but though unsuccessful, he remained cheerful and active, his courage giving him youthful strength and hope. One day, the citizens of the town of 5 Corners were startled to see old Ben ride down their main street, shouting at the top of his lungs.
I found it! I found it! Oh, there, hold on, hold there. 30 years I've been looking, and I found it at last.
What is it, Ben?
What's happened?
What's that you're carrying, Ben?
It's Rocket Rich. Come on inside the cafe, fellas, and I'll tell you all about it.
I sure want to know what it is.
Right now, I'm the luckiest fella in the state. Yippee, fellas, look here.
That ain't old Ben Battle. Say, what's the crowd following you for?
I struck it rich, Barkeep.
You found a good claim?
No.
Then what do you
Just
mean?
run your eyes over this.
Gold.
It's gold.
Pure gold. That's a chunk from a bar of gold.
It's been smelted.
Where in thunder did Ben get that? Quiet down there, you fellas. Quiet down. You ain't been holding anybody up, have you, Ben?
Not me. Here, look what's stamped on that gold.
Let me see.
What's it say?
Go on and tell the sheriff, Barkeep.
Why, it looks to me like it's got 2 T's stamped in it.
You mean like initials?
Uh-huh, but I don't...
Leaping Mavericks. T.T. Treasure Trove. I'll bet them initials stand for the old Treasure Trove mine.
Treasure Trove?
Is that it, Ben?
Yes, sirree. That there's part of a gold shipment been lost for almost 50 years.
I'll bet 1,000 fellows have looked for it without finding it.
And it took me to do it.
I ain't never heard of no treasure trove mine.
You ain't?
Gosh, Barkeep, I thought everybody knew about that. It was owned by a fellow named Jake Adler.
He used to smelt his own ore and then send up a mule train to the coast.
Yeah?
But once he sent a shipment that disappeared. No one ever knew what become of it. They wouldn't figure anything, but maybe a landslide covered it up.
Couldn't it have been Injuns?
But there weren't no Indians around at the time.
And nobody ever seen hide nor hair of anybody that was with the gold. Not even one of the mules.
And that's the gold you found, Ben?
Yep. I was just coming back over the old trail from Custerville. Man, was it hot. My horse just moseyed along. Doggone you, lazy hide. Keep it going there. I get off and walk to make it easier for you, and you mosey along slower than ever. Now get along, Gretchen. And no back talk neither. There now. See what you went and made me do? Nearly broke a leg all on account of... Now, what? Whoa there, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, that's a funny-looking rock I just stumbled on. Queer sort of shape now. Let me have a look at it. Hold still, won't you? Now, hold still. First, you want to stop when I want you to travel. When I want to stop, you want to travel. Now, let me pick up that rock. Yeah. Well, I wonder. Now, where's that hammer I had long? Here it is. I'll just chip off some of the dirt on the outside. Well, I'll be... Jumping Juniper, a gold bar. Huh. What's it say there? T.T. Treasure Trove. This is part of the gold from the Treasure Trove mine, or I'll eat my pick and shovel. Now we're heading for town, and we're moving faster. I'll lambaste your blasted stubborn hide. Now get up there. Come on, get along there.
Well, I'll be doggone.
You staked your claim, Ben?
Well,
what?
Well, maybe I was a bit hasty when I said I'd found the whole shipment. What I meant was I found this here chunk of gold, and I'm darn sure the rest must be somewheres about.
that's a little different.
The gold wouldn't belong to you anyhow, would it, Ben?
And why wouldn't it?
Well, this Adler
Shucks,
fella...
he's been a long time dead. He never had no kinfolk.
Oh, it'd be Ben's, all right.
But where'd you pick up this chunk?
Why, it was over by the...
Fool.
Huh?
Don't be telling. Somebody'll beat you to it.
Golly, I never thought of that.
You already said too much.
I come close to it, maybe, Sheriff. I was all fired excited, I wasn't thinking, but...
You said too much. Because now, how are you going to go back without being followed?
Oh, Sheriff.
Every cook in the territory will be here to watch you.
Sheriff, I wish you'd take a hammer and pound some sense in my head. I must have gone clean loco.
Ben, you got a heart as big as a cow, and more doggone grit than any 20 other fellers. But when it comes to playing your cards close to your belt, you let every feller in the game read your hand.
Oh, this is awful.
You wait. When this news gets around, then you'll find out just how bad it really is.
Come on, Ben. Tell us where you found it.
Don't hold out, you friend. Where was your last trip?
Ben, give us a tip.
Hey, Ben. Come on.
Come on, Ben.
I ain't saying a thing. And I'll camp right here in town before I let some buzzard rob me of what I found.
Where was you, Ben? Now, don't hold out on it.
The sheriff had prophesied correctly. The news of Ben's discovery spread like wildfire, attracting the attention of honest men and outlaws alike. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto also heard the reports. They knew Ben deserved whatever good fortune came his way, and determined to help him if they could. In the meantime, however, an outlaw known as Smoky Joe had made certain plans. We see him now riding with some of his men.
This is the only thing we can do, Hawk. That old fool ain't going to stir out of town as long as he figures he'll be followed.
Not him, Smoky. He'll wait if it takes a year.
But I ain't going to.
He'll talk when we get our hands on him.
I didn't want to do it this way, but we ain't got no more time to waste.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, if we make him talk, we got to get rid of him.
We can't leave him live to tell the sheriff who done it.
That's what I mean.
But it's worth doing something for all that gold.
Uh-huh.
Where do you figure on keeping Ben when you get him?
We'll take him to that old cabin back in the woods.
Yeah.
And if he does any yelling, nobody'll hear him.
We're passing Ben's shack right now, ain't we?
We'll just ride on to them trees, and he won't see us when he comes out from town.
Just about do, ain't he?
Yeah.
How's this?
It's good enough. All right, fellas. Rein up and keep out of sight.
Sure thing, boss.
Who there? Who there?
Ain't he likely to hear the horses?
Ah, not with them riding as fast as he always does.
Smoky, there's somebody coming now.
Can you make him out?
No, it's too blame dark.
We'll know in a second.
Keep quiet, you fellas.
I see him, Smoky. That's that chestnut horse he rides.
Get along there, boy. Get along.
Grab him, fellas.
Get him.
Hey, what the?
Hold on there.
Get the reins.
Smoky Joe.
Stop your horse, Ben.
You crooks, out of my way.
What's it? He's going for his gun.
I ain't afraid of a pack of yellow outlaws.
Put down that gun.
Yeah,
Oh,
I winged him, boss.
last time maybe you killed him.
He ain't hurt much, Smoky. Just grazed his shoulder.
I'll live to get every one of you.
We'll see about that.
Boss, let's get out of here. Maybe somebody heard the shot.
You got his bridle?
He won't get away.
Then let's travel. Get up there. Come on.
The outlaws, with old Ben as their prisoner, raced to the cabin in the forest. Throughout the entire rest of the night, they questioned him, but he refused to tell them anything. They rested during the day, but the following evening the brutal questioning began again.
Talk, Ben.
Ain't.
It'll be the worse for you if you don't.
Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
There's a gold head.
Where's it hid, blast you? Where's it hid?
Hawker will beat it out of you.
You talk.
You're wasting your time.
Why, you stubborn old fool.
I'll see every one of you hung before I'll talk. I wouldn't tell you nothing no matter what you did. You can hit me and you can beat me up. I won't talk, and there's no way you can make me.
Now, wait, boss.
Yeah?
Let me handle this.
What you want with the old maverick?
I'll find a way to fix him.
Go ahead. I'm riding back to town. Folks are most likely talking because Ben ain't been around.
Yeah, huh?
I'll take the rest of the boys and show ourselves in the cafe so we won't be suspicious.
Me and Hawk can handle things.
See that you do.
We've been too easy on him. But we ain't going to be no longer.
We won't be gone more than a couple hours. Get
Get your saddles, fellas. We're riding to town.
All right, Ben. It's just 3 of us now.
You dirty skunk.
The boss is a mite squeamish, but I ain't.
And you'll find it out right soon. If I weren't tied to this chair...
You'd do a lot, wouldn't you?
I ain't so young no more, but I'd show you fellas a few tricks.
Only it's us that's going to show you a few things. I'm giving you one more chance. Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
I ain't saying.
Well, of all the stubborn mavericks I ever run up against, this fella takes the cake. We give him his chance. Get that poker.
Yeah.
Stick it in the fireplace so it'll get red hot.
I'll do that.
You're beginning to get the ID, Ben?
You'll pay for all this. I fixed it, Hawk.
Good. Now we're...
What was that?
Somebody firing at us.
There he is. It's a fella on a white horse.
We got to get him.
How about Ben?
He's tied up. He ain't going to run away.
Well, then come on.
Get your horse. We'll ride after him.
All right, hurry up, Hawk. Come on, get in the saddle. Are you ready?
Yep. Come on. Get up. Get up there. Get up.
You all right?
Huh? Who's there?
Me come help you.
Gosh, a redskin.
White friend, get outlaw way. Tonto come, get you.
You'll have to cut these here ropes. They got me tied up like a calf for Brandon.
Me, cut rope.
But how'd you find me?
Tonto follow trail. Find where bad feller get you. Then trail you here. And there. You free now.
I don't know who you are, but by golly, you and that friend of yours are sure pards of mine from now on.
You hurry.
Where are we going?
Take you to find gold. Outlaw not catch us. Here, paint horse.
You mean we're going to try and outrun them crooks?
Paint horse plenty fast. You mount him.
By golly, I'll chance it. It's the only way I can ever get to that gold without being followed.
That's right. Get him up, paint horse. Get him up.
Hawk, look! There goes Ben riding a horse with an engine.
Hey, we've been tricked.
Yeah, Ben's got away.
There ain't no use chasing him. Look at that horse travel.
Yeah. Oh, and look over there.
Huh?
There goes a fellow we was chasing afore.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, accompanied by old Ben Battle, who had found the treasure trove gold bar, left Hawk and his companion far behind. At the cafe in town, Smoky Joe talked with an Indian guide.
Black Wolf, you're just the feller I need. I've heard all about you. They say you're the best Indian trailer in these parts.
Me follow trail plenty good.
And from what I've heard, you don't mind making yourself a little cash on occasion.
You giving me cash?
It just depends on you.
What you want 'em?
I reckon you've heard the talk that's been going on around town, ain't you?
You mean talk 'em gold?
Sure. And I got a scheme to get that gold.
Huh?
What do you say you throw in with me and my boys? You can trail old Ben when he leaves town to go back to where he found that treasure trove stuff. And we'll help ourselves to it and give you all the protection you need.
What you pay 'em, Black Wolf?
You'll get your equal share with the rest of us. Well, what do you say?
Me not know.
You gotta.
Just think of all the firewater you could buy with your share, Black Wolf. More'n you ever seen before.
Black Wolf, do him.
Good. I thought you would.
Hey, Boss!
Let's shake.
Boss!
Hey, what are you doing
Ben's
here?
got away.
Blast you, keep your voice down. Say Ben ain't in the cabin?
No, an engine and a masked fella got him.
You blasted fool!
Well, we couldn't help
The
it.
minute I leave you, everything goes wrong. And they ought to get me some fellas I can depend
Oh,
on.
but even...
Shut up! We're riding out to the cabin. Black Wolf, you come on in after us. It looks to me like we can put you to work before we figure it out. Of all the blasted idiots I ever seen, you fellas are the worst.
Oh, but Smokey, how was we to know there was a redskin with that masked fella?
You didn't have to know it. All you had to do was to stay with old Ben like you were supposed to.
You let ourselves be shot at.
I'm blamed sorry he didn't hit you.
Ain't nobody seen nothing of Ben since he got away?
Of course they ain't. Him and them other two fellas lit right out for the gold.
What are we going to do now, boss?
We gotta get Ben back.
Yeah, but
if we don't, it means jail for us. Ben's seen us all. When he tells the sheriff who we are, we're done for.
We could light out of here.
And let the gold go?
Yeah, that's better than being jailed.
Uh-huh. I got a better notion.
What's that?
Ever heard of Black Wolf?
The Injun?
That's the one.
Well, what about him?
The Redskins as good at trailing as anybody you can name. He can most trail a hawk if you give him half a chance.
Why, thunder.
Well, where's he at?
I'm waiting for him now.
Oh, yeah?
I seen him in town this morning, and that's where I got the idea.
You talked to him?
Uh-huh. I talked to him and told him if he put in with us, he'd get his fair share.
Yeah, what'd he say?
What do you figure he'd say? That redskin would do anything for gold to buy firewater.
And we still got a chance.
And a darn good one.
Maybe that's him now.
Most likely. That you, Black Wolf?
Yeah, Black Wolf.
Walk right in. These are my pards I was telling you about.
Black Wolf.
Well, ain't no use standing around here if you're ready to start out, Black Wolf.
Black Wolf, ready.
And come on, fellas. Some of you bring our horses around, and the rest of us will show the redskin the marks of the horses them other fellas was riding.
All right, boss.
Just come this way, Black Wolf.
Me come.
Going to take a sided trailing to follow them tracks now.
Black Wolf, best brave all tribe. Black Wolf see where other brave blind.
Over there is where we found the tracks of the horse the masked fellow was riding. I kept the boys away so they wouldn't be spoiled. Here you are, Black Wolf. You see him?
Black Wolf see like eagle.
You figure you can follow tracks like them?
Me follow.
By golly, we ain't beat yet.
Fetch them horses.
Yeah, we're coming.
We'll head after Ben and the masked fellow without waiting.
I'd like to get my hands on him.
And I want to get my hands on the gold. Steady there.
Black Wolf, good as he says he is. We'll do both.
Black Wolf not like paleface. Him not speak big word, do little deed. Him speak little, do big deed.
And now's your chance to prove it. Get up. Get on there. Come on.
Get up.
In the meantime, Ben Battle, the Lone Ranger, and Tonto had crossed the plains and entered the hills. We see the old man and the Indian now in a sheltered camp, close to the spot where Ben had found the gold. Ben is speaking.
Yes, sirree, Tonto. You and the masked fella got anything beat ever see.
Why you think that, huh?
Well, first off, look at the way you fooled them crooks the night you found me at the cabin. Then take them horses of yours. I ain't seen their equal since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
Them plenty good.
And it was the masked fella's idea for you to go alone after the blasting powder we needed. He figured nobody'd be curious about a redskin.
Not right.
Then, to top it all off, your pard's gone back to see if they've been followed. He don't take no chances at all.
Oh, it not good take chance.
You're two of the squarest fellas I ever met up with. You even say you don't want none of the gold for helping me out.
No. Oh, you not pay us.
Well, I don't know anybody else that'd feel the same about it, except maybe the sheriff. Him and me have been friends for close to 30 years.
Him heap good feller.
He is that. He'd do anything for me, and I'd do anything...
You look.
Huh?
You look. There.
It's smoke.
White friend send signal.
You mean the masked fella's making that smoke?
Not right.
But what for? What's it say?
Outlaw. Feller. Follow. You.
We've been trailed.
Not right.
Oh, golly, just when I was thinking we had things our own way.
But them trail us.
And there's close to a dozen of them and only 3 of us.
That be all right.
But what we gonna...
White friend be here
But
soon.
what can he do? There ain't nothing left to do but run for it.
Him make plan.
But he's got a plan, you say?
Not right.
Well, he's done a plenty so far. But if he's thought of a way for three fellas to get the best of a dozen, then he's smarter even than I had him figured.
The Lone Ranger, having sighted the pursuing outlaws, built signal fires to warn Ben and Tonto. Then he hastily mounted Silver and raced to rejoin them. The outlaws, led by Black Wolf, who had followed the trail with uncanny skill, approached the spot where Ben and his friends had made camp.
We're getting closer, ain't we, Black Wolf?
Much sign now. Them not far.
Good. I could even see the trail myself for the last hour or so.
This is the trail the mule trains used to take when old Jake Adler sent his gold to the coast. Most likely there was a landslide somewhere around here that buried the whole shebang.
And Ben had to have the fool luck to stumble onto it after everybody else had hunted it for years.
He didn't find the whole works. He just found that chunk of gold.
Well, it must have been a piece that happened to come uncovered. The rest bound to be somewhere close by.
Yeah, I reckon so.
There, camp.
And someone's been here recent.
By golly, that's so.
You can see the ashes, and there's prints all about.
Yeah.
Here's hoping we see them before they see us.
I hope so, but
Who's that over there?
You see something?
Look where the valley narrows.
that must be a pass. And by thunder, there's old Ben.
What's he doing?
I don't know, but he ain't dodging us this time. Come on, get up there. Get on there. Get up. Come on.
He ain't seen us.
He will in a second.
Where's the engine and the mast fella?
The blazing with them. It's only Ben we got to worry about. Get along there. Get along.
He's seen us.
We got you, Ben.
Don't run for it. I'm holding my gun on you. Get away. Let me be.
Well, so you figured you got away, did you?
You know what? He's been planting blasting powder.
It's all ready to be lit.
No, ain't that real nice of you, Ben? So the gold is under these rocks, huh?
No, it ain't. I was only trying...
Did you hear that, fellas? The gold ain't here, but he's setting off powder just the same. Figures he needs the practice, I reckon.
Smokey, listen to me now.
But I figure we better do, boss.
That don't take no figuring. As long as Ben's got the blasting powder all set, we'll just let him light it first.
I won't. You can't make me.
You might just as well, Ben. We know where the gold is now.
But I'm not gonna... Just take a look at this shooting iron. You wouldn't shoot me, would you?
You'll shoot if you don't do like I say.
Oh, then I reckon I ain't got no choice.
You sure haven't.
Well, you'd better go on a ways so as you won't be hurt by the rocks when they fall.
Yeah, but we'll be watching. And if you try any tricks, it'll be your last.
I savvy.
Come on, fellas. Yeah. Get up there.
Hey, Ben, I'll be aiming at you all the time. You better hurry. I'm lighting it right now.
I'll bet he's so mad he could bust. Us finding him just when he was all set to uncover the gold.
Yeah, watch out, fellas. The blast will be going off any second now.
Yeah, we're safe here.
Now let it come.
The blast went off, and great masses of rock and earth were torn from the side of the hill, blocking the narrow pass. The outlaws watched eagerly, then Hawk shouted,
There ain't no gold there.
Where'd Ben get to?
He run the other way when he lit the fuse.
Then we can't get back the way we come. The rocks filled up the pass.
We'll just have to ride on and find another...
Blind Canyon!
Huh?
We're penned in! We can't go back! We can't go on in the sides! You're too steep to climb!
We've been trapped. Ben! Hey, Ben! Ben!
With the outlaws imprisoned in the canyon, Ben Battle grinned and sat down to wait for the masked man and Tonto. Finally, they rode up with the sheriff, dismounted, and walked over toward the old prospector.
Are they all in there, Ben?
Can't you hear him, Sheriff?
I sure can. And they don't sound so blamed happy. Smoky Joe!
Help us get out of here!
Keep still and listen.
What do you got to say?
There's just a few things I wanted you fellows to know about. And the first is, I got some deputies coming to take you fellows to jail. And Ben and the masked fellow found the gold before you fellows ever got here. Ben just pretended to be blasting for the gold so as you could be caught.
And maybe if you fellas ever get out of jail, you won't be so darned anxious to go again the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? Is that who the masked fellow is?
You never heard tell of any other hombre that could do what he's done, did you?
By golly, I want to talk to that fella.
But I reckon you won't.
Huh? What's this?
Because he's on his way right now. That's how come I know for sure he's the Lone Ranger. He does what nobody else could do, and he never waits to be thanked.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
When the western United States was first opened to settlers, gun law ruled the range. The coming of the railroad was a civilizing influence, but it was the masked rider of the plains who did most to bring law and order to the frontier. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and the memory of his deeds will remain with us as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the railroad at Sioux Rapids! Someone's waiting for us there! Hi-yo,
Limpy Davis led one of the most daring bands of outlaws in the West. Ruthless himself, he demanded the same quality in his men. As our story opens, we see them crouched in a clump of trees near the newly opened railroad line. A pile of logs has been placed on the track, and as Limpy steps out of cover and looks toward the east, he says,
"What's the time, Webb?"
Most 10 o'clock.
And that choo-choo train ought to be coming along right soon.
It's due now, Limpy.
Yeah, and it's bringing us about $10,000.
You figure the Stevens will pay that much cash?
Blame right they will. They ain't got no other kin but this young fella on the train. They're leaving everything they got to him. He'll be worth that much, all right.
Seems darn funny they ain't never seen him before.
There ain't nobody around here ever seen him. His pa and old Jake Stevens was brothers. But they fought about something while they was a couple of young bucks, and they never had anything to do with each other since.
And now he's going to come into everything they own.
Some hombres have all the luck.
He won't think he's so lucky when he meets up with us.
Yeah.
What in blazes is keeping that train anyhow?
What I'm worrying about is whether the fellers in the engine will see the logs we piled on the track in time to stop without wrecking the train.
Don't worry, they'll see them in plenty of time.
And another thing. How are we going to know this fella Ridge Stevens when we meet up with him?
We'll locate him if we got to search everybody that's riding the cars.
Besides, Lem Rhodey was a tall young fellow with sort of sandy hair.
It's a swell description.
You'd worry if he had cash in the bank.
Yeah. If I knew you fellas was anywhere around.
There's the train.
Yeah, you can see it coming around the far bend.
Gosh, just think of traveling without a horse.
You fellas know just what you're to do?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I got it.
Harv and Shorty will hold the gun on the 2 fellas in the engine. All right. Mac, you and Red will see that nobody gets a shot at Webb and me when we board the train.
Yeah.
And you, Pete, you'll bring up the horses so as we make a getaway fast.
All right.
Everything's straight, boss.
It better be. The fella that makes a mistake will have me to deal with.
Gosh, ain't they going to see them logs?
Don't be so all-fired fidgety. Keep out of sight, you fellas, till the train stops.
They seen the logs, all right.
Sure did.
Just hold still. They'll be stopping soon.
They'll stop right about here.
All right, fellas. Get them covered before they savvy what's happened to them. All right, come on.
What's happened?
Somebody's blocked the rail.
Hey, look, outlaw!
They got us covered.
Don't let anybody go for his shooting iron.
Get them hands up.
Go ahead, Limpy. We got the drop on them.
Come on, Webb. We'll get aboard and go through the car.
Yeah.
Keep your gun handy.
We're doing all right.
They're going through the car!
Quiet, you hombres. There's only one gent we're looking for. The rest of you stay where you are and keep your hands in the air.
We gotta hurry, boss.
Now, which one of you is Ridge Stevens? Come on, speak up. If you don't, I'll search everybody here.
I'm Ridge Stevens. What do you want me for?
Come here.
I asked you a question.
And I'm giving you an order.
Step up here before I shoot.
Try and get me.
After him, Webb.
Well, get him.
Don't shoot your fool. We want him alive.
We won't get away.
Grab him. Jump for him.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hand.
I got him. Oh.
You knocked him out.
I couldn't help it, Limpy. He hit his head against the seat when he went down.
If he's dead,
He ain't, boss. Honest, he ain't. I can feel his heart beating.
He's sure got a bad cut in his head.
It ain't bleeding much.
Pick him up. We gotta get moving. Here, I'll give you a hand with him. Yeah. Got him?
Yeah.
Pete's brought up the horses. They're just outside.
Uh-huh.
You can throw this fellow across your saddle.
All right, boss.
Watch out for the steps.
I can make it.
What are you doing with that fellow, you rotten crooks?
There weren't so many of you.
The sheriff will be after you, fellas.
Ready to go, fellas?
Yeah.
You ready with Stevens' web?
We're ready.
Steady there. Back to camp, fellas. Now get moving. Yeah, come on.
Word of the train holdup and the kidnapping of a passenger soon spread. Among those who heard the story was the Lone Ranger, who with his faithful Indian companion Tonto determined to investigate. In the meantime, the sheriff and his deputies had scoured the country for a clue to the outlaws, but without success. We see the sheriff now in his office at Sioux Rapids. A deputy is with him.
You know, Herb, my idea is it was Limpy Davis and his gang that did this job.
Don't know anybody else around these parts with nerve enough.
But why in tarnation did they do it?
You got me.
Ain't much doubt but what it was Jake Stevens' nephew them outlaws captured.
The folks on the train recollected the outlaws calling him Ridge Stevens.
But if it's cash them crooks want for Ridge, why in blazes don't they send some word?
Jake ain't heard nothing?
Not a doggone solitary thing.
Huh. Maybe it's just that they had something agin him.
They wouldn't be likely to hold up a train just for a grudge.
Don't sound reasonable.
And it's 4 days since it happened.
Maybe we'll find out someday.
Someday? By the great horn toad, if we don't learn something pronto, we're going to be in hot water for sure. Jake's so mad he's fit to be tied.
Well, you can't blame him much.
I ain't blaming him, I'm just...
We got a visitor.
Come on in.
A redskin. Well, I'll be darned.
Tonto want make talk.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Maybe you tell Tonto about outlaw.
Outlaw? What outlaw?
Feller stop train.
Oh.
You got clue?
What's it to you if I have or not?
Maybe Tonto help you.
You know anything about it?
No. Tonto not know.
What do you make of it, Sheriff?
I got a notion. Say, Injun, who sent you here?
Friend send Tonto?
Your friend, huh? Your friend's name wouldn't be Limpy Davis, would it?
That's not it.
Sheriff, I'll bet it is.
Limpy's smart. It'd be just like him to send the redskin here to find out what we know.
You make plenty big mistake.
Yeah? Well, we'll find out about this.
Should I jail him, Sheriff?
We will if he won't talk.
You not jail me.
Where's Limpy?
Tonto not know.
You lie. Out with it, you polecat. We savvy your game and you're going to talk.
Tonto not talk.
Why, you...
He leave now.
Stay where you are.
Shoot him. He's resisting arrest.
I'll blast it. My hand.
A masked fella shot through the window.
A masked man?
I seen him just for a second.
He only hit my gun. Let's get after him.
Him and the Injun must have been together.
There they are.
Shoot.
I missed him.
And look at him travel.
Now we know doggone well who stopped that train. If it wasn't that masked feller, I'll eat my boot.
In the outlaws' camp, it had been discovered that Red Stevens was seriously injured. For 4 days he lay unconscious. And then, on the morning of the 5th, he stirred restlessly. Limpy stood over him, watching.
Maybe he's coming to.
What was that, boss?
Look at him. This is the first sign of life he's shown since we brung him to camp.
By golly, he's coming out of it.
Wait.
But I...
Wait, I tell you. Hey, you. Can you hear me?
Who's that?
He can hear you, Limpy.
How do you feel, fella?
Gosh, help me to sit up, won't you?
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Say, what am I doing here?
I reckon you ain't forgetting what happened over to the railroad.
Huh? Oh. What railroad?
My gosh, you must have got a bump on your head.
I'll be hog-tied. Think of forgetting that.
I don't know what I'm doing here, but I reckon I better be getting home.
You're a long way from home, fella.
But, hey, that's a funny thing.
Huh?
Why, I can't recollect where I live. I can't even remember my name.
If that don't beat all. Why, your name is...
Shut up.
What the...
Keep your mouth shut, Webb. Jack, Jack won't want to be bothered with that now.
Jack?
Is that my name?
Yeah. Come here, Webb. I got some things to say.
Uh-huh.
Come back soon, fellas, won't you? I got more questions to ask.
I'll be back. You just take it easy for now.
What in tarnation are you up to, Limpy?
Wait till we get where he can't hear us.
But I
Here,
can't...
here. This'll do.
What I'd like to know is what
You nearly spoiled it. Don't you see what's happened? He can't recollect a thing before that bump he got in the head.
Sure, but why tell him his name is Jack?
Because that's what it's going to be from now on. As far as he'll know, he's an outlaw just like the rest of us.
Maybe I'm dumb, but I can't figure...
We'll tell him he's wanted by the law.
Yeah?
This is good. He's the only one of us that ain't knowed around here by sight.
Of course he ain't, but I...
Can't you see it? We'll leave a note with Jake Stevens asking for 10,000 cash. Then we'll watch the ranch. And when there's nobody around, we'll send this fella here after the money.
You mean send young Stevens for the cash that's to be paid for his own return?
That's just what I mean. His uncle ain't never seen him, you know.
Well, of all... Why, sure, that's right.
And if he gets shot, they'll be shooting the fella they want to save without knowing it.
Limpy, that's the slickest idea I ever heard of.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Red Stevens, who was kidnapped from the Sioux Rapids train, recovered consciousness in the outlaws' camp, Limpy Davis convinced him that he belonged to the gang. As our second act opens, the young man and Webb, Davis's lieutenant, are riding toward Stevens' ranch house. Red says,
You know, Webb, I wish Limpy hadn't sent me to collect that cash.
Shucks, Jack. There ain't no danger. The boys are watching out. If there's been a trap set, they'll give us a warning.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Well, you'll go through with it or wish you had.
Where is this Ridge Stevens we're supposed to be holding?
Never mind about that. He's took care of all right.
And another thing I've been wondering about.
Yeah?
Are these clothes I got on the same as always belonged to me?
Now, that's a darn funny thing to ask.
Are they?
Of course they are. Ain't you satisfied with them?
I was just wondering. It ain't easy when you can't remember nothing.
Well, there ain't much you have to remember. Just don't forget that when we get to the Stevens place and you go in, I'll be outside by the window watching everything you do.
Well, I don't cotton to this much. I don't know that I ought to...
Keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. You're in this the same as the rest of us.
Yeah, guess that's right. Well, these papers I got prove we're holding this Stevens fella?
Uh-huh. Them's what he was carrying to identify himself with when we took him prisoner.
Yeah?
Well, Jake Stevens ought to have the cash ready for you. It's been close to a week since he got the note.
I know about that.
There's the house now.
I don't see nobody around.
That's why we got word to come. There's only Jake in the house with some redskin and a young fella about your age. Oh, go there.
Oh.
Now go on in. If they try anything, I'll be just outside. There's more of the boys in calling distance.
I ain't afeard.
I'll keep the horses with me.
Who's there?
I got a message for you.
Who are you?
Let me come in.
Well, come in. You got any business with me?
Who are these fellas?
Why, the redskin's name's Tonto. And this here is my nephew, Ridge Stevens.
What's that?
What are you looking so flabbergasted about?
Did you say Ridge Stevens?
That's my handle.
But I just come to collect 10,000 to turn Ridge back to you.
Huh? Are you loco? Say, are you one of the fellas that sent me a note saying you had Ridge and wanted 10,000 for him?
Well, I didn't...
That don't beat all. If there's anything I like to see, it's a bunch of so-called slick crooks get fooled.
Fooled?
Sure. You grab a hold of some fella and figure he's my nephew. And all the time the real Ridge Stevens is right here, safe as can be.
But we got papers to prove it.
They must be the papers I told you I lost, Jake.
Well, young fella, you're welcome to keep 'em. And you can go back and tell your pards that their little stunt didn't work.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah?
Leastways, I don't think I did.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Well, it don't matter none.
We ain't particular interested in your alibis anyhow.
Now, go on. Get out of here.
You mean you ain't going to try and hold me?
Shucks, what be the use? We know darn well you didn't come here without some of your friends, so back you up.
You go quick.
Who'd you say the engine was?
Told you his name was Tonto. He come along with Ridge here when he showed up.
You leave now.
I'm going.
But remember this. We're letting you go this time because we savvy there ain't no use trying to keep you for the law. But if we meet again, you ain't going to be so lucky.
We ain't likely to meet.
And a good thing.
Did you hear what they said, Webb?
Every blame word. Get on your horse, blast you.
But it wasn't my fault.
Maybe it won't. But when the boss hears about this, he's going to have your hide. Get up. Get up there. Get up. Come on.
Webb and Ridge rode back to camp and made their report to Limpy. We see the outlaw leader as he questions the two men.
Webb, are you sure that the young fellow was the real Ridge Stevens?
Boss, I wouldn't swear to nothing anymore. Well, if he ain't, then I'm a Comanche.
What did he look like?
He was just like Lem Rodas. Sandy hair and everything.
I don't like any part of this. If I figured I wasn't wanted by the law, I'd quit this gang.
You'd quit, would you? Why, blast your hide, it's all your fault this happened. It's because we thought you were...
Webb, can't you ever learn to keep your mouth shut?
Oh, what's the difference now?
Plenty of difference. Jack, you go on over and see to the horses.
But just what...
Go on, I said.
Oh, all right.
Now, what's the matter with what I said this time?
Look here. What's going to happen if he finds out he ain't a regular member of our bunch?
What do you think it'd happen?
Just this. we'd either have to shoot him or watch him all the time so's he couldn't get away to tell about us.
Well, I don't...
But if we keep still about what we know, you'll keep on thinking he's an outlaw and stay with us.
Well, maybe so.
I've been wondering what could have happened. The only thing I can figure is that this fella got Ridge's papers somehow and was up to some trick.
He might have been at that.
If he weren't, why'd he say he was Ridge when we found him on the train? And how'd he come to have those papers with him?
Yeah, that's so.
Now we got the whole thing to do over again.
Huh? You ain't planning to get a hold of that fella at the Stevens place, are you?
And why not? Hey, Fred, come over here.
You want me, Limpy?
Come here.
What is it, boss?
You've been with the fellas that have been watching the Stevens place, haven't you?
Sure.
You was watching it all the time so's we'd know when it was safe to send for the cash.
What have you got in mind, Limpy?
I was just thinking that while the fellas was watching, they must have learned something about what the folks at the ranch do with themselves.
What do you mean?
Well, does this young fella that's at the Stevens place ever go anywhere alone?
He sure does.
Yeah?
He takes a ride every day over to that big red hill north of the ranch.
Every day?
Just like clockwork. He starts out after dinner and don't come back for a couple hours.
And that's when we're going to get him.
Maybe we can at that, boss.
Sure we can.
But do you figure it's safe?
Why ain't it? We can meet him at the hill, grab him, and beat it.
But what if he's being guarded?
You just heard he rides alone, didn't you?
Yeah, but what I meant was the hill can be seen from the ranch. And maybe somebody is set to keep an eye on him.
If it looks like there might be trouble, we'll leave him alone. But if we get him, we'll have enough head start so's nobody from the ranch could catch us.
Yeah.
We can have fresh horses waiting for us halfways back just to make sure.
Uh-huh. But what if he rides off when he sees us coming?
He don't know us. Why should he figure we're outlaws?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Of course it is. And this time we'll show Jake Stevens we ain't so easy to fool as he figured.
The following day, Limpy Davis and his men waited in hiding until they saw the young man ride from the Stevens ranch. Then, when he drew near the hill, they rode forth to meet him.
There he comes.
That's him, all right.
Just take it easy like we wasn't going nowhere in particular.
Uh-huh.
Wave at him friendly-like. I'll tell you when to get him.
He don't seem to suspicious nothing. He's waving back.
Howdy, fellas.
Now, hold up there, young fella.
Get him, Fred.
What the devil's coming over?
You're coming with us.
You got him, fellas?
You can't get away with this kind of stunt.
Yeah? You're going to learn different.
All right,
Hey, Limpy,
Huh?
Limpy, look over to the ranch. There's two fellas riding out, and more behind them.
Come on. They can't catch us. Come on, get up there.
Get up.
With whip and spur, the outlaws urged their horses forward. But little by little, the gap closed between them and the masked man. Finally, Webb cried,
They're almost up to us.
Oh, God, I never seen horses like that.
Get up there. Get along, blast you.
The Redskins coiling his rope.
We gotta get away from them. The other bunch will catch us.
Fire at them.
Can't aim riding like this.
Hurry.
I hope they catch a whole bunch of you skunks.
We'll take care of you later.
They're firing at us.
Maybe I can hit that mask fella. I'll take a peek.
Oh, you can't stand up against shooting like that.
We got him. The rope. The Indians roped me. Whoa there. Whoa there, boy.
Take the rope off of me. I'm choking. I'm choking on you. Oh, hey, horse. Oh, that's it, Tonto.
Don't shoot. Tell the master to make it right.
Give up.
While the Lone Ranger and Tonto held the outlaws at the point of their guns, the sheriff and Jake Stevens brought up his posse to complete the capture.
All right, Limpy. Keep your hands up.
We give up, Sheriff.
And by golly, the masked fellow's scheme worked just like he said it would.
I told you if you did like he said, everything would come out all right.
And it sure did, Marshal.
Marshal? Is this fellow we just captured the United States Marshal?
Yep. And the fellow you took off the train is the real Red Stephen.
But what's the idea
of the masked fella's plan to make you think you got the wrong hombre. And the marshal rode out here alone every day, so you'd try to get him.
Limpy, we've been tricked.
Boy, the blast.
Take it easy, Limpy. You're headed for a long spell in jail.
Come here, Red.
Gosh, it's good to see you, Uncle Jake.
Hey, I thought you couldn't recollect nothing.
I couldn't at first. When I seen my name wrote on the inside of my shirt, and Webb told me them was the clothes I always wore, it set me to figuring.
So that's why he asked me that question.
Yep, and then I started to remember things more and more.
Well, I'll be...
Hey, where's the masked fella? I want to thank him for what he's done.
There he goes. Him and the engine both.
Well, I'll be doggone. He captures the worst bunch of outlaws I ever seen, and then he just rides off like it was nothing.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Buffalo Point! There's going to be trouble! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, land was to be had for the asking, but peace and security were not. Outlaws robbed and killed, and the local sheriffs, elected to protect the honest people, often worked with the criminals. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Sioux Hills. Tonto is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The Bar X trail herd had covered many difficult miles and had survived a score of dangers since first it had left the home spread. Now, as it approached Bighorn County, it was close to the halfway mark on its journey. Our story opens shortly after sunrise. The trail crew, under the watchful eyes of Walt Benson, their leader, is busy getting the reluctant herd underway.
Keep moving, you ornery critters! Get along there, Flasher! Come on now! Get on!
Idaho!
You calling me, boss?
Come over here!
Come in! Get up there, boy! Get up there! What do you want, Walt?
Look over west. What do you make of that?
The rider, ain't it?
Yeah. Looks like he's heading this way.
Maybe just somebody wanting to pass the time of day.
Maybe. I can make him out now. He's riding a paint horse.
He's waving his hand. Say, there's some horse that fella's got his saddle on.
It sure is.
I'll be blowed. It's an Injun.
Wonder what he wants. Hi there, Redskin.
Oh, paint horse, paint horse.
Right now, Injun?
Tonto want to make talk with you.
Yeah?
You go Bighorn County?
Sure we are.
We ought to be there by noon or so.
That's plenty bad place.
Huh?
Law heap crooked there. Maybe make you pay plenty trouble.
What do you mean the law's crooked in Bighorn County?
Sheriff, bad feller. Him make you pay cash.
Shucks, Redskin. You don't know what you're talking about. I was through here with the Bar X trail herd last year, and the sheriff was a mighty fine fella.
Him got news, Sheriff.
Ain't Jake Carter sheriff no more?
No. Sheriff named Judge Barker now.
Well, hell, what if it ain't the same sheriff? That don't mean nothing to us.
Crooked or not, I reckon we can handle ourselves.
Better you not go there.
And where'd you say we'd better go?
You make circle. Go way round.
And lose a week doing it.
Injun, we got cattle to deliver. We ain't got a whole year to do it in either. If we circle around every blame place you figure there might be trouble, we'd never get to the end of the trail.
Tonto want help you.
Sure you do, Injun. But we've run into tough sheriffs before.
And none of them looked so tough when we was through.
So I reckon we'll just keep on the way we're going.
You make heap big mistake.
I don't guess so.
You keep on?
Of course we are. We ain't scared so easy.
Maybe Tonto see you later.
You're welcome to ride a ways with us anyhow, Redskin.
Sure, hang around for Glove later on.
No, me go now. Get him a paint horse.
Now, I wonder what that was all about.
I don't know, but if he was up to some trick, he didn't work it.
Well, come on. Don't matter none, I guess. And we got us a job to do.
Yeah.
Tell them fellas up ahead to keep them critters moving. We want to reach water as soon as we can. And watch out for strays.
Sure, boss. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
The sheriff of Bighorn County had his office in the town of Red Rock. Judd Barker was a heavy-set man with small, shrewd eyes and a cruel mouth. We see him seated in his office in conversation with Martin Weaver, the county cattle inspector. The sheriff is speaking.
Martin, you and me have been doing right well for ourselves.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Let me see. We've been holding office for only about 10 months. And already we've made us close to 10,000 apiece.
Not counting what the county pays us.
That's only chicken feed to any other.
And we've made that cash during the slow months, too. We'll be doing a heap better as soon as the trail herds start coming through more often. Where's your deputy?
Sid? I sent him out to ride up the trail a ways and see if there's any herds heading this way. But he ought to be back before long.
Well, that looks like Sid now.
Yeah.
And it looks like maybe he's got good news.
Any news, Sid?
You're blame right there's news.
Good.
Listen, the Bar X herd from Texas is on the trail. I seen him just outside of
The
town.
Bar X?
That's the best news yet. That outfit always comes through with a big herd.
They got a real big one this time.
Well, Martin, I reckon that means you and me get busy again.
I'm ready.
Sheriff, you want I should get the rest of the boys and ride along with you?
There won't be no need yet. Besides, if it's just Martin and me talks to him first, it'll look more legal. And I'm sure dead set on everything being legal and above board.
Yeah.
Come on, Martin.
I'm with you.
Your horses are just outside. Sam brung them around.
If we ain't back in an hour, you might get the boys and ride out that way, Sid.
I'll do that, Sheriff.
You say the Bar X always comes through with a big herd?
They sure do. They got one of the biggest outfits in Texas. Steady there, boy. There.
Then by the time they come to terms, we ought to be a couple more $1,000 to the good.
You're blame right we will. And there ain't nothing they can do about it either. Get up here. Come on.
At noon, the great Bar X trail herd was well within Bighorn County. The cattle were allowed to graze while Walt Benson and his men gathered around the chuck wagon for their noon meal.
Golly, I was hungry enough to eat a whole cow all by myself.
Ain't never seen the time you weren't hungry, Idaho.
I don't hold a candle to you, Shorty. Say, Walt, I'm right glad now that redskin didn't come along for grub. If he had, there'd been just that much less to go around.
I've been wondering where that's all the trouble he was saying we'd run into when we got to Bighorn County.
What's that about trouble, boss?
Oh, Idaho and me met up with a redskin that said there was a crooked sheriff here.
Yeah? Well, if he is crooked, you're likely to find it out right sudden.
Meaning?
Meaning there's a law riding this way now. You can see where the sun hits that badge of his.
Sheriff ain't riding alone. There's another fellow with him.
Maybe that Injun had the right of it.
You ain't scared of no sheriff with a tin star, are you, Walt?
No, but
Where's the trail boss of this outfit?
That's me, Sheriff.
Over there.
Oh, there. Oh. What business you got with me?
Nothing that'll take long to settle, I reckon, if you're reasonable, gents.
Yeah?
This here's Martin Weaver. He's the inspector hired by this county.
Howdy.
Inspector?
That's my job.
What kind of an inspector would this county be needing?
These, Texas cattle, ain't they?
I reckon you know that.
We're mighty careful around these parts with Texas cows coming through.
Just what are you getting at?
What I mean is, we don't want no Texas fever bothering our cattle.
Texas fever? You're loco.
Are you trying to say that this trail herd might be bringing fever here?
I told you we're mighty careful.
So what do you
So we'll have to inspect your cows before we let you go on.
Well, I'll be doggone.
This is sure on new and on me. It's the law of the county, and I'm here to see it enforced.
But look here, Sheriff. We still got a long ways to go. We can't afford to be held up here too long.
I can't help that.
How long would it take?
Well, that's up to the inspector. What do you think, Martin?
Well, I'm right busy these days. I can't promise when I'd get at it. All I can say is I won't be no longer than I have to.
Yeah?
It might be, it might be no more than a month before I could get around to you.
A month?
You are loco.
Of course, that's just a guess. It might be a week or two longer. And then besides, there's the actual inspecting to do. Now, that'll take quite a spell, seeing the size of your herd.
You can't do this to us. We got to keep traveling.
As long as you're in Bighorn County, you'll abide by our laws.
But ain't there something we can do so we won't have to wait?
Well, there's a couple things you might do.
What's that?
You might take your cows and go around by the Sioux Hills.
The Sioux Hills? That'd mean we'd have to cross the Whitewater River.
Uh-huh. But it's outside the county, so I couldn't stop you if you had a mind to.
But there ain't no way to cross the river without losing half our cows.
Well, there's still another way.
Yeah?
You couldn't expect us to take the risk of Texas fever without getting something for it. But you can keep right on going through the county for only 1 cow in 5.
Huh?
Now, that ain't so bad, is it? A fifth of your cows is better than being held up here for a month or two, and it's better than trying to cross the Whitewater.
You low-down skunk.
By golly, the Injun was right when he said the law here was crooked.
Hold on there. You'd better be darn careful how you talk to me.
Careful? Why, you rotten range rattle polecat. Where we come from, gents like you would make a hearty breakfast for a tadpole.
You're defying the law.
Crooks, you mean?
Sheriff, you'd better get... Why,
You fool cowpoke. Walt, he's drawing his gun.
Yeah? That'll teach you.
On my shoulder.
I'll take the sheriff. Don't shoot. Up with your hands. Reach. I'm reaching.
You too, Inspector.
But my shoulder...
Reach for the sky. I only grazed you.
You'll pay for this. When I get my deputies, I'll come...
Should we let him have it now, Walt?
Wait.
It's the Injun we seen afore.
Well,
You come.
you want to talk with me?
You hear what Tonto say?
Go ahead, Walt. The redskin tried to do us a good turn the first time. Me and Shorty will watch these fellers.
All right, Redskin. What have you got to say?
Come back here. Tell these fellas to let us go.
You stay right there for a spell. What do you got to say, Injun?
You let Sheriff go.
Yeah?
You tell him wait till sunup. Then you make up mind.
Tell the sheriff to give us till morning to decide?
That right.
But,
Me got white friend. Him help you.
anybody that can help us out of the fix we're in has got to be smart.
You do what Tonto say?
I reckon I will. If I'd listened to you the first time, we wouldn't have got in this trouble.
You let lawman go. Then Tonto tell you plan.
Come on. I'll send them cheap crooks on their way, and we'll talk this out.
That good.
What did the redskin have to say, Walt?
I ain't heard all of it yet. Look here, Sheriff. We're letting you go. But you can come back in the morning for your answer.
For what you've done, you're going to pay twice as much to get through the county.
Quit the palaver and climb on your horses.
And if you don't pay, you'll either wait or go by way of the river.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out of here.
I'll fix these fellas for this. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up.
Who's that?
A masked fella.
Him, friend Tonto. Now you hear plan.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The morning after the sheriff had told Walt Benson, trail boss of the Bar X herd, that he would have to surrender a fifth of his cattle or leave Bighorn County, the lawman and a number of his deputies headed for the Bar X camp.
This time, them smart cowhands will either pay up or take what's coming to them.
You should have let the rest of us come along the last time, Sheriff. Then there wouldn't have been no gunplay.
They'll wish there hadn't been.
I wonder who that Injun was.
I know. Never seen him before.
Didn't he call himself Tonto?
He might have. What about it?
Just seemed to me I'd heard that name somewhere before. Maybe not, though.
Reckon you didn't.
Aren't we pretty close to the Bar X outfit?
You'll see him just as soon as we top this rise.
I can hear them.
Sounds like they're on the move.
By golly, if they're trying to keep on going, I'll have their hides.
There they are.
They ain't going on. They're heading back.
I'll bet they decided to try the river after all.
Here comes their trail, boss. We'll soon find out. Whoa,
They don't look worried none.
He will be if he tries to get his cows across the Whitewater.
Yeah, and for more than one reason.
Well, what are you going to do?
Howdy, Sheriff. I see you got all your gunslingers with you.
That'll be enough out of you. All we want to know is whether you're paying up or getting out.
We're going by way of the hills.
You're forgetting about the river, ain't you, fella?
Nope.
Don't let it fool you none. It ain't very wide, but it sure moves fast. You get half your cars across, and you'll be doing blame good.
We'll do our own worrying.
Well, go ahead. We can't stop you as long as you don't try to cross our county. But if you double back, you'll sure wish you hadn't.
Uh-huh. Thanks for the advice, Sheriff.
That ain't advice. It's a warning.
Thanks, just the same. Now, I got to be getting back. The boys will be needing my help.
The faster you move out of here, the better.
That's just the way we feel about it. Get up there. Get along there. Get up there.
Now what, Sheriff?
Just the same as always when them cow punchers get stubborn.
We're riding to the Sioux Hills?
Yep, with masks.
Well, I don't like that way of doing things so well.
What's worrying you? We've done it before, ain't we?
Yeah.
And I reckon we can do it again.
Myself, I like it this way better. Instead of just part of the herd, we get all of it.
We'll lay for 'em in the hills. Wait till they're having trouble crossing the river, then ride down and wipe 'em out.
Yeah? Taking big chances.
But it's paying us big money.
The only thing is, Sheriff, there ain't gonna be no cinch selling a herd that size all at once.
That'll be the easiest part of it.
Yeah?
We'll drill them fellas, take their papers, and sell the cows to the same buyer they was going to.
You figure we can?
Why not? Nobody that far off can prove we ain't working for the Bar X.
You'll go along, Sheriff?
Well, maybe I'll send the rest of you. It wouldn't look right for me to be leaving the county.
We could handle it.
But first, we gotta head them off by the river.
We'll need more men.
We'll go back to town and get them right now. We'll load up on ammunition. And after we've met up with them punchers again, there won't be a one of them left to tell about it. Get up there! Come on, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
When Tonto talked to Walt Benson, he not only outlined the masked man's plan to get the herd across the river safely, but also repeated everything the Lone Ranger and he had learned about the tactics of the sheriff and his men. Now we see the herd as it moves through a narrow valley in the Sioux Hills leading to the Whitewater River. Tonto is riding beside Walt and the cowboy Idaho.
You sure your masked pod can do like you said, Tonto?
He'll do that all right.
It's a risky business.
You not worry.
If the masked feller slips up, we're going to be in a worse fix than we was afore.
Especially if them polecats really try to raid us like the masked man figured they would.
Then make raid, all right.
The dirty crooks. They got the slickest game I ever heard of. If they don't get paid for letting cows lose their county, they just make the herds go around where they can be stole easy.
Maybe this is once they'll get fooled.
I'm hoping for it.
We should be getting sight of the river soon.
Here comes Shorty. Maybe he's seen the river already.
Hey, boss!
Yeah?
The masked fella done it. You sure? You bet I am. I seen it for myself.
The riverbed's dry?
There ain't enough water left in it to boil a mess of beans.
And there ain't nothing to keep the cattle from crossing.
And now we got to do the rest like the masked fella told us.
He's been right so far, and I'm with him all the way.
And so am I.
Hey, fellas! Get moving. Fire off your shooting iron. Start them critters to stampeding.
You're sure they won't get away from us?
Not by a darn sight. They can't scatter in this valley. When they run out, we'll pick them up again.
Then let's go.
Make all the noise you can.
You watch us. Get up there. Get up there.
sheriff and his men, armed for the attack upon the Bar X trail herd, rode out from town and made their way across country toward the Whitewater River. We see them as they approach the spot from which they plan to start their raid.
We should be there just about in time to meet the herd.
Yeah. There's good cover over there, Sheriff.
Uh-huh. I reckon that'll do all right. Just so we ain't spotted before we're ready for him.
I'd sure hate to have anything go wrong.
That's up to you, fellas. All I gotta say is this. After the way that smart aleck trail boss acted, if they ain't made to pay for it, then I'll see to it you fellas are blamed sorry.
We'll do our part.
Uh-huh. You better. That means cash for all of us.
How's this place here?
Good enough. Whoa,
Ain't no sign of them yet.
Well, it's a heap better to be a little early than to miss them.
We'll see them just as soon as they come around the bend.
And when they start to crossing the river, they'll sure... Leaping catfish.
Huh?
What's the matter, Sid?
Look at the river.
Why?
Well, I'll be... Sheriff, what in blazes could have happened?
Don't ask me.
There's been rains aplenty. It ain't like as though we had a dry spell.
It was raining only last week.
I figured the river'd be worse than ever. Something's gone wrong, blast it.
Well, it can't be helped none now.
I'm going to find out what's done it. You fellas wait here.
Hold on, doggone it. What if them cowhands come along while you're looking? You want them to see you and spoil it all?
Sorry, Sheriff. Reckon I wasn't thinking.
Just stay right here out of sight.
But have you seen the river like this before, Sheriff?
Nope. I never heard tell of the Whitewater running dry in all the time I've been in this part of the country.
It's a blame funny thing.
Yeah, and it means we ain't gonna have so easy a time of it when the herd gets here.
Wait.
Huh?
The herd's coming now.
Say, it sounds like maybe they're stampeding.
I'll bet that's just it.
Maybe things are breaking our way after all.
How'd you figure that?
Shucks, if the herd's got away from them Bar X fellas, we can pick up the cows, then come back and clean out them punchers.
Look over there. There they come.
The whole herd.
Can't stop them now.
Wonder where the punchers are.
Must be coming up behind.
Look at the critters run.
We'll have to let them get by before we can take out after them.
I sure wouldn't want to be in front of a stampede like that.
The way they're moving, it won't take long for them to get by.
I can see the last of them now.
See your horses.
We're all set.
I'll give the word when to start out.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, after them. Get up there. Get up. Them punchers ain't in sight.
We'll take care of them later.
Come on, boy. Get along there.
They're across the river.
They won't run that fast for long. Keep your horses moving.
Yeah, we should.
What was that?
Sounded like blasting powder.
I thought the same.
Come on. We're almost to the river.
But wait.
Look. What the?
It's water.
A whole flood of it.
And coming right at us.
We can't dodge it. Turn around. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Right. Help.
Yelling won't help. We just gotta hang on and hope we don't get drowned. Come on.
The water rushing in a great flood from the hills swept along the dry bed of the river with the force and speed of an express train. The sheriff and his men were caught in the torrent, carried helplessly along, then flung aside, bruised and battered as the flood's initial force subsided. Walt, Tonto, and the Bar X cowpunchers watched until the time was ripe for action.
Look at them crooks crawling up on the bank. They won't do much fighting now.
Let's take after him.
There comes a masked fella.
And the U.S. Marshal with him.
Now we get him, bad fella, huh?
You're blamed right we will. Get up
Get
there.
him up here.
Get him up. Come on, masked fella. We'll round up them crooks.
Just look at that white horse he's riding.
It even beats the Injun's horse.
Come on. We'll get him.
You bet we will, Marshal.
The sheriff's getting ready to fire at us.
He's getting his men together the best he can.
But it won't be half good enough. They're shooting now. All right. Let him have it.
I aim to pick off that sheriff.
That'll show him we ain't fooling.
Fire some more.
Hey, the sheriff's trying to shout something.
They're dropping their shooting irons.
And raising their hands.
We give up.
Don't fire no more.
Holster your guns, fellas.
But I tell
we
you...
can't fire on them when they give up. All right, Marshal. Here's the men we set out to capture for you.
Sheriff, I'm taking your badge away and jailing the whole lot of you.
Wait, Marshal, listen.
I've seen what you done.
You can't do this. We were just trying
Keep
to do...
still. The masked fella brought me here and told me all about your scheme.
If that water hadn't trapped us...
But it did. And you can thank the masked fella for that, too.
Huh?
He thought up the whole plan. First, he used blasting powder to dam the river so the cattle could get through. Then he used more blasting powder and released the water in time to catch you.
Boy,
I'd like to get my hands on him.
Sure, only you're going to jail instead.
I'll send some of my boys to help you take them there, Marshal, while the rest of us round up our cows.
Good enough. But where's the masked fella and the Injun?
I want to thank them for what they've done.
I don't know.
Here they are. Wait! It's too late now to thank him. They're gone for good.
Well, maybe they are. But they done enough for us, so I ain't never forgetting them. All right, let's get these crooks to the jail.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting on the trail ahead! Hurry, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States were first opened to settlers, gun law ruled the range. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. No one did more to bring law and order to the frontier, and white man and Indian alike turned to him for help. His reputation for fairness was only exceeded by his reputation for courage. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver, The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Lame Bear's village in the hills. Tonto's waiting there. Hi-yo, Silver!
Lame Bear and Running Cloud were the chiefs of two Indian tribes that had long been friendly. Black Fox, Running Cloud's medicine man, however, was jealous of Lame Bear's wealth and at every opportunity tried to create ill feeling. As our first act opens, night has fallen. Lame Bear's village is silent while his people sleep. But not far away, a group of men dressed to resemble Running Cloud's braves ride slowly toward the village. We hear their leader, Max Yeager, as he whispers to the man beside him.
Ain't that the chief's wigwam ahead, Lige?
Yeah, that's the one.
Wonder if the girl is in it.
You mean the chief's daughter?
Yeah.
She must be. Leastways, Black Fox said she'd be there.
We don't want nothing to go wrong.
It won't. We won't give them redskins a chance to get set.
Uh-huh.
We gotta move fast. If any of those Indians' suspicions were whites instead of some of Running Cloud's braves, our scheme won't work.
Where's Dirk?
Right beyond you.
Dirk?
Yeah?
Come here.
What do you want?
We can't go much closer without their hearing us.
Uh-huh.
When I give a yell, you fellas make all the noise you can with your guns.
We'll do that.
But don't say nothing. If you do, they'll catch on that we're whites.
We'll be careful.
Me and Lige will grab the girl.
Just the two of us?
Two'll be enough. You keep watch, Dirk. When you see us ride off, the rest of you follow.
Right.
And remember, plenty of gunfire.
We'll make them think Running Cloud's whole tribe is after them.
Got your guns ready, fellas?
Yeah, ready, man.
Then let's go.
Get up. Get up.
The outlaws thundered down upon the village, their guns blazing. The Indians, confused by the sudden uproar, tumbled forth from their tents in bewildered alarm.
Hardy Lota! Three Hota!
While Dirk and the others engaged the attention of the tribe, Max Yeager and Lige, unnoticed in the turmoil, rode swiftly to Lame Bear's tent. There they dismounted and made their way inside with drawn guns.
There she is.
I got her. Shut her mouth. Give me your bandana.
Here. You fixed it?
Just a second.
I'll give you a hand.
Wildcat.
Put her on your saddle. We gotta hurry.
I'm hurrying all I can.
The Redskins will be getting organized pretty quick.
Here's the horses. Help me lift her.
She's a fearsome.
There she is. Get on your horse.
Steady there.
I'll hold on to her.
Come on, they've seen us.
They're running this way. Come on. Get up. Get up. Come on.
Running Cloud! Steal no Tommy!
Chief Lame Bear, convinced that his daughter had been seized by Running Cloud's braves, called his tribe together. War drums began to beat out the threat of revenge, and their primitive rhythms reached even the small camp of the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
Tonto, you hear those drums?
Oh, Tonto here.
Those must be war drums.
That mean plenty big trouble.
What Indians are in this country, Kimasabi?
Lame Bear tribe here. But him tribe not big.
I've heard of him.
Running Cloud tribe here. Him got big tribe.
Do you think war has broken out between the two tribes?
Lame Bear, Running Cloud, heap good friend.
If they're friends, I can't understand those war drums. No whites live in this country.
Not right.
There comes a rider.
Him Indian.
Perhaps he saw our camp.
That Swift Eagle. Him friend Tonto. How, Swift Eagle?
How, Tonto?
Tonto, plenty glad see you.
Swift Eagle here. Good friend Tonto, come this way.
Swift Eagle.
What do those war drums mean?
There plenty trouble.
Yes?
Men come. Men take Nokomis.
Oh, her daughter, Chief Lame Bear.
Lame Bear's daughter was captured?
Bad men come at night. Lame Bear think Running Cloud braves do. Swift Eagle think bad Paleface do.
White men?
Them not ride like Indian. Me think Paleface paint like Indian. Fool 'em, Lame Bear.
White men painted like Indians. Max Yeager and his gang are supposed to be hiding somewhere in this territory. I wonder...
What you think?
Perhaps they captured Nokomis. But why?
Maybe Black Fox pay 'em wampum.
Black Fox. Him medicine man and Running Cloud tribe.
But why would Black Fox hire Max Yeager?
Long time now, him try make trouble. Lame Bear own many horse, much wampum. Black Fox want.
And you think that perhaps Black Fox hired Max and his gang to seize Nokomis and make Lame Bear believe that Running Cloud is to blame?
That right.
Did you tell Lame Bear you suspected his daughter was taken by white men?
Swift Eagle tell him not believe.
I see.
Me hear Tonto nearby. Think maybe Tonto help Swift Eagle.
Tonto glad do that.
Of course we'll help you.
Lame Bear make war on Running Cloud. Running Cloud maybe kill Lame Bear.
Tonto told me that Running Cloud's tribe was larger than your tribe. Black Fox is probably counting on that. If he could bring about war between the two tribes, Lame Bear would be defeated. And as medicine man, he'd get most of the loot. Here, Silver.
What you do?
Tonto, we'll have to find out whether or not Swift Eagle's suspicions are right. We must prevent a war between the two tribes if possible.
Here, Paint Horse.
Yep. But to do that, we must move fast.
War drum call brave together.
And when they gather, Lame Bear will attack. Come on,
Get him up,
Silver.
Paint Horse.
In the meantime, Max Yeager and his gang, with their captive, the Indian maiden Nokomis, raced toward Running Cloud's village. When they approached their destination, they circled the village and reined in their horses before the teepee of Black Fox, which stood some distance away.
Black Fox, where are you?
There he comes.
You do what Black Fox tell you?
He sure did. There's the girl. Where he aimed to put her.
You put in teepee.
Ain't that kind of risky? You don't want nobody to find her.
Indian frayed medicine man. Them not go in teepee.
I reckon he's right, Max. I never seen the Indian yet that wasn't scared to death to go into a medicine man's tent.
You do.
Help the girl off the horse line.
Yeah, but I ain't taking that gag off. She'd start yelling and Running Cloud would get wise right off.
Leave the gag on and tie her up when you take her inside.
Right. All right, there.
Here you come. Hurry, get her out of sight.
Yeah. Come along now and don't try to make no trouble.
Well, we done our share, Black Fox.
That good.
When do you figure on paying us off?
Me pay by and by.
We're not gonna
Lame
wait.
Bear come, make big fight. Running Cloud beat Lame Bear. Then Black Fox pay you wampum.
What we want is gold.
You get plenty gold.
Max, you better be getting this strange stuff off us. If any of the Redskins sees us this way, they're sure to suspicion something.
Yeah.
If Running Cloud asks you question, you not savvy.
You can depend on us. We won't do no talking.
Yeah.
We'll pretend like we was never anywhere near Lame Bear's village. There's one thing, Black Fox.
What that?
Running Cloud don't like us any too much. You gotta see that he lets us alone.
Him not hurt friend medicine man.
Well, see that he don't. Come on, fellas. Get cleaned up and then see what happens
next. In Lame Bear's village, the braves gathered for revenge. The drums beat a savage accompaniment to the war chant that whipped the men's courage into a murderous fury. Then, at a shout from Lame Bear, their chief, the painted braves leaped to the backs of their wiry little mounts.
Iata! Sante Monica! Kokayo! Koaka! Meata Kola! Minetalo! Utapa! Soho!
Colete! Cabela! Kimo Take!
What did Swift Eagle say, Tonto?
Him say him bring friend.
Find out if Chief Lame Bear can speak English.
Kemo, Taha, Koli Peduka.
Lame Bear talk, white man talk. What man with mask won't say?
Chief, Swift Eagle has told us that he believes white outlaws, not Running Cloud's braves, captured your daughter.
That not true. Them not have white skin. Them dark, like Indian.
But they might have painted their skins.
Me see Running Cloud brave.
It was dark when it happened, Lame Bear. You could easily have been mistaken.
Swift Eagle tell you that. Him make mistake, not Lame Bear.
Paleface take no comments. Me no.
Wait. You were getting ready to ride against Running Cloud's village, weren't you? I've been told that until now there have been many years of friendship between your tribe and his.
Many, many moons past, we smoke pipe of peace.
But if you make war now, death will come to your people and his.
That not matter.
Did you know there are white outlaws in this country?
White men in Running Cloud village. Me hear that.
Perhaps Black Fox hired them to pretend to be Indians.
Why him do that?
Swift Eagle tells me Black Fox has tried for a long time to start trouble between the two tribes. Will you give me a chance to prove that Black Fox and White Outlaw stole your daughter?
Black Fox make plenty big medicine. You not fool Black Fox.
Perhaps my medicine is more powerful than his.
Lame Bear, you do what man with mask say.
I have a plan, Lame Bear.
What that?
If you wish, we'll go to Running Cloud's village first and see what he has to say about this. You wouldn't wish to go on the warpath against a man who had not harmed you, would you?
Me never turn against friend.
Good. Then, if Running Cloud denies taking Nokomis, I'll make magic stronger than that of Black Fox. Do you agree?
You talk with straight tongue. Me do.
Then tell your braves to put down their arms until we come back, Lame Bear.
Me pesu. Corona Palu.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger had persuaded Lame Bear that Running Cloud might not have been responsible for his daughter's disappearance, the old chief rode with the masked man and Tonto to Running Cloud's village.
Is that Running Cloud standing over there?
That him.
He's seen us. Now remember, let me handle this. You promised me you wouldn't start trouble unless he gave you cause.
Lame Bear never break word.
Here he is.
Okay, Tom.
Oh, Lame Bear.
How?
Lame Bear, tell him we're friends who wish to speak to him.
Seta ko, mi cha, mi lega, tempe io mate.
Go mate. Man with mask. Lame Bear say you him friend.
That's so, Running Cloud.
What you want?
Running Cloud, men with evil hearts have stolen Lame Bear's daughter.
What that?
She was taken last night.
Me plenty sad hear him that.
You send 'em brave.
Wait, Lame Bear. Running Cloud, the men who did this thing appeared to be Indians.
But who do that? Lame Bear have no enemy.
Lame Bear thought some of your braves did it.
That not true.
But Swift Eagle suspected that it might be the work of white men. He claimed they were painted to resemble Indians.
Me not know.
You have white men in your village.
Them friend, Black Fox. Him great medicine man.
And you haven't seen Nokomis?
Running Cloud not see.
Is Black Fox here?
Me call Black Fox. Volta! Red Pop Key!
There, Black Fox.
Hola, Pe. Kimo! Take Demo!
bring white man?
Looks like Max Yeager. The law's been hunting for him for a long time.
Him plenty bad feller.
Sito, no Dali.
Man with mask, say white men take Nokomis.
Man with mask, lie.
What's the masked fella trying to do, Black Fox? Make trouble first?
Him tell a lie.
Black Fox, you know nothing about the disappearance of Lame Bear's daughter?
What you mean?
I mean exactly this. I think your outlaw friends and you were responsible for the raid on Lame Bear's camp.
Why, you
bloody fool.
You say anything more like that?
Careful, Max.
Him got gun.
How'd you know my name?
I know plenty about you and your men, Max. Listen to me. Black Fox, you're a medicine man.
Me make plenty big medicine.
And so do I. We're going to find out which one of us has the most power.
What that for?
Black Fox has caused the trouble between you and Lame Bear, Running Cloud. If my magic is stronger than his, it'll prove the truth of what I say. If it isn't, then Black Fox is telling the truth.
Black Fox not afraid.
You accept my challenge?
Up to some trick, Black Fox.
White man's medicine not strong like Black Fox.
We'll see about that.
What you do?
I'll give Black Fox the advantage. We'll use his rifle. I'll stand while he shoots at me. If my medicine turns his bullets, then I'll shoot. And we'll see if Black Fox's medicine can protect him.
You plenty brave man.
Don't do it, Black Fox.
Man with mask, speak fair. Black Fox do, or Black Fox coward?
Me do.
Good.
1 day from now.
Why not now?
Me speak with great spirit. Me make big medicine. Then Black Fox kill man with mask.
I'll wait. But tomorrow at this time, we meet.
Lame Bear and the masked man returned to their camp while the Lone Ranger explained his plan to Tonto and the Indian chief. The remainder of the day passed without a move from either party. But that evening, Max Yeager and his men gathered in Black Fox's tepee.
Well, Black Fox, what's on your mind?
You kill man with mask.
Huh? Thought you said you was doing that tomorrow.
Me not fool.
So you did figure the masked hombre was up to some trick after all.
I get it. You agreed to that proposition of his because you had to. But you ain't taking no chances on it going through.
That's right.
What's your scheme?
Man with mask make camp with Lame Bear.
Sure, they're down the valley away.
Me look. Him not sleep near other.
That's right, Max. I was watching from the top of the hill, and I seen the masked fella spread his blankets away from the rest of the camp.
Yeah?
You take men. You go there.
You mean we had to sneak up on him tonight and put him out of the way?
If Lame Bear's braves was to hear a gun, they'd have our scalps.
You not use gun.
Huh?
Here, knife. That quiet, like wolf. Take knife. Oh, him dead.
That ain't a bad idea.
Them sleep. You go now.
This is as good a time as any, I reckon.
Yeah. How's the girl holding up, Black Fox?
Nokomis? Well.
You ought to get rid of her. You can't ever let her go or she'll do too much talking.
Me not kill her. He sell for slave.
You sure don't miss no tricks.
Well, come on, fellas.
It's plenty dark. We shouldn't run much chance of being seen.
Get mounted. Steady there. Steady.
You kill man with mask. Me pay more gold.
You just leave that to us. Ready, fellas?
Ready, Max.
Well, then come on. Get up.
Come on, get up. Get up. Come on, get up.
Max led his men down the valley toward Lame Bear's camp. They rode as far as possible on horseback, then, at a signal from their leader, reined in their horses.
From here on, we can't make no noise. We'll be careful. The masked man's over this way somewhere.
Yeah.
Dick, you and the rest of the fellas can keep watch while me and Lige sneaks up on him.
Won't you need our help?
Not unless something goes wrong. If we're discovered, you keep the engines off of us.
We'll do that.
We must be getting close. Yeah. This is fair enough for you fellas, Dirk.
Then we'll wait right here.
Come on, Lige.
Be mighty careful.
Max, what's that up ahead? Quiet. Looks like somebody rolled up in his blankets. It's the masked man. He's sure sleeping sound. He ain't stirring at all. You got the knife? Right here. You let me handle this. Sure. Careful. He ain't hurt. blow ought to do the trick. Here. And I'll turn that trick right now.
Morning came at last, and preparations were made in Running Cloud's village for the coming contest between the medicine man, Black Fox, and the Lone Ranger. The great plain outside the village was chosen for the site. There, as the time approached, the Indians gathered and raised their voices in a weird ceremonial chant. Soon, Chief Running Cloud and Black Fox pushed their way through the crowd and stepped into a space that had been kept clear for them.
Black Fox, where man with mask?
Maybe him afraid. Him not come soon, him coward.
Me not think that.
What that?
There comes good friend Lame Bear. Ni hello, don't take thee.
Wait and pay loca. Great Chief Lame Bear. Where man with mask?
Him come.
Oh, Silver. Oh, steady.
You come.
You didn't expect me, did you, Black Fox? I proved last night that my medicine is stronger than yours, or I wouldn't be alive today.
You talk like Fox.
I believe you understand me.
You ready now, man with mask?
I am.
You ready, Black Fox?
You have your rifle with you, Black Fox?
Here, rifle.
As we're using your gun, I think I should be allowed to fire one practice shot.
That's not right.
What matter, Black Fox? You afraid?
Me not afraid.
Then do what man with mask say.
I want to fire one shot only to see how the gun aims.
You take.
Thanks. I'll aim at that tree over there. There. Now I'll load it again for you. See, there's no trick. I'm dropping the bullet down the barrel. There you are. Better take this ramrod and see that the bullet's in place.
Me do.
Man with mask, stand there. Black Fox, fire first.
We agreed to that.
You ready?
I'll take my position. My magic keeps the bullet from hurting me, and Black Fox must stand while I fire.
Me make big medicine.
Atta!
Pale-face medicine, not strong like mine.
Black Fox, the white man's magic is stronger than yours.
Black Fox, take aim.
Me aim.
Me raise hand. When hand drop, Black Fox fire.
That's good.
You ready?
Me ready.
Watch hand.
Metal!
Man with mask make great medicine.
Him not hurt.
Thunder Spirit, here, Black Fox.
Black Fox, you ain't right for me. My power carries your bullet. Now I'll shoot.
Me not want to kill.
That was our bargain.
No.
Black Fox,
You don't
you
make
big
this
coward.
Wait. Black Fox, I have the right to shoot you. That was our agreement. But I'll give you your life on one condition.
What that?
Tell us when Nokomis is hidden.
Me not
Would
know.
you rather die?
Black Fox not know. Black Fox...
Very well. Take your position where I stood. We'll see if your medicine can protect you.
Wait! Me tell.
Yes?
Nokomis. In Black Fox teepee. Her not hurt.
If she is, you'll die anyhow.
Me take good care, Nokomis.
Me get her.
Wait, Lame Bear. I think Tonto's gone for her. He'll bring your daughter here safely.
That good.
Running Cloud not know Black Fox do this thing.
I know you didn't, Running Cloud. Black Fox attempted to start a war between you and Lame Bear. He hired Max Yig and his men to paint themselves like Indians so that Lame Bear would blame you for the crime. If there were war, you were the strongest tribe. Then, being the medicine man, Black Fox would have taken the biggest share of the spoils.
Black Fox pay for this.
Yes, Running Cloud. But I have one thing to ask.
You ask. Me plenty glad do.
Last night, Max and his outlaws tried to murder me, but Tonto and I expected them. We made them prisoners.
That good.
They should be tried by the white man's justice. I want you to promise to take them and Black Fox to town.
Running Cloud do what man with mask say.
Good.
No Comis. You come, my daughter.
Come, Tonto.
Lame Bear, take
I'm glad we saved the friendship between Lame Bear and Running Cloud Kimosabe.
That good thing.
Steady, old fellow. I wonder if Black Fox knew that the bullet I put in his rifle was made only of mud.
Me not know.
It's an old trick of the Indian medicine men. If he realized what I had done, he wouldn't dare say anything.
Why that?
Because if he did, it would expose a trick he himself has used.
That's plenty good. Hi-yo, Silver!
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cottonwood River. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the new territory, and the memory of his deeds will remain with us as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us to those thrilling days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cottonwood River. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
For months, there had been rumors of a threatened Indian uprising under the leadership of Chief Little Bear. Major Carson, in command of Fort Mason, sent Captain Stewart with a large force to find and pacify the rebellious tribesmen. Stewart led his men toward the Cottonwood River country, where Little Bear had been last seen, and there began his search. It is night as our story opens. Captain Stewart, seated at a table on which he has spread a large map, is dismissing one of his men.
That will be all for now. See to the guard, and then you can retire.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Here's where the Cottonwood bends, and here's where Little Bear used to have his village. If he's anywhere around, he
Captain
should be...
Stewart.
What the...
I want to talk to you.
A masked man. Where's the sentry?
Keep
Where's
your voice down, Captain.
But I don't...
I'm not an outlaw. All I want is some information.
You must be an outlaw. You wouldn't come
Never
in...
mind that now. What have you brought these troops here for?
That's none of your business.
Perhaps I can guess your purpose.
Yes?
Tonto and I have heard stories about Little Bear. It's been said he may go on the warpath. My guess is that you've been sent here to find him.
You seem to be well informed.
I came to offer our help.
I don't take help from outlaws.
You'll need experienced scouts to get on Little Bear's trail, and Tonto can read trail signs better than any white man.
Tonto?
He's my friend, Captain. An Indian. You've nothing to lose by accepting our aid.
Your offer is serious?
It is.
There's no denying I need all the help available.
You do, if you expect to capture Little Bear. He's an experienced troublemaker, Captain.
One moment. You said you had a friend by the name of Tonto.
I have.
Stranger, what's the name of your horse?
He's called Silver.
Silver. Tonto. Good. I'll take your offer. And if you help us catch Little Bear, you'll have done a service worthy of the Lone Ranger.
But Chief Little Bear, informed of Captain Stewart's expedition, had already left the Cottonwood River country and one day appeared at the very walls of distant Fort Mason. The first daring attack of the Indians came perilously close to success. But rallied by Major Carson, the soldiers barricaded the gates and returned a murderous fire upon the savages.
Every man to his post. Fire at will.
Major Carson.
What is it, man?
Lieutenant Price reports that the Indians are withdrawing on his side of the fort, sir.
Good. That means the first attack is probably over.
Yes, sir.
We'll have time to organize our defenses.
Any orders, Major?
None for the present. They are falling back.
If you'd excuse me, sir, Lieutenant Price asked me to report back to
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Tell the lieutenant I wish to see him in battalion quarters. Summon all the officers. This may develop into a siege. We'd better take counsel now while we have the opportunity.
As Major Carson predicted, the Indians, confident of success, stubbornly pressed their advantage. They surrounded the fort, and though none of their attacks broke through, they made escape impossible. On the evening of the third day, the Major called Lieutenant Price to his quarters.
You called me, Major?
I did, Lieutenant. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
There now. Lieutenant, our situation is serious.
I realize that.
We can't hold out indefinitely. Chief Little Bear wouldn't have dared attack the fort if he didn't know that half our force is away with Captain Stewart.
But how could he have known?
That's something I'd like to find out. But never mind that for the present. Our problem is to discover a way to get in touch with the captain.
That won't be easy, sir.
But it isn't impossible. And it has to be done. For one thing, our supplies are running low.
Yes?
We have ammunition for a week at most. Our food will probably last as long.
And then?
And then, Lieutenant, if Captain Stewart doesn't arrive to relieve us, we're through.
Have you something in mind, sir?
Lieutenant, we'll have to get a messenger through the Indians with orders for Captain Stewart's return.
It would take a good man to do that.
I've sent for a good man.
You have? But
He'll leave tonight, at once. as soon as I've given him his orders.
That's rather short notice, isn't it?
Lieutenant, I have a special reason for this short notice, aside from the necessity of aid at the earliest possible moment.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm almost certain we have someone in the fort who has been supplying Chief Little Bear with information.
But that's impossible.
The Indians knew of Captain Stewart's absence.
Perhaps.
They made their attack at a time when our supplies were low.
Only coincidence, sir.
Uh-huh. But I don't like that kind of coincidence.
But surely you don't believe any of our men would sell us out.
Such things have happened before. Chief Little Bear would pay well for any information.
I can't agree with you.
Well, at any rate, I'm sending a messenger before the Indians can learn we plan to make the attempt.
I wouldn't advise it, Major. I think...
Who is it?
Sergeant Morton is here, sir.
Send him in. Close the door, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, I have a job for you. But it's a volunteer detail. You will not be punished if you don't accept it.
That's all right, sir.
Someone must get through the Indian lines with a message for Captain Stewart. But there's more than an even chance that whoever makes the attempt won't succeed alive.
I can do it, Major, if anybody can.
You're willing to try?
I sure am.
But look here.
It has to be done, Lieutenant. Sergeant, the captain is somewhere in the Cottonwood River country.
Yes, sir.
You should have no difficulty getting on his track if you dodge the Indians.
I'll find the captain, sir.
Fine. And when you do, tell him to bring his men by way of Buffalo Pass. The Indians will expect any reinforcements to come by way of the lower trail. We don't want those men ambushed.
Yes, sir.
It's dark now. Can you start immediately?
Sooner the better.
Come. I expected your answer. My orderly should have your horse ready. If you're mounted, you'll stand a better chance of breaking through.
Right, sir.
I'll come with you, Major.
If you wish.
But I still protest against this action, sir. I believe the sergeant should be given more time for preparation.
I've told you why that isn't possible, Lieutenant. There's my orderly now. He's ready for you, Sergeant.
Is that him at the small gate?
Yes. Come on.
Major, you don't plan to unbar one of the gates, do you?
Of course I do. There's not that much danger.
But what...
It'll only be for a moment. Orderly.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Morton will get mounted. When he says he's ready, you'll open the gate, let him through, then close it at once.
Very good, sir.
You can still withdraw, you know, Sergeant, if you feel you can't make it.
I'll see it through, Major. Steady there. I'm ready, sir.
The gate, orderly.
Yes, sir.
And, Sergeant, the best of luck.
Thank you kindly, sir, but I won't...
You fool. Put out that match, Lieutenant.
But,
If that light was seen...
I'm sorry, sir. I just wasn't thinking.
It seems not. Sergeant, you better be on your way before anything's noticed.
I'm going, sir. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up now. Come on, boy.
There. He's gone. We can only pray he'll make it now. Close the gate, orderly.
Yes, sir. Shall we be getting back, Major?
Wait.
What?
I want to listen. If there's no alarm, then... What was that?
I don't know.
Listen.
Probably just some nervous redskin firing into shadow, Major.
What if it wasn't, Lieutenant? If it wasn't...
In the meantime, Captain Stewart, alarmed by his failure to find a sign of the Indians he'd been sent to locate, was undecided what course to pursue. We see him now as he stands outside his tent watching the approach of a lone horseman.
I wonder. Yes, it is the masked man.
Come on, Silver!
I hope he has news.
Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, steady there.
You found Chief Little Bear?
Not a sign of him, Captain.
I was afraid of that.
Has Tonto returned yet?
He came back an hour ago. He found nothing either.
And I believe there's only one thing you can do, Captain.
Yes?
Return to the fort. Chief Little Bear isn't in this district.
But to return without accomplishing my mission, or without orders from Major Carson...
The fort itself may be in danger.
That's what worries me.
Chief Little Bear is clever, and it'd be like him to attack the fort in your absence.
If there were only some way of knowing.
You can't return without orders?
Only in case of necessity. The Major made that plain when he sent me out. We were to continue until we found those Indians.
I have a suggestion to make, Captain.
Yes?
Tonto and I have done all that we can for you here. Let us ride to the fort and find out the situation.
You'd be willing to do that?
Of course.
But I could send one of my own men.
We could make the journey faster. And if the fort is in danger, you'll want to know it as soon as possible.
You've already done more than I have a right to ask.
Captain, if Little Bear's uprising succeeds, the life of every white man for 200 miles around will be in danger.
I know.
I'll get Tonto at once. Steady, Silver.
You mean you ride now, after being in the saddle all day?
There's no time to waste, Captain.
I can't object. I need your help too badly.
You'll hear from us as soon as possible. Come on, Silver.
The siege of Fort Mason had not been lifted. While ammunition and food ran low, Chief Little Bear's warriors still made a menacing ring around the helpless garrison. Major Carson watched the hostile savages from the stockade and felt there was little hope of rescue.
They outnumber us 3-1, orderly.
Captain Stewart may show up yet, sir.
There's little hope of it. I've sent 3 messengers already. Not one got through alive.
But still there's a chance.
Orderly.
Yes, sir.
The Indians are going to attack again.
It doesn't look like an attack, sir.
What's that?
It's a masked man and Indian.
Something's happened there. Look, Little Bear's braves are after them.
That's not one of the chief's braves with a masked man, Major. He's not in war paint.
Lieutenant!
Yes, sir?
Those men are trying to reach the fort. Open the gate. Open it, I say.
Do you think they'll make it, sir?
We'll soon see.
Look at those horses they're riding.
I don't know who they are, but I'll be blasted if I'll let them get into Little Bear's hands.
The gate's open.
Good. Fire at those redskins. Drive them back. Get that gate closed again. Close it before those painted devils force their way in.
They're closing it, sir.
This way. Ranger, now that you're inside, I want an explanation.
Major, I want food and water for our horses. And then you and I will talk.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger and Tonto had broken through the Indian lines and entered the fort under fire, the Major took the masked man to his quarters.
You say you attempted to go back but couldn't?
We were discovered by the Indians, Major, and cut off. We wouldn't have tried to enter the fort if we'd had any choice.
I see.
Our only chance was to reach here.
And now our last chance to get word to Captain Stewart is gone.
I think not, Major.
But I've sent
Not
for
we can get through the lines after dark.
It's been tried before and failed.
Tried by white men, sir. Tonto probably wouldn't be questioned.
He would fail too.
Then I'll try it.
You misunderstand me. What I mean is this. Someone inside the fort is supplying information to those Indians.
You're sure of that?
I'm not only sure of it, but I strongly suspect one of my officers.
You have evidence?
Not enough, confound it. But I'll stake my life I'm right.
Yes?
I think I can trust you. The man I mean is Lieutenant Price.
Good.
What's that?
You have one sure way of getting a message to the captain.
But I've tried.
Lieutenant Price has sold out Little Bear. His life is safe with the Indians.
Of course, but
Then let him carry the message.
You're mad.
I have a plan I'm sure will work.
I can't send word by the lieutenant. He'd turn the information over to Little Bear at once.
I'm counting on that.
If I tell Captain Stewart to return by way of either Buffalo Pass or the lower trail, the Indians will ambush him.
We'll send the lieutenant first, then Tonto afterwards.
But what good would that do?
If Lieutenant Price is gone when Tonto leaves, there'll be no chance for Price to know that Tonto was following.
If you're counting on your friend giving the real message to the captain, it's impossible.
Yes?
Captain Stewart would never take the word of an Indian before that of Lieutenant Price.
That isn't my plan.
What you don't
Listen to me.
understand.
I'll explain. And if you agree with my plan, we'll try it.
Major Carson listened to the plan of the masked man and agreed that it had a good chance of success. That evening, he spoke to his orderly.
Orderly,
Yes, sir.
tell Lieutenant Price I wish to see him.
Very well, sir. I believe he's just outside.
Good.
Lieutenant Price, Major Carson wishes to speak to you, sir. Right.
Come in, Lieutenant. Close the door, orderly, and wait outside.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Major?
You're making the next attempt to reach Captain Stewart, Lieutenant.
Me, sir?
It has to be done. And I think you're the man for the job.
But why
I won't ask the enlisted men to do what their officers refuse.
I'm not refusing, sir. I was only thinking that you had decided a man couldn't get through the Indian lines.
The others failed. I hope you won't.
Yes, sir.
You'll start at once.
Very well.
Come.
It's quite dark now, but you'd better be on your way before the moon rises.
And what are my orders, sir?
Captain Stewart has returned with all speed. Tell him to bring his men by way of Buffalo Pass.
Buffalo Pass?
I think that's best. Little Bear will probably expect any reinforcements to come by way of the lower trail.
I see. There was something I wish to ask you, sir.
Yes?
Who is this masked man who came to the fort?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Lieutenant. Here we are.
Steady there. Steady. I'm ready, sir.
You understand my orders?
I do, sir.
And you're not afraid?
Of course not, sir.
Very well. The gate is open. Something tells me you'll get through safely.
I feel the same way about it, Major. Get up there. Get up, boy.
I'll close the gate, Major. Yes, do. There. A rotten traitor. If our lives didn't depend upon it, I'd almost wish those Indians would shoot him by mistake.
I understand, sir.
It was right here he lit a match when Sergeant Morton left the fort. I'm convinced Lieutenant Price used that trick to warn Little Bear.
I agree with you. But Tonto's waiting, Major.
Yes. You're sure that he won't be risking his life?
Yes. If he were, I'd prefer to go in his place.
Of course, the lieutenant is gone. There's no one to let Little Bear know Tonto is leaving.
And Tonto can move as silently as any man alive. Come, Major. We'll tell him it's time for him to go.
Lieutenant Price rode away from the fort, and when he drew near the Indian lines, called out softly, identifying himself. A silent Indian stepped forward, led the officer into the presence of Chief Little Bear.
Chief, why you come here?
That fool of a major sent me, Little Bear. I'm to get in touch with Captain Stewart. Things are going our way. A few more days, and I should collect the rest of that 1,000 in gold you promised me.
Maybe soldier hold out plenty long time.
Not much longer. They've got food and ammunition for only about 3 days.
That heap good.
But that isn't the best of it, Little Bear. I'm to tell Stewart to bring his men through Buffalo Pass. Chief, you wait for Stewart at the pass, and you can wipe them out to the last man. Leave just enough of your braves here to make the major believe he's still surrounded.
Chief Little Bear can do.
Fine. I'll go on and give Stewart his orders, and they won't suspect a thing.
Major, him think you crook?
The major? He hasn't any idea that I'm on your side. And if he did, he couldn't prove it. And when I found Stewart, I'll pretend to be ill or something of the sort, so I'll not have to return with him. And then there'll be no danger for me when you attack.
Better you go now.
Right, Little Bear. The sooner I find the captain, the sooner this business will be finished. Here, boy. Don't forget about that 1,000, Chief. I can use it.
Chief Little Bear, never forget.
Good. Get up there, boy. Get up.
Captain Stewart waited anxiously for word from either the masked man or his superior, Major Carson. We see him now, more than a day later, speaking to one of his men.
I can't understand it. The masked man should have been back before this.
Shucks, I wouldn't worry about that fella if I was you, Captain. Him and the Injun can handle themselves all right, I reckon.
We don't dare return to the fort unless we receive word.
Orders is orders. But sometimes it ain't a bad notion to forget about 'em.
I've been thinking that same thing. But still,
Say, ain't that somebody riding this way now?
Aye. It is.
Looks like he's wearing a uniform, too.
Wait. Isn't that Lieutenant Price?
That's him, all right.
Lieutenant!
Captain Stewart! Oh, there. Oh.
You've been riding hard.
I have, sir.
There's bad news.
Chief Little Bear has surrounded the fort. The major sends orders for you to return as speedily as he can.
The fort's in danger?
It is.
I was scared of that, Captain.
Lieutenant, did you see anything of a masked man and an Indian before you left?
Yes. You know them?
They're unharmed?
Quite.
Then I can't understand why they didn't come back here. There was no need for them to enter the fort once they discovered the situation.
Little Bear had them cut off before they knew it, sir. They had no choice but to ride for the fort.
I'm glad to hear it. I couldn't believe they wouldn't have returned if it was possible.
You'll order your men out?
At once. Sims, Tell the bugler to sound assembly.
Sure thing, Captain.
Well, there's one more thing, sir.
Yes?
You're to return through Buffalo Pass. Those are Major Carson's orders also.
Why did he...
He suspects that the Indians may be watching for you by the lower trail.
Very well.
Who's that?
That horse. It's Tonto.
The Indian with the masked man.
That's the one.
But what's he doing here?
We'll soon find out. And in the meantime, we'll be getting started.
At Fort Mason, the Indians had kept up a scattered fire designed to tempt the soldiers into wasting their ammunition. Major Carson, however, had given the command to fire only in case of necessity. The lack of food inside the fort's walls was the greatest problem. The men had been put on half rations, and already they are beginning to feel the pinch of starvation. We see the Major and the Lone Ranger as they ride slowly within the boundaries of the stockade on a tour of inspection.
The men are looking tired, Major.
They are. If help doesn't arrive soon...
Don't give up hope, sir.
Captain Stewart should have been here by now.
I didn't look for them this soon.
If reinforcements don't come, it'll prove I've made a serious mistake in judgment.
Yes?
I may have sent Lieutenant Price to his death also.
You're worried only because the strain of waiting has been hard on you. There's little doubt but what Price was a traitor supplying Little Bear with his information.
I suppose so.
The Indians are firing again.
But we won't reply unless it's necessary.
But wait. Oh, Silver.
What is it?
Those shots weren't fired at the fort.
But I thought
They're firing at something beyond that hill.
By heavens, I think you're right. Orderly!
Yes, Major.
Can you see what's beyond that hill?
I'll find out, sir.
It won't be necessary, Major. Listen, cavalry, Captain Stewart.
It is Captain Stewart, sir.
Major, we should leave the fort and attack.
Attack?
There's no better time. While Captain Stewart engages them from the other side, we'll attack from this.
It might work.
We'll give them no time to resist.
Orderly, tell the men to mount. I want them assembled here ready to charge in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
We're going to strike and strike hard.
The men were assembled, given their orders, and told of the plan of attack. Meanwhile, the sound of battle outside increased as Captain Stewart led his men forward. Major Carson shouted a command. The gates were thrown open. With the masked man heading the charge, the troopers raced forward.
Forward, men! Come on, Silver!
Attacked from both sides, the Indians fell back in confusion. With the most of the braves absent at Buffalo Pass, the remainder could put up little opposition. At the end of 20 minutes of hard fighting, the Indians began to throw down their arms.
They're surrendering, Major! Cease firing!
Cease firing! Cease firing!
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, steady there.
Major, you can easily capture the rest of the tribe. They're at Buffalo Pass waiting for Captain Stewart. They'll not expect you.
Right. Captain Stewart!
We got here in time, Major.
You did, Captain. Thanks to the masked man.
You followed the Major's instructions, Captain?
Exactly. Lieutenant Price still doesn't know why I disobeyed the orders he gave me.
He's coming now.
He's going to report me to you, Major, for insubordination.
Oh, the boy. Oh. Major, Captain Stewart absolutely refused to come by way of Buffalo Pass as you ordered.
One moment, Lieutenant. Those weren't my orders.
But that's...
And you're under arrest.
Arrest? You can't do that to me.
But I can. You were the only messenger, aside from Tonto, who got through Little Bear's lines. And only through you could Little Bear have received the information that took him to Buffalo Pass.
No.
Lieutenant, I gave you verbal orders for Captain Stewart. But you didn't know that I'd written other orders for the captain, which the masked man concealed in the flap of your saddle.
You what?
Is that where you found them, Captain?
When Tonto arrived, he told me where to look. I sent the lieutenant on an errand and took the letter while he was gone.
Lieutenant, you tried to sell us out. But the masked man tricked you into carrying the orders yourself that spoiled your scheme.
It isn't true. It isn't.
That's something we'll find out soon enough. We're attacking Little Bear at Buffalo Pass. And, Lieutenant, when Little Bear learns that it was you who brought Captain Stewart by the lower trail, I think he'll tell us all we need to know.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Crow
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the rich grazing land of Texas was opened to settlers, it brought wealth to many, but the honest ranchers found it hard to protect their property from outlaws and cattle rustlers. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States, and no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us in Crow Valley. Hello, Silver!
Nestling at the foot of the High Ridge Mountains, Crow Valley was large and fertile enough to support half-dozen prosperous ranches. One of these, the Lazy M, was owned by Bill Owens, an old-time cattleman who had been the first to settle in the region. We see him now with his foreman, Utah Simpson, who had been in Bill's employ for more than 20 years. They are riding near the edge of the valley in the shadow of the towering hills.
By the great horn, too, Utah. If we don't get evidence against that fellow this time, we might just well give up.
Uh-huh. But I ain't hoping for much. I got a notion Nate Finch is plenty smart.
Smart? I've been missing more critters in the last 3 years since he come here than in the whole 27 I was here before.
You needn't tell me, I know.
Utah.
Huh?
There's been horsemen here. Whoa there. Whoa.
Hold it.
Take a look there. And over there.
By golly, someone was here, sure enough.
And them pits weren't made by Injuns' ponies, neither. The horses made 'em was plenty hefty.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Them tracks lead over to them trees, and they're mighty fresh. Maybe...
We're going to take a look-see. Get up there. Get up.
Get on.
Maybe them tracks wasn't made by rustlers, but they sure is made by strangers. And any strangers around these parts now have got a plenty to explain.
Uh-huh.
Hey.
Did you hear that, Bill?
A horse and close by.
Keep your 6-gun loose. Come on, boy.
Get up.
There they are.
A masked man.
And a redskin. Hey there!
Yes?
Heist your hands, mister. You too, Injun.
Put down those guns, Bill Owens.
Whoa there. Whoa. Oh. Say, just how come you know my handle?
I've been expecting you.
What's that?
I heard about the meeting the sheriff's called. I knew you'd be coming this way, so we waited for you.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Maybe you was, stranger. But you ain't going to get nothing, 'cause we got the drop on you.
I'm not an outlaw, and I didn't plan to hold you up.
Yeah?
All we want is some information.
Well, information comes cheap enough. Just what kind you hankering after.
You've been losing cattle, haven't you?
You didn't have to come to me to learn that. Everybody knows it. And everybody knows I ain't the only one losing cattle, neither.
Yes?
There's Mike Pearson, Judd Braley, and all of us having critters stole. Except Nate Finch.
And you think Nate is responsible for your losses, is that it?
I wouldn't put nothing past that low-down blowhard.
It stands to reason he's got something to do with it. There wasn't nothing missing till he bought out the Circle G 3 years ago.
And out of the 6 outfits in the valley, his is the only one that ain't been bothered.
You've told him you suspect him?
We've told him aplenty, and all he does is laugh at us.
He says if we can't prove nothing, to leave him alone.
The ornery coyote.
I can't understand why, if you suspect him, you can't prove your suspicions.
We've sure tried hard enough.
He's just too slick for us, I reckon.
If he's taking your cattle, what do you suppose he does with them?
The fellow that can answer that question can write his own ticket.
Yes?
There ain't but one way for cows to be took from the valley, and that's by way of Stovepipe Pass.
There's no other possible way?
None at all, mister. And we've had the pass watched so blame careful, them critters would have to sprout wings and fly across to get by without our seeing them.
Couldn't they be taken through the mountains?
Sure they could. And by the time you got through, you'd have 1 cow out of 10 left. And that wouldn't pay a rustler his wages.
Nate couldn't be changing the brands, could he?
Stranger, we thought of all them things long before you come here. And if Nate's got one critter with a blotted brand, I ain't never seen it.
Then what's the idea of this meeting this afternoon?
Well, we gotta do something. We're gonna ride from one end of Nate's range to the other. And if we find trace of anything at all crooked, he's sure gonna have to explain.
I see.
Any more questions you want to ask?
I think that's all.
Then I'll ask some. What's the idea of that mask?
I can't explain that.
You don't talk like no outlaw. But I never saw an honest man that wanted to hide his face.
Yeah, and what are you so all-fired interested in the rustling for?
I want to help you.
Maybe you do and maybe you don't. But I can tell you this, stranger. You needn't think you can figure out what we can't. We live here. We savvy this country. And if Nate can fool us, he sure don't have to worry about no outsiders.
Both you and Nate may be surprised.
Well, I ain't saying I don't hope you're right. I just don't think you are, that's all. Come on, Utah.
Yeah, we'd better be moving along.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Maybe.
And if me and Utah here said anything to get you mad, don't pay no mind. You'd be mighty suspicious of strangers, too, if you'd been losing cows for close to 3 years.
Yes, I believe I would.
Hurry up, Bill. We got business to do. And if there's any chance of getting evidence against Nate today, I want to be there when it happens. Get up there.
Get up there.
Bill Owens and Utah Simpson joined the sheriff and their friends, and a systematic search was made of Nate Finch's range. Men had been stationed at the pass to make it impossible for Nate to move stolen cattle while the hunt was going on. But still, they had little hope that they would be successful.
See any sign of a blotted brand in that bunch, Mike?
Not a sign, Sheriff. Nate never used nothing but a stamp brand on them critters. And if they ever wore any other brand but the Circle G, I ain't able to find it.
I reckon it'd be this way.
Anybody that gets the best of Nate has got to be plenty good.
Then let's get on with it. We ain't done yet by a blame sight. Get up there.
Get up.
Oh, there.
Dad, bet these critters ain't no different from the others we looked at.
All Circle G's.
Fellers, I'm just about ready to give up.
But I ain't. Maybe Nate figured the safest place to keep that Russell stock was right where he wouldn't think we'd have the nerve to keep it.
Yeah? And where'd you say that'd be, Sheriff?
In his own corrals. Come on. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up there. Get up.
Well, Sheriff, looks like that guess of yours was wrong, too. There ain't no rustle cattle in these corrals.
And what in blazes happens to them critters?
Now you're asking something.
Just look at the way things are. You fellas have all had your cows stole. The rustling started about the time Nate bought the Circle G. Now, cows can't be took across the mountains, and they ain't been took out by the way of the pass. And yet, by dern, there ain't a critter with a blotted brand on this range.
I was just thinking, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Maybe Nate ain't to blame. Maybe somebody else. One of us right here started stealing when Nate came, figuring he'd be the one that'd be suspicion.
That might be.
You're loco. I know every one of you fellers, and there ain't a one of you I wouldn't take my oath was straight.
I'd have said the same, Bill, but I don't know.
Here comes Nate now.
Wants to know what we're doing here, I bet.
Who gave you fellas permission to come on my place?
Now, look here, Nate.
I'm asking you a question. I want a straight answer.
I can tell you what they're doing, boss. They're looking for the cows they think we stole.
Is that it?
And what if it is?
Just this. I'm getting tired of you fellas saying I'm crooked. If I'm crooked, prove it. If you can't prove it, keep your mouth shut.
Why, you...
And that goes for you, Bill Owens, like the others here. And maybe a bit more.
Yeah?
You're the one that's been doing most of the talking. And I ain't standing for it.
I'll say what I please when I please.
You do, and you'll stop late.
Why, you blasted polecat. I'm twice your age. But I'm still twice the man you'll ever be.
You'll do what?
He got a gun on you, Bill.
I'm the law here, and
you'll take your parts and get out of here. And you won't come back less than I tell you to.
Clippy and me'll keep 'em covered, boss.
Now get.
You're going too far, Nate.
And right now, you're going fast.
We might as well, Sheriff. We don't want no shooting till we get evidence.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Nate, we'll get that proof one of these days. And when we do, you'll hang. Come on, Utah.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
Still can't figure it out, eh?
Boss, we got 'em fooled, and they'll stay fooled.
There ain't a one of them fellas that'll ever savvy that scheme you thought up, Nate. I'm wondering.
What about?
They'd have give up by now if it hadn't been for that old fool of a Bill Owens.
He's the one that's been keeping them stirred up, all right.
But there ain't nothing we can do about that. There ain't.
Thought of something, boss?
I was just thinking it might do some good to have Bill jailed.
Jailed?
Jailed. And if I ain't figured mighty wrong, I know just the way to do it. Listen here, fellas. I'll tell you what I got in mind.
For the next 3 days, the situation remained unchanged. The ranchers, disappointed in their final effort to place the blame for the rustling on Nate Finch, went back to their work. On the 4th day, old Bill Owens sat in the Lazy M bunkhouse talking with his foreman.
I reckon we're licked, Utah.
That's what I've been thinking right along.
When rustlers get too slick for a couple of old hands like you and me, it's about time we quit calling ourselves cattlemen and start the sheep raising business.
Yeah.
I've always said that...
Sounds like we got company.
Wonder who in blazes 'tis.
Looks from here like it might be the sheriff.
The sheriff? Say, you don't suppose he's found out anything, do you?
Not a chance. They probably just stopped by for grub.
Howdy, Sheriff. Howdy, Mike. Come on in.
I don't want no trouble, Bill.
Huh?
Gee, you fellas look like you just lost your best friend. What's ailing you?
I'm arresting you both.
You're loco.
I never thought you'd turn crooked, Bill.
Crooked?
You call Bill crooked? Why, you must be crazy in a breed on marijuana.
I'm arresting you for rustling.
Now, look here, a joke's a joke.
This ain't no joke.
Now...
We just found 20 of my cows with your brand on them. They'd been worked over with a running iron.
No.
I reckon we don't have to tell you about it, Bill.
But I don't savvy this.
I got it figured out now. There wasn't a fella in this valley that was more trusted than you. You could take critters with blotted brands out of the valley, and nobody would look 'em over close enough to find it out. They was too busy suspicioning Nate Finch.
Where'd you find them cows you say we stole?
Right on your range.
And you fellers allus claim to be my friends.
It's the other way around, Bill. It was you that had us fooled.
Come along, Bill. You too, Utah.
You dang idiots.
I ain't gonna argue.
You can't arrest Bill. Take me if you wanna, but there ain't a square fella in this valley than him.
We're taking you both.
Why,
Never mind, Utah. We'll go along. Well, when folks that have been your friends for years quit trusting you, then it don't matter much whether you're in jail or out. We're going with you, Sheriff. But someday you will find out this is the biggest mistake you ever made.
Hi-yo, Silver!
curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few minutes. Now to continue our story. Bill Owens and Utah Simpson, who had been accused of cattle rustling, were arrested by the sheriff and taken to the county jail. We see them in their cell that same evening.
Utah, when the sheriff say court's gonna set?
He looks for the judge to be here in about 3 weeks or so.
Golly. Who would have thought that 30 years of honest ranching could land a feller in jail?
Uh-huh. And who'd have thought that folks who was your friends for most of that time would be the ones to jail you?
You sound like you're forgetting you're in jail just as sure as I am.
I ain't forgetting nothing. And mostly I ain't forgetting that you've been my pard and boss both for a blamed long spell.
Well, we've had our share of good luck, Utah. And we'll show 'em we ain't afeard to take the bad.
What is that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Reckon I just imagined it.
Now I heard it.
Come from the window.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Anybody out there?
Remember me?
It's the masked man again.
Where'd you come from?
I was at your ranch when you were arrested, Bill.
Say, was it you that called your horse Silver?
Yes.
By golly, you wouldn't be... Oh, but shucks, I reckon that ain't possible.
Who wouldn't he be, Bill?
I was just thinking of another fellow that's got a horse called Silver.
Bill, I may be able to get you out of jail.
Yeah. You mean break us out?
That wouldn't help you. I will if everything else fails. But I think there's another way.
I don't know what it'd be.
To prove you innocent.
Innocent? You ain't got a chance. Them cows of Mike Pearson's that was found on my place is all the proof the law's looking for.
When I spoke to you before, I asked you some questions.
And a fine lot of good they done you.
I have another to ask you.
Stranger, me and Utah sure appreciate what you're trying to do. But you're up against a proposition that's too blamed tough for you.
But answer the question anyhow.
Well, if it'll please you, it won't hurt us.
Have you or any of the other ranchers ever searched the valleys and the mountains for your stolen cattle?
Why would we look there?
Of course we ain't. I told you there ain't no way to get cattle out except through the pass. You could hide 1,000,000 cows in them mountains, but they wouldn't do you no good till you got 'em to market.
I think you've overlooked something.
Yeah? What's that?
I won't tell you now in case I'm mistaken, but I'll soon put it to the proof.
You talk like maybe you got some scheme.
Perhaps I have. Bill, is there anyone among the other ranchers who still believes in you?
That's a funny question to ask.
I have to get in touch with someone who'll be willing to help you out.
Well, I don't know.
Bill, how about Mike Pearson?
Mike? Why, it's his cows that I'm supposed to have stole.
Uh-huh. But I got a notion that nobody'd be more pleased to find out it wasn't so than Mike would himself.
But he...
Look here, Bill. Mike did what he figured he had to do. You'd have done the same, maybe, if you'd have been in his boots.
Well, maybe.
But if the masked feller can go to him and show him where you could be proved honest, I bet Mike could jump at the chance to help.
Utah, I think you have it.
You're darn right I have.
Yes, Silver.
Say, is that your horse?
Yes, why?
Then maybe you're the same feller I was thinking of all the time.
I'm leaving, but don't give up hope.
But wait,
Come on, Silver.
Golly, Bill, what are you looking so excited about?
Utah, that masked feller's on our side. And I'll bet the lazy M and my saddle to boot that the sheriff ain't got no chance of convicting us now, no more than you have of being good looking.
Almost a week went by, and although the passage of time brought the day of their trial near, neither old Bill Owens nor Utah Simpson were worried. In the meantime, Nate Finch was pleased with the success of his trick. We see him now in his ranch house talking to the man called Lippy.
Lippy, my scheme worked out just like I said it would. Them two old fools are sitting in jail, and folks have quit suspicioning us.
Yeah.
It's going to make it all the easier for us to get the cattle we want.
We never did have no trouble to speak of.
Yep. But Bill was needing a lesson anyhow.
Where'd Wally go to?
I don't know. He said something about some news he heard. He wouldn't say what it was till he'd made sure.
Yeah, he told me the same thing.
He ought to be along pretty soon. Where are the rest of the boys?
Playing cards in the bunkhouse.
Uh-huh. Well, in the morning they...
Boss, just listen to this.
What's the matter?
There ain't nothing the matter. Listen, you calls good news something to worry about.
Yeah?
Mike Pearson just bought some purebred cows.
He did?
I heard he bought some, but I didn't want to say anything till they got here.
Purebred cows, eh?
Just a second, Nate.
Huh?
You ain't going to steal them, are you?
And why not?
But look here. You do that, and folks are going to figure that Bill and Utah wasn't the rustlers after all.
Shucks, what do we care what they figure? Them cows are just what we need.
But I
Hold
tell
on,
you...
Lippy.
Yeah?
Wally's right. We can use them cows. And even if we do rustle them, that don't prove Bill and Utah didn't run their brands on them other critters.
Maybe not. But it's going to make folks do some thinking.
Well, we weren't planning on quitting, was we?
No, but...
Anyhow, the blazes with them fellas sitting in jail. If we can lay our hands on some purebreds, the judge can let them go 100 times, and I won't give a darn.
Boss, they're on the Pearson place now.
Then we're riding tonight.
Tonight?
Sure. When you want something, take it before the fellow that's got it can get set to keep it. My system's to strike hard and sudden.
And I say the same.
Then let's go. Wally, you bring the horses around.
Right.
Lippy, you rouse the boys out of the bunkhouse.
Well, if you figure we are...
We oughta and we are. Now get moving. I'll give the orders and you'll take them.
Later that same night, the sheriff, a deputy, and Mike Pearson, the rancher, were in the sheriff's office in town. Mike, who claimed to have dropped in only to exchange gossip, seemed strangely nervous.
What time's it getting to be, Sheriff?
Doggone it, Mike. I wish you'd go on home. I'm getting calluses on my hand reaching for my watch.
But what time is it?
It's near 11 o'clock, and it's time I was locking up and going home.
Wait, there's no hurry.
What's got into you, anyhow?
Mike, you're jumping around like you were sitting in the frying pan.
Why, I just feel like company tonight, I reckon.
Then find your company somewhere else. I'm needing my sleep.
Oh, but Sheriff,
you
I don't...
can talk all you want. Can't keep me here any longer.
I reckon it'll be all right for me to go home, too, won't it, Sheriff?
Yeah, run along.
Doggone it, you can't do this. You don't
You
need
got
to go...
something on your mind?
No, it's only
Then
that
we're leaving.
Well, I sure we should stay a while longer.
Can't be done, Mike. We're gonna go...
What the...
I was afraid you'd be gone.
And I was darn scared you wouldn't be getting here.
No, man.
Never mind that.
Say, what is
Hey,
this?
just a second, Sheriff. Stranger, did it work?
It did. Bring all the men you can get and come with me.
Mike, what do you got to do with an outlaw?
This fella ain't no crook. And it was on account of him that I was keeping you fellas here.
Sheriff, tonight you're going to learn who the real rustlers in the valley have been.
Huh?
What's more, I think you'll learn why the stolen cattle were never discovered before.
Is this fella talking sense, Mike?
You do what he said.
Don't waste time. We have to hurry.
Well,
Are you going to do as I say?
How about Bill in Utah? There ain't two sets of rustlers in the valley, is there?
They never stole anything, and tonight will prove it.
You sure of that?
I am.
Then come on. Hardest thing I ever done was jail them fellas. And if I can find the reason for letting them out again, I'm going to do it.
Sheriff, I got a notion the masked fella is going to show us we made blame big fools out of ourselves.
If he can, that suits me. Hey,
Yeah?
the cafe's still open. You go down there and tell them fellas I want everybody along that can ride a horse.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
And go a-running.
I'm on my way.
And tell them to fill their gun belts with cartridges. If we're meeting rustlers, we're going to need them.
A posse was hastily formed, with the masked man in the lead, raced out of town toward the Pearson ranch. There the Lone Ranger waited until he saw a dim glow in the distance. Then he gave the command to ride again, and the posse headed for the hills.
That's a fire, ain't it?
It is, and Tonto said it.
Tonto?
My friend, come on, Silver!
deep in them hills?
I don't know how far we have to go, but these fires will mark the way.
That Indian sure knew how to make them.
They're built so they can be seen only from one direction.
I noticed that.
It's the only way we can blaze a trail at night.
And I got a notion it's going to blaze some low-down polecats right into jail.
Nate Finch and his men, driving Mike Pearson's purebred cattle ahead of them, followed a winding trail that led them farther and farther into the mountains. At last, they reached a broad valley filled with cattle.
There we are. 100 more head. 100 of the finest cows that money can buy.
Only we didn't pay no cash.
We'll let them pay us cash.
There ain't nothing more to do, is there, boss?
Whoa there, whoa there. I reckon not. Them cows ain't gonna leave the valley now.
Then let's be getting back. We can just make it afore sunup.
Yeah.
Boss, what's that?
You see something?
I ain't sure. Seemed like I seen a light, but it was gone before I could be sure.
Almost justly like some fireflies.
Maybe.
All right, fellas. We're heading for home.
All right. I'm so doggone tired I could sleep in the saddle.
But we...
What the? We've been followed.
What in blazes?
Ain't that a fella on a white horse?
And there's more riders with him.
Fire at him.
Too blamed dark to see good.
Give up or we'll shoot the bunch of you down.
We can't fight all of them. Fire, I tell you.
Watch out for the Indians.
Hey, he's roped me.
Look, Ronnie. You haven't a chance.
You blasted polecat.
You're the skunks that's praying Bill in Utah.
They try anything, shoot them down.
Take that rope off of me. Let me loose.
You ain't getting loose till you're in jail.
We give up.
Don't shoot, fellas.
Don't
shoot.
Sheriff, I think they should prove who the real rustlers are.
You're doggone right it does. Fog time, boys. We're starting back for town right away. Look at all them cattle in the valley.
Except for those that have died, you should find every cow that's ever been stolen from you.
I can't figure this out, stranger. Why in blazes should these fellas steal cows and leave them here where they can't be sold?
Because they was doing just like the masked fella figured they must have.
Yeah?
They kept the stolen cows here, then took the calves each season and put their brand on them.
Huh?
That way they wasn't running no risk. The calves didn't have no brands but what they put on them. And they never tried to sell the cows that had our brand.
That's the slickest thing I ever heard of.
That's why the masked man had me get purebred cows. He figured as long as calves was what they wanted, they'd jump at the chance to steal purebred stuff to improve the breed.
And they fell for it.
That redskin trailed them here.
Well, thanks to the masked man, this is one stunt the rustlers won't be trying around here for a long time to come.
Not these rustlers, anyhow. They'll be too busy hanging from the end of a rope.
And, Mike, I'm going to ask Bill in Utah if they won't give me the lend of theirs for the job.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading for Baker City. Someone's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Hello!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The stories of the Lone Ranger's adventures were told and retold around thousands of frontier campfires, and many of those stories have come down to us through the generations. We know that the masked rider of the plains did more than any other man to bring law and order to the early western United States, and that Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Baker City. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
The masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto rode slowly toward Baker City. Less than a mile from town, as they were passing a grove of trees, Tonto's horse whinnied nervously and for no apparent reason came to a clattering halt.
What matter, Paint Horse?
Oh, Silver.
Oh, that funny thing.
Maybe there's a snake on the trail.
Me not see him.
But what? Look over there, Tonto.
What you see?
I may be wrong, but I want to have a look.
Oh?
Come. You see anything by the base of that tree?
Grass plenty torn up.
As though there might have been a fight here. But that isn't all.
There, blood.
That's what must have frightened your horse.
Ah.
Whoever was here tried to cover it up, but he was in too big of a hurry to do a good job.
That's right. You look. There. On tree.
What is it, Tonto?
Their hair from horse.
Yes, black hairs. Someone riding a black horse was here. The horse must have rubbed up against the tree, and these hairs were caught in the bark.
That's right.
Do you find anything else, Kimosabe?
No. That's all.
This may mean nothing, or it may mean a lot.
Me think feller get killed. What we do?
There's nothing we can do except go on to town.
What we do there?
Perhaps they've had word there of a shooting. Steady, old boy.
Dip
me. Most likely, there's nothing to worry about, but it won't hurt to find out. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Paint Horse.
At the same time, the masked man and Tonto were examining the evidence beneath the grove of trees. 3 men were standing before the bar of the cafe in Baker City. One was Mort Prentice, a rancher with an outfit 15 miles from town. The second was Clem Sawyer, the town's domineering banker. And the third was Phil Tracy, a gambler who spent most of his time at the cafe's gaming tables. The three men were engaged in what seemed to be a friendly argument.
Look here, Clem. What I aim to find out is how you and Phil knew I was figuring to buy that there diamond Jason York brought to this town.
You didn't have a notion you could put something over on us, did you, Mort?
I ain't as easy as that. And from the looks of it, Clem ain't neither.
You two are always trying to go me one better.
What you mean, Mort, is that you and Phil are always trying to get the best of me.
Now I...
That ain't right neither, Clem. It's you and Mort that are staying awake nights to get ahead of me.
Well, I put it over on the two of you the time I bought Blackie.
That horse of yours?
Mm-hmm. He's the best horse you ever seen.
He ain't in the same class with that black horse I bought.
You're both loco. Compared to that horse of mine, yours are just a couple of stove-in cayuses that ain't hardly got the strength to walk to the feed box for oats.
Why, you bragging
Hold on. That just goes to prove what I was saying.
Yeah?
Because I buy me a black horse, you two fellas think you've got to have black horses to beat mine.
How about the time I bought me that fancy saddle? You two mavericks didn't waste no time having saddles just like it sent out from Denver.
Talk all you want to, Phil. And you too, Clem. But if the both of you ain't here to try and outbid me for that diamond old man York brought from Frisco, then I'm a sheepherder.
Well, you didn't figure on hogging it for yourself, did you?
Say, just who is this fella York?
Ain't you never heard of him? Why, he's the biggest jeweler in the hull of Frisco.
Know him, do you?
Well, he's never been in these parts afore, but I met him once when I was on the coast.
Well, why can't we go up and talk to him now, Mort? He's in his room, isn't he?
We're supposed to wait for the young fella that's his bodyguard.
Well, ain't that him just coming in?
Well, sure it is. Well, what's his name, Mort?
He calls himself Dick Leonard.
Dick. Hey, Dick.
You want me?
We're waiting to see your boss.
We heard he's got one of the biggest diamonds ever seen in these parts.
That's right. Sure is a beauty. You fellas aim to buy it?
Well, one of us does.
Come along, then. His room's just at the head of the stairs.
Come along, fellas.
Why won't he come down?
Well, if there's cash going to change hands, it ought to be where it's private.
Well, here's the steps.
Well, I'm declaring myself right now. I'm going to have that diamond if I got to get a mortgage on my ranch from Clem to buy it.
I ain't so sure I'd loan you any cash.
Well, I got cash aplenty. So I'm warning you fellas. If either one of you aims to get that stone away from me, you'll have to bid mighty high.
You're two of the most contrary cusses
Quiet down. Here's York's door.
I'll knock to let him know we're here.
Well, go ahead.
He don't answer.
Maybe he's napping.
That's funny. He don't often sleep during the day.
Well, rap again.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have gone out, would he?
He said he'd be right here.
Maybe you better try the door.
I don't suppose there's anything wrong, but just...
Well, anyhow, the door's unlocked. He can't be so very
Look
far.
at there. Well, I'll be... Come here.
He's been shot.
Mr. York, can you hear me? This is Dick.
That won't do no good. He's dead, all right.
Real
Take a look
clean
there.
center.
But who am I?
Diamond, where's the diamond?
Why, he kept it in a little chamois bag in a special pocket he had.
Take a look and see if it's there.
I'll soon find out.
I'll bet it's gone. What else would he have been shot for?
Can you find it, Dick?
Just a minute.
Mort, you better get the sheriff. This is something for the law to handle.
I seen him downstairs. I'll have him right here.
What'd you find out, Dick?
It's gone.
The diamond?
There ain't no sign of it. The bag's here, but it's empty.
What's that under York's hand?
It's a piece of paper.
Well, I'll get it.
What's it say, Phil?
Well, of all the low-down tricks. Put up your hands, you skunk.
You don't mean... Oh, look here. Don't you accuse me of it. I didn't do it.
Reach, Dick. Heist your hands and make it fast.
You're wrong. Look here, Phil. I didn't have...
Heist him. Take his gun, Clem.
I'll take his gun, Phil, but I'd sure like to know what you're accusing Dick for.
Get the gun, then I'll tell you.
There.
Listen, boys, there's a mistake. There's a big mistake.
Shut up. Here, Clem. Have a look at this note. It was written before York died.
Let me see it. Writing sort of scraggling, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's enough to put the blame on you, all right, Dick.
What's it say?
I was shot by my bodyguard. That's you, Dick.
It's a lie. Let me see that note.
So as you can chew it up and destroy the evidence, huh? Not a chance. We told you what it says. Now, you just keep your hands high till we get the sheriff here.
I know York's handwriting. Let me see if it's his.
A man don't bother to write in his familiar style when he's dying. Writing don't mean anything.
You gotta listen to me now.
Better save your talk for the jury and the sheriff, Beck.
What's all the commotion?
Oh, here's the Sheriff Mort now. Come in here, Sheriff.
That's what I aim to do. What's going on? Hey, Phil, What are you holding your gun on Dick for?
I reckon we already got the prisoner for you, Sheriff.
Listen to me. It's a frame-up. I didn't do it.
That's what about 9 killers out of 10 say. It's funny the number of men claim they was framed. So it's Jason York has been shot, eh?
There he is, poor critter.
Phil has a note.
Well, let me see it.
There you are. It tells just why I slapped leather and disarmed Dick Leonard.
Sheriff, let me...
Shut up like you're done reading this.
It's evidence, ain't it?
Reckon it is. Let me see your shooting iron.
Here it is.
Thanks, Clem.
You can see, Sheriff. The gun ain't been fired. Smell of it. You can prove it.
Ain't no cartridges fired. Barrel looks clean. Don't smell of burnt powder.
Don't that prove
that?
That
don't prove a thing. The first thing a smart killer does is to clean his gun and replace the fired shells. We'll take the gun as evidence along with the note.
Sheriff, will you let me have a look at that note?
Sure. Keep your hands right where they are and look as much as you please. That's you that's mentioned here, ain't it?
Yeah, but that ain't York's handwriting.
No?
No, it ain't.
The jury will discuss that angle of it, Leonard.
Of all the dirty frame-ups. You can't hang in the strength of that note. You
May
can't...
as well fess up, Dick. Where's the diamond at?
How'd I know?
Don't know why you wouldn't, being as you killed York to get it.
You do best to tell the truth, Dick.
Sure, come clean. Tell us where the diamond's hid. The law might go a little easier with you.
I don't know where the diamond is. I didn't kill York. I didn't touch that diamond. You can jail me if you're a minder. You can hang me. But I won't tell where that diamond is. I can't tell because I don't know, and that's the honest-to-God's truth.
Well, you better come along, Dick. Reckon there's nothing to do but jail you.
I wouldn't decide on that too quickly.
Oh, what the...
Where'd he come from?
Mask.
Well, I'll be. Stick your hands up, mister. You're...
Not so fast. You're all covered.
I got a gun on
It
you.
looks as if we have each other covered. Drop your gun.
I won't.
Drop it. You can't squeeze that trigger fast enough. Drop it. Quick. That's better. Now we can talk.
Who in
Sheriff, I can best explain my being here by saying I'm interested in seeing this murder solved.
Then why...
But arresting that man won't solve it.
Who says it won't solve?
He read a note.
Anyone could write a note. What does that mean?
But it's signed by
Is there anything to stop you from signing whatever name you want?
Me? Well, land sakes,
You can write anything.
My sakes, mister, don't look at me. I don't know anything.
If the dead man is supposed to have written the note in this room, isn't it natural to suppose he would have been shot in this room?
Who in blazes says he wasn't shot in this room? Now you get out of here and mind your own business.
What is there to prove he was shot in this room?
What's that?
Look around here. Is there any sign of a man being wounded or shot? I don't see any stain.
Well, that don't prove it.
Hold on, mister. I don't know who you are, but seems you're aiming to find a murderer.
How was the man shot?
Drilled clean through the heart.
He was killed mighty sudden.
Mighty sudden, eh?
Well, he must have been.
And yet you claim he was able to get to that table and write a note and sign his name to it.
He couldn't have, don't you see, Sheriff? That lets me out. That shows the note is faked. It proves that the note don't mean anything. And without the note, there's nothing to accuse me.
You know York's handwriting?
As well as I know my own, and that note weren't writ by him.
That's about what I thought.
Well, you thought what, stranger?
Perhaps I'd better keep my ideas to myself.
Now, see here. If you're going to bust into this case, you got to let me
I've
know...
nothing to say right now, Sheriff. Suppose you go right ahead as you had planned.
Don't let me down. Wait, stranger. Don't leave.
We'll meet again, Dick.
Don't go. You're the only friend I got. You're the only one that believes in
Keep
me.
your chin up.
Now, you hold on. I want to talk to you.
Don't try to follow me. Now, get the key out of the door.
Sheriff, don't let him get away.
Grab him.
I've a covered.
Now, hold on there.
Tonto, out the back way.
Why you not tell law what you find?
I nearly did, Kemosabe. Now I have another plan.
What? That?
We need certain information. But when we have it, Tonto, we'll trap the killer.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue our story. On the strength of the note which accused young Dick Leonard of murder, the sheriff of Baker City, accompanied by Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy, took Dick to jail and locked him up.
There. I reckon that'll hold you all right.
You're making a bad mistake, Sheriff.
Maybe so, but I'll take my chances on that.
Sheriff, what we want to know is where he put the diamond he stole.
He'll talk before I'm through with him.
You heard the things the masked man said. I'll bet Jason wasn't ever killed in that room.
You ought to know.
How in blazes could Jason have written anything after being shot through the heart the way he was?
That ain't for me to say.
What's more, I can prove that note wasn't in Jason's handwriting.
Yeah? How?
By sending to Frisco for other things he wrote. Then you could compare them.
Frisco's a mighty long ways off.
But it's one
And
way...
I reckon the judge will be sober enough to hold court long before you could get an answer.
I wish I could talk to that masked fella again.
Uh-huh. There's some things I'd like to ask him myself.
Sheriff, maybe Dick and the masked fella was in on the killing together.
They might have been.
It sure wouldn't surprise me if it was so.
By golly.
Huh?
Maybe that explains it.
Explains what more?
Where the diamond got to. Maybe Dick killed Jason, stole the diamond, then slipped it to the masked hombre.
That's it.
Sheriff, you gotta find that feller.
I'll get a posse together.
I'll ride in the sheriff.
And so will I.
We'll all go.
You fellas are clean loco. I'll bet the masked man didn't have no more to do with the killing than I did.
But that was a plenty.
Let's get started, Sheriff. If we don't wait too long, maybe we can pick up the trail.
Yeah.
Come on.
What's that?
Look,
The masked man again.
he was listening to what we said.
Then it's just too bad for him. Now we'll get him for sure.
The sheriff and his companions tried to follow the Lone Ranger, but the great horse Silver soon outdistanced the pursuit. For the next 3 days, a posse led by the sheriff scoured the hills for some clue to the masked man's hiding place. They were unsuccessful, however, and in the meantime, neither the ranger nor Tonto had been idle. The faithful Indian had made careful inquiries in the surrounding district and brought the information he gathered to his friend.
Then there are 3 men who might have killed Jason York. That is, if we're right in supposing he was shot near that grove of trees instead of in the hotel.
Tonto not think him shot in hotel.
Doesn't seem likely. Only Mort Prentice mentioned hearing a shot. He may have imagined it.
That right.
3 men in town own black horses. Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy.
And that all?
All 3 wanted to buy the diamond Jason brought with him. And not a one of them could really have afforded it.
That what me hear.
Mort has had a bad year with his ranch. There's been talk that Clem's bank is shaky. He might have stolen the diamond, knowing someplace where he could turn it into cash.
Plenty fellers say bank need cash.
And Phil Tracy has had an unlucky streak at gambling. I've heard he's lost thousands.
And him bad feller.
The gambler would probably be able to dispose of a diamond easily.
What you think about feller named Dick?
I doubt that Dick killed Jason. The murderer wrote that note accusing Dick. And he certainly wouldn't have accused himself.
That's right.
And no matter what the sheriff thinks, Jason couldn't have lived long enough to write that note.
What we do, huh?
Tonto, I think we can trap the killer tonight.
That be good thing.
Here, Silver. It'll be dark by the time we reach town.
Here, paint horse.
You understand what you're to do, don't you, Tonto?
Me know.
Good. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, paint horse.
That evening, Phil Tracy, the gambler, following his usual custom, went to the cafe where he joined in a game of poker already in session. His luck, however, was still against him, and at length he pushed back his chair impatiently and threw his cards on the table.
Blast the luck. I haven't had such bad cards in years.
Phil! Hey, Phil!
Yeah?
A fellow just pushed a gun in my back.
Well, what's that to me?
And then he gave me this paper for you.
What's that?
He said to give it to you right away.
What paper? Where is it?
Here.
Who was he?
I never got a look at him. He said if I tried to turn around, he'd shoot. But maybe he...
Well, I'll be...
What's it say?
None of your blame business.
You needn't get mad.
Was it bad news, Phil?
What are you looking so white about?
Can't you tell us what's in it?
Ain't the note signed?
It ain't signed, and I just said it's nobody's business what's in it. But if I find the fellow that wrote it, I'll fill him full of lead.
Clem Clem Sawyer was alone in the office of his bank when suddenly the door burst open.
Don't turn around.
There ain't no cash here.
This isn't a holdup.
But
Careful. I said not to turn around.
Who are you? I've heard that voice before.
I've got a message for you.
A message?
There. But don't read it until I've gone.
Wait.
You'll understand when you've read the note.
But listen here.
That's two of them, Silver, old fellow. Now to call on Mort Prentice. Come on, Silver.
Mort Prentice had been talking with the sheriff about Dick Leonard's trial for more than an hour. Finally, he said,
I guess we can leave everything up to you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Mort.
Yeah. Well, looks like that young feller's gonna hang, sure enough, but
Stand where you are.
Hey, what
Don't
the?
turn around.
I'll call the sheriff.
Read this. Then I think you'll change your mind.
What is this?
You'll soon know.
Wait, come back here.
We may meet again, Mort. Come on, Silver.
That's a blame funny thing. Who was that feller, anyhow? And what in blazes is in this paper?
After Mort left, the sheriff made ready to lock up his office for the night. But first he went to Dick Leonard's cell. The young man still protested his innocence in the face of the evidence against him.
Sheriff, if you hang me, you're hanging the wrong man.
The judge will decide that, Dick.
But you ain't even let me write to Frisco, like I said, to get samples of Jason's handwriting.
I did that myself.
Huh?
Yep, I figured if you was bluffing, I'd just call your bluff.
And you'll get an answer before the trial?
Can't say about that, but it ain't impossible.
I reckon maybe I ought to apologize to you, Sheriff. I had a notion you was just trying to frame me for the killing without caring whether I'd done it or not.
Well, I got to thinking over what the masked man said,
And you decided he was right?
No, not exactly. But he did mention one or two things that might need a little clearing up.
Well, a redskin.
Huh?
You stand still.
What are you...
You do what Tonto tell you.
He's got you covered, Sheriff.
Boy, you only... Key and open door.
You can't make me,
Open door.
Careful of that gun, Injun.
You hurry.
Just when I was beginning to think that maybe you wasn't guilty, you try a stunt like this.
Sheriff, I had nothing to do with the redskin coming here. I never seen him before.
You expect me to believe that?
It's the truth.
You open door.
I am. But you'll pay for this, Injun. And you too, Dick.
You come.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Redskin, this makes you just as guilty as him.
You come, too.
But I tell you,
We take ride.
A ride? Where?
Tonto show you.
All right. You got the drop on me now. But I'm telling you, Injun, I'll have you in jail or turn in my star.
His work in town finished, the Lone Ranger raced toward the grove of trees where he and Tonto had stopped several days before. There he dismounted and stood beside Silver. The minutes passed slowly, but he made no move. Then, although he carefully concealed the fact, his ears caught the faint sound of a man's footsteps.
Quiet, old boy.
Hold it.
So you came.
Sure I came. But you never figured I'd show up without you hearing me, did you?
Perhaps.
Let me have a look at you. Well, bless my hide if it ain't the masked feller. I'm right glad to meet up with you again, stranger.
Yes?
And first I'm going to find out how you knew it was me that killed Jason. Then you're getting the same as he did.
You're sure of that?
I'm holding all the high cards in this game, stranger. I reckon you ain't got no choice but to follow my lead.
Go on.
Well, speak up. How'd you get on to me?
You read my note, didn't you?
Uh-huh. It said for me to meet you where the killing took place. And if we could come to terms, maybe you wouldn't tell the sheriff what you knew.
That's right.
But that ain't answering my question. Did you see it happen?
Maybe.
Don't feel like talking, huh? Well, I reckon I'll have a look at what's behind that mask of yours. Then we'll get down to business.
Careful.
Now just stand still, or this shooting iron of mine is liable to go off. There. No.
That him, Silver?
Stop it! Up, boy! Blast you, I'll kill you!
Drop your gun.
I'll let loose.
Back, Silver.
That horse is a devil.
He knows how to handle murderers.
Don't shoot me. I was just fooling when I said I was going to kill you. I didn't mean it.
Now we'll talk terms.
What do you want?
Will you give me half of the value of the diamond you stole?
Now, look here.
Make up your mind.
Sure I will, stranger. I'll give you half. Just put them guns down.
Where is the diamond?
Oh, wait till I sell it.
I'm not trusting you. Where's the diamond?
It's out at the ranch.
Good. I suppose you tricked Jason into coming here with you, then shot him and took him back to the hotel.
I thought you knew about that.
I know most of it.
You and me are really going partners?
We are, if I take half the diamond.
Well, then I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Sure. That's just the way it happened. Jason thought I was the only one wanted to buy the stone he had. So I said if he'd ride out to my ranch, I'd give him the cash.
But you left the cafe by the back way.
You must have seen that, too.
No, but it was the only way that you could have left without being discovered.
Yeah, we went out the back. And after he was shot, I got him to his room the same way. Wrote that note, then joined the fellas at the bar.
You need more evidence, Sheriff?
What's that?
We heard all of us needed, stranger. Mort Prentice is going to hang.
Stranger, you saved my neck with
You
this.
double-crossed me.
Mort, you trapped yourself.
But,
Tonto and I discovered where the shooting had really taken place. But we didn't know who the killer was.
But you gave me that note.
And I gave notes just like it to Clem and Phil. All three of you owned black horses.
Blast you!
3 men received identical notes. But only the guilty man could have known he was to meet me at this grove of trees.
I should have shot you when I first came up.
We was watching you, Mort. We'd have shot first if you'd have tried anything.
All we was waiting for was the masked man to get you to tell the whole story.
I'll get him for this.
Mort, you won't get anybody. Because just as soon as you've had your trial, you're going to hang.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cedar Valley. There's going to be trouble. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the government found it hard to enforce its laws in the vast new territory. The local sheriffs gave the marshals their cooperation, but the man who did most to bring law and order to the frontier was the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he led the fight for justice, and the stories of his daring and his courage have come down to us through the generations. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Rio Grande! Hello, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto learned that some smugglers were active near the Mexican town of San Sebastian and rode toward the border. Night fell before they reached the Rio Grande, however, and the ranger called a halt at the first ranch house they came to.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, I can find out from whoever lives here who the sheriff is.
That's right.
You can wait here in the saddle, Tonto. I'll go to the door.
Stand right where you are until you elevate your hands, mister.
What's the matter?
You're covered. I saw you coming. Just push the door open and walk in slow with your hands raised.
Oh, you're at the window there.
And sighting this rifle on you. Come on now, I've been watching. That's it. Now kick the door shut with your heel and see to it that you keep your hands above your shoulders. Well, I reckon Paul'll be right pleased when he gets back.
Just who is your father?
As if you didn't know. I guess you've crossed trails with him many a time, mister. Now take that mask off and we'll see at least one member of the dope smugglers.
Dope smugglers?
That's right. Take that mask off.
But you're making...
Come on, quick.
You put rifle down.
What the...
Me, take him.
Let go. Let me
Take
go.
him. Get
Oh, I should have known you wouldn't take a chance in coming here alone.
Now, take it easy. I came here to find out who's sheriff of this county.
You know blame well it's my pa.
Your father?
Yes, Pigleg Sanders.
I didn't know.
Mean to say you aren't one of the smugglers that's driven Pa almost crazy these past weeks?
I am not.
And you masked?
I'm not even an outlaw, Miss Sanders. I have my own reasons for being masked. Now, what's this about smugglers?
If you don't know, you just ask anyone in town. For 6 weeks, some crooks have been bringing dope over the border. They've made Pa's life a misery by laying out false clues for him all the time.
They have?
Keeps him busy 24 hours a day doing nothing but following folks that he has reasons to suspect are smugglers. You aren't one of the gang. What are you doing here?
You say there's dope being smuggled and the smugglers keep the sheriff following false clues?
Yes, they do.
Then, Miss Sanders, to answer your question, I think I'm here to help your father.
That paint horse.
Come on, Tonto.
You cussed beast, I'll learn you. Him hit paint horse. Back me fix him.
Tonto.
There.
Steady, Tonto. You hit that man pretty hard.
Him hit paint horse.
No, Tonto, don't take the last to him. You've already knocked him out.
You look.
His gun was drawn. He was going to either shoot your horse for letting us know he was here or come into the house and cover us. Perhaps it's a good thing you acted as you did.
I've got you covered again. Now raise your hands.
To the saddle, Tonto. The girl won't shoot.
Let me do
I just lift him. I'm not fooling, stranger.
Ready, Tonto? Head south. Learn more about the smuggling.
Did you hear what I said?
You'll not shoot. Come on, get him up, paint horse. Come on there, fellow.
Not shoot.
Tonto, when we get near town, we split. Learn all you can about this smuggling. Meet in our last camp.
Not good.
Hadn't you better be getting back home, Pegleg? Maybe there'll be another clue there.
All right, barkeep. Never mind trying to be funny. The only way to run down these polecats that are bringing in the dope is to follow every lead I get.
First, you follow a medicine man, make him unload all his stuff in the wagon. Then you tail a sky pilot over the border. Next, you suspicion a couple of old half-breed women of being men in disguise.
I reckon maybe the U.S. Marshal is right after all. I'm a doddering old fool that ought to resign from office.
Oh, shucks now, Pegleg. I didn't mean to rankle you that much. Why, land's sakes, you was never one to take a thing to heart.
Barkeep, I've had a good record for the 12 years I've been in office.
One of the best, Pegleg. And the man that says different has me to fight.
Now along comes these smugglers, and along comes a new U.S. Marshal, and along comes government orders to get them smugglers or get out in office.
No. Is that what you was told?
Same as. Drat it, I'm willing to resign, barkeep, but I'd like to step out in my office with the record clean. As it is now, these coyotes are making a monkey out in me.
What happened tonight?
Same as before. I got what I thought was a good lead. Left yesterday afternoon and followed a couple of men south.
Yeah?
Spent last night across the border. Then picked up them 2 men and followed them back again. Got them on this side of the border and searched them and got them mad enough to foam at the mouth at me.
There wasn't smuggling, eh?
No. Not only that, there was government men working again the smugglers, same as I was doing. Seems they got the same sort of false lead I did.
It's a doggone shame, Pegleg. Oh, what'll it be, Injun?
You fix some food. Me take out.
Want a supply of victuals, eh?
Here, this.
I'll send it back to the kitchen.
That good.
Well, I reckon I better be getting back to home. I left Betty there.
You got good hands there, Pegleg. They'll take care of the place.
Yeah, but I better get back anyhow. I'm tired. Evening to you, barkeep.
Evening, Sheriff.
When the sheriff reached home, his daughter told him the story of the masked man and the Indian.
And you don't have no idea who these two are?
No, I don't, Pa. I almost got to see the masked man's face, but that Redskin took the rifle away from me before he took his mask off.
I see.
Even then, I might have seen it. Buck Wilson was sneaking to the house to cover those two, but the Injun's horse gave him away.
Then what happened, Betty?
They left after knocking Buck down.
Wonder if they might be connected with this smuggling.
I thought at first they might be, but if they were, they'd have known your name. Seems the only reason they came here was to find out who the sheriff was.
Looks to me, honey, like these smugglers was too doggone slick for me.
Pa, you can't give up.
Like as not, I'll have to. If the smuggling ain't put to a stop soon, I don't know.
Who's that?
It's me, Buck Wilson.
Come on in, Buck.
Evening, boss. Glad to see you got back.
What's been happening on the ranch, Wilson? I ain't give much time to it since this smuggling business started.
Oh, the ranch is going all right, boss.
Heard you got knocked out.
Yep. And maybe that was the luckiest thing that ever happened to you.
Well, how's that?
What do you mean, Buck?
I think maybe I got a clue to this smuggling business.
Yeah?
When that Injun knocked me down, I was sort of stunned for a
He
time.
was that cold, and it took you most 10 minutes to come to.
That's where you're mistaken, Miss Betty. I was on the ground, but I wasn't knocked out. I seen something fall from that masked man's pocket as he hit the saddle.
You mean to say you was conscious and never lifted a hand to stop those 2 men?
That's right.
Well, why did you let him get away?
Boss, I figured him for crooks, and figured that the paper they dropped might be important. I wanted to get it without them knowing that I had it, savvy? As things turned out, it's doggone good I done so.
Why?
That paper has some plans writ on it.
Plans?
What sort of plans?
Smuggling.
Let me see it.
You sure about that, Buck?
Sure as I'm sitting here, Miss Betty. Now, if only the gang goes through with the plans without changing them, there'll be a darn good chance to corral the gang.
Where's the paper?
Here.
What's it say, Pa?
Biggest load yet. Fetch enough over the border so as we can drop operations for a few weeks and let things cool off.
Is that what it said?
Yeah.
It can't refer to anything else but the dope, can it, boss?
No, sirree.
Says there that they figure on loading up below the border tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And cross the next day. Boss, I know you had a lot of false clues, but I'll bet you this one is straight.
It's the first one that ain't give me someone that I was supposed to follow and search.
Yep.
The biggest load yet.
And the last load for a time.
If I don't get them crooks this time, it's likely my last chance to get them will be gone.
That's what I figured. Now, look, boss. Other times you either worked alone or took a deputy with you.
Yeah?
Now you can't even trust a deputy. It ain't for me to try and tell you how to run your business, but...
Go on, Buck.
Well, that is, if you wanted me and some of the boys here to go along with
By
you...
thunder, that's what I'll do. The work on my ranch can wait.
We're right handy with 6 guns.
I know you are, Buck. I wouldn't have asked you to go, but I'm doggone glad to have you now that you've offered.
I'll tell the boys about it, and we'll clean up our 6 guns and get ready for a showdown.
Thanks, Buck. If we get these crooks, I'll see that you boys share in the reward.
Oh, that's all right, boss. See you in the morning.
Right. Now, by ginger, I'll bet we get somewhere.
I wouldn't be too sure of it, Pa.
Now, what do you mean, Betty?
Pa, every time you get a new lead, your hopes rise up like smoke from a wood fire. The higher you get to hoping, the more of a letdown you have when you come back empty-handed.
I got a feeling, Betty, we won't come back empty-handed this time. Call it a hunch if you want. But there's something tells me that this time we'll corral them smuggling polecats for good and all. Well, look at this letter. The biggest load of all. The last trip for some time.
I know. I read it.
Only thing that'll make us fair will be if that crook that come here changes the plans after finding he's lost the letter.
But
Well, what's the matter, girl?
you have a hunch that you're going to get the crook.
Just so.
Well, I got a hunch too, Pa.
What's that?
I can't somehow feel that the man who was come here was a crook.
Well, sure he was. This letter proves it.
Have it your way, then. But I still can't think of that masked man as a smuggler of dope.
Hey, what are you doing there?
Well, that's Buck Wilson.
Hey, fellas.
Someone's out there.
Well, let me get out.
Stop! Here we are out there.
Drop him, Buck. Who is that?
Hey,
Oh, you missed him. Shoot again, Buck. Get after him, boy.
Come on, Silver. Come on there, old boy. Thomas waiting at the camp. Hi-yo, Silver.
So you learn, Tonto, the different people have been giving the sheriff false clues.
Not right.
I see.
What you hear?
I followed Sheriff Sanders when I saw him heading for his home. Took some time to sneak up close to the house.
You hear him talk?
Buck Wilson was in the house by the time I got there.
Oh, him foreman?
Yes, the man you knocked down. Buck found some sort of letter. I don't know where he got it, but he was offering to go along with the sheriff tomorrow.
Another lead?
Yes, Tonto. And from what I heard, it's to be the last trip of the smugglers. Furthermore, the sheriff is not going to take his deputies with him this trip. He's going to take his own ranch hands and leave the deputies here.
What we do?
We're going to take those deputies.
You got math
They'll
on.
follow me, Tonto, if they think that there's a chance that I might be the smuggler.
Oh.
If they do follow me, they'll be on hand when they're wanted.
Not right.
Get your horse hinched up. We're going to start right now.
Me do that.
I'll go on ahead and locate the deputies. When they're aroused to the point of chasing me, I'll head south.
Here, paint horse.
Yep. And I'll meet you, Tonto, south of the town. Come on, Silver.
Hey, Sam. Sam, come fast.
What's up?
Come on, we got a lead on the smuggler.
Well, where's he at?
Jake Barton's house. Jake's trying to keep him there till we come. Jake sent his brother to tip me off.
I'm with you. Let's get going.
He was sounding Jake out, seeing if Jake wanted to buy some dope. He's masked.
Lead me to him. Do we walk?
Bet your horse, you may need it.
Ain't but a step down the road.
Come on there.
Hey, there's someone running out of Jake's place.
That's him. He's going, we're after him.
Firing on him. Get along there. Get up. Get up.
There he goes. Get going, horse. Get after him.
He's our man, all right enough. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Come on, boy. There's Tonto waiting.
You come.
Come on, Tonto.
Get off Paint Park.
They're after us, Tonto. That's what we wanted. Now to head for the border. Hi-yo, Silver. Away.
With the Lone Ranger racing for the border, sheriff's men pursuing him, the curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. We will continue in just a moment. Now, to continue our story. On the same day that the ranger led the deputies from town, the sheriff and his ranch hands arrived in the Mexican town of San Sebastian.
We may as well stop the cafe there, Sheriff. Someone there will know about all there is that's going on in town.
Yeah, I reckon so. This is where you generally spend the night when you're here, ain't it, Sheriff?
Yep.
Town seems quiet enough.
It always is. And yet it's a dead sure bet that this is where them smuggling rats work from.
Ah, senor. You're come back quick, huh?
Oh, there, Pedro. Any strangers around the town?
No, senor. Only some of your friends.
My friends?
Who does he mean?
Si, amigo, at the table?
My deputies. Well, I'll be doggone.
What are they doing here?
I'll darn soon find out.
Senor, you spend the night, yes?
Yeah, I'll be here for the night. So these hombres.
Si, senor. I gave you the same room as before, eh?
Yeah. That back room on the first floor.
Bueno.
Tain't easy for me to travel up and down stairs. Come on, Buck. We'll see what Sam and Leif are doing here.
Sheriff Sanders?
Yep, it's me.
Good night. How'd you find out the masked man was around here?
Have you seen him?
We seen him all right. We trailed him here.
The masked man?
Riding a white horse?
The same.
Who told you two to come down here?
We didn't need telling. We're after the reward money that's up for the smugglers.
And that masked man's the critter we want.
Where's he at now?
We lost him.
It started last night in town. He was sounding Jake Barton out, seeing if Jake wanted to handle dope.
He was? Yeah. And before we could get him, he learned we was after him and hightailed down here.
He's still in town somewhere.
You sure of that?
Dead sure. We got a couple of gents we know watching the trail north.
Good. I'm glad you're here. We'll team up.
But what brought you here?
Buck Wilson found a letter this masked man dropped. It said that the gang was due to bring the biggest load of dope they ever toted over the border.
Well,
Boss, I'd like to speak to you alone.
What's the matter, Buck?
Let me speak private. Just step over here, won't you?
Be right back, boys. Well?
Don't team up with them.
Well, why not?
Don't you, Savvy? Maybe they're the ones that are carrying the dope.
My deputies?
Why couldn't it be? Ain't they giving you some false leads?
There's something to think about there.
Sure there is. And it'll be best if we work separate. And me and the boys will keep an eye on them two.
Good idea, Buck. Good idea.
Somebody better get in because we can't stay here all afternoon.
Sam, I'd soon we didn't team up with the sheriff.
How's that?
I got my own ideas. Pegleg has been here every time there's been a load of dope took over the border, ain't he?
Yeah.
Well, put two and two together. What do you get?
Meaning to say that you suspicion...
Everyone but you and me. Maybe I ain't even sure about you.
Here comes Pegleg back again.
Boys, being as you come here by your own selves, maybe it'd be better if you worked that way.
Eh?
You do what you can to catch this masked man, and we'll do the same.
That's a prime idea, Sheriff. First-rate notion.
Yes, sirree.
It suits you all right, does it?
It sure does. Maybe we can do better working alone. I got a blame good idea as to who a couple of the smugglers are already.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I have, too. Yeah. I'll see you by and by.
What'd I tell you?
Sam, that was a dead giveaway. It's easy to see why he don't want us around. We'd cramp his style considerable.
Just so. By thunder, now I know who to watch when he starts back for the States in the morning.
Hey, what the?
Who tossed that bullet through the window?
What sort of warning is that?
Look, there's that masked man outside.
Great Scott! He throw that cartridge in here.
Maybe he wants to be chased.
Well, he sure blazed to be accommodated. Let's go. Sam, I never did see such a roundabout trail. Where in Tucker do you think that masked man is heading?
Headed for wooded land, that's sure. Can't be much further away.
How's that?
Grass still springing up where he rode, see?
Gosh, we must be close onto him then. You reckon this might be some sort of a trap?
There he is. Hoist your hands, mister. We got you covered.
I'm close to the camp. I've been waiting for you.
What's that?
I said I've been waiting for you.
Oh, there. Waiting for us, huh? Well, just keep them hands high and take that mask off.
1 minute. Get off those horses. I led you here because I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah? Well, we want some words with you, too.
Did you examine that cartridge closely?
For what?
If you did, you'll have a fair idea who you're talking to.
Let me see. Hey, this is a silver bullet.
Yes.
Then
you don't mean...
Now, will you talk without demanding that I keep my hands up and unmask?
I don't know. This is a swell chance to have a look at your face.
No, it isn't. Because you're being covered.
Covered?
Me watch you.
What the...
The redskin. That's the one we heard about. Dead
Never mind, Sam. You win, stranger. What's the play? What do you want us here for?
In the first place, I wanted to make sure you weren't the smugglers.
Wait, why, dog?
I wanted several people to think I was a smuggler.
You want them to think you were...
Yes. The real smugglers would know I was not and wouldn't waste their time in trailing me.
And we trailing you. Convinced you we wasn't in the gang. Is that it?
If you had been in the gang, you'd have been so busy getting ready to take that load of dope across the border in the morning that you wouldn't have wasted time trailing me.
Well, now that you're convinced, suppose you show us that you ain't a smuggler disguised like the Lone Ranger and sporting silver bullets and a white horse.
I don't need to convince you.
We're deputies.
Not in this country. You can't make an arrest here.
By thunder, that's right.
You'll have to wait until you've crossed the border into Texas.
Well, when we cross the border,
And
then
the best way to be sure I'll be at hand to search will be for you to travel with me.
With that Indian holding a gun on us?
No. Come on out, Tonto. They'll not use their guns.
Let me watch 'em all same.
You seem blame sure we won't use guns, mister.
I'm sure because neither of you men are foolish. If you arrest or capture me now, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. If you let me go where I please and go with me, you'll be free to act as you please when we reach Texas tomorrow.
That's the deal, then.
Good.
It's a truce until tomorrow. But mark my words, mister. No matter what you do tonight, as soon as the Rio Grande is behind us tomorrow, we're searching you and that redskin with a fine-tooth comb.
Dead Reddit, mister. I'm most sorry you're reaching the Texas side of the Rio.
Why?
Just last evening when we met up, I've sure grown to like your style.
Me, too. I'd hate like sin to find your saddlebags loaded down with drugs.
Just so. But mind you if they are, stranger, you're slated to hang.
Very well. Here's the shoreline. Come on, Silver.
That's a powerful-looking paint horse the engine rides.
Him plenty good horse.
What'd you call the horse?
Him not got name.
No name? Sakes alive, seems to me that horse should have won his spurs afore now.
I wonder if it's likely to rain afore night.
I don't know. Them clouds off to the west look heavy.
Yeah, you sure do.
Sam, study that formation of clouds east of here.
Yeah, the sky's sort of gray looking.
Dad, Reddit, they ain't taking their chance to break loose.
Why didn't you highball it while we was just studying the paint horse in the sky and not looking at you?
Why should I?
Blast you. We thunk up that scheme figuring if you broke loose, we'd be able to drill you and know that you was in the smuggling gang.
Someone else thinks I'm in the gang, too.
Yeah?
Look south. There comes the sheriff.
Sure enough.
Buck Wilson, a couple other men with him.
Now you can wait until they close in, and you'll have help in searching for the dope.
Help in splitting the reward if we find the dope.
I don't think you'll have to split any reward.
Why not?
Let's wait for the others. Oh, Silver.
Why won't we have to split no reward? Is it because you ain't got anything for us to find?
Well, the reward, I'm sure, will be paid. But wait just a minute.
Other fellers close now.
Yeah.
There, deputies. Hold them, we're coming. We're waiting for you, Sheriff.
Well, mister, so we meet again, eh?
Yes, Buck, we do.
Steady, paint horse.
What's the matter with that horse?
Down, paint horse.
Hold your horse in, Tonto.
What ails that critter?
Here, I'll help. Down there.
Down, paint horse.
Steady, boy. Buck, that horse doesn't like you. You have any idea why?
Now, hold on. Never mind that horse. We're here for a showdown. You just heist your hands, mister, and stand for a search.
You needn't search me, Sheriff. Search yourself.
What's that? The sheriff?
You're the one who's smuggling dope.
That's a downright lie.
Wait. You brought dope over the border every time you crossed. That's why you were given all those false leads.
Blast you for that, I never did.
Wait. The sheriff didn't know he brought the dope over. He always used a room on the first floor of that hotel in San Sebastian. While you were asleep, one of the gang stole your wooden leg, which was hollow. It was replaced by one which was filled with the dope.
My leg? If that's the truth, Let me see.
You'll find that the bottom unscrews.
Here, give me a hand. Sam, you take a look at the peg.
I sure will.
And when you got back to your home, the leg was taken and replaced by another hollow one. You were given another false lead to follow.
Look, here's the stuff.
Well, Sheriff, I darn to think that my own boss was the
I
one
didn't know nothing about it. Now, look here.
Wait till I finish, Sheriff.
There's the dope all right enough.
This trip was to end the smuggling for a while. It will end it for all time. The crooks wanted to bring a big load of dope across the border this trip. Wanted to pack their saddlebags with it.
Who?
That's why they wanted to travel in your protection. No one would search the men who were with you.
Sheriff, we can back what he says.
We was with him all night. We figured he was just pulling wool over our eyes when he let us travel with him to stand watch over your room. And we still ain't sure that he ain't the smuggler.
No more am I. Maybe he's trying to frame me.
Frame you?
To clear yourself.
Just what we hanker to find out, Sheriff. He maybe let us see part of the smuggling game to throw us off of suspecting him.
You men were with me when that half-breed switched peg legs.
Yeah, but
You know that I had no chance to touch the saddlebags of Buck Wilson and Scar Granger.
All right, Scarry's wise. The guns.
Cover.
So you're the crook.
Yeah, but you won't live to make an arrest. Paint horse, that horse.
That's enough.
Cover the
Keep your hands up.
Down, paint horse. Down. Down, paint horse. Down. Steady.
He's tore the saddlebag loose.
Look, he's stopping at that saddlebag. He split it open. Get your horse away. He's pounded that saddlebag to dust. It's full of that white stuff.
Down, faint horse, down. There, Sheriff. That saddlebag is evidence against Buck Wilson.
So it was him that arranged them false leads.
And we vouch for the masked man, Sheriff. Wilson's the smuggler.
Yeah. What about it, Wilson?
Don't let that devil horse at me.
Tie him up, boys.
The half-breed is already in custody in Mexico.
Gosh, I wonder what made that horse act loco.
He probably scented the drug when Buck Wilson lashed him, and he associated the scent with something he learned to hate.
Horse has more sense than some people.
But how'd you know about Wilson?
Wilson didn't bother to trail the man who tossed a silver bullet. Your deputies did.
Stranger, that Injun's horse has sure saved us. If it hadn't been for him, we'd have...
Ain't horse plenty good.
Injun, he's sure enough won his spurs. By thunder, that horse is a sure enough good scout.
Good scout. That good Tonto Lake scout. Get him up, scout. Come on, Silver! Those waiting on the trail ahead! Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was settled and the raising of cattle became one of its foremost industries, there developed a decided need for transportation. Railroad companies hurried to extend their lines into the cattle country, and many ranchers became rich selling their spreads to the railroad representatives. Advance information on which way the trains would travel was invaluable. The possibility of making huge sums of money attracted the lawless, and the need for law and order in this new country increased. It was then the Lone Ranger rode in the cause of justice. He fought crime and criminals throughout the length and breadth of 7 states, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Fellow signaling from the railroad camp. Hail, Silver!
The construction gang of one of the large railroad companies had laid their tracks to a small community not far from the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains. There they rested until their advance agents bought new land to the westward. Our story begins in a small temporary shack that served as the office of the construction gang. Zeke Slavin is talking to Harvey Grant, the assistant manager of the gang.
Now, look here, Harv. You got access to the safe in your boss's office.
Sure I have. But what about it?
Having that is the same as having the key to the bank. You get what I mean?
I don't know as I do.
Inside that safe, there's some papers that tell just where the railroad you work for is going to be laid.
I still don't see...
No? Well, listen close, Harv, and follow me careful.
Go on.
I got a little ready cash to work with, savvy? Now, if I knew what land was about to be bought by the railroad, I could get options on that same and stick the railroad for a nice high price.
And you think I'd double-cross my boss?
I know you would.
Why, you dirty
Take it easy, Harv. You can pull the wool over the eyes of a man like John Shaw, but not me. I happen to know your background, savvy?
You what?
I says I know your background. I know that before you come here, you went by the handle of Jim Patterson in Washoe. And Jim Patterson was a crook.
You...
Now, maybe we can talk sense.
Look here, Zeke.
You look here. I want them plans. You and me can both make us a little easy cash without costing anyone but the railroad money.
It won't go.
Why?
There ain't but 2 men has the combination to that safe. One's John Shaw and the other's me. If the plans got out, I'd be the first one suspected.
I thought of that.
Then you see,
I
can't...
also thought of a way around it. What do you think of that?
How?
Suppose I figured the whole thing out so John Shaw's son would be the one accused of robbing the safe.
It couldn't be done.
It could.
How?
Listen, Harv. See if there's anything wrong with this. Jack Shaw likes to play poker.
Yes?
I can get him in a game. Get him to lose cash and borrow from me on his IOUs. That won't be hard because the kid thinks he's a first-class poker player.
While the poker game was in progress in the cafe, the Lone Ranger, unmasked but disguised, sat at a nearby table with Tonto.
Jack Shaw should know better than to get in a game like that. He's been losing money to Zeke Slavin all evening.
Slavin? Him crook?
How can Jack afford to lose so much?
You look.
Yes, borrowing more money.
Huh?
I wonder why Zeke is willing to lend it to him. If Zeke is planning something, I'd like to know what it is. I don't. We're going to get closer to that table.
It's just between the 2 of us, Jack. I'll call you. What have you got?
Full house, queens and tens.
Take a look at these. 4 of a kind.
You're sure holding them tonight, Zeke.
I reckon that about finishes you, don't it, Jack?
Now, look. Lend me some more money, will you? I know my luck will change. I know it will.
I've let you have about 1,000 already.
I know, but just give me a chance.
I got your IOUs for $1,000. That's as far as I want to go.
I'll pay you back.
How can you?
Look, just lend me $100. That's all I ask you. Just 100.
Well, I don't know.
Give me a piece of paper. I'll write you another IOU.
You'll write nothing.
I don't savvy.
I don't want your note. But there's something you can get that I might be willing to pay for.
Now, what's that?
You hombres can mosey along now. I want to talk to Jack private. I'd forget about what you owed me if you got it.
What is it? If there's anything I can do,
Your pa's in charge of this here railroad.
Oh, yeah, but...
I hear there's plans to build a branch line to the south. And if a fella knowed just what land the railroad is figuring on buying, he might stand to make himself some cash. You can get that information for me.
But I couldn't.
Why not?
Paul keeps the plans in his safe. I can't steal from my own father.
So you're going to welch, huh?
I see the whole thing now. You cheated me to get me in debt to you.
What's that?
I'll bet you fixed the card so you get me in debt to you.
Why, you little...
You did cheat.
I'll teach you. I'll kill you for that.
Oh, wait. I ain't armed. Zeke.
I'll show you, you ornery.
Drop that gun.
What the...
Keep out of this, stranger. Drop your gun. Keep your hands up. Jack, you come with me.
I'll get you for this.
Stand back. I'll shoot the man who moves. Come on, Jack.
I never thought they'd be low enough to draw me when I wasn't packing a gun.
Watch them, Tonto.
Tonto, watch him. Blast you, stranger. I'll teach you. You wait.
Outside, Jack.
Yeah.
Where's your horse?
Over there.
Come on. Here, Silver.
What are you going to do, stranger?
Steady, fellow. Jack, I heard what you said in there. You go home and stay there.
Yes, sir. Get up there.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Later the same night, Zeke Slavin met Harv Grant and told him about the fight in the cafe.
It worked out just right. Even better than I thought it would.
I heard that someone throwed a gun on you.
Yeah, can you beat that? All I wanted to do was to stir up enough commotion so as everyone would know I held IOUs for the kid.
What was you aiming to do if that hombre hadn't interfered?
I had a dead cartridge in my gun. I'd have snapped the hammer and there wouldn't have been no shot. Then I'd have slammed the kid in the jaw and left. But I didn't need to, savvy?
That was even better than doing as you planned in the first place and having me there to bust up a fight.
Uh-huh. Now you're clear to let me have that information, ain't you?
Well,
Ain't you?
Sure thing.
And the kid'll be suspected of it. His old man will hear tomorrow about him getting in debt to me and owing money.
He'll hear all right. I'll see to that first thing in the morning.
Harv, are you sure of your facts?
I'm just telling you what I heard, that's all, boss. Of course, it's none of my business.
I thought Jack had learned not to gamble.
Well, you can't be too harsh with him, boss. He's young.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Sorry to hear it. It's bad business, gambling.
Gosh, if I'd known it was going to affect you that way, boss, I wouldn't have said anything about it.
I'm glad you did. I'll have a talk with him. How much did he lose?
I don't know, but folks said it was a sizable amount.
Harv, you go out and check with the stage station about the equipment we're expecting.
Now?
Yes.
All right, boss, but I got some work to do.
Well, let it go. Jack will be in a little while, and I want to have a talk with him alone.
Whatever you say.
Approval of the plans I sent East should be in on the next mail. You can watch for them.
Oh, that'll be what...
Huh?
That'll verify everything so we can go ahead, won't it?
Yes.
Well, I'll see you later, boss. Oh.
You wait here.
What do you want, Injun?
Me want talk.
Let me go. I'm in a hurry.
Me let you go in a minute. You just talk about game last night.
You've been listening at the window.
That right.
All right, what of it? Ain't any of your business, is it?
How you know about game?
What do you mean? Why shouldn't I know about it? It's all over town this morning.
That right. But you not in town. How you know, huh?
Why, blast your hide. It ain't no business of yours. Now, stand aside before I throw lead.
Yeah. Tonto, go now. Get him up, Scout.
What the dickens did he mean? Who is he, anyhow?
Morning, Mr. Grant.
Oh, morning, Jack.
Who was the redskin that just rode away?
I don't know. Looking for a handout, I guess. Your pa's inside. He wants to see you.
All right, thanks. You going in?
I'm going to town. I'll be back by and by. So long.
Bye.
Jack, what's this I hear about you gambling last night?
Who said that? Who told you?
I wished it had been you that told me, son, but it wasn't. What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Well,
You let everyone in the cafe know you're a pal of gamblers, but you won't let me know it. Did you think I wouldn't find it out somehow? Things get around.
I guess they do. Oh, gosh, Paul,
How much did you lose?
Well, I lost all I had.
Your savings?
Yeah.
That was a lot of money. Almost $100.
I know it.
Still, I can't imagine a professional gambler being interested. That wouldn't be much to him.
Well, I
Go on, Jack.
I lost more than that.
More? How could you lose more? You didn't have any more.
He took my IOUs.
Well, what good are they? How do you figure you'll be able to pay him off?
Paul, I don't have to pay him off. He cheated.
Did you tell him that?
Yes, I did. And I won't pay him what I owe him. He drew a gun and he was going to shoot me. Then another man stepped in and stopped him.
Pretty lucky for you, wasn't it? But then maybe it wasn't. If he had shot you, you wouldn't have it hanging over your head.
Well, what do you mean?
He'll want you to make those IOUs good somehow. I don't know how you're to do it, son.
But he cheated,
That
Paul.
don't matter. If you knew he cheated or was likely to cheat, you shouldn't have played. Too bad, Jack, but I'm afraid you're in sort of a tough spot. and you're old enough to get out of it yourself.
I'm not asking for your help.
It wouldn't do you any good, Jack, because I can't help. I don't have any money to pay off your gambling debts.
I know you don't.
You'll have to figure some way to pay that gambler. And that's going to call for a lot of figuring.
When Tonto met the Lone Ranger, he told about the meeting with Harv Grant.
I wonder how that man did know about last night.
Me not know.
He couldn't have gone to the town after we left. The place was just about ready to close up.
That's right.
And he wouldn't be likely to have seen anyone this morning. Now, though, I want to ask him a few questions myself. There's a chance that he might have known beforehand that Jack was going to lose some money. I don't know why Slavin would have taken the youngster into a card game unless he had some scheme in mind.
What scheme?
I don't know that either.
Here, Silver. Here, Scout.
But we're going to try and find out.
Come on, boy. Get him up, Scout.
Around noon, Harv returned from town, and the Lone Ranger and Tonto arrived at the office a few moments later.
Oh, Scout. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. There, window where. Tonto, listen.
I'll look in. I don't want to go inside until we're sure Grant is back from town. Stay there with the horses, Tonto.
Tonto, wait.
That's what I told him, Grant. And it'll give him something to think about.
It sure will. I'd be downright worried, boss, if I had given a gambler IOUs without a chance to pay 'em off.
Now, here's what I plan, Harv.
Yeah?
I'll help Jack out. I'd be a mighty poor father if I couldn't stand behind my own son when he's in trouble.
Yeah.
I'll help him out, but not just yet. I want him to worry about this long enough to get a good lesson.
That's a good idea.
But I don't want the gambler to try and shoot him again.
No, sir.
I want someone I can trust to keep an eye on Jack. You're a Westerner and pretty handy with a gun.
I can hold my own.
I'll attend to your work for a time, and you keep an eye on Jack.
Trail him?
Yes.
Whatever you say, boss.
Don't let him know you're watching him. And don't interfere with anything he does. But just stick close enough to help him in case that gambler makes...
Sure thing. You can count on me.
Tonto, I'm not going to speak to Grant.
No?
No. He's been given a job by Jack's father. He's going to watch Jack. And instead of speaking to him about last night, we'll follow him. I think we'll learn more that way.
Though the manager of the railroad didn't know it, he played right into the hands of Harvey Grant when he gave him the job of guarding Jack. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. When the Lone Ranger decided to investigate Harvey Grant, the assistant to the boss of a railroad crew, he learned that Grant was assigned the task of protecting the manager's son, Jack. As our story continues, Zeke Slavin meets Harvey Grant late at night.
Right over there is where you live, ain't it, Harv?
You know it is.
Living right with your boss and his son. That makes it just swell.
Now, look here, Zeke. You gotta keep me out in this thing. If it's ever found out that I'm the critter that takes the information from the safe...
It won't be learned, no fear for that. The kid'll take the blame for it.
He'd better.
And the fact that you're watching him makes it a cinch for you to tell John Shaw plenty of suspicious things.
Yeah.
Tonight's as good a time as any to open that safe. You go get me the information I want.
Now?
Sure, why not now? If I find out tonight where the railroad's going to run, I can start out first thing in the morning to get options on that land.
Now, Zeke, you've got to be sure and keep me in the clear.
You needn't worry about that. Come on, I'll go with you.
But Jack is...
He's in a house, ain't he?
Yeah.
Good place for him. He'll stay there for the night.
He might not.
Sure he will. Keep moving now. Shack's just over here a ways.
I'm worried about this thing, Zeke. If John Shaw ever found out the truth about me...
He won't unless you double-cross me. Then he'll hear a plenty.
Wait.
What's the matter with you?
Thought I seen something move in that dark shadow ahead of us.
You're seeing things. Come on.
You're sure that after you get the options on the land, Shaw can't do nothing to you?
What can he do? We make him think his son squared the IOUs by giving me that information, and he won't start no trouble.
There.
Huh?
Thought I saw that shadow again. Zeke, there's someone heading for that shack.
I ain't seen nothing.
My eyes are sharp in the dark. There's someone there.
You're just trying to back down. Now keep going. If anyone's there, he ain't no right to be there, so we'll drill him for it. Shaw's back in the house with his kid.
Here. And he's the only one with the right to be in the shack.
There's the shack. We won't make no more light than we have to when you open the safe.
Come on, Silver.
There's Zeke. See him now? There he goes, riding that white horse.
Who's that?
The horse was just beyond the shack.
That's all right, then, as long as he keeps riding. Let's go in now.
Zeke, the door is open. It was closed when I left this afternoon.
Well, it's open now, and that saves us the trouble of opening it. Come on in.
Keep your shooting iron handy, Zeke.
Stop being so yellow. Get that safe.
You stand watch.
Sure.
And hold the light for me.
I will. I'll get it open and find that paper. I'll read it and note what land will be the best investment. And you can close the safe and we'll clear out.
I'm worried about that man that rid away from here. I wonder who he was.
Get the safe open.
You'll for sure arrange so Jack will get the blame.
I told you I would, and I will. The first thing in the morning. As soon as I get my land options.
About noon the next day, John Shaw sat alone in his office. He looked up when the door opened and saw one of the townsmen standing there.
Your name Shaw?
Yes, what about it?
John Shaw?
Yes, of course. What do you want?
I got something for you. Zeke Slavin sent him.
Who?
Zeke Slavin. Reckon you know who he is, don't you?
What did he send me?
These here papers. Said to tell you that everything was square and he's much obliged.
IOUs?
Uh-huh.
He sent these to me.
Ain't that your name on 'em? I don't know nothing more than that.
Said he was much obliged. Huh?
I delivered 'em, and that's all I know.
All right, thanks. Strange. Mighty strange. Of course, these were meant for Jack. But how in the world did he pay them off? 200, 500... Total of $1,000.
Hello, Pa.
Oh, Jack, I want to speak to you.
Howdy, boss.
Hello. Jack, a man just came in and brought some papers. He thought they were for me.
Yeah?
They were signed by John Shaw. But it was you who signed them, not me.
What were they?
Here.
Why, those are the IOUs.
That's it, exactly.
Well, what did he send these back for?
That's what I'd like to know.
Why, without these, he can't collect from me.
From what was said, I thought he'd already collected.
Well, how could he? I ain't seen Zeke Slavin since he beat me out of the money.
No?
Jack, I wouldn't try to lie to you, Paul. He ain't took in very easy.
What do you mean, Grant?
I've been watching you.
Watching me?
Sure, your pa asked me to keep an eye on you so you wouldn't get into more trouble.
Pa, did you do that?
Well, son, I sort of thought that
Having
maybe...
me shadowed, huh?
All right, then. I'm having you shadowed. And from the look of things, you can stand a lot of watching. Harv, did he see Zeke Slavin?
Yeah, him and Zeke had a confab yesterday afternoon, late.
That's a lie.
I didn't hear all that was said, but he told Zeke a lot of things. Then they shook hands and left.
What did you give him for these IOUs?
I didn't give
He
him
didn't
anything.
see nothing change hands, boss. Must have been something Jack told him. I don't know what sort of information he would sell that'd be worth $1,000.
That's a
but
pack of lies. I never saw Slavin yesterday afternoon. And if you claim you saw me talking to him, it ain't true.
I can understand how you try and keep yourself in the clear,
Stop
Jack,
it.
but...
The more you say, the worse you make me look.
Jack, listen to me.
But
I said to listen. I'll do the talking for a change. Now, there'd be no reason for Harv to say you was talking with Zeke if you weren't, would there?
I don't know. It's all wrong.
Quiet. Let's suppose that you did talk to him. What did you say?
But, Paul...
I'd like to believe that Harv Grant's not telling the truth, son. But it looks as if you've done something that Zeke appreciated so much, he sent back these IOUs.
All right, then. If that's what you think, there's nothing more for me to say.
Son, I have always been on the level with you. Why can't you trust me?
I told you, Paul.
I've always stuck with you. I've always...
Hey, Paul, what do you think?
Bart, what are you doing around here? I thought you...
I had to come in. We've been double-crossed.
What's that?
I started dealing with the owners on the first piece of land and found that they'd sold an option on it to Zeke Slavin.
Slavin?
An option? That means he'll stick us for a high price for that land.
And that ain't all, boss. When I heard that, I checked on the next ranch, and Zeke had already been there, too. He's taken options on all the land we want to buy.
Why, that dirty underhanded...
Boss, that looks awful bad. Jack's able to open your safe, ain't he?
I didn't touch that safe.
If he told Zeke Slavin where the land was going to be bought up, it would be well worth Slavin's while to give back the IOUs.
Paul, you can't believe that of me. I didn't do anything of the sort.
Licked by my own son. Jack, why do you have to fight against your father?
Paul, I didn't do anything of the sort.
Not a thing we can do about it. There's no law to stop Slavin from getting options on that land. That's all legal.
No law to stop him, and nothing we can do but buy the land at his price if the railroad wants it.
Well, that washes me up with the company.
Let me go. Who asked you for this? Let me go.
What the...
That's Zeke Slavin.
You blasted there.
Mask.
Look at the way he shoved Slavin across the room.
Steady, all of you. Don't reach for a gun.
But that voice...
Philip, arrest him.
I wouldn't advise anyone to move too fast. You, Slavin, stand right there against the wall. We're going to talk things over.
See here, stranger. What do you mean by throwing that rat in here and then holding guns on the rest of us?
The rat you speak of, Shaw, was buying up options on the land your railroad needs.
That's what I told you, boss.
And what's it to you?
I have an idea that you're going to accuse the wrong man of making this work possible.
He is. I remember the voice now. You saved my neck at the cafe.
What's that, Jack?
I told you, Paul. That's the man that kept Slavin from drilling me after that card game.
I suppose I should be grateful to you for saving my son's life.
I don't want your gratitude, Shaw.
Then money?
No. Nothing but a square deal for a man who's been framed.
That's me, Paul. I told you.
Hold the law. Have that masked man thrown into jail. He ain't no right to handle me like he done.
We'll have the law here soon enough, Zeke, and you'll be the one to get thrown into jail. You needn't worry about your land, Shaw.
Needn't worry.
Slavin has bought some options, but...
All right, Shaw, he's right. I did buy options. And spend my last dime to get them. But you'll pay up plenty to get the land you want now. What's more, if you don't let me get out of here, I'll double the price.
How did you know what land we wanted?
I told you that,
That's
boss.
my business. 1 minute. I'm glad you spent your last dime for those options, Slavin. Because when you don't take them up, you'll lose all your cash.
Yeah? Only I won't lose, savvy? I'll sell them to the railroad. If you want that land, Shaw, I'm the one you gotta deal with.
He's right, boss. The law can't touch him for buying the options.
You forget that when the end of the term on the options is reached, Shaw can buy the land at the same price you plan to buy it.
Yeah? Well, it won't lapse, see? I'll take up them options.
You can't do that if you're in jail.
Jail? What am I to go to jail for? I ain't broke no laws.
That's where you're wrong. You and Harv Grant came to this office last night. You opened that safe and stole the information you used.
Stranger, are you sure of that?
It ain't so.
That's what happened, Paul. That must have been it.
He's loco. Zeke and I weren't in this office last night.
When you came here, you saw me. I was just ahead of you, Grant.
Oh, that...
He's trying to make us admit something, Harv. He can't prove no such story as this.
Do you know what was done when I was in this office just before you?
What?
Suppose someone put a powder that is known as magenta in that safe just before you came here last night. Do you know what magenta does?
Well, what?
I ain't interested.
What's it do?
It doesn't show at the time, but later, when your hands are dipped in water, it turns red.
That's red?
And that red color will find the crooks. Tonto, bring in the water.
Lawman outside now.
Lawman?
The sheriff. My friend brought him to make some arrests. Put the water there, Tonto. Jack, you're accused of opening that safe. Dip your hands in the water.
I didn't touch the safe.
Then dip your hands.
See? They ain't turned red at all.
I've told you that Zeke and Harv were here. Now let's have a look at their hands. Come on, Harv.
I don't have to. I don't believe a word you say.
Grab his hands, Tonto. Douse them in that water.
Sure, I'll do it. I washed my hands this morning and they didn't turn red.
Perhaps it takes time for the powder to work.
Put a hand in water now. Put...
There.
They're red. You can't hold me. Listen,
You're the one that gave the plans away.
Boss, let me talk. Slavin made me do it. I didn't have no choice.
Trying to get me in it. Why, you dirty rat, you. I won't let no one double-cross me. You're wanted for crimes, and I'm squealing on you.
That's all that's needed. Come on and get them, Sheriff.
And they'll talk plenty before we're done.
You squeal on me, Zeke, and I'll tell a few things. You cheated Jack in that card game, and
Who'll
I'll...
take the word of a crook like you?
Come on your way, boys. I reckon we better get all this loose talk down and right. You'll be right handy at the trial.
Pa, that puts me in the clear.
It does, son. And I guess you've learned a lesson.
I have.
And so have I. I won't mistrust you again. But, stranger, wait a minute.
Yes, Sheriff?
I don't understand. How did you get into the safe last night? And if his hands didn't turn red when he washed them this morning, why did they turn red now?
I didn't open the safe. Tonto rubbed the powder on when he grabbed his hands to soak them. Grant's guilty conscience did the rest.
But wait. Thanks. Jack, it all goes to show what a guilty conscience will do to a man.
Come on, Silver! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just